Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Welcome.
We are here. We are live for the Nitro Buggy European Championship.
We're here.
For
We're here.
2024. Hello, everybody.
Hello. Oh, look at that wet pit lane. Wow.
Yeah, it
Muddy.
looks like some extra watering has been done this morning.
And as you see on your screen, we are here for Q1. Heat 2. We owe you a heat, okay? We owe you one heat. We'll make it right. We'll make it back to you. Sorry, we had a few delays coming on air this morning, but our feed is rocking and rolling, and the track is open. And cars are on track, so we're going to take a look at that. Cars coming in.
Getting refueled, and looks like this is warm-up still, so it's quite a long warm-up, isn't it? 5 minutes or so? Anyway, so... yeah, we're ready. Weather is already, as you can see, clear and dry. We're expecting basically the same temperature and weather that we had yesterday. Highs of 32, which I think is, I want to say, over 90 degrees Fahrenheit if you're catching us from America and the one or two countries that still use Fahrenheit. So here we go. We're with car number 0, and as you can see, we've got the traditional... The magic has worked overnight, as usual. Thank you very much to our tech team who's made the timing work and look normal. So there's Clement in the car 0. You can see very damp truck. It's only about 21 degrees in the morning there. It's
Only?
Yeah. Well, I mean, only being, it's about what, just over room temperature, like 71, 72 degrees Fahrenheit. So basic, my point is the track will be drying out just as we saw yesterday because they've been watering the track before the first groups of racers have gone out. Like I say, we have missed one round of qualifying. Just
Practice. One heat, not round.
One heat, yes. We're in the first round. Sorry, I have to get my terminology correct someday. Yes, so this is the first round of qualifying. This is the second group or the second heat of qualifying that is out there. So thank you for joining us. Thank you to our sponsors, X-Ray, Hot Race, Meebo Sport, Techno RC, T-Works, and S-Works RC. So thank you very much to our sponsors for allowing us to bring you this coverage. And thank you very much to EFRA. Check out EFRA.ws. EFRA is the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles, who basically are the primary sponsor, bring all of this organization together and bring you get things like all the racers, the rules, the organization, and the clubs all together to bring you this kind of competition. And we are RC Racing TV. My name is Frank McKinney. Next to me is Matt McCallum in the production booth. The other production booth, we've got James Perry, and we'll have Keenan in a little while.
A little while.
It's very, very, very,
it's
very
about
early.
2 a.m. where he is.
Yes. He's going to be live with us from the Dominican Republic and the Caribbean, or Caribbean, depending on how you were brought up to say it. Anyway, so... we were watching the 0, who's now popped up into the top spot. This is qualifying, remember, so it's not just the 3 consecutive fast laps, it's the entire run. And we are counting down time, so it looks... is it 5 minutes qualifying? I have to refresh my memory on this, because there's so many classes of racing that we cover. But I think it is just 5 minutes, so... 4 rounds of qualifying today, and only 2 to count. 2 throwouts, 2 to count. And we are looking to see what, let's see, top runners after the seeding practice yesterday, which is basically timed practice or controlled practice, whatever you want to call it, but seeding practice. So the top 10 racers so far... and we will get to them. They will be in the final groups of racing. Iker Telleth, who's a junior. Matisse Pere, also a junior. David Todd, also a junior. And then we have Manuel Iniesta Hernandez, Hugo Tavernon, Lewis Jones, Hugo Ibanez, who's a junior, Ivan Navarro, Eric Leike, another junior, and Julius Ciclodi, also a junior. Now, the way this is going to work out is the top 20, I believe, or top 12, if I remember correctly, are spread out over the top 2 heats. So the final 2 heats of the qualifying round will have those 10 drivers plus Eric Becquerel Rodriguez and Gabriel Astorino. Numbers 13 through 24 are spread out in the, how do I put it? The 2 rounds that come before the top 2 rounds, if that makes sense. And those are Tristan Riegner, Maxime Noble, Iago de la Iglesia, Marc Desvart, Nacho Sanchez Jimenez, Alex Valls-Camba, Billy Grindley, Philip Desvart, Mathieu Chaffardon, Dan Raban, Paco Flores Gonzalez, and Axel Constantine, another junior. So keep in mind who are those various juniors. There's 6 of them in the top 24. And also keep in mind that the reason why I keep mentioning who the junior racers are, because the reason why is previous winners of the Eurobes include such names as Lee Martin from the UK, David Ronefalk from Sweden, Ricardo Montiero from Portugal, Marco Barufalo from Italy, Ricardo Berton from Italy, Juan Carlos Canas from Spain. And those are just the big names. There's other names, such as Javier Pombo, Mika Widmeyer, Matteo Polito, Daniel Bernabe, Max Gotzel, and Remy Bermudez, who won last year. These are some major names. Juan Carlos Canas is the reigning European champion in this class. David Ronefalk is 2-time winner in this class, and also world champion. Ricardo Berton just won the Montpellier GP earlier this year. So these are some major names, and not just in 1/8 racing, but in 1/10. Like Lee Martin, triple European winner in 2-wheel drive. So this, and we hear the Eagle, or what's his name, Mark Stitzen. Yep, he's giving some very pointed reminders to the drivers and mechanics. He was shouting at mechanics yesterday. So EFRA referees, very important in keeping the organization of the race running smoothly. So don't forget that you can pop in and say hello in the chat, just like Farid Ben Mohammed has said in the chat. Hello, how are you, Farid? I hope you've recovered well from the e-Buggy Euros at Montpellier and are enjoying the coverage. So make sure and let your friends know. I mean, not just you, Farid, but, you know, if you're watching.
Specifically.
Yes, you, Farid. Please tell all your friends. No, everybody who's
How many
watching.
people did you bring to the stream today?
Yes. Okay,
look,
so there's
cool.
our runners and riders that just went out.
We need a new background for that.
We certainly do. That's I think I can't remember who took that picture. It was either me or Jim. Yeah. So that's. Yeah. So here's our ICAR colleagues who are presenting the coverage in the Spanish language. So make sure and check out the ICAR, that's AECAR YouTube channel or Facebook page. They are presenting that in Spanish. We are providing the English language broadcast. And we'll just have a bit of a
word from our sponsors.
A word from our sponsors. So thank you very much to all of the EFRA associate members, and to EFRA for helping us bring you this this coverage.
For presiding over this and creating the rules and bringing all the federations and all the people together to make things like this happen.
Yeah, and we went through the sort of the homologation process yesterday, and EFRA provide the rules not just for EFRA but also for IFMAR, and provide a basis for rules of
many events
that are used across Europe for racing model cars all around the world, basically.
Many events piggyback on a fantastic set of rules that have been well established over the years. And why wouldn't they? And why wouldn't they? The EFRA Handbook is a great place to go if you want to find out what's going on.
Freely downloadable.
Downloadable. And we permanently have a copy open on the PDF reader right here as we navigate ourselves through each event. So yeah, a very helpful resource there. Let's take a look at the track. Car number 12.
Here's our pit lane, car 12 of Martinez. And you can hear the computer voice counting down the timer for 5 minutes of qualifying. So the car is already out there. It's a rolling clock, so everyone is on their own time. And you see Belmonte and Cabrera the first to cross the line to start their 5-minute times. And in this particular system, the clock keeps rolling, or keeps counting down. But everyone has 5 minutes to get going. So we're just putting some information in the EFRA 1/8 Buggy broadcast channel. So make sure check that out on Facebook, and you will get Facebook notifications to your mobile device, whatever you're using, and to just let you know what round updates are and race results and that sort of thing. And it comes straight through your Facebook Messenger if you prefer to use that. If you don't, that's great. You can also be watching all the coverage live all day on the EFRA Facebook channel or YouTube channel. And of course, we're also live on the RC Racing TV Facebook and YouTube channels. So make sure and check those out. And if you have any questions, comments, rules clarifications, or information about the drivers, do let us know. We do have some inside info from various people and luminaries from around the pits who are live there and providing us some very helpful information. So this is from Mark Rumble from the Team GB, who we spoke with yesterday. We talked to a few of the young racers that are with him, the Likeys and young Billy Grinley. So according to Mark, the track is quite low grip, so the fuel economy has been pretty good. Of course, they are running 16% nitro fuel. A little bit different than what the club racers are used to in the UK. They're running 25%, I believe. So it's been a bit of a change for the British racers. And for tires, Mark tells me that the OGO seem pretty good, as does the 6MIC and Matrix. Hot Race is also fairly decent, but not much use there for the Hot Race tires, who one of the event sponsors this weekend for us. So thank you very much, and congratulations to Mr. Nicola Morone, who's actually getting married today. So chime of wedding bells. And on the Agama front, because Mark does work for Agama, he's telling us that on the N1 buggy, they are running a new lightweight prototype body shell. So it's quite interesting. We have seen some interesting body choices coming out from everybody. So good morning to Kev Brunston. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about this new prototype body, Kev. Morning to Bish Bash Posh and to Noah Ben Mohammed. So we have pretty much all of the Mohammed clan, the Ben Mohammed clan watching us. So thank you very much, guys, for joining in and making this coverage extra special. Who is the one to watch in this event? Who's first overall? I did run through the names, but I'll mention that again. Number 1 seed going into qualifying is Iker Telleth. Number 2 is Matisse Perret and David Todd. Third, all three of those guys are juniors. And then we have Manuel Iniesta Hernandez, Hugo Tavernon, Luis Jones, Huis Ibanez, also a junior, Ivan Navarro, Eric Leike, a junior, and Julius Ciclotti. And that's the top 10. Eric Becquerel, Rodriguez, and Gabriel Astorino, that's the top 12. So those guys will be spread out among the top 2 heats, from what I understand. If I remember that correctly, the information from Carlos Gomez, the EFRA chairman for 1/8 Buggy. And then the remaining, and racers 13 through 24 will be spread out among the second group of top heats, if that makes sense. So not the final 2 top heats, but the penultimate 2. I can't even. How many groups are there? Where's the timetable? I need to find this. It will be, if there's 11 groups, then it'll be 10 and 11 are the top heats, and then 8 and 9 are the other heats that groups, or numbers 13 through 24 will be spread out in. So as far as car brands, we've got Serpent, X-Ray, Techno, S-Works, Mugen, Mayako Associated, Sparco. Obviously, lots and lots of Associated. There's several S-Works and X-Ray, as well as a few Kyosho's, a few more Mugens. Yeah, quite a spread of Mugens. For engines, we've got Ielasi Tuned, FX, basically the X-Ray engine, ND, OS, Corsatec, OS, FX, Pico, Ultimate, Reds. A good spread, again. Tires, as we said, OGO, 6MIC, and Hot Race, Matrix. Those are kind of their preferred tires, but there are other ones. Oh, ND must mean no info. There's no ND brand engine. Pro Circuit is another one. And a couple of J Concepts I can see. Merlin. And for fuel, obviously it's open fuel, so it's we've got Shoot, Nitrolux, Energy, Pro Fuel, Merlin. So there's a good mix. There's quite a lot of Nitrolux. We do have some racers here representing their brands and, of course, themselves. Hal Figueiredo, who we're hoping to talk to later today, is representing Hot Race, one of our event sponsors. David Ongaro is here pitting for one. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but one of the Italian racers, and he, of course, is here helping out the associated racers, and of course his own sponsor brand, ONG or ONG. So I'm not sure if Juan Carlos Canas is there to help out S-Works racers, but I wouldn't be surprised if he is. And who else? I can't remember any other top racers that are there. A lot of them are at Morone's wedding, actually. So
this is true.
We were expecting a few more of them.
We didn't get the invite, which is a little bit awkward. But we were also hoping to see if we could get Nicola on the live stream to say a few words from the wedding.
During the speech.
Yeah.
Speeches, maybe.
Yeah, speeches, maybe. We could bring them to you.
Yeah. Or during the ceremony itself.
Could be, yes. Yes, could be. Love an RC wedding.
Yes.
Yeah, can't beat it. Actually, we were with Scotty Ernst, weren't we, a few months ago? Oh, actually, towards the end of last year, and he presided over a wedding.
Yeah.
He actually became ordained to deliver marriage vows to a couple, which, imagine that.
It's pretty cool.
Imagine that.
It's pretty cool. Apparently, he didn't do the whole, and hard on the binders. He's turned around. He's running off, or anything like that. He kept it chill.
Yep. Kept it respectful.
Yeah. But I think this is Darren Hayden Ball is out next. Our muscles man.
Ah, right.
Pit man.
Cool. The muscles from Slough.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's from Slough, but we met him in Slough.
Yeah. Well, we didn't meet him.
We didn't meet him. We just
we
looked at him from afar.
We were admiring his muscles from afar.
Yeah. 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 Indeed. So we are waiting for Heat 4.
Yeah. And in that group is Darren Hayden-Ball, as we mentioned. He's one of our 40-plus racers. Top 40-plus racer is actually Peter Harder.
There you go.
Yeah, he's literally the top 40-plus racer. We have Santi Correa, Jan Saladrigas, Leon Zorer, Fabrizio Marion, Caden Stenhouse, Filippo Verlato, David Morales, Devis Lisandron, Juan Jose Fernandez, Antoine Bibole, and Jonathan Molero. So you notice there's 12 racers in each of these heats. So we had 144 booked in. I'm not sure that we have all 144 here because they ran 11 heats yesterday, 11 groups. So I think we were scheduled for 12, but there's always a few that don't seem to make it for some reason or another.
It happens.
Always some last minute thing.
It happens. You get a better invite to a wedding or whatever.
Yeah.
Just to mention, you see on your screen now to the left the QR code. You should join the EFRA 1/8 Buggy broadcast channel. All the information will pop up in your phone within Facebook Messenger app. You'll just get pushed messages to tell you about important moments of the race, qualifying updates, winners of each finals, etc. Things like
schedule changes, all sorts of just little news tidbits.
Good way to be informed.
Those just come straight to your phone. You don't have to be watching. If you have to pop out to the shops to get some more refreshments to watch the live racing for the top heats and the finals that are coming up, not only tomorrow, but also later today. We have the lower finals later today. I think 3 sets of finals. And then tomorrow we've got lots and lots of finals.
We start with the 5:12 finals. It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be a good day. Let's get back to the track. Pit lane.
Pit lane. Ooh, that's a very quick entrance. The reason why the camera is bouncing so much is because it's actually mounted to it's to stop the cars flying up, and there's a ramp that comes up, and many tracks nowadays have a little bar to stop cars from flying up too fast onto the pit straight. Obviously, you don't want that hot engines and fuel and whatnot flying into mechanics' faces. So there's actually a grid of mesh that stops that at this particular track, and you might see it later on on the moving camera coverage. And the camera is mounted to that mesh, which is the flying car preventer. So we're with car 0 of Fernandez. Of course, these racers have only just started the race, their first race lap, 5 minutes, everyone on their own individual clock. So in the chat, so thank you very much for joining us in the chat, whether you're commenting on Facebook or YouTube or the YouTube channel. We are following all the questions and whatnot in chat. So EU Talk is saying Mugen rocks. So what time is it in Spain? It is 8:37 a.m. in the morning at the moment. Obviously, if you're watching this on replay, it's a little bit later than that. EU Talk is saying thank you RCTV and crew for the live stream. So thank you very much for joining us. Yes, and it is, CCM says, good morning, it is 8:30 in Spain. So 8:30 in Spain, 7:38 now in the UK, where we are broadcasting from. And like I said earlier, it's, 2:38 a.m. for Keenan, Lefty the Great from No Name RC Podcast, who will be joining us later. So the reason why he isn't is because it's 2:38 in Spain.
In the Dominican Republic.
In the Dominican Republic. So David Bauman saying, good morning. Can non-racers come race this event? No, I don't believe. I think there is a provision for overseas racers, but I think there has to be space and you have to apply and various things like that. But basically, not really. We don't often see that. I think the only class we see that in generally is large scale off road, and that's because there's not a Worlds for it yet. So what is it? What's the ruling? on years that there is no EFRA Worlds or something like that?
Could be, yeah. I think it's moving towards being able to have more invitationals and wild cards and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because there's certainly a lot of racers around the world want to take part. And as you mentioned, Callum Gunn obviously turns up at the Euros, has done for many years. So yeah, I think it's moving that way, but I don't know if it's in place yet that allows non-EFRA sanctioned or non-Europe based drivers.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be a member of your country's federation. So if you're from the UK, you'll have to be a member of BRCA, and then you'll obviously there's it's like 12. Well, it was £12 a year. It might be 15 or 20 pounds now a year.
Cost of living crisis.
Qualify for the Euros by running national events, and then you can apply to go to the EFRA event. Obviously, there's an entry fee and all the normal associated racing costs that are involved with that. But yeah, if there aren't enough drivers, each country is given an allocation. So, for this class, it's a very big class for 1/8 Nitro Buggy or 1/8 IC Buggy off-road. I can't remember. There's lots of different variety of names for it. But yeah, there's it's a very, very popular class. So my point is that's why there is a Euro B. And the Euro B, very interestingly, if you weren't aware, if you ran in the normal, what we call the Euro A championship, which is what David Ongaro and Ronafalk and Canas all compete in, if you finish in the top 40 of in any of the previous 2 years, or in the top 10 of the previous 15 years, which is quite a big jump, but you are not allowed to race in the Euro B. So basically, this is like sort of the championship for the juniors. And as I ran through the names before, we've got Lee Martin, Juan Carlos Canas, David Ronafalk, Bertin, Montero, there's Bermuda. There's lots of big names that have won this championship over the years, going back to 2008, this particular championship has been running for 19 years. So that's how popular the 1/8 Nitro Buggy class has been for the past 2 decades, really. Alex Sweeney asking, who is the other dude in the studio? Is his name Matt? I say it like that because it's Matt with 1 T, not Matt with 2 T's.
Nice to meet you, Alex. Hi. Yes, that's me. I'm Matt. And my colleague, Frank.
Hello. So, yeah, we've been waffling on, not really paying attention too much, but Darren Hayden Ball, Mr. Muscles himself, I'll try to stop mentioning that. But anyway, he's basically won this qualifying round for this heat. So topping the heat, and then we have Stenhouse or Marion Fernandez Correa Bibolet. I'm assuming that's a French name.
Bibolet. Could be Italian. Bublé, Michael Bublé.
Yeah. Bish Bash Bosh saying, I remember when Ricardo Breton winning the Euro B down at Hertz RC Models in 2015.
Really?
Yeah, wow. So I think they're trying to get the Euros again, or a Euro. I think they're getting the Euro 40 Plus. I can't remember which one they're getting. Mark Rumble will know. I'm sure everyone from the Hertz Club will know. But there we go. There's our finishing orders and times. So 7 laps for the top 2 racers. You see the M40 means 40 plus, and Jun means junior. So we have many, many junior racers in this one. 3 junior racers have actually topped the seeding results from yesterday's timed practice. Alex Sweeney saying, I love the RC Racing TV series. So thank you very much for enjoying it and being part of our broadcast today.
Do you know who we love? We love our sponsors, and one of those sponsors is Meebo Sports. You're all in one place. RC eShop. Let's take a look at them now. And we're back.
Just checking on answering a question from Alex Sweeney asking if there's any HB cars there. I see one on the tech sheet list. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 144. It's quite a lot of obviously other brands available, including X-Ray, S-Works, and Techno RC.
Exactly, yes. One of the things I love to get is the overall stats for the event, where we get to see how many chassis used, how many engines, fuel, etc., etc. And I'm sure we'll get that for this event. We usually get it on finals day. It is a really good resource and a really good way to know. Tyres as well, of course. It's a good way to know which brands are becoming more and more dominant. And, of course, you will see a very healthy number of X-Ray, S-Works, and Techno. And Hot Race
Shod, X-Ray, S-Works, and Techno. And worked on, of course, by T-Works Tools and all the other sundries for your RC racing provided by Mebo Sport.
Indeed, yes. Yes.
At EFRA events.
Yeah, at EFRA events, of course.
That are covered by RC Racing TV.
And it's a pleasure to do so. Great pleasure to do so. The track is, I feel like it's not super grippy this morning.
No, I think because they had open practice yesterday, 3 rounds of open practice, and then the lunch break. But now this is like for the marbles now, qualifying. It's like the whole round, all 5 minutes count, not just getting 3 quick laps. So it's super, super important. And these guys, we did ask some questions yesterday of the drivers. It seems like there are some who are using more open tread tires for the damper conditions. You can see when we zoom in on the pit lane camera, you can see that there's like bits of mud flecked up on the tires on the camera lens, because they do water the track between the rounds after the fastest group goes out, or I should say before the first qualifier group goes out. Each round they water the track, so it's basically quite wet and slow. So here we go. You can see the tracks of mud there in the pit lane. And then obviously it does dry out. We're just a little bit over 20 degrees Celsius, and it does heat up later in the day, 4 or 5 p.m., up to 32 degrees Celsius is what we're expecting basically all weekend. So I'm preempting my top of the hour, bottom of the hour weather reports.
Is that when we get them?
Yes.
Not on half of the hour as well.
Well, yeah, top of the hour.
As in the beginning of the hour.
The beginning of the hour. Bottom of the hour is
the end of the hour. It's the same.
No.
It's the same
bottom,
time.
The analog clock.
Ah, the analog clock.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I forgot you're thinking in analog.
Yes.
You are an analog person.
Yeah. You know, clink, 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 clink. This is how I do my camera work. So top of the hour is at the 00,
yes,
or 01, and then at the half hour mark.
Okay. So on the hour and a half fast.
Yes.
So okay, cool.
Yeah. So in 12 and something minutes, we'll have a top of the hour weather update.
You can look forward to that. Do they include satellite analysis, or is it just it's not raining, or it is raining?
Well, I mean, we'll have to see in about
okay, fine.
11
we'll
and so
see.
minutes. Yeah.
We'll see.
Utak. Is anyone racing in Agama? Yes, there's quite a few actually. If you look very, very closely, at least for me, it's looking very closely. Although it's blindingly obvious to regular Nitro racers, you'll see the lack, or actually, you won't see a front shock tower on the Agama cars. So of course they're running the N1 car. It's been around for a year or so. So yes, there's quite a good group. I think it's mostly British. There are some French. I think because a lot of the Agama racers are sponsored by Sixmec, which is a French tire company. I think there's a bit of crossover between the English and the French there, which is strange to see, but it's nice. And so there's and you can see the track drying out as well. There's the dry line definitely appearing now. So obviously the darker bits a bit wetter from the track spraying that happened just before qualifying started, and that was, well, it's about half an hour ago. What are we on? No, it was about an hour ago actually. So it's taken a little bit for it to dry out. What else is there? Alex is saying HB is pretty popular in New Zealand. That's pretty good. So, oh yeah, we should mention that we do have viewers from New Zealand, the Philippines. I saw get mentioned there earlier. Sorry I missed the name, but yes, hello to the Philippines and New Zealand, and I'm sure someone here, I think it's Bish Bash Posh, is from Australia. Can someone explain to me the difference between the Euro B and the Euro A? I did mention that earlier, but basically the Euro A's are anybody can enter into that. However, if you finish in the top 40 of the Euro A's, you're not allowed to race in the Euro B's.
You have to get a place, though, don't you? It's not.
You do have to earn it. Yeah,
you have to earn your place in the A.
Yeah,
you know, there's limited places. Each federation gets an allocation.
Yeah,
and it can be quite competitive to get your place.
Yeah, I mentioned that before. So you have to basically, obviously, be a member of your country federation, whether it's ICAR for Spain or DMC or BRCA or whatever, or AMSCI for Italy, and obviously race in the national series and be good enough for your federation to go, we want, do you want to race in the European Championships? And it's like we said, this is the only class that has a B championship, and it's basically essentially mostly for junior racers. So we had some very big names who have won this race in the past. So that's the very short version. We got the Eagle, Mark Stitzen, saying keep it clean, keep it clean. This is regular line that he always says. He's warning the drivers.
There's a funny thing about that, but I don't know if I can explain it. I don't know if I can. Javier can explain it really well. So Mark Stitzen says keep it clean a lot, and there's you know like how we talk to a baby, like a traditional thing that you say to a baby is called a coochie coo. Well, in Spanish, there's the kind of equivalent is like keep it clean. And so sometimes the Spanish racers find it quite funny to hear him standing there going "Kuchiku."
That's great. I hear him say that so much when we're at these events, and in my head I just kind of repeat it. Go keep it clean, keep it clean.
Yeah, well, it's your mantra for life, isn't it? Diet, driving, everything. Yeah. Keep it clean. The Mark Stitzen diet.
Yeah. I mean, the hilarious thing is he has no idea that we're talking about this.
He doesn't even know who we are.
Yeah, he does.
I would love to go talk to him.
He completely blanks us.
I don't dare talk to him.
I literally call him the Eagle, but I've never called him that to his face. I don't know what he would say. He would just point to me and go, keep it clean.
It's like we invented, me and Nick invented calling Hagberg the doctor.
Yeah.
Because I decided he was a medical student at the indoor Euros like 20 years ago, so it's ridiculous. And but now Keenan decided he that's his official nickname is the doctor.
Yeah, but it actually has been for a while.
Well, so then, that was one nickname that I take credit for, actually. I decided he looked like a medical student at the time.
He still kind of does. I mean, he looks like he's still early 20s or something like that.
Yeah,
he's still
Do you know why? Because he keeps it clean.
He does. He's always exercising, and he loves his hot sauce.
He loves his hot sauce.
I've had some good chats with him about hot sauces and recommending various hot sauces to him. Proper Mexican ones. Because grew up in Hispanic Texas. So, yeah. So, good.
It'd be great to get Hagberg on here, but he's not his Don-Offroad guy.
No, he lives in Portugal, though, so he could have just popped over. Could have driven over with Hal and the Portuguese team. So
he could have.
Yeah, respect for the penalties last night.
Swedish man living in Portugal. He used to live in Luton. Yeah. Why you would move to Luton? No offence to anyone who lives in Luton.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you live in Luton?
Closer to the
You live in
fantastic-
Nottingham from Texas. I mean,
Yeah.
that's weird.
Yeah, now I do.
Yeah. After many years in Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Long story. Anyway, Carlos Gomez says beer euro is Masters 40 plus.
It's because someone put ask
B
about the
stands for
Euro
beer.
Bs. Yeah.
Yes.
David Bauman says B stands for beer.
Yes.
And then Carlos says beer euros.
If you want to laugh, go and look on the EFRA Facebook page at the photo gallery for last year's 40 plus Masters and look at how many marshalling drivers are just stood there drinking beer. Literally, beer in hand. They probably just marshal with their feet, just sort of like.
Just tipping things up. With open-toe sandals, barefoot.
Oh, look, let's see.
There we go. Here's our runners, the results for Heat 5. Very quickly, so blink and you miss it. But yes, there's various levels of European championships for EFRA. So obviously the A Euros, this is the only class that has A Euros, just to reiterate that.
B Euros.
This
is the only class that has B Euros.
The A and B, yeah.
Yes.
All the other ones are considered A, but not. It's like not in the name.
Yeah.
But the 40 plus Euros and the GPs and the international races, those are a bit more
Informal?
more chill. Yeah.
Informal?
Informal.
Could you say?
They still have the rules. They still have all the
Gravitas.
Everyone has to. Yeah. It's important. Obviously, like you can. I was talking to Kev Brunston. He didn't actually win the 40 plus. I think he came third or something like that. And he was saying, "I've got knocked off the track" or something like that. Kev will correct me maybe in the comments if he's still listening. But I had it in my head earlier when we were at Slough earlier this year that he had won it, but he was I think top 3. So anyway, but it's still it's great to win it, but obviously not as hyper important as winning the Euro A finals in this class.
I would argue that any race you can win. All right, fair enough. If you're Davide Ongaro, winning a national or winning your local club race may not have the same feeling as winning the Worlds.
Yeah.
But if you are a nationals level driver and you win the nationals, or if you are a club level driver and you win your club race, that's the Worlds for you right there.
Yeah.
That is the Worlds for you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, competitors are competitive. That's why the racers, as soon as the racing's over and the presentation ceremony is off the track, people are back onto the track racing and going, okay, I'm going to get this corner correct because I just kept getting it wrong all week, or the mechanic wants to have a go, or so. I've always been like, can I have a go? Can I? I want to try someone's car. But yeah, competitors are competitive. It's just racers always want to race, no matter what.
Indeed.
But it's there's different levels of gravitas or seriousness when it comes to some of these. But yeah, the beer Euros is the 40 plus for sure.
Absolutely. Let's get a quick word from our sponsors, and then we will cut back to the track.
So there's our EFRA associate members, and thank you very much to all of them for helping support EFRA in its efforts to bring top spec racing model cars to, the world and everybody. So, and also thank you to our sponsors for this event: X-Ray, Hot Race Tires, Meebo Sport, S-Works, T-Works, and Techno RC. And there are many, many of those drivers running those cars and tires and tools and and everything in the pits today. We do have a list of the racers. Thank you very much to Carlos Gomez for providing that with basically the tech info for most of the drivers. We have all the car brands are represented from all the names that you would expect to is my favorite car brand there. Yes, it is probably not, in the numbers that you might expect in some cases, but yes, lots and lots of other brands represented in the pits. Also engines and fuel and tire info. We've got all of that. We don't have it in a graph form or numbers yet, but we will have that. So yes, so we are hopefully looking forward to we're talking about the 40 plus Euros. We're looking forward to that happening at the Hertz Car Club, Model Car Club next year.
We were just talking about going, weren't we?
Yeah, going as in either competing or at least covering it.
I can see. I don't know if competing's a good idea.
Probably not. Have you seen the track? The track is insane.
I watched it on. I don't think I've ever been, but I watched it on RC Racing TV a few times.
It's such a long track, and it's really, really complex with about 90 different
obstacles
surfaces on it. Yeah,
yeah.
It literally, you can't name an individual jump. You have to name a whole section, which is about 10 seconds of track. It's crazy.
Bish bash posh. Finals day is Sunday. Qualifying today. Finals tomorrow. There's a couple of finals at the end of today as well. So yeah, low finals today.
Yeah,
be crowning a B Euro champion tomorrow in junior, in 40 plus, and in normal in main. We have a junior champion, a 40 plus champion, and an overall champion. That's
and last chance in between.
Well, that's not
final.
A champion, is it? That's somebody who gets
I
at the
thought
back of the main
I
final.
thought you were running through the list of the finals.
No.
But yeah. So Kev Brunsden, we're talking about the Nemo N1, the body for the N1. He's saying it's a new Nemo racing body. Lightweight, as we're always pushing to find more from the car, and the body was next in development. So excellent stuff. And let's see. The Euro Bs next year is in Busago, Italy, from Carlos.
All jokes aside, can we have an all jokes aside moment?
Yes.
It was pointed out, no open toe sandals.
Yes. Absolutely no open toe sandals. So we were kidding about that, Carlos. Obviously, we're not condoning that. We're not going to encourage anyone to go barefoot when they're marshalling, for sure. But, holding a beer, that's fine, I guess.
I don't know.
Maybe having some VR goggles so you can, just be watching, the coverage.
Oh, on your Apple Vision or whatever it's called.
Yeah, or Meta or whatever. Apple, Oculus, if you want to sponsor the stream, please, feel free.
Who's fast right now?
Bartuzo and Thualt, Benito, Bugalo. Shed has just popped up in there, one of our older gentleman drivers.
Mr. Shed.
And Biodelete, electric 8 buggy. So we've been to Biodelete a couple of times. Always good to go there.
10th buggy Euros we did at Biodelete, didn't we?
Yeah.
I think we've only been once. Oh no, you've been twice.
Yeah.
Be
interesting to see the 8th there, but obviously I'm sure they've changed the track by now. Ooh, Marshall 11 getting shouted at by Javier.
Javier's not happy.
Oh, car 11 has just stopped out on track. That's not a good place to stop.
No, that's
right
not
at
great
the apex
for Javier Leon.
Is that probably? It seems like a rock, maybe, or just flamed out. A rock in the flywheel. But it seemed like it just came to a rolling stop. Yeah. So missing out on that's not a good first qualifier. This is just qualifying Group 1. There's Adrien Breton. Can't remember who he's mechanicking for. I do like that word, mechanicking.
That's basically Berton's office there.
Yeah.
That particular, what's it called? In America, where you have office, in an open plan office, you have booths. They're not called booths.
Cubicle.
That's his office cubicle, because
Yes.
he seems to always be there.
Yeah.
I hope he's got his name above he doesn't have a door, but you get where I'm going with that.
Yeah. But Breton obviously representing the Corsa Tech engines. And he's marshalling or mechanicking for car number 4 of Likey. Who's that? Is that?
It's one of the Brits, is it? Who we spoke to yesterday?
Holger Likey.
There we go. We had a chat with.
I can't remember
Holger
if I think
yesterday.
he's the younger one, the first one that we spoke with. I think.
I tell you what, I thought we were back to the same person again at first. Yesterday, Mark was going around all the young drivers.
The hair was different.
The hair was different. Are we back? We're back with you again. Oh no. Okay. Clearly related.
Yeah. Eric and Holger.
See the resemblance for sure. So we go back to the pit lane. I've got to remember. Wait for the results screen. We have a results screen.
And do we have a new background?
Yes. Sorted it.
So Carlos, while we're waiting for those results to pop up, Carlos reminding us that the main final tomorrow is 45 minutes, just like the Euro A Championships. All of the Sunday finals for tomorrow are 20 minutes, except for the main final and last chance qualifier.
What's last chance? Like 15 minutes?
I think so.
Yeah.
So there is that wild card of a fuel stop required in there.
You remember when they used to have Dash for Cash? Maybe they still do in big American races, but there used to be a Dash for Cash. Obviously never at the Euros. That wouldn't be appropriate. But one of the fun. I was just thinking the last chance races. You think they're going to be epic, but usually, no. Usually it's somebody who got robbed who is just the best and gets into the final.
I like that they are included. I mean, the last EFRA event that we covered was the 1/10 track, and they moved from Super Pole to a last chance. And the guy who won last chance is Stefan Strasser. The guy has a beard. I see him. There's our final results. You see a mix of junior drivers mixing it up in there with the 40 plus. 40 plus showing the way there. David Shedd, top 40 plus racer in that one. But it was really good to see. You're going to blast that in my ear or something.
Well, no, it's just we have a hero in the chat. So I thought I'd just... Hello, we have a hero in the chat. John Moore is a hero. So we'd just like to say hello to John Moore. Thank you.
Hello, John.
Hello, John. It's not working, apparently. Oh. So if I have to do this. Hello to John Moore. Hello. He says Nitro and Toes don't get along.
This is true. This is true. That is
Savoia there.
That's in the Bible. That's in the Bible because it came from a hero.
It's in the Bible.
It's in the RCTV Bible.
Nitro and Toes don't get along.
Exactly.
Okay. Any more heroes want to check in? You'll get a special announcement.
Also in the Bible is Savoia there ? Thank you, and Lolol thank you. Those are all in the Bible.
I don't know if Savoia is there.
No, someone's responded.
No, he's
Carlos
not,
himself has responded.
Okay.
Savoia is at home. Savoia, obviously,
he's
Spanish
not
racer.
invited to the wedding of the century.
Spanish, isn't he?
Savoia's French.
French. Yes. That's
the
why.
shock.
That's always a very. I really
shock.
should have known that, but yes, Savoia not there. There are 10-minute last chance qualifiers at national level. They can try to play not to refuel, but it is risky gambling. Yes, very much so. Depends on 60% fuel in cooler temps. You can maybe get away with it, but later in the day when the normal LCQ is happening, that is very risky.
Indeed.
Euro level LCQ is 15 minutes. John Moore saying, love you guys. That's awesome in the Bible.
That's awesome. Do you know why we do this? We do this because RC is our motorsport.
This is my motorsport.
I put everything into this.
It's given me so much more back.
The best friends
The best moments.
The best skills.
and experiences.
I put hours into tuning the setup of my car.
From camber to toe.
To differential,
The shocks, tires.
body and wing.
Adjusting everything in search of perfection.
Lap after lap after lap.
I practice endlessly on track.
And then it's time to race.
We are in for a barnstormer.
Wants to make the move. He makes a move stick.
Ronald has a look down the inside, can't find a gap there.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line, and Skidmore takes it. Killick gets a kick down the straight. Oh,
Oh, Walter's going for the lead.
Through for the third spot. It looks like Newman's got it.
Bruno gets the jump off the start, and Ronald Volker, it's all gone wrong for him.
Your European champion, Dario Balestre.
Racing at every level is hard.
And it doesn't always go your way.
Letting Newman. Oh, Newman's had a nightmare.
Oh, and that's Figueiredo rolling.
Spot on the pony. Oh, Garo's over.
Oh, Ballestri's flamed out. They can stop. Oh, Kraksnik has just gone. He's taken out the fence.
Oh, and he's got the cone of justice.
Oh, he's broken. Valkyrs is broken.
Sometimes you lose, but you'll never forget the important things you win.
I made the best friends through RC.
I joined a team through RC.
I traveled the world through RC.
I have a career through RC.
I have a business through RC.
I have a family through RC.
Together we race, and together we win.
Whoever you are,
You can race with us.
RC is the most accessible motorsport on the planet.
RC is my motorsport.
I put everything in.
it's giving me so much more back.
Thank you.
A rousing rallying cry from EFRA and all of those who race within the body of EFRA.
love RC.
Is our motorsport. It must be. Why else would we be doing this?
Ignore the F1 and the MotoGP happening this weekend. This is where it's at.
And the football.
And the football, yeah. Tears for Portugal. But, yeah. Well, and Italy. But England later today. We're ignoring all that because, yeah, I mean, just watch it on replay later on. Watch the highlights. You won't need to see it. So thank you very much for Lutak agreeing that RC Racing and Hobby sure is amazing. We love it. So out on track right now is Group 7. We've got Daniel Pariente, 40-plus racer, not Daniel Pariente, the younger racer. This is the older racer.
Is that a junior-senior situation?
I think
Have we
so,
found
yeah.
out?
And then there's another Pariente.
Okay.
I want to say Hugo. I can't remember. But anyway, Virgil Laurent, Dario Buzas, Sabas Theodoru, Diego Rivas, Harel Senderov, Alexander Anapoliotakis, Panagiotis Terzis, Juan Guillermo Carrasco, Sabas Theodoru, who I think I already named, Daniel Thorne, Alejandro Gual. Those are the racers. Obviously, they're jumping around quite a bit because it's fairly early in the qualifying run for them. 5 minutes to get your best qualifying, as many laps as you can in 5 minutes. It's no longer 3 consecutive laps. That was the control or timed practice yesterday, the seeding practice. There's many names for it, but basically yesterday's 2 rounds of control practice set the qualifying order for today.
And we're with car 4 of Greek driver Panagiotis.
Panagiotis just doing a 48-second lap. Best lap so far is 47.1 for Senderov from Israel. Wow, was there a good comment there?
I love Carlos. Please send those commercials of EFRA to the Spanish crew at the track. Those will allow them to visit the toilet. By all means. On it now.
So, yeah. Heat 7 on the way. Heat 8, obviously, up next. And then we're going to be getting into, with Heat 8, is it Heat 8? Yes, I think we're getting into the 8-9. We're getting into the faster and faster groups. And then obviously, groups 10 and 11 are going to be the 2 fastest groups of racers.
So we're back to 12 groups now.
Are we?
Oh, no, maybe not. No.
That's yesterday's.
That's yesterday's timetable.
Yeah. I don't know that we have an updated.
We do.
We do.
Let me. We do.
the timetable is not integrated into the Everlap's timing website, so we have to mentally coordinate many things, and it's quite difficult. So
for us, it is.
well, there's a lot of things. So yeah, there's we're getting to the faster and faster groups of races. You can see the track is drying out, traction is coming up. Tire choices, obviously always important, but becoming ever more important. We're with car 0, I think, of Weymouth, one of our British racers. I'm not sure, is he running an Agama? So racers just starting to finish. The first car 11 has just finished, so he must have been one of the very first to cross the line. You can hear the computer counting off the drivers as they're crossing the finish line. Weymouth here coming towards the end of the lap into this sort of boot-shaped section over the double, and there's the timing line there down the pit straight. And that should be... It didn't actually count him finish, so he must still have another go. Senderov still with the best lap in this one. Most of the racers are going to be getting 6 laps. A few on their 7th.
Finished car 7. Finished car 6. Okay, good.
Yeah, I think maybe everyone might be getting 7 laps here. So Daniel Thorne, Diego Rivas, Virgil Lawrence on 7 laps.
Finished car 3.
Car 3 is finished. There we go. So yeah, we can hear the computer count it off, and then the timing updates about a second later.
Finished car 4. Finished car 5. Finished car 9. The heat is finished.
Is John Hazelwood there? I don't believe so, but Mark Rumble is.
There we go. So we had Senderov. Pretty fast.
Yep. Carlos, I think, is just updating us, giving us information on the parientes. Daniel and Eusebio are the dad and uncle of the kids, respectively. So there's many parientes there. Let me see if I can... I've got a list of the drivers.
We will have Mr. Lefty the Great will be joining us within the next 30 minutes. I think he'll be here in time for qualifying round 2, but we, for now, getting towards the sharp end of the first round of qualifying. Group 8, we're going to have Bradley Bird out there, or Baird out there, who was fast yesterday, Carlos Martinez. And I think we have some results from that last one. We can take a brief look at. There you go. As I said, Senderov, the Israeli driver. Very fast. And yes, so the next group of drivers, we have slightly longer gaps than we did yesterday between practice. It was very compacted yesterday, and now we have slightly longer gaps, which is nice because we have some more content that we can play out and some longer clips that we'll get into in a little bit. I think we have like 10-minute breaks. If we just take a brief look at the schedule, it is it's about 20 past 9 local time. So we're on, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. But yeah, that will be heat 8 about to go out.
Yeah, I was just checking. So there's only 2 sets of finals today. Previous.
Okay.
Yeah. So the 1-256 and the 1-128, the A and B finals for both of those. So 2 sets of finals.
Yeah, we did have a single 5-12.
Yeah.
But I think they've obviously consolidated. So now we have 4 finals, the A and the B. For the 256 and the 128. Nobody wants to race today, if they can at all help it, but there will be races today, so we'll be covering them.
But
And,
if you do race today, then hopefully you're bumping up.
Technically, you could race today and win the B Euros. You could bump up. That would be incredibly hard and quite miraculous. But of course, you can bump up. Top 3 drivers, I believe, bump up. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's different in different classes, but drivers bump up into the next final. You remain on your side of the tree. There's the A and the B sides of the Christmas tree finals. A drivers remain A all the way up until the final, where they all merge together and slug it out to become European champion. And we can take a quick look at the pit lane again.
Good beard on that mechanic.
Looks a bit like Trish. It isn't, no?
No. He's still in quite a bit of shade there, so there's the dirt that's there is still quite dark. But the track itself is pretty much fully in the sun. So it's the dry line, getting all the dust worn off it, and higher and higher traction. Can't quite see the tires just yet, but we are told that they're pretty much everyone's still running mini pin tires, no bar yet. No bar tires. It's for when it gets very, very high traction. We started to see a bit of a blue groove start to appear in some sections. Obviously, the track will be evolving over the course of the weekend. So as the obviously after each run, the marshals are encouraged to sweep the track. There's little potholes that appear that do get patched or can be patched at the end of each day, but between the races they are not. And time has started now. That's the clock horn that you heard. And the first time that someone crosses the line, I believe, is when we'll start to see that clock count down. Drivers in this one are Dominic Nunn, Luis Messe, Andre Bento, Bradley Baird, Tony Mira, Carlos Martinez, Martin Roca, Zacarias Villalba, Andre Fardia Guerrero, Thomas Cabanato, Andre Fardia Guerrero, Antoine Brule, and Mirko Karetin. So we're starting to see them check in. This is just their warm-up, actually, so they're starting to check in. Once you see the names go green and start to move around, that is when their clock has started. Everyone on everyone on their own 5-minute clock. So just okay. So now we're starting to see. I'm not sure if this clock is synced with that. So the timing just a little bit out of sync, but so if you're looking on the Everlap site, the timing is just a little bit out of sync with what is on the, I guess we can say our television picture. But there you can see the dry line starting to appear. Well, I mean, it's there. But this is where the darker traction from the oil and the rubber starting to get laid down. A little bit of a comms mishap there with the the local PA system.
3 minutes left.
So the computer, obviously, that's the beeping and the countdown clock that you can hear. So we're the car 12 of Cabanato. Carlos saying pariente means family relative in Spanish. So it is kind of a joke to say there are many parientes there. I love language. It's so crazy.
Okay, keep it clean, please. 8, 11, 10. You make a good race. Keep it clean. 8, 11,
And
10.
Mayone saying, could you pick... we can't actually select the various cars to pick. We are operating on what we kind of call a world feed. So we're they do swap around quite a bit though. So as you see, we've just swapped cars. So we were on car 12, and now I can't quite see what car number that is yet. This camera, we're on car 4, and that is Villalba. It looks like he's had a slow lap. You see the car numbers in red there at the bottom of the timing tower. It's quite a long lap, so 50 seconds or so. And the quicker guys doing it, 49, 47 seconds. Very fastest we've seen, I believe, is just under 47 seconds, so in the 46s. This section here apparently is one of the harder sections, according to some of the younger racers that we were talking with yesterday. Potholes and ruts is just starting to appear towards the end of the day yesterday. So nice step down section there. I always love that sort of section on a track. It makes it very tricky. These very high berms made out of concrete and painted red and white. Makes them quite slippy, and also if you get stuck on the wrong side, a very good chance, a much better chance than not, of getting some damage on your car.
30 seconds to go.
So Bradley Baird leading this one. So on pace to do 7 laps, and just about 5:34, just a tiny bit ahead of Villalba, one of our 40-plus racers. Top 40-plus racer is Peter Harder from Denmark. I think it's a Danish team of only 2, so he's actually pitting for someone and then racing himself as well. Brits in the top 2 spots now with Nunn and Baird. Cavanato popping up in there from Italy. There's a couple of Italian racers. Obviously lots and lots of Spanish racers at this event. There's 3 Spanish racers in this heat. A couple of Portuguese. Messe, obviously French. So we're about to go into Group 9, which is our second of the second fastest group of racers. So as I was explaining earlier, the top 12 racers spread across the top 2 heats. So there's 6 fast guys and 6 not quite as fast guys. Racers in each of the top 2 racers, qualifying groups. And then the 13th to 24th fastest racers after seeding yesterday are spread across this group of qualifiers that we've just seen and the next group. So basically what that does is the computer has been told to sort the racers so that it's not like a rocket round of the fastest guys are racers are in the final group of qualifiers. They're spread out just a bit. So Villalba taking that one with Caretin, Martinez, Nunn. What happened to Bradley Baird? He must have had a slow lap. He was and predicted to have a 5:34. But we'll have the final timing pop up in a moment. Looks like cars are still. Yeah, the timing for some reason is delayed on the screen. So I see the numbers jumping. The names still moving around up there.
Remember that in the position for the all qualifying in the rostrum, please.
Carlos is telling us that Villalba's nickname is Zaka, and Peter Harder's local nickname is Zaka's dad. You have to tell us what the origin of that is. So there's the finishing order. As you said, Villalba, Carretin, and Martinez are the top 3. So everyone getting 7 laps in that one. Group 9 out on track now. As you can see, mechanics letting him out. And there's Ongaro, I think, just getting wiped off the screen by our Spanish colleagues on the AE Car channel.
Indeed, yes. Now, just a couple of 100 miles? No, less than 100 miles down the road from where we are in Sachs is the host of the World Championships in Redevan. A regular haunt of us now, as they hosted the Euros last year and coincidentally the World Championships previously 2 years ago. They've also hosted the Neo 2018 as well. Fantastic facility, but it might be a cool moment to check out what the Euros looked like there last year. It's just 2023.
Oh, and he's flipped. Oh, my God. Lots of pit lane. Oh, crashes in the pit lane. Crashes in the pit lane.
The purple, who I think are, yes, well, they've been an accident. That's always useful. The blue car we have. Oh, what's happening there? Gun goes in. Oh, that was on the edge of unsafe release, wasn't it? Into the Huddy corner. Oh, and you didn't want to do that. Inside! He's got on the inside. He's going to get him in corner to go.
Oh, you don't want to do that. You're trying to catch the car.
3, 4, and 5 are right together. And 3 and 4, oh, that's an accident and a half. And now you're going to have to wait. Oh, and then there's a huge error off the side of the track there. Oh. It's an accident. The old bloke deserves a bit of, oh, perhaps not that then. Oh, there we are. He's made a mistake just for us. He's got 2 corners to go. He's got to go over the one more odd section across the finishing line. And Juan Carlos Canas is your European champion with a superb performance.
Just 40 miles up the road. That is Redevan. That is a facility we're very used to going to and we'll be back at in September. But there's plenty more racing to happen before then. We have today qualifying, tomorrow finals day here at the European Championship B in Nitro Buggy. We've already had the 18E Buggy celebrated just 2 weeks ago in Montpellier.
It feels like a month. I don't. It
could have been yesterday.
It was a while ago,
could have been yesterday. Yeah. We were there, but you know,
great racing. It's a great facility, and I hope we return.
Really hope we return there. Yes, and then we have the European Championship A in Chile in about 2 weeks' time at the Ongaro Ring. That is going to be. That's going to be a good one. That's going to be great. That is going to be a fantastic
one.
And
at the same weekend, we have the large-scale off-road Euros.
Indeed.
Brest in France.
Yeah.
So 3 events in France this year, and this one is in the northwestern corner of France.
Yes.
So I'll be there. Matt will be in Sochile. So the team is spread out quite a bit. So 40 minutes away is Redevan, and you can some very good moments there from the racing at the last year's Euros. But right now we're watching Heat 9 of qualifying round 1. Got faster and faster drivers. Tom Sartell, nephew of Jerome Sartell, Ruben Olivares, Daniel Bubel, Erwan Labarth, Christian
That's gone well.
Jack Willits, Sohail Azoulay, Peter Harder are top. Hello.
Chaos. Sorry about this.
Our top 2 40-plus racers, Peter Harder and Christian Villar, are in this group. Erwan Labarth, Ruben Olivares, Daniel Bubel, Pablo Ortuño, Richard Cardentin, I imagine that has been swapped around. So Jose Salez and Andrea Caroli. Yesterday, David Ongaro was pitting for Andrea, so we can assume that he's pitting for him again today. Let's see if we have any messages from our men in the pits who... Nope, nothing yet. So hoping to hear from a couple of the racers and representatives who are in the pits. And hopefully we can... If Elliot, if you're out there, shout up in the chat and we'll hopefully talk with you as well. But yes, Redovon just 40 miles away, 48 minutes driving-ish. So two top world-class facilities so close together. You can see why Spanish racers are really coming to the fore these days. Great weather. Oh, we missed a couple of top of the hour and bottom of the hour weather updates, but it's okay because it's sunny and clear and going to be quite hot towards the end of the day. So with the car 3 of Labarth at the moment, this green car with the white wing. Oh no, car 8. 8s and 3s, obviously looking very similar. Sartell, this is Tom Sartell. So a good one to be with. And keeping it simple with the white wing and white wheels. Wheel choices always a big deal with the off-road racers. Let us know in the chat whether you're on the EFRA Facebook or YouTube or on the RC Racing TV Facebook or YouTube channels. What do you prefer? White wheels, yellow wheels? White wing, black wing? Clear wing, yellow wing? There's so many choices. What would you go for?
Red wing. You don't get many red wing.
No. JQ, well, I don't sort of famously had green wings and wheels available.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so did actually Kanai for a while, because he's always run all green, like green, like this color green here. So what would you go for? White?
Blue's the fastest color, isn't it? Which one's the fastest color?
Red.
Okay.
But there are no, I mean, it's very hard to find red wheels. So,
yeah.
I mean, you have to, use them. And maybe you would keep it like your race paint for touring car, where you save your red wheels for your final. You know, you glue up, your best wheels.
Yeah.
Your best looking wheels.
Yeah.
Because it's all about style, really, you know. If you don't have speed, you can at least have style.
Do it in style, that's what I say.
Yeah. Always run race paint. So, 15 seconds to go in this one. Jack Willits running at the top. Peter Harder, as I said, top 40-plus racer. We've known Peter for quite a while. Tom Sartell, third. Azule, Villar, Olivares, Labarth, it's top 7.
Finished car 6.
So as you can hear, the computer voice counting the drivers across as they finish their 5-minute qualifying run.
Very good driving.
Oh, some very good driving.
Yes, a rare compliment from the Eagle.
Oh, but be sensible now.
Yes. And apparently still fine, even in qualifying, to come into the pit lane from the opposite direction.
It's a bi-directional pit lane.
That's a really weird... Carlos, can you let us know what the stance or feeling on that is?
How are the referees not losing their minds?
Yes,
with people entering the pit lane from both sides?
Literally going backwards on the pit straight, or pit lane, I should say.
Yeah.
As we can see right here, car 3. Well, all the cars. I mean, there's no need to call out the car. Because look, in the opposite directions.
It's traffic.
It's mayhem.
It's gridlock.
Pit lane.
It's literally gridlock.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a minor point, but it's a source of amusement for us who've been quite used to the EFRA
Just general racetrack etiquette.
Yeah.
Is that, you don't have a two-way pit lane. I mean, that's not going to happen for pit stops.
Can you imagine having a crazy roundabout type of thing for a pit lane? the entrance and the exit is a roundabout. Wow. Woo. Jack Willits getting a 46.687 as the best lap in that one. That's. I think pit lane roundabout. That would be an amazing one.
I think that would be good. I think we're all about innovation. And it's one to be tried. Happy birthday to Pheelong Nigan.
Running what? Mugen Kyosho now?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I do know is that when I think we met him at RCGP, and he was very, very young, and now he is not so young. And that's generally what happens. I've noticed
that's what happens to people as they age. They become less young.
Yeah, it's happening to me.
How about that?
Right, you're witnessing it happening right now. I'm literally aging.
The gears just going.
Thank you to all. I was running a Kyosho. Thanks, John. Thank you to all of our sponsors. We must keep mentioning X-Ray. Thank you for supporting us all season long for these events. Everything but large scale. We get support from X-Ray, so thank you very much, guys. Our newest sponsors, thank you so much to Techno RC. Fantastic. Great to be working with Ilya and having you guys on board. Looking forward to working with you at more Nitro Buggy events during the season. T-Works, S-Works, Meebo Sport, you're all in one place RC shop for all your RC needs. Go and check them out now. Hot Race Tyres, of course. Hot Race are supporting us the whole season, either through Hot Race or through Lens Bodies, their sister company. And, of course, congratulations to Nicola Moroni, who is getting married today.
Tanti congratulone something or other.
Indeed.
To Nicola Moroni. I can't remember the Italian.
Indeed.
Anyway, I sent him the message yesterday.
And talking of Meebo Sport, let's take a moment to find out a bit more about them.
So thank you very much to Meebo Sport for helping us provide this free live coverage all weekend to you. And again, thank you to Techno, T-Works, S-Works, Hot Race, and X-Ray. And, of course, to EFRA. Check out EFRA.ws to find out more about organized sanctioned racing in your neck of the woods. So next group out is Matisse Paire, Manuel Iniesta, Luis Jones, Ivan Navarro, Julius Ciclodi, Gabriel Astorino, Maxime Noble, Marc Desvart, Alex Valls, Philip Desvart, Dan Robon, Alex Constantine. So there's a couple junior racers in there. This is our second fastest group of racers, and the fastest group of racers after seeding practice yesterday is out next, but Group 10 and 11 are the two fastest groups, and we'll be seeing them, the times start to click down as they finish their warm-up period. 5 minutes of qualifying action after 3 consecutive lap seeding practice yesterday. And there's our pit lane cam just behind us. You can see that. And you can check out that the QR code that's on the screen. You can join. I'm getting all my words mixed up. You can join the EFRA 1/8 Buggy broadcast channel and get updates round by round to your Facebook Messenger app on your mobile devices. And, of course, you can join the chat in EFRA Facebook or YouTube channels, and also on the RC Racing TV YouTube and Facebook channels. So drivers are just starting to cross the line and start their runs. And we're on car, is that 11 already? So this is Dan Robon from France. Not sure yet if he's any relation to Tom Roban. Maybe Carlos can chime in if he's listening and let us know.
He has just chimed in with something I was just thinking about, that traditionally the top racers are split across a number of groups in this particular class. Meaning, both 10 and 11 are equal quality, so equally fast.
Okay, yeah. So Carlos is explaining that
So this is top group 1. We have 2 top groups, and they are split. All the top drivers are split across the top 2 groups.
Yeah. Luckily, a computer handles all this. Trying to explain it in words takes far longer than the nanosecond that a computer would be able to just sort it, literally at the snap of a finger or the press of a button.
Indeed.
So yes, Carlos explaining the top 12 racers are split across heats 10 and 11, and the computer sorts out the first, third, fifth, seventh, ninth, and 11th fastest racers are going to one heat, and the even-numbered racers go into the other heat. So hopefully that all makes sense. And you can... It's all in the rules, but it's very wordy to explain in a broadcast during a 5-minute qualifying run. So feel free to dive into the rules if you want on EFRA.ws. And there's a section handbook. There's a downloadable free PDF handbook that you can download. And there's even sections. There's a PDF section of just the 1/8 buggy rules that you can check out on there.
So Iniesta, who is car number 2 in Heat 10, would have been the second fastest driver in qualifying.
Or wouldn't it be car 1 of Perry?
That's true. Yes. No, you're right. Would have been the... See, this is why... This is why
a computer does
This is why. But yeah. No, would have been the 4th fastest driver in qualifying. It's easier than we're making it.
Yes,
I think
it is so much easier.
It's a lot easier than we're making it.
Yes. Yeah. And
top drivers here. Let's just say that. Top drivers.
Top.
These are the fast guys. And the next group, also the fast guys.
And we're not even going to get into explaining Christmas tree qualifying or Christmas tree finals.
I had to go earlier.
Yes.
It was fine. I think we covered it off.
But for a non-RC person who's never been to an EFRA or IFMAR styled event, it's explaining what Christmas tree. There's a visualization of the Christmas tree.
Oh, Christmas tree.
And O Tannenbaum, and you can. It's so much easier if there's graphics and maybe a video to explain it. And I'm sure we're working on it.
We made one once, but it was...
we attempted.
We made one once, but we got it wrong, so we need to remake that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Car 9, Alex Vell's on screen now, chasing down the car that's in front of him that we can't actually see the number of. Everyone on their own individual clock here. This is qualifying. Chasing down, I can't... you might be able to see actually car, if we look on the Alex chasing, it's either car 8, I think it's car 8 is the one he's chasing, of Mark Desvart from, I think that's Poland. Or is it Austria? I think it's Poland. And you can hear Javier calling group number 11 out to be ready on the track, and I'm sure all their mechanics and cars are underneath the rostrum right now, warming up the cars, doing the traditional ring, 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 just over and over and over for 5 minutes. Mechanics love it. Nitro drivers love it.
We all love it.
Attention to individual finishings.
So we're looking forward to see who's going to TQ this first round of qualifying. Of course, we're going to have the fastest 2 groups out. This is the first of those. Next one is out next, on track in just a few minutes. And then we're going to have a track watering, so a very brief break. And then we're back around to start qualifying round 2. Starting again with Heat 1.
4 rounds of qualifying.
4 rounds of
total.
qualifying, 2 to count, 2 to throw out. Cars are starting to finish now. Referee's doing making sure that the drivers know that they are finished. So I think what they're doing is by allowing the cars to come in from the wrong direction on the pit lane. Obviously, I don't think they're going to be doing that during the racing. After the racing is finished, maybe they will. But anyway, because it's such a long lap, Matt.
Yes.
I think what they're doing is saying, once you cross the finish line, which is just after the pit entrance, just come in the wrong side.
Just come in.
Yeah, just come in to the pits, and that
rather
way,
than do a whole other lap.
Yeah, so because it adds another couple minutes basically to each race and makes the whole round basically another half hour longer if they were to allow racers to finish their whole lap. Yeah, so final group of racers about to come out. This is the second to last. Ooh, Maxime not getting full quota of laps there.
So look at that time. So that could be your TQ time, but we need to see what happens in the next group.
Yeah. So 7:5:23. Keep that in mind. And join the EFRA broadcast channel if you're not able to watch all the racing live. If you have to pop out to the shops or go to the model shop to get some new bits or whatever you need to do today, just keep your Facebook Messenger app running. Join the EFRA 1/8 Buggy broadcast channel using that QR code that's on the screen right now, or you can go to the EFRA Facebook page whenever you need to and join the channel from there. And you'll get instant updates round by round and for all the various news that's happening today.
Absolutely. The B Euros in many ways is about the future. And whilst we're here, it's quite nice to celebrate the past. We've got the future of RC on track now. Some future world champions could be in our midst here in Sachs. But let's have a look at some of the European Championship A winning moments from over the years.
Probably that previous thing, so that's interesting. But it gives Broom for a great bit of a lead. But he's got to get it over the line and he's got to take the victory as he runs. And Bloomfield is the European champion, the first British European champion.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I can't explain it.
And he'll take the win. One more corner, and it's a win for Ronnefalk. What a fantastic performance. You cannot write that. David Ronnefalk, Kyosho Orion for Sweden, for Scandinavia. David Ronnefalk wins the European Championship. Line here, Elliot Boots is your European champion because he's the only person who will make this lap with 2 seconds to go. But this is a real lap of honour for Elliot. The only person, Elliot will win the European Championship. Elliot has won the European Championship.
It was a tough race with the heat as well. Yeah, I'm just a bit speechless at the minute. It's a bit overwhelming.
2 corners to go. Boots got them. Boots is champion. Boots takes it. Wow, what an amazing performance from Elliot Boots. That is remarkable. If he completes this lap, he will be the European champion because no one else will be on the last lap. So this is going to be a lap of honour. When he crosses this line, that is your European champion. He's on a lap of honour. He knows he is. He's done it. He's spreading his wings and looks like he's going to become European champion in his hometown or his home country with a class which is the premier class in the world. Over the last time for the flag, corner 2, up and down the useless bumps. Burton now just needs to keep it on the island.
but it's more easy said than done when the pressure of the world and the chance of a European Championship is on your shoulders. Ronnefeld coming up behind him. Can he do it? Can Ronnefeld just throw it? Caution to the wind. He's getting so close. They are right behind each other. Ronnefeld's got 2 corners to do it. Can he do it? The step up, step down. It's going to be difficult. Burton turns around. Burton's going to get it. Either me. Burton comes around. Burton is good. Burton is the European champion. What a result. What a race. You will never see a better race than that in mixed conditions. He's come back with a new chassis. He's come back with a new engine. He's come back with a new package. He's come back as a new David Ronnefeld. He's come back as your new European champion. 3-time winner David Ronnefeld takes the Euros in fantastic style.
Yes, I still know how to win, I guess.
Fantastic racing, and of course we saw highlights from last year's Euros in Radovan, where the Worlds will be and we will be later this year. So very much looking forward to that. Meanwhile, timing has started for Heat 11, so they're still just working on their first laps. These laps quite long, 47 seconds, 46 for the very, very fastest racers. So we'll see what these racers are able to do in this first round of qualifying. This is the first time that they've been on the track today. And of course, probably the fastest conditions because they will, club members will be watering the track after this qualifying heat has been run. And then we're back into the next group of the next qualifying round, starting with Group 1 again. So at the moment, we've got Teleth, Todd, Ibanez, Eric Leike, Sanchez, Tabernon, De La Iglesia, Chaffardon, Riegner. Becquerel's just popped up into second. Grindley and Flores. So a couple of Brits, but top 4, top 5 now, dominated by Spanish racers. A couple of French racers in there, and one Swiss of Tristan Riegner. Rainier? I don't know. Tristan. Eric Leike popping up there into second. Grindley in his WIRC car. Trying to get into the top half of this group. David Todd consistently in the top 3 as he crosses the line. So just everyone on their second lap here. 45-second laps from Tellez and Todd. 45.095. Backed up by 45.4 from Tellez. 45.7 from Ibanez. Leike doing 46. So very quick times here. But that 45-second laps, another one from Tabernon. So just did a 45.8. And he's done a couple of those. David Todd backing up his 45.8 with a 46.2. So top 4 or 5 racers consistently doing 45, low 46s. 46.2 for Sanchez. These guys are flying. I think our TQ driver is going to come from this group here. Leike doing a 46.2, his fastest lap. Grindley doing a 46.6. 45.8 for Tabernon. Telleth still with the fastest lap so far of this weekend of 45 flat, backing that up with a 45.6. Predicted time of 7 laps in 5:19.
1 minute left.
And that is 4 seconds faster than the finishing time of our fastest racer in Group 11. Heat 10. 10 and 8, told to keep it clean. That's Dela Iglesias and Billy Grindley. And that was Javier saying keep it clean. So coochie coo to you two. So who are we at? I think it's car 12 of Flores. And following, going down that back section there. It's the fastest, the longest section, but has the most jumps. Of course, there's a pit straight that goes right in front of the drivers. So cars starting to come across now and finish their runs. So the track will be closed for 10 minutes after this one. You can hear Javier saying. So that's, we're going to show some VTs, I believe, and while they are watering the track. Car 1 is finished. That's Teleth has finished on 7 laps of 5:20, so even better than his predicted time. Oh, sorry, no, it was a 5:19, so just a tiny bit slower. Ibanez finishing 3.8 seconds back. So I think Tellez, who was top seed going into qualifying, is going to be our TQ racer.
I could tell us.
45.095, unbeatable lap time. 7 laps in 5:20.
Young Spanish driver. He's also a junior, so he will no doubt. I would expect to see him in the junior final as well as, well, if that's a thing.
Yeah, but I'm curious if they're going to, like, if you're in the main final, would you race in the junior final? I don't know what the done thing is.
I'm sure we'll hear about that.
Yeah. Tell us, Carlos. When we say, I'm sure we'll hear in the comments, that means, please, Carlos, let us know.
Racing in the junior final as well as the main final. It's like an extra 20-minute practice. Or does it wear you out? Is that a disadvantage to do that? Is it their choice?
Would you want to wear out your car? Yeah, and engine. Yeah. So yeah, that is. Let's see what the timing says on our summary.
So we're going to get you the overall qualifying.
It's already there. So overall qualifying. Iker Teleth, top junior racer, top racer, with 0 points after the first round of qualifying. Matisse Payer, again, well, I think he was second seed anyway, so 2 points after qualifying. David Todd, again, third, with actually, wait, hang on. No, that's seeding. So qualifying, Iker Teleth, junior, Matisse Payer, Hugo Ibanez taking third, Eric Leike taking fourth, Hugo Tavernon fifth, Manuel Hernandez. Hang on, I'm miscounting. No, it's correct. Sixth. Lewis Jones seventh, David Todd eighth, Iago de la Iglesia ninth, Eric Becquerel Rodriguez, Julius Ciclodi, Ivan Navarro. That's your top 12. So there we go. That is our racers and we'll put that into the broadcast channel. Make sure you are subscribed to that. I'm not sure what Hugo is saying here. Maybe he's sorry.
So there's an announcement from
saying numbers.
Javier is making a brief announcement. Well, we'll find out what's happening trackside, and we will be back with qualifying round 2. But in the meantime, let's take a little trip back in time to 2012. 2012. Blimey. We're going to go and look at qualifying for the B Euros in 2012 with a very, very young-looking Matt McCallum in, I believe, Switzerland. Let's take a look.
Hello there, welcome to the third and final EFRA B Euro event for 2012. We're in Switzerland, and this time, as you can see, we're off-road. You run possibly the smoothest, most professionally run event in this class. You spend the rest of the year swanning around other people's events, looking at what they do. How is this event faring in your very knowledgeable opinion?
Well, you bring me up too much, I think, but no, it's been pretty good. We had a bit of a wet Friday, which, you can't do much about the weather. But today, the track's held up, it's looking pretty good, and the organisers run a pretty good show, I think. It's good to see when it's actually raining, they're moving around, they're getting stuff done. That's always good to see.
You're actually in a very good position with a B event. There's so many new names, but a lot of them you already know because they've appeared in probably the lower down finals at the Neo. So who else can we look out for?
I think Alessandro Stocco. He's from Italy. He got, I think, TQ in the last round, and he's definitely one to watch. He's looking, confident and everything. And I don't think you should forget the Swiss drivers. It's possibly some of their home track. They know the track, and at the same time, 45 minutes is a long time in a final, and a lot can happen. Especially we're possibly awaiting rain tomorrow. So let's see.
I have to ask you, we always do. Who's your pick?
My pick. I could see Jeremy Petit from Switzerland taking it, but I'm Swedish. I got to say Michael Johansson. The best track. It's the most beautiful, and yes, I am happy. My second is very good, and I have three qualifications with 9 laps, so it was good. The car is good, and yes, the engine, the tires, all.
You'll be on pole in the semi B. What's the strategy for that?
To finish first and have the number one for the final, and to be happy after the final.
Well, top qualifier with 9 laps in 5 minutes 32 seconds is another Alessandro.
The track is very good, it's fantastic, and this car is Mugen. The strategy is a perfect car and 0 error, and go, go, go.
Well, for the final instalment of my mini-series, meeting race legends at B Euros, who better to speak to than EFRA President Dallas Matheson to get his very honest opinions about the B Euros.
Well, to be honest, I have some mixed feelings about it. But let's say it's an arena for the guys that actually are not quite capable to be in the Euros. So that could be, let's say, growing arena for them to come up and get the experience on this level with other drivers from the rest of Europe and things like that.
We've seen a few cases of drivers who are successful in Bs, and then in accordance with the rules, they go away for a year and then come back and do the Bs again. How do you feel about that?
Should not be allowed. If they have reached this level, and that's the purpose, to grow up a bit, then they should go to the A. This is not just, how should I say, a race to pick trophies and things like that. It's they should leave it to young people coming up and driving and things like that.
Well, there we have it. Qualifying done. One of the lower finals taking place behind me, mixed in with the sounds of a pop concert taking place just behind the driver's stand. Yes, a full package of entertainment put on by our hosts in this fantastic facility. Will join us back here tomorrow where, weather permitting, the finals will be taking place. And you'll be able to see them here on EFRA.ws.
Back to 2024.
And here's old Matt.
Wow. Wow. Oh, a treat to see Dallas there as well. God rest his soul, Dallas, taken from us many years ago now, but yes, was as well as being the EFRA president at the time, refereed many events as well. Speaking his mind on the rules, which I believe have now changed anyway, so don't read too much into that. But great to see him, and a host of drivers also in their younger years.
And Phil. The Machete.
The Machete.
Zenchetin. But yes, Phil, great to see Phil from way back in the day.
Way back in the day.
Much trimmer and slimmer now.
Yeah, indeed.
Just as tan, I'm sure. But but yeah, but you know, the thing about you were saying about Dallas, it does show that the EFRA rules do progress and change over time. So you know, there's whatever people say about EFRA, but you know, things do change, and rules are changed to reflect the times and the feelings of the racers.
Another interesting thing you can read into that is that it is possible for the president of EFRA to not be happy with certain rules in the rule book, because of course the president doesn't set the rules. In fact, the EFRA board don't set the rules. The rules are decided by the federations. Your federation, your national federation, votes on all rule changes in the handbook, not the EFRA board. All they can do is propose.
Yeah.
All they can do is propose rules.
Very important to remember come November, December.
Exactly. In November, we'll be at the AGM again, but it's too late then. So you need to get involved right now. Things you aren't happy with, or things that you think could be improved or changed or tweaked, you need to speak to your federation.
We were talking about spec tires yesterday. Big topic.
Big topic.
It's impossible to say how big a topic that is, because it's massive. But
massive.
If you have an opinion on it, and you're in a European federation, RC federation, such as BRCA, DMC, AMSHI, etc., talk to your federation.
ICAR.
Get something started.
Yeah, talk to your rep.
Yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works. So speaking of the EFRA board, we have just a confirmation from Carlos in the chat saying that in all the racers in the top 24 are not allowed to race in the exhibition finals, which are the 40 plus and the junior finals.
Got you.
So racers like Todd and Teleth and so on are not allowed to race in the junior finals. That's reserved for other racers.
That's also great, because that means we get to see another crop of junior racers that we wouldn't have paid that much attention to.
The next top junior racers, and the junior racers, who are presumably going to be faster, are the next top racers that we're going to see. And
there you go.
Speaking of top guys.
Oh, hello. That was a surprise.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that. I don't even know if Keenan expected to just appear, but he did.
He can hear us. Can we hear you?
You?
Your focus is on the camera. Focus is on your laptop there. And he's gone. No, we'll be bringing him back in. Are there any vehicles driven by TLR? Well, not by TLR, but I'll investigate if there are any TLR cars. I don't believe we saw any on the list. TLR not very well represented in Europe or UK. No, there are no TLR cars present. At least none that have been listed on the driver's own technical information sheets. So we generally know, obviously, the names, the countries, the car chassis, and the engine, tire, and fuel choices of pretty much all the drivers. There are a few that we don't have information for, but we generally have information for all that for all of the drivers. Ooh, that's big hit on the anti-jump shield of the pit lane. And they're specifically to prevent cars from flying up the pit lane ramp. Elevated pit lane.
Any Yokomo drivers? Well, I mean, even in their heyday, I wouldn't expect
they don't make a car
to see any.
So no.
But so yes, no. I mean, they might be Yokomo drivers, but they aren't necessarily. Well, they're not driving Yokomos at this event.
No.
They will be at an electric event though. So we're about to get underway. Qualifying 2. We're a quarter of the way through qualifying. Heat 1, for qualifying 2. Out on track now. It takes them a while. This is the thing. It's disconcerting, but there goes the horn. That means that timing has begun, but it does take them quite a while to clock that first lap because the track's huge.
Yeah, and also a bit slower after it's been watered. So just crossing the line to start their first lap. Once they had a tiny bit of warm-up, come in for a quick splash and dash from their mechanics, as you can see in the pit lane there. And then we'll be going back to the moving cameras in, very, very soon. But in this one, we've got Almanara, Suarez, Meisner, Perot, Fazzolari, Fernandez, Campo, Vargas, Simon, Cervantes, Berti, Dean, and Carleton. So we got 5 40-plus racers in this one. Of course, the time to beat is 7 laps in 5 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm not sure that we're going to see these drivers get all that close to that time. But they will make a go of it, for sure. So we're with the car 6 of Marco Berti from Italy.
When you make a crash, you need to return to the circuit, not continue 2 corners more.
You can hear Mark Stitzen, the EFRA referee, one of the EFRA referees that's here, giving a second penalty to one of the cars, I think car 9 of Dean, who seems to have crashed and then basically taken the opportunity to rejoin the track at not the same place where they crashed out of. So it looks like Lee Carleton not finishing this one, or not starting this race. And just trying to line up a few, some guests for today. And we're just almost halfway through this second round of qualifying for Heat 1. Perot from Austria on pace to do 6 laps in 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Sorry, just had to pause for a selfie there with Matt. 2 minutes remaining in this one. Suarez taking over the top spot with a 50.58 lap time. It's the best lap in this group. So 40 plus drivers, which is Suarez is one of them. So is Campo and Dean and Simon. Lee Carleton has appeared up on the track. There's another 40 plus. They'll get their top 12 drivers, I believe, are going to get their own race, their own final race tomorrow. So that will help determine, well, basically name a 40 plus B European champion. And then there's a separate 40 plus championship later in the year. So, Carlos helping us with some of the I suppose, technical aspects of what the drivers are going to be looking for. Team managers are going to be helping these drivers look for, saying that if you can achieve 7 laps in 5:25, that will almost certainly put you in the semifinals. Now remember, they got 4 qualifying runs today, so it's 4 chances of 5-minute runs
30 seconds to go.
to hit 7 laps in 5 minutes and 25 seconds. And that will get you into the semifinals. There's no way to actually qualify directly into the main final. So it's not Nitro track. It's Nitro off-road. It's a bit different. Here's a nice one. Here's one for you, Matt, maybe. Pink car, pink wheels.
This is we followed this car yesterday, I'm sure. I'm sure. What is it, car 9?
Car 9 of Dean from, I believe, the UK.
John Dean. It's John Dean.
Mauro Angara has joined us. Buongiorno ragazzi. Buongiorno, Mauro. Come stai?
Does that mean how are you?
Yeah.
Good.
Or like, like V Gates. Come sta? What's up?
Great.
Yeah. Good. Das ist gut.
Ja.
Ja. So timing is just finishing for these guys. Again, this is the first group in qualifying round 2.
Finished car 7. Finished car 5. Finished car 10. Finished car 3. Finished car 11. Finished car 8.
All right, so they are almost all of them finished. We're still waiting for Carleton to finish. He was late to start. But
The heat is finished.
yeah, this heat is finished, as you can hear at the computer voice.
There we go. There's our pit lane shot. Our producer, Mr. James Parry, has sent an official diplomatic request over to Spain to ask that the pit lane camera be cleaned. I quite enjoy the dirt on it, but
it's atmospheric. It lets you know that. Well, one, it's dirt. It's off road.
It is.
It's proper.
I can see a lefty.
I can see a lefty on the left.
Lefty on the left. Can we hear a lefty?
Good morning.
Good morning. He is.
How are you guys?
10:22 in Spain.
Yeah, we're all right.
It's 9:22 in the UK. What time is it in the Dominican Republic?
4:22 a.m. We're a little bit late.
4:22 a.m.
Yeah. I hope that's very strong coffee in front of you. Two big cups of it.
Good morning, everybody out there in the chat. Took a little bit of time to look at some of the results from qualifying round 1. No surprises there. I see that Iker took qualifying round 1. He was very fast yesterday, so no surprise whatsoever to see that young man doing well. How are you guys doing? I heard Frank showing off his bilingual skills. Heard him.
Trilingual, I try.
Well, you're learning how to talk in Italian properly, whereas I learned pretty much street Dominican Spanish. You know? So,
Yeah.
but good to see you guys. And I guess how's everything been going for Q1?
Yeah, no major surprises. The top 12 is roughly the same group of top 12, they're just in a little bit different order. But Teleth there, obviously, I wouldn't say dominant, but definitely fastest again, fastest in seeding, fastest in first round of qualifying. I think Carlos was saying he was fastest in a couple other points as well. So. Getting a lot of information from Mr. Gomez out trackside from the EFRA board. But yeah, it's no huge surprises, but we'll see how the day develops.
Absolutely. I hope we have I always like a very good qualifying battle. I like it to go on to that last qualifier. We don't always get that. But hopefully, and I did notice there was quite a number of junior drivers in that top 10 qualification as well. So that's always very encouraging. I did catch the video with Dallas talking, and I 100% agree with him on this is for young kids or amateurs, I would say, amateurs, semi-pros. And yeah, it was, I love the Eurobees. So, you know, I'm a big proponent of the Eurobees. I want to see it implemented in other countries, but, you know, that's a discussion for another day.
Yeah.
But we are all here about the racing. Beautiful track there in RC Saxon Alicante. We still haven't got the pit lane camera clean, but I don't think it's going to make a difference.
No.
Because as soon as they water the track, it's going to get dirty again.
Yeah. See lots of very active arm waving there.
Which means what? Drive faster to me.
Well, I mean, when you're up on the rostrum, you know, I mean, you're pretty much stood directly over your pit area. But yeah, it's when the arm is out, you know what's happening.
We all do that. It's a whole bunch of.
It's just like a reflexive thing, you know.
You got to see some pit men get right into it. You know, the stretching out and the getting in position to catch and. Hey, the pit game with the difference in engines, and we was talking about this yesterday and how engines are going more for runtime, and we're seeing runtimes increase with pit stuff becoming more and more important. I've always been important, but you know, it's like anything, you're developing. Soon, before we used to have fuel bottles. Now it's fuel guns, and it's let's do it this way. Let's figure out a way to pit while we're still releasing, all that type of stuff. So. Pitting is a skill in its own, and a good pit man is always a good benefit in your corner when you're doing these races.
Yep, definitely, for sure. You can save several seconds by someone who isn't going to fumble your car or get fuel all over all your electronics, stuff like that. I've seen that happen.
Absolutely. Good morning, Basement. How are you? David Bauman, up early. Ooh, so... Hold on, we are on heat number 2. So they just watered the track. It looks like it's staying a little bit more wet today than it did yesterday. Like it's holding a little bit more moisture. Maybe not as hot first thing in the morning there.
Yeah, it's lows get to about 21 degrees, but that's going to be just before sunrise. So I would guess, I haven't looked at the weather at the moment, but I would guess it's probably about 25 or something like that. So, I mean, still quite warm for the UK. Brits call it hot, but it's not hot. 32 is hot, which is what we'll see later in the day, probably around 5 or 6 p.m. At the start of the first finals. But yeah, I was saying yesterday, we don't normally see all black cars, but here is an all black car, the number 1 Partiente. I'm not sure which.
We followed him yesterday.
Did we? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Then we had the conversation that he's related
either
to.
The father or the uncle.
Uncle.
Eusebio, yeah. This is the uncle.
This is uncle.
Ooh, Fonseca, Carlos getting called out by Mark Stitzen, the Eagle.
I don't know if it's just because the microphone is closer to him, but I have never heard him this active Wow, it's been a while. It's going.
Well, you know, when we say this is the B Euros are kind of the you know, the junior or amateur sort of category. Maybe that's a reflection. But, you know, it's early. It's still the second round of qualifying. People are still, I mean, yeah, you should get. I think in the open practice, they're not calling anything. And then in the timed practice, for the seeding practice, they start to call things. And then obviously the qualifying, it matters a lot more. So they start calling traffic. And people maybe still aren't used to getting the traffic called. Because not everyone here has been to every single Euros race. They're maybe not used to sort of the level of organization that there is with 2 referees. Most club races, you'll have the timekeeper / race organizer / race director / referee. It's one person doing all those jobs. Mm-hmm. And you're lucky if you get traffic called. So that's why you see sometimes you have people arguing in forums and websites, stuff like that, saying, well, I'm not going to move over if, faster cars coming up, but they're just not used to having blue flags, basically. So, yeah, it's something for these drivers to get used to. Obviously, that's just conjecture on my part, but, yeah, they're very active, like you say.
Yeah, he's, I would say just because, like you said, a lot of these drivers probably are not used to him. I know that a lot of the pro guys are just used to him, and I hear them prefer him because they know what they're getting with him, and they. Yeah. I guess you don't have to hear him too much because they know.
1 minute left.
Just doing some resharing. We hope you guys are enjoying the coverage of the 2024 EFRA European B Championships for IC Buggy, or Nitro Buggy, as we're watching this beautifully colored car number 8. Ooh, I can see the numbers so much better today. Car number 8 belongs to Raul Infante.
30 seconds to go.
Keep it clean now, please. Car 5, car 1, be sensible.
David Bauman saying he's going to do youth development, meaning taking the kids to the RC track and learning how to jump and work on their corner speed.
Yes, Bauman is a very good friend of mine who he's been at the track with his sons quite a lot over the last few months. I guess he lives in Austria, so they have good weather now. And I'm very interested about this track. It's very damp. It's much more damp than it was yesterday. But mind you,
They watered it just before Heat 1s. All before Heat 1 of every round, they're watering it, basically.
Well, I also was not here early in the morning to see all the track in the morning yesterday.
Well, I think Matt has shared with you the time schedule. There's an updated time schedule for today, so it's officially now 11 groups instead of 12.
Okay.
Yeah. So I do want to thank David Bauman. Thank you very much for basically just buying us a round of beers. So thank you very much. A round of drinks on David. Thank you. It's amazing. Thank you very much for doing that.
We spent a lot of time together in Portugal when it rained out here earlier this year.
yeah, you would do if it's raining. No one out on track. What else are you going to do?
That is. Thank you, David. Yes, that's £10 into the Get Lefty to Montpellier fund. That's what that's into.
Well, no, we got some super chats yesterday too. We got like £2 and 9 pence.
We're about £14 in to getting Lefty to Montpellier.
A new hero as well. Ryan Donovan joined us yesterday as a hero.
Amazing. Heroes get. Lens being cleaned.
There's a pit lane cam getting clean. Thank you very much to our Spanish colleagues.
Heroes get this.
Yes.
So any heroes that crop up, they'll get a special announcement. I'll read their comments out, and we'll give them a special moment.
Every comment from a hero goes into the RCTV Bible?
A selection of the comments. If they commented like Carlos did, if Carlos was a hero, it would be a bit much.
He would have his own chapter.
His own chapter?
Yes, full of amazing information. Like he's listing out the drivers who have won it previously. We do have that list. We have read it out yesterday and today, Carlos, just so you know. So we have mentioned that this is very much the Euro Bs, almost a development class for the Euro As, and many current and former European and world champions have won the Euro Bs. And the names that have won it recently and haven't won the Euro As, we're just waiting for them to do greater and greater things. So the Heat 3 is just warming up on track. You see the pit lane behind us on the pit lane cam, thanks to our broadcast partners at AECAR. And you see them chatting on screen to the camera. And drivers heading out on the pit lane right now from their mechanics, dropping them into the pit lane.
So who we got coming up in this one?
In this one, we've got
a lot of Spanish drivers.
Lots of 40-plus drivers as well.
Yes. We have Ivan Tercero, Juan Antonio Gonzalez, Sergio Sanchez in third, Jan Ribaga in fourth, Daniel Lopez, Juan Antonio Balmonte, Fernando Cabrera, Adrian Bodek, and we have Philippa Pin from Sweden, Elliot Dehise from, I hope I said that right, from France, and then we have Aymir Teles and Abel Martinez. So a very heavily loaded Spanish heat right here. No surprise, this is in Spain, and our 1/8 scale racing is fully alive there in Spain. What you can see, one of the reasons for that is this beautiful weather, a plethora of tracks too, as well.
We've lost a bit. Just hitching a bit.
There we go.
A few minor stutters there from our feed coming through from Spain. Thank you to iCar for providing this feed. This is the world feed. There's one of your referees sitting alongside the hawk. No, the eagle.
Eagle.
The seagull. The eagle. The
eagle.
Mark Stitzen. Who's there in your shot now? Devoid of sun cream. Usually, most of the face is just pure white with sun cream.
Yeah. And who's the other? What's the name of the other gentleman next to him? Because I see him quite a lot. As well.
Another Spanish referee, I think.
Well, I mean, he was doing 8th track last year in Portugal, I believe.
Yes.
So
very true.
Yeah, he does. I think Stitzen only does off-road.
Yep.
But the other gentleman there, obviously Carlos will know his name. But yeah.
Aymir is actually the brother of Iker, because I saw Iker fitting him down there, and I actually met him at IBC as well. So the whole Teles family is doing some racing.
IBC was... we've not spoken much since IBC, Lefty, but that was one of the very rare events where it actually gets cancelled, unfortunately. The weather was just crazy, wasn't it?
Very unfortunate. It was it was crazy for the entire 2 weeks that I was in Portugal.
Yeah.
Because even Guarda, when we went to the E-Buggy World Cup, the weather was iffy. And we had rain even through the practice day. But a big kudos to the Figueiredo family and the Portuguese Association, because they did. I remember them just going out there every time it finished raining and just sweeping off the track. And then the racers also went out there and did some rain racing, which was fun. But in the end, it's a great event. I was fortunate enough to go in 2023. It's a beautiful facility. And hopefully they will bounce back for the IBC next year. But they have 3 big races next year. So they are going to be very busy. They have the IBC race. They have the European Championships. And then, of course, they have the IFMAR 2025 first ever E-Buggy World Championships. So, which might have a exhibition class of E-Truggy, I have been told. So, We shall see. E-Truggy is a very popular class growing in RC. It's very popular in America. It's starting to grow there in Europe. We're starting to see a little bit of a decline of Nitro Truggy to an extent in the USA. And E-Truggy is taking over. Just ease. Yes. Especially in the Southeast, you will get at some of those bigger races, you will get 150 E-Truggies out there. So it has become a very popular class. It's very fun to drive, lots of power, really very easy to drive, and very good.
I remember racing. I started racing way back when with the RC10, the aluminum chassis one. And then when the RC10T came out, I just remember it being easier, obviously slower, but just easier, and a bit more fun. I obviously Truggy with longer wheelbase, so it's just more stable, much wider tires, so it's again more stable, but huge tires, so it's slower. But it just makes it more accessible.
Wow, E-Truggy is definitely not slow. I think
but I mean slower than the buggies. No,
they're not. They're Truggies. I think the way the electronics are set out and the big batteries, I think it's perfect for the E-Truggies. They are usually the fastest cars at any of these tracks that we go through. And when the pros get their hands on them, it's amazing the stuff they can do with the big wheels. Make them so much more acrobatic in the. I know it sounds crazy, a little bit more acrobatic in the air,
the gyro effect,
everything. All right, so out front in this Q2 right now, as we've got 3 laps in, is Elliot Dehees from France. He is currently on a 3-lap. Sorry, he's 3 laps in on a 2:31. He's got a 8/100 of a second lead over Philippa Pim, as we have a little bit of acceleration there. Good morning, Jonathan Wolf.
Yeah, good morning, Jonathan. One of our heroes. Thank you very much for being a hero.
Oh, he's going to get the
treatment.
He's going to get the treatment after this one.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to do with the megaphone. Okay. We are following car number 1, I want to say.
11. Followed by 9 of Plim, I think.
No, he just got a warning to let pit by.
Yeah. So it's the verbal blue flag in action.
1 minute left. Car number 11, who we're following now, is actually a junior. That's Iker's brother right there. So that would be a techno car. And now the track's drying out a little. Now the track's drying out, and you're starting to see that groove come up. So I guess it's close to 12, so it's starting to get hot there. Yep, sounds about right.
30 seconds to go.
Yep. Yeah, I believe this is car number.
Is it 9?
Yeah, this is still Philippa.
9.
Running in the lead.
That is Philippa.
Well,
that's what I wouldn't
lead,
say.
But, yeah.
So he is currently in. First, she's on a. She just threw on a 50.0 lap time. That's our best lap time of the race, which we just followed. And that's got her in front. Let's see if it all shakes out where she'll win this race as she sends it nose high over that triple out the back. And through the rumble section she goes.
Finished car 1. Finished car 4. Finished car 12. Finished car 10. Finished car 6.
Philippa comes up to finish her lap. That was some very good clean laps by Philippa. And I think she's going to take the win here with a 6-lap 5:03.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very well done, Philippa.
TQ currently is 7 laps in 5:20.
Okay. But a good
so you
one.
got to get onto that 7th lap.
Yeah, she's not far from it. Just avoiding, 3 seconds over 5 minutes. That's, just cleaning up a couple of laps here or there.
Jonathan Wolf, are they staggering the heats and watering to make it as fair as possible? No, they are watering at the beginning of each round.
Yeah, and the heat order is not changing either.
Here's oh boy.
So,
hello. There's a hero in the chat. There is a hero in the chat. Jonathan Wolf. Good morning, Jonathan Wolf. You are a hero. Jonathan Wolf says, they don't control the cameras, so they can't follow anyone, unfortunately.
Which is... Thanks, Jonathan.
Absolutely true.
It's absolutely true.
Yes. Literally in the Bible now.
In the Bible. Indeed. We just missed it. Sorry. All that tomfoolery, and we missed. But anyway, you got the idea. You got the idea with how that heat stacked up, and you can see the next drivers coming out next. So yes,
that was pretty. I didn't think that little megaphone would sound like that. But, was it loud, Frank?
Yeah, I mean that's not even like full shouty volume either.
Yeah, no,
that's like you would be out on the street or something. But
yeah, but it's what Jonathan Wolf deserves. That's what you get. If you're a hero, that's what you get. So become a hero, and that's what will also happen for you.
That's the treatment that you get.
Yeah. So, Group 4 next.
Yeah, Darren Hayden-Ball going to be heading this one off in car number 1. Santi Correa, John Saladrigas, Leon Zor, Fabrizio Marion, Caden Stenhouse, Filippo Berlato, David Morales, Devis Lisandron, Juan Jose Fernandez, Antoine Bibolet, and Jonathan Molero in car 12. So they will be on track in 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Which is just enough time.
Or that's when the race starts. They're actually out on track now doing the warm-up.
Yeah. So there's a lot of warm-up. Which is important. But it's good time for us to thank our sponsors. Obviously, this is
also
an EFRA,
important. Yes.
an EFRA event. Go to EFRA.ws to find out more about this class of racing and all the others that happen across the year, actually. I was going to say the summer, but 12 scale racing starts whilst it's still freezing and it happens indoors. But thank you to X-Ray, Hot Race, Meebo Sport, your all-in-one place e-shop. Go check out them for all of your RC needs. S-Works, T-Works, and Techno RC. And, of course, if you've only just realised, Lefty is on the left. We are very, very honoured to be joined by the man behind the No Name RC podcast, Lefty the Great. So, Jonathan Wolf says, I'll be happy for the rest of the day. That's nice, isn't it? See, that's why we're here, to create happiness. That's what we're trying to do. And look at the ground. Look at the ground.
Yeah. Bit of a track condition shot. Speaking of which, I've just been checking the weather. Coming a little bit ahead of the top of the hour weather report. There is a moderate thunderstorm warning. So we might get something happening. We don't know. Obviously, in this shot, you can see that it's absolutely blue, clear skies, but in that direction, at least. But there is, I think there's a range of mountains that might help gather some water, some clouds or whatnot, and we'll see what happens. Hal Rodriguez says, hi guys from the Azores. Wow. Thank you very much for joining us, Hal.
Bon dia, Hal.
We've got another Hal that we've been trying to get on the stream and just trying to...
we need to get Ongaro on her. He said he wanted to come on.
we need to, yeah. I think he's... I don't know how many people he's pitting for. He's at least pitting for one. I think Cardioli is who he's pitting for. There's someone with a Neo shirt. Look at that. That's a classic one. Yeah, the old Neo shirt from the old days. But
I have that
yeah,
track, just not in my size.
Sorry?
I have that track, just not in my size.
Well, you can cut the logo out and like stitch it on or something like that.
It's like a whole shirt. Isherwood actually sent me a whole bunch of old Neo shirts that he doesn't use or never used, and he's a lot slimmer than I am. So.
Well, yeah, he's slimmer than anybody. He'll be a difficult one.
Yeah, so good old Neo. What a great race that was.
Yeah. Do miss the Neo. I used to have to get all bunkered up for it with a face mask and safety goggles, and because it was inside. The Nitro. No, there was an actual ninja or a guy dressed as one.
I know.
The fire breather guy, and then but yeah, I because it was cold, and then indoors, it's not heated indoors. It was just like kept the Nitro cloud indoors. Oh, we got Chewy RC, another hero in the chat. So hello, Chewy.
Ooh. All right. So actually,
Matt pops his head around, going, "Ooh, do I get to use the megaphone again?" He's just saying morning. He hasn't said anything like truly profound. So I'll let you know when he does.
Right.
But yeah,
we are absolutely. She's hanging on for dear life.
Yeah.
She's intently watching somebody's car. This is car
not
number
timing
6.
anyone, but car number 6.
Yeah, car number 6 of Caden Stenhouse, one of our juniors from the UK. A beautifully painted car out there.
We've got several UK racers. Quite a lot making up some of the top groups as well. Hopefully, we'll get to hear from some of them.
All right, out front is Leon Zoher from Germany. He is currently 1.6 seconds up on Juan Jose Fernandez. The car we're following right now, Mr. Young Caden Stenhouse, is currently in 4th. His best lap so far is a 49.8 on that last lap that we just followed. So, but Leon Zoher has a 48.8 as well. So, and Mr. Darren Hayden Ball just pops up there to the 2nd spot with a 48.7.
Excellent.
And we are currently following.
That's Darren right there.
Actually, Mr. Hayden Ball. So
yeah.
He got some. He sang his name and he got some action, almost like the cameraman heard us.
Fabulous. Good day from Israel, from Cass RC.
Hello, Cass. How are you? We have
worldwide audience once again.
Yep. We have. Cass has been in the streams before. We have young Harold Sandaroff from Israel racing in this race, and another Israeli as well. So, not sure where Harold is. He might have been already, or he might be coming up. We'll see. We are on race 4, so we do have. Okay, left to don't be silly. Get your math. 7 more races to go. But currently, we're following Mr. Darren Hayden Ball. Your plus 40. Car number 1. He's looking pretty good out there. There's jumps out in the back section. Always very hard on any type of track to judge. You can't properly see the face of them, of the jumps, but they seem to be fairly easy, not causing too much of a fuss for drivers of all skill levels. As we're watching Hall come through that chicane, into the little mini straight, over the double and across the loop he comes. That was a good lap for him as well, but not as good as his 48.7 prior to that. 48.8 for Mr. Ball. Still in second behind Leon, 1.5 seconds back. But with 44 seconds left to go, he'll get this lap plus another. He wants to get in that 7-lap ceiling. Looks like I want to say he's running I'm trying to see what type of car. I think he's an associated. Nope, that's not an associated. S-Works?
How can you
I
tell?
was going to say S-Works.
I actually look for the rear back plate and different things like that. But some people are really like, some of the guys I work with, they can spot them right away. You know, like, oh, that's not that.
You know, the body is obviously the most obvious thing, apart from the wheels and wing. But you can change all those. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like the shape of the front shock tower, which means the Agama is the easiest one to spot. But then the you know, as these cars evolve and, you know, the designers, you know, kind of copy each other, borrow each other's ideas, shall we say. That's a vintage item. I don't know if LRP still sell those.
It's in
No,
very
that's
good
like
condition.
the team.
Yeah, it's a great condition.
It's box fresh.
Yeah. They sell those team. They're just like the team associated boxes as well, I believe. So very similar.
And it sounds like everyone is starting to finish now.
Looks like Leon's going to take this, followed by Darren Hayden Ball as they're just finishing up their last laps. And Caden Stenhouse. Caden Stenhouse now moving
pops up in there in a second.
Spot. Yeah. Let's see.
Starting to see lots of seven lap runs now.
It seems like they did a pretty good job of sorting these out. That's a medium. Okay.
Yeah, I can only tell when
11.
I can see, when I can read the sticker. That's all I can tell.
All right, so Leon takes the win, followed by Caden Stenhouse, Antoine Boubelet, who was just in the shot. Oh, sorry, Caden Stenhouse. Oh, Darren Hayden Ball. So Mike's still okay. My scoring is behind. Got it.
Yeah, how did that? Oh, he must have been on a lap still when we saw Caden pop up in there. Yeah.
Is Matt itching to use the megaphone?
I'm fairly soon. I'll bring it to you fairly soon. I was just noticing David Morales, unfortunately, didn't clock any laps. I don't know if that's the same DJ, David Morales.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. I'm not sure.
Maybe they're working on, you know, that pop concert that was at the one that you
in
were at.
Switzerland.
Yeah,
exactly.
Maybe they're working on a DJ, you know, club night, something like that for tonight.
Exactly.
And maybe it is him.
Maybe it is him. Maybe he's going to be doing a set from sax.
Yeah.
Alongside Kenny G playing the sax. There's an HB. I can see. Oh, drop something. There's a D8 there, car number 4.
Yeah, there's only, I think I counted there's 7. I think 6 or 7. Someone was asking earlier in the chat if there's any HBs. Someone also asked if there's any TLRs. That's absolutely no. There's none. But lots and lots of Mugans and Technos and Associateds and a few Mayakos. Lots of S-Works as well. Of course, lots of X-Rays. X-Ray and Techno and S-Works obviously are among our event sponsors. We want to thank them very much, as well as Hot Race Tires. Mr. Morone, congratulations to Nicola getting married today. And also thank you to T-Works and Mebo Sport for helping us bring you this coverage for free all weekend long. And of course, thank you to EFRA. Check out EFRA.ws. It's the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles, for providing the organization and foundation to bring you organized championship-level racing, such as this.
I'll have a coffee, please. Thank you.
I mean,
speaking of Mebo Sport. And we're back.
I'm just hiding my sandwich.
We've got there's a bit of a stutter there on our Spanish friends presenting trackside. Look, have to do this because hang on 1 second.
One moment.
There's just time.
There is just time. There's just time. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. Track is open, but it's not started yet.
There's a hero in the chat. There's a hero in the chat.
Chewy RC.
Chewy RC. Chewy RC is in the chat. Good morning, racers. You want something profound? It's too early in the morning.
I think that's pretty profound. It's
That's
too
pretty
early.
profound, yes.
I mean, it's still the morning for us and Lefty.
And also,
Can we follow car 7, Mick Butler, please?
hi Mick, by the way, if you ever watch this back.
Yeah. Hi Mick.
We miss you. You have to ask in the Spanish chat, but Carlos is going to ask for us. He is currently the Spanish chat translator, juxtaposing the chat from this one to that one to feed requests through. It's all a bit NASA. I feel like we're on the space station and down at Houston at Mission Control. We have iCar running things. Fantastic group of people over there running. We're going to have a look at the track in a moment. And who we got? Group 5. Group 5, here we are.
And we're on car 6. And that is Jason Ferguson from Ireland. Not Italy, Ireland.
What's up, Bachelor NZ and Chewy RC? Carlos Gomez is our boots on the ground person. That's what I called him yesterday. Boots on the ground. Car number 6. Jason Ferguson. We have a nice little Irish contingent as well here. Bradley Beard and a few guys have made the trip. And I assume that this is a Mayako just because it has a antenna tube. Let's see what Mr. Ferguson can do. That was a 49.3 for him that time by on lap 1. We are looking at low 50s to 50s for the average person, and the fast guys are doing. Have you seen any 47s today? So I assume we'll see some 47s and maybe a 46 as we get up into the upper echelons of the heats. And something's going on with the Spanish crew. Okay, we're back. We're looking at some flags.
Well, it's the European
and
flag.
we are back with Fergie.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, Lefty, we not only saw several 46-second laps, well, in the 46-second, 46.x sort of region, we saw a couple of 45-second laps as well.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah, super fast.
Okay. Well, track's definitely getting a bit faster than it was yesterday, and these guys are getting faster, so I assume. And yes, Jonathan Wolf, there are some pro drivers here helping out people. Davide Angaro's there. Joao Figueiredo's there. I don't know who else is there. I know Elias is there, not a pro driver, but they have some team managers as well. But we are currently following car number 4. That belongs to Colin Brennan. So I know Colin. Never met him, but I do know him. Ooh, what a beautifully painted car. Pink and yellow. Maybe need some yellow wheels.
I was trying to nail Matt down on what color wheels, wing, wheels and wing he would choose. Because some drivers are quite adamant that yellow wheels are faster or faster looking. While white are just easier to get and most people could just kind of default to it. And but then people like JQ and Kanai and others have provided green wheels and wings. You used to be able to get, you probably still can, but there's like limited runs of like orange and red and stuff like that from different suppliers. So what color would you pick, Lefty? And those of you in the chat, please feel free to chime in. What are your preferred colors? Sorry?
I like black wheels.
Really? Do you feel that if you're racing, does that not? You're not able to see which way the wheels are pointed because the tires are also black?
I mean, I like the colors, but I think for visual effect, yellow is just bright as the sea, right? But
yeah, especially against black wheels.
Yes.
Or black
but,
tires. I mean,
I'm not too fancy. I think I would love to see more colored wheels. I mean, there's more colors than just white and a neon fluorescent yellow. So bring it on. I see Schumacher released some pink and orange. Max was all excited about that on the last podcast. So I would love to see more colored wheels out there. Ooh, it's like abnormal. Car number 1.
Yeah. Bola.
Bola. Looks like he's, I want to say that's so as soon as we get on the camera, he makes some mistakes. But yeah, it's kind of weird how we've just limited it to, I would say that 97 to 98% of racers just use white or yellow wheels. And there's so many different colors out there.
Yeah. I think for, you see it in, what is this?
Okay.
Okay, someone's feather boa. Someone doing some styling and profiling. But yeah, like you say, I think most companies just kind of go, well, we'll just keep it simple and have just white. That's all we do. But I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird one. I'd like to see silver maybe, but then does that make the wheel weigh more because there's little aluminum metal flakes in the wheels or something, or does it make it weigh less?
I don't even know how they would do silver.
Well, just you can get
Frank.
like silver, like silver colored toys or vacuum cleaner parts or stuff like that. It's just molten plastic.
Vacuum cleaner parts.
No, but they make it's a colored plastic, which is all there's just dyes and pigments and stuff like that. Easy.
Yeah, why not?
Just do it.
Metallic, maybe metallic.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like silvery, like a Dyson vacuum cleaner. It's gray plastic with little silver metal flecks in it.
Flecks.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll sell tens and tens of them.
That's the thing. It's like, the Kanai stuff that you used to be able to get. You used to be able to get like green wings and green wheels from Kanai. And then JQ
still does it.
They do. Okay. Yes, actually, I remember I was on their website recently and I saw that I think you could still get like red and stuff, but it's just going to be easier to get white, in whatever your favorite brand is. So it's a bit unfortunate that, it's have to, like I say, always run race paint.
I think I would like red, but an actual red, not like a red that's almost a pink, like red, dark,
Ferrari red.
Yeah,
that'd
be cool.
That works too. All right, Ilian Fernandez takes that winner for 7-lap 5:44. Felipe Ferreira, Christoph Bola, Nicolas Lanese, and Jason Ferguson in 6th. All right, we're getting to we're halfway through now. Okay, Carlos, thank you for your help.
Carlos has sent me a photo. This is Carlos's office trackside. He has one screen for the Spanish feed and one screen for our feed.
Excellent.
So, a hive of activity there from Carlos.
Yeah. I had to set up my laptop today to have separate chat and scoring.
Two screens. 2 screens today.
Wow. As Frank says, he doesn't know how I get by in life without 2 monitors. So I need to get another monitor in the studio. But you guys are showing off. You guys have got perfectly cartoon, those look like donuts that people take pictures of, and they're not actually donuts. You know how they take these commercial pictures?
No, these are donuts.
These are actual donuts.
Those look like
it's important that you eat one to prove that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm only doing this for a fact.
Yeah. In fact, we all have a donut, let's thank our sponsors and take a 1 minute and 9 second break while we all have a donut.
So thank you very much, our friends in the chat, telling us that all the various companies that sell colored wheels. Unfortunately, the pro guys don't tend to run colored wheels at all, so everyone runs what the fast guys run. So most people don't run colored wheels. So let's make that a normal thing. Normalize colored wheels. So VP Pro do wheels and wings in all colors: white, yellow, green, black, red, pink. Fabulous. So thank you very much, Chewy RC, one of our heroes, being an additional hero and giving us that information. Jonathan Wolf, another hero, telling us back in the 90s we had Lexan wheel covers in the Losi XX which you could paint. I remember those. A friend of mine had that buggy, and yeah, you could paint it the same color as your body shell, and obviously, you know, do whatever designs you wanted on it. Flames would be kind of cool. And David Gould asking in the chat, are there any WIRC SBX2s in the race? I know Billy Grinley is running a WIRC, and Carlos replies, many WIRC, some of them at the top.
Lewis Jones, there's quite a few actually, so good to see. Frank, I've noticed that you have a multicolored wheel obsession. You want flamed wheels now, flamed on your wheels, you want silver wheels.
Why not? I'm the type of racer who would have the white wheels, but then try to either paint or draw or just have stickers made that put spokes on the so it looks like you have spoked wheels. That's what I would do.
Okay. How about just having spoked wheels?
Yeah, but you can't get them for buggies.
Well,
I mean,
back in the day,
you probably can. Someone will say yes, you can get them from X brand, but no one here is running them, and these are the average Joe racers.
Yeah, I think spoke wheels kind of went out of style a while ago.
Yeah. I think it's partly an ease of molding sort of thing, because you have to figure out, what's the strength of it. With a solid or a dished wheel, you can go, well, I'm going to use a softer nylon, I'm going to use a slightly firmer nylon, and it's just one mold, rather than having to come up with a whole design, and then people start going, well, I want 4-spoke, I want 5-spoke, I want 10-spoke. I mean, obviously with touring car, it's kind of evolved into drift and a lot more style and stuff like that now. But with racers, obviously it's dish, but it's a lot easier to find that sort of thing in touring car size 10 scale. Now, of course, I knew it. Jonathan Wolf, again, our hero, saying, I think X-Ray still does spoke wheels. So perfect.
I've always wondered too. Now, do the dish wheels allow for not? Okay, so let's look at some things here. Where back in the day, we weren't whipping cars or making them turn in the air either. Then we had spoke wheels. So maybe the dish wheels with that surface area acts as little flaps as well.
Yeah. I mean, you have the gyro effect of the midair turning, like that jump right there, where you could in midair you could be steering left, so your car's already pointing left. So if you do it properly and perfectly, you're already at the apex, pointing the right direction. You know, if you're like a good driver, I wouldn't be able to do it. These guys probably would. But you know what I mean? But then, like you say, that air effect of that outside wheel hitting the air, and the air actually helping turn it as well is a potential. I don't know. I mean, a driver like me, a normal, or a club sort of driver may not be able to feel that difference, but top guys, they can. I'm sure they can feel that.
Absolutely, I believe they can. We're following car number 4. This is Holger Likey. We had a chat with him yesterday with Mark Rumble running the Gama. Him and his brother and his father race. Sorry, I don't know if his father's heard this weekend, but a very good racing family. Father, mom, everybody goes to the track. Mom does the pit duties, and he's looking pretty solid out there in that Gama N1 with the horizontal shocks as he whips it, just coming over that double to slam it onto the ground. And his car is looking pretty good, but that was a 48.5 for him that time by. He's going to have to pick up the pace because David Bento, one of our plus 40 guys, is currently in the lead. And he's got a 0.5 of a second up on Lucas. So, but young Holger, I think Holger is he the younger or older Likey? I can't remember.
I think Holger is the younger one.
Okay.
I think. I'm not sure.
And we're following Mr. David Bento, car number 1 from Spain.
30 seconds to go.
This is quite a big track. Like we said, 50-second, 48, 47-second laps. It does not look like it. When I first saw this track, it didn't look that big when I was looking at pictures, but it's so many turns and 180s and chicanes and whatnot. It is actually a very big footprint of a track. I mean, we were seeing at Redovon, I can't remember what type of lap times we were seeing at the last World Championships. Okay, so Eric is the older one. Thank you. So we did hear from Holger as well. He was the first one we interviewed.
Hey,
and there is...
I can't remember his name, but it's one of the British racers.
Lee Carlton. Lee. He messaged me yesterday, actually. So that's Stephen is Tico.
Fabulous.
Thank you, too. We appreciate that. Yeah. David Gold in the chat. There's Adrian Bartoon looking intently looking at that drive up there.
He's in his office.
Oh, yeah. He is studying something.
Giving some info. You could see him talking on the mic to the driver he's helping out. I can't remember the name, but who was it? I think it's Likey, actually. I think it's Holger that he's pitting for. So, I mean, who better to pit for you than Adrian Berton?
Exactly, yeah. Well, let's not forget, people have the world champion pitting for them.
Yes. It's Kolani, isn't it?
It might be others as well.
Yes,
I don't know.
That's true. Yes,
he might be operating.
Has a world champion pitting for them as well. They're just not in off-road. 2-time world champion in different disciplines. I think.
And Carlos was telling us earlier that not only is Davide there and Berton, but also Yannick Ainon, Parientes, Figueiredo are all there representing the various brands that they work for and helping what he calls the average Joe driver, the humans.
The humans, yes. Fantastic. Well, we are working our way through. We're getting close. Sorry?
I'm sorry. It's early morning and the donuts keep distracting me.
They just reappear. I mean, we have to. Yeah. They keep reappearing, so we have to make sure that the dish empties so that it doesn't overflow. So it's unfortunate, but that's just the way things are.
We have cookies as well. But we need, this is a 12 biscuits. Yes, actually, that's more the English translation. Biscuits. 12-hour live stream calls for all manner of, I was going to say substances then, but that sounds that's not the case. No, but there is some Monster Energy just under here, but yeah, we do require all the sustenance I'm hearing in my ears. that we can get for these long days. Don't forget, we have got some finals action. One less final than we had told you yesterday, so it's been consolidated now. So 4 finals, if you include the A and the B side, which will be kicking off 5:45 local time. We'll get the 256 A and B final. And they're running them in order, A, then B. Often at events, they do B, then A.
Yeah,
just
I've
to
always
confuse.
wondered
But yeah, A, then B, and then we'll go straight through to the 128 finals. So we'll have drivers racing twice today. They'll bump up from the 256 into the 128, and then fortunate drivers from that 128 final will get to race tomorrow as well if they are lucky enough to bump up. Lucky enough, skillful enough. But you do need luck as well.
Yeah, there's a
course.
lot of luck.
And
Are
then
we
we'll be
bumping
finishing
4 out of each final? Is it 4 out of each final?
I will check that. Actually, I was just checking the weather report because I mentioned earlier we have a moderate thunderstorm warning basically all day.
Wow.
Yeah, from 8:45 a.m. until 9 p.m.
Okay.
That's Spanish time. But I will check the bump up.
Yes, it is 4 bump ups. It is 4 drivers bumping up from each race. So, yes. So that means a total of 8 drivers will carry over to the A and B finals, which start tomorrow, finals day. The 164 finals kick off at 8 a.m. local time, so it's another early start. And we'll go right the way through to the main final, kicking off at 4:20 local time. But before that, we'll have the junior exhibition final, the last chance final, and the 40-plus exhibition final. And don't forget, the top 20 drivers cannot race in either of the exhibition finals. So we get to see some new faces from below the top 20 of the event.
Yeah, we had that clarified from Carlos earlier today. So thank you very much for that clarification. We cover so many of these events, and each category tends to have its own different rules. Some of them cross over, and then some of them don't. So yeah, sometimes it's a bit confusing for this guy.
Yeah, all of us. Thank you so much to our sponsors: X-Ray, Hot Race Tires, Mebo Sport, your all-in-one RC shop, S-Works, T-Works, and Techno RC. Keenan.
Yes. We have my good friend Harold Sandaroff in this race from Israel, followed by Diego Rivas, Alejandro Gual,
Panagiotis.
There you go.
Panagiotis, Teres, Alexander, oh my goodness, Anapolitakis. Martin Laurent, Daniel Thorne, Daria Bustos, Juan Guillermo Carrasco, Harry Weymouth, and Daniel Parente. Not the young Daniel Parente, but the older Parente.
And of course, let's be clear, we're never, ever laughing at people's names. Only at our inability, our lack of vocal skill to be able to string the words together to represent them. But we're doing our best.
Jonathan Wolf has Lefty made some picks for the winner of this race. No, I have not. But that young kid, Iker, David Todd's really good. You'll see. One of those two should be. We never know. Racing's funny, 45-minute finals, anything can happen. So let's see who can hold up these. I just want it to be a good race. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, it's a bit like the Euros in football or soccer are happening right now. And so last night I was watching one of the games, Portugal, France, and I have no dog in the fight. I just wanted to see a nice game, and luckily I only caught the second half because apparently the first half was rubbish. But there was some good attacks, and it went to extra time and then penalty shootout.
Perro, es los perro.
Sorry? Ah, yes, dog.
We have a dog, trackside.
Kana.
Perot.
Or
Who won the game?
Portugal. No, France won it on one of the Portuguese shots hit the upright for penalty.
The post.
The post. Hit the it hit the wicket and bounced off. But yeah, so one miss, and that was it.
Frank getting his footballs confused.
Well, it is upright, isn't it? But it's also a post, so it's it's all fine.
Apologies for a little bit of stuttering. Our connection to Spain breaking up a little bit, but I think we're back now.
It might be because we're talking about the wrong sport. There's no tires in football or soccer. So and thus begins
Crunchy, how you doing?
Thus begins the football chat in in the chat because there is an England game tonight. So yeah.
Okay, so I have to ask. I did catch the end of the Spain-Germany game. But who is England playing tomorrow?
Switzerland.
Today.
Switzerland today, yeah.
I might watch that later.
My two mates that are most into football that I chat with regularly, one says on paper England should win, the other says England is definitely going to lose. So, who knows?
England made it to the final last time.
Versus Italy, who got knocked out.
Taken out by Italy, but Italy already gone. Who knows?
I've more followed the EPL than any. That's pretty much the only football I follow. I have not followed the Euros at all this year.
Is cricket at all?
I love cricket.
A thing, yeah.
And Bermuda, oh yeah, cricket is probably the biggest sport, that and football. So I love cricket.
Kind of very
Baseball
interesting
is
that. Yeah, it's there's lots of Dominican players in MLB, isn't there?
Oh yeah,
I know there's lots
I'm
of
from
Cubans.
Bermuda. Bermuda's an English colony, so cricket and football were team.
I mean, there's other sports
yeah,
happening.
every
There's
single
MotoGP and F1 happening as well, but we're just talking about everything but wheeled power motorsport.
I'm looking at Chewy RC's comment.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He's like, you can feel the teeth grinding.
Well, Chewy's a hero, so we better do as Chewy says and get back to the track.
Car number 2 we are following, that is Diego Rivas, associated from Spain, and he is currently being scored in the 10th position. Harold Sandorov's out front right now. Let's see if he can hold on to that spot. As the little electrical air horn makes it sound to let these drivers know that they are coming to the end of their time. The end of these 5 minutes is up, and they got to finish their personal clocks.
Keep it clean. Coochie-coo. Did you are you aware of this, Keenan, where the keep it clean sounds a bit like the Spanish coochie-coo, sort of like baby goo-goo talk? Is that a thing there? Apparently in like
no idea
Spanish, you know how there's like different dialects, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Spanish, keep it clean sounds a lot like keep it clean, like a Spanish parent would say to an infant, like coochie-coo in English.
I've already said this is very hard to explain, and really it requires a Spanish person to talk us through it.
I suppose. We need to get Javier on one of the calls.
Yeah.
Can you stop refereeing for a second? I mean, it must not have made its way. That must not have made its way across the Atlantic, I suppose.
Well, I mean, just like English, people speak Spanish differently. Just like English is spoken differently. Well done, Harold. Congratulations. Takes the win, a 7.539. So, And the Spanish that I've learned here in Dominican Republic, I can equate it probably to Jamaican English.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, Dominicans are very well. They are the oldest Spanish-speaking country on this side of the world. Because when Columbus discovered America, this is where they landed. This is where he landed. So, Frank sounded like Borat when he said, "Keep it clean, keep it clean." Now you sound like Borat, and then you have the commentator that sounds like Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean. Apparently, we do have a commentator that sounds like Mr. Bean.
I think I met him at the 12 Skill Worlds. James?
Mr. Bean.
Yeah. Well, to like Americans think he sounds like Mr. Bean.
Well, it's a bit like when David Spachet won his 3 world titles, like bam, bam, bam. Suddenly, when he came over to race in America, people just started calling him Austin Powers.
Really?
It's like just because the Austin Powers movies had recently come out, and it's like, oh, an actual British person. Oh, you must be like Austin Powers. Like
not Hugh Grant or something like that.
Not really, no, but whatever, you know.
Well, when I do the geek voice, you know, when you do like a geeky voice, like reading out some like the manual or whatever, you do sound a bit like Mr. Bean. Like, do you know what I mean? One does.
One does.
One does sound like Mr. Bean when they're, you know, it's time for qualifying.
Well, yeah, that is a Mr. Bean voice. Though. That is like the effect he puts on talking through his nose or something. Oh my God.
Anyway,
Crunchy D8 has a question.
Oh,
that's RC related to this actual event.
Okay. Well, then
He's asking.
Let's hear it.
Is quali different now from yesterday? Well, good question, because only today is qualifying. Yesterday was not qualifying. Yesterday was seeding practice, which seeded or put the drivers in order for today's qualifying.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there are other differences as well. Are they on are the heats the same length? The gaps are certainly longer.
The gaps are longer. The heats are they were 9-minute seeding practice runs yesterday.
Yes.
And for 3 consecutive laps, fast laps is what you were shooting for. Now you're looking for 5 minutes, just all flat out, just as fast as you can, as many laps as you can do in 5 minutes.
Now we have normal qualifying, and we got Bradley Beard, who has the UK flag next to him, but he should have an Irish flag next to him. Carlos Martinez.
Yeah, I don't know what the situation there is.
Is he Northern Irish or?
Yeah, if
Irish?
he's Northern Ireland, then it's going to be BRCA. So, GB.
Where does he live? Do you know?
I think you mentioned Northern Ireland. Didn't you?
No.
Yesterday, someone was racing with him. He's got his own track or something like that.
He went, but I don't know what part of Ireland they went to.
Okay. Well, let's not get into that.
Yeah, I mean, just for future reference, it's important to know which part of Ireland Super goes from. But yeah, if he's from Northern Ireland,
There's a bit of history there.
Yeah,
but anyway,
a little bit of trouble. I think it's Northern Ireland.
We're hoping to speak to him actually.
Yes,
I believe Mark is going to hook us up with a couple of drivers.
Trying to line him up, yes.
But obviously Mark's busy, everyone's busy, but we are going to try and bring you a few guests, especially now we have slightly bigger gaps. See who we can talk to trackside. Should we try and get Davide?
I messaged him, but he hasn't answered me yet.
Okay.
Maybe you guys.
I've messaged a few of the drivers that are there as well. They haven't even looked at my messages. They're just way too busy.
Okay.
It gets like that when you get busy. You say, "Oh yeah, I'll come in and do an interview." Next thing you know, you're busy.
You just don't even look at your phone or. Hopefully, Elliot Boots pops back into the chat because he would be great to talk to.
And let's see what car this is. This is a Mayako. That's Brad. Is this Bradley? Nope, that's not his colors. Car number 2 of Carlos Martinez. So this is one of Robert's teammates from Mayako. Robert not here this weekend because he is in Italia for Nicola's wedding.
Yeah, Mr. Brown getting hitched. Morone is Italian for Brown, so I always jokingly call him Mr. Nick Brown.
All right, so
Yeah,
Carlos out front right now with a 47-8. Sorry. Ooh, 47-7 by Andre Bento, the young Portuguese driver.
It's a good time. We're getting,
right
we're
now
getting
we're
to that sharp
following-
end.
Oh yeah, you can see, and the track's coming in very nice right now. So we're going to see those lap times drop as the heat comes up and the grip comes up. Maybe not, because then they'll wash it off and they water it. So it's going to be pretty much going to be the same consistency for each round for everybody, the way it's going.
Yeah, yeah.
So you know that you're going to be on a wet track when you're on heat 1 and 2, and you get to these heats, you're on this type of track, where it's probably at its best.
Yeah,
Car
you can
number
see
2
the-
looking pretty solid out there.
The dark line really starting to appear, especially right there at the acceleration points coming out of the corners. The oil from the exhaust and the rubber from the tires starting to really lay down a darker groove.
It doesn't look as dusty as it was yesterday. It looks like well, that's because it's still not, well, it's probably 12. It's 12 there. It's 1 o'clock there, 1:30? So,
11:35.
Okay, so it's still not the hottest part of the day for them yet.
No.
So it's still, the fluff is still staying a little bit damp, which is good. So it's keeping that dust off the line. And they seem to be just doing a lot more cleaner driving than they were yesterday. So probably getting a bit more predictable with tires, as we're following car number 7 of Marco Carantini. He's from Italy. Marco, somebody asked to follow him, and so said, so done. Car number 7. Thank you, Carlos. Probably made boots on the ground, Carlos. Carlos is gonna need it. He's gonna need some time off after this race. He's busy. But it's Carlos Martinez, Zacarias Villalba, Martin Roca, Mirko, who are following right now, jumps up to the top spot with a 47.5. So he gets a little bit wide as he brings it back under control. And the track is holding up very nice, Frank. I remember that he was talking about, just as I said that he skips, he just gets a little bit crossed, wonky jawed, and sends it into the fluff. But definitely the track is holding up very nice too, Frank. We saw a few divots coming up yesterday, but they look like they're rounded themselves off, and everything seems to be staying pretty smooth out there for these drivers.
Yeah, I haven't noticed the track breaking up in any other locations. I think what we saw yesterday is probably going to be the extent of it. Callers was telling us that they do have provisions in the rules for repairing the track after the racing is done for each day, which is a fairly normal thing that we've seen at these European Championships. There might be some track repairs today, but there weren't any done yesterday to my knowledge. If Carlos is listening, he might be able to chime in. But I just like the top layer of some of the hard pack has come off in some places, like a delamination sort of. But apart from that, there's no like ruts and potholes and stuff like that we'd normally see. It's a fairly flat, it's not a supercross style track. It's a flattish European style, I suppose. But it seems to be holding up really, really well.
Yeah, it's I think they'll monitor it at the end of the day and see if they need to make any repairs. But as of now, I mean, we're only in round 2. So we do have 2 more rounds of qualifying to go, plus some lower mains later on. So let's see how it holds up. But right now it's holding up pretty good. And so they've done a good job of compacting it and the watering and is helping it hold up. I still think they could just water the edges from now on. But maybe they'll do that during the mains. So because it doesn't really matter during the mains what quality of the track goes to, because there's no times, and well, maybe in the semis, but There's no real times involved in it like qualifying. That's what makes our qualifying so tricky. Is it's a lot of qualifying that's spread out over vast numbers of cars, especially when you get to the more of the American races and various classes, and track, and especially in off-road, track changes so much through weather, hot, cold, rain, sun, and even on a hot day when there's no sun, you still have changes with just temperature from morning to lunch to evening time, morning, afternoon, evening time. So lots of things to put into, to add into factor when you're thinking of your tire choices and setup of your cars.
We can see some mini pins on that one there.
Oh yeah, see, they're good. Yesterday we saw them still on those bigger pins. As you can see, they're going on smaller
Slightly
pins now.
smaller, yeah.
More of a close packed tread.
Yeah,
which we start with more popular tire. We're starting to see. So that means that a lot of the dirt is off that line, and they're able to those tires are able to get that rubber to the ground and get more grip in that line, what they need. So very good to see. Very good to see. Crunchy says, I want to see ruts and holes and make better racing. I like that too.
It's off road. It needs to be dirty.
I mean, they're getting dirty, but I like rough tracks too. But I like fast tracks like this as well. That's a good thing about off-road, is that it can be the surfaces can vary, right? Where on road it's either, I don't even think they run on concrete, but it's either asphalt or asphalt, like good asphalt or bad asphalt. So.
Yeah, it depends on the. I don't remember seeing asphalt on a multi-surface RC track, but definitely concrete, AstroTurf, Montpellier. They use rubber mats or something like that on the face of the jumps, like the launch side of the jumps. And then it might be, depending on the jump, it might be landing on AstroTurf or landing on just bare dirt, which is glued, basically. They have a lot of different racing surfaces. And especially there's one, I think it's concrete with pool paint, like what you would paint on the inside of an in-ground pool that's concrete. So it's very, very, very slippery. So you don't get a lot of tire wear. Yeah. You don't get a lot of tire wear on it, but it's very, very slippy.
I've seen asphalt on a track before. It was in England, a 10-scale track. Oh, yeah. I can't remember what it was called.
Robin Hood Raceway is all AstroTurf.
No, asphalt.
Oh, right.
Like
sorry.
Asphalt.
As in tarmac.
Yes.
Concrete.
Yeah, it was a 10-scale track in just outside of London. It was right next to a whole bunch of football fields. I can't remember the name of it.
That sounds brutal.
It had like a bank turn that was asphalt. So.
Hello, high five.
Yeah, talk to the hand.
My camera went out of focus. I had to. Somebody in the UK. I actually got to visit it when I was there in 2020 for Southport. Oh man, I can't remember. It's not too far from London. It's like it's got all these football fields around it. It's right in the middle of a football field complex, and it had an actual asphalt banked turn.
Yeah.
And
someone in the chat from the UK will probably recognize that one. I can't remember. Southport is actually in the north, oddly.
No, this was in London.
Yeah, but I mean, the city of Southport is in the north of England. So
which is weird.
Yeah.
That's odd, isn't it?
And Middlesbrough is in the north, even northerner than that.
Wow.
It's crazy. I mean, it's the beauties of the English language, isn't it? It's just random.
I mean, it's south to someone.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's get a quick word from
Derby.
Yeah.
What does he say? Dirty Derby.
RBY.
No. The Kentucky Derby.
No.
Derby and Derby.
But like the city of Derby. They're two different words.
It's high time we just spent a moment finding out about Meebo Sport, your all-in-one RC shop.
getting into the groove there.
Yeah.
So we have a few questions that we missed in our various meanderings. Where's Elliot Boots living, in the UK or in the US? He lives in Italy. Bradley Barrett is definitely from Northern Ireland, so that's why he's running the GB flag. Chewy RC, one of our heroes, saying, I was in the same semi-final as Boots at the last UK National. Hello. What happened there? That's a fantastic result. Just to be, I mean, I've shared the track with some top racers, and it is a cool feeling.
Horror.
I mean, like, no, never that good. What bodies do you like? The guys like the look of? I don't know. To be honest, I'm not really much of a fan. I've gotten used to how these bodies look, but I just prefer the old school buggy bodies myself.
The huge ones.
Yeah, the old school, like 80s ones.
You used to get more Lexan for your money back in the day.
Used to get a lot more of everything for your money.
That's true.
I bet Matt will eat all of the donuts.
Yeah.
What happened there? I'm fast. Well, I bet you are if you're running with Boots. Jeez. And Carlos says, Booth lives in Italy, married to the Reds family.
Yeah, you married the family. We were with car 3 of Le Bath, but
they showed the same guy timing yesterday.
Yeah.
Is this Mr. Sixmick?
Yes.
Because he's got.
So hopefully, I mean, we're close enough where we can read his messages.
Yeah, don't get too close. But yeah, a lot of the UK team, meaning the Agama team, running Sixmick tires. I think they're quite closely aligned together, the two brands.
Our number
speculation.
3,
it's not fact. Sorry?
Erwin Labathe. This is car number 3 from Switzerland. Erwin Labathe. A junior. And I like he's coordinated. So he got the correct yellow to go with the yellow wheels, black wing. Very coordinated.
I like the bright front with the darker back.
I do too.
I just as a look,
but now
I like it.
Yeah, but you see guys like Mayfield, who used to have the blue up front, purple and blue up front, which he normally has, and then had when it went to a more of a dark blue in the back. Now he's just kind of a couple of years ago he started running more white bodies, white in the back, and he called them his nighttime bodies, and now he's kind of more just running that all the time. So
yeah,
little secrets for drivers like Ryan Mayfield. He's getting up to 37, 38 now, I guess, and still fast. And
37's old, Matt. 37's old.
In this sport, it's old, and he's still out there doing Ryan Mayfield things, and that's winning. So we are following car number 11 of Oliveras right now. And, the way things are looking, I wouldn't be surprised if Mayfield takes his first ever 1/8 scale Nitro Buggy World Championship in September. He is definitely one of the favorites to win that. Him and Dakota Fenn, I would say.
Is that a lefty calling it?
What's he calling?
Are you calling it, lefty?
No, I'm not saying they're going to win. I
mean, it sounded like you were calling it. Is why I'm asking. It sure sounded like you were calling.
No. I would not call that. I would not call that victory right now. I'll call it like 1 minute with 1 lap to go. Quarters away.
With him, half a lap ahead. Yeah.
But
it's such a tight race, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's exceptional. I got to go to my first World Championships in 2022, and I tell people all the time, you when you go to one of those races and you see how these guys push each other, and they go out there and everything matters. Like every time they hit that track, the testosterone and ego is just oozing off that track. Like they want to be the first guys out of pit lane, So it's an experience I'll never forget when because we're up on that tower at Redavon, and I think it was Saturday, and I looked out Saturday, and I looked at all the people out in the bleachers, and then I looked down below at the little beer, and it was just so many people milling around. I was like, I think we're at I thought we was at some full-scale racing event. So
oh yeah,
definitely
at Radovon, the people from the surrounding towns come and watch. It's they put little signs up, and I assume they put notices in the papers, or maybe there's like news crews stuff like that. Some of the clubs are really properly organized, and they have, I think at Thionville a couple of weeks ago for the 1/8 track IC Euros, we had news crews come out 2 different days and doing video pieces and stuff like that. One guy was out there for half a day getting all the various bits of B-roll and stuff like that Matt loves and Nick hates. but so they had like a proper yeah
a lot of people that came to just watch. Yeah, it was great. And Crunchy says he doesn't see it happening. I would say that the Americans are way more confident going into this World Championship than they were in 2022. And
well, I was going to bring that
better.
up. I was going to bring that up because they have track experience there now. It's not a brand new track to them. Whereas for the Europeans, yeah, they've been there quite a lot. The Americans have experience.
They are reworking the track though.
Yeah, but it's going to be the same.
Yes,
they're going to do the same track
surface
treatment.
And, lots of things are the same, and it does help if you've ever been there before. But I don't know, is there a new layout now? We didn't actually ask Mark yesterday.
No, it isn't.
Okay, but there will be a new layout.
They're going to close the tracker soon, and then they're going to build. It's going to take some time to build it,
and it's supposed to be closed for I think at least 2 weeks, maybe a month before the actual event. It might be different. I know for EFRA it has to be closed 2 weeks before Euros.
Yeah, but it's weird because back in 2022, I think it's all a mental thing, and a lot of the Americans were like, "Well, the Europeans are going to win anyway," because they go to this, they have this misconception that they go to this track like every weekend, and it's not like that. Yes, they have lots of practice. There's been lots of Euros at the track and all that type of stuff,
and there's warm-ups as well.
Yeah, but I think it's a mental thing now. They know they've been to the track, they know what they can do there. And I think it's going to make for great racing. We're going to see some of these young American guys like Mason Fuller, Brandon Rose do really well as well and probably make these finals. But it's hard to bet against some of these. It's hard to bet against the Vidal guy, Juan Carlos Canas, Ronafo, Elliot Boots, and these guys. So I just love the racing. And when the Europeans and the Americans get together, and of course, these are the 2 main competitors. We just see the level of everything go up, and the amount, the atmosphere and the ambience at a World Championship. I haven't experienced it at a race yet. And been to a lot of races, and I love them, but a Worlds is a whole different atmosphere.
Watching the Mexicans in their luchador masks, force-feeding Yuichi Kanai tequila, very expensive tequila, on the track during the opening ceremony. That was something.
Yeah,
he was game for it.
Yeah, he was totally up for it.
Yeah. Remember Kanai chugging tequila with the Mexican guys? That was fun.
Yeah.
Kanai was fun. Mitch on the mic says there was only one Aussie making it trouble. There was only one in 2022, and that was Kyle McBride. So I wonder if he's going again. But it's a great experience, and I did not forget a major name. Crunchy, I said Ungaro's name. I have no doubt that he will become a three-time consecutive world champion. So I think it can happen. I think
it'll either happen or he won't even make the final because of some horrible catastrophe in the semi or something like that. Racing's a very cruel game. And, always expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
He would probably be the bookies' favourite to win. And, like you say, get a 3rd World Championship under his belt. But literally anything could happen.
Absolutely. All right, we're on up. I love this. We're at penultimate group of this heat, of this qualifying round. We have our And as new added to my vocabulary, the sharper end of the knife here. As we have Matisse Perret, Manuel Iniesta, Luis Jones, Ivan Navarro, Julio Scalolodi, Gabriel Astaroni, Maxim Noble, Marc Dezuart, Alex Valles, Philip Dezuart, Dan Robing, and Axel Constantine. And then don't go anywhere, because coming up next is our really fast guys. Expect to see some of these names in our semis as well, as I believe the top 16 will go into the semis A and B. And let's get ready for some fast racing here. McBride, did McBride just have a baby? Him and his girlfriend, it looked like? I'm not sure. So,
not sure.
Just saw one of the cars like zip past his mechanic, and the mechanic had to run down out of the cubicle down to another cubicle and grab the car and come back. That's
what?
That's
a runaway car.
There's Mr. Robin. So this Dan Robin is related to Tom Robin, because I just saw Tom Robin.
Is this Darren?
Yes.
I mean, we have not mentioned his stature.
We were
at
leaving
all.
that today.
We were just
We were
going
going to leave that.
We've touched on it. We
haven't touched on it.
No. But Spanish guy is obviously going, all right, let's zoom in on that. Zoom in on these guns. Lee Carlton, he with the propeller hat, saying, Steven the Seagull on tour will be coming to the track soon. So he's racing, marshalling. I'm sure he's mechanicking as well, and he's listening to the stream. So thank you very much for joining us in the chat as well as on the track.
All right, so we're following Manuel Iniesta, car number 2. Okay, so McBride is a father. I thought I saw that, so congratulations to him. I'll never forget the first time I met McBride and his father and what I called him, and they looked at me like I was crazy. I can't say the word that I called him, but I was told that it was a term of endearment by the Australians. That's what Dexter's in his last told me.
And you just popped it out the very first time you saw him face to face.
Like, I just like, hey, what's up? Then let's just say I cannot say the word on television. And they looked at me and then.
I think you actually you can maybe get away with it if you're bringing a tray of beers to an Australian.
Nah, they were good. Car number 2, Manuel Iniesta. They were good. They looked at me and laughed. And behind him is Luis Jones in the WIRC, the young Matisse Perret, and Gabriel Astaroni and Marc Dezuart are your top 5 at the moment. Top 5, sorry. As Iniesta holding on to that top spot, there's on a 46.8 that time.
Mistake there from
wrong.
2 for Iniesta.
Wow.
And a little bit angry driving through there. So just to answer Crunchy D8's question in the chat, how many rounds of qualifying is it? Is it 5? No, it's 4 today. So we have 2, then the lunch break, and then 2 more, and that is it. And then we have a bit of a break while the computer sorts things. Eek, that is not great. And then we have the first 2 sets of finals, the 1 256 and the 1 128.
Here we are on car number 4, Ivan Navarro, who was getting a little bit wrong out on the back section, getting out in the dust. And you can see how slippery it is once you get off that line, as these guys are going to these smaller pins. It does not help him when they get out into that dust as he comes across the line, and that's going to be a long lap for Navarro. And that's going to be it still wasn't too bad. It was a 47.5. But Luis Jones to the top now with his fast lap of a 47 flat. So guys are knocking on the door of those 46 seconds. Let's see if the top peak can get down into those low 40, high 45s that we heard about earlier. But I have a feeling that the track is slowing down a bit as it's getting warmer, drying out. Did somebody just get a stop and go?
I think a warning is. It was a warning.
Alex Valles getting a warning from our referee, Stetson. And car number 3 is our leader, Luis Jones, in the WIRC. So we had some WIRC fans in the chat earlier. Here you go.
Yeah,
Here's a WIRC for you. Lewis Jones been running this chassis for quite some time.
Who's the top racer for
Who's the
WRC? Is it, I know
Marco
Cavalieri
Barufalo.
is or was, and
Nope.
Barufalo.
Yeah, it's Barufalo. Cavalieri is running Sparko. Sparko 1/8 scale. So Cavalieri is running Sparko 1/8 scale, Buggy and E-Buggy, X-Ray, Nitro Truggy and E-Truggy, and Schumacher 10 scale cars.
Really? Wow, okay.
Yes. But he actually finished 5th at the Nationals 2 weeks ago. So the GOAT, as I call him, still has some fuel left in his tank. And he's making A finals and top 5s in most of his 10 scale races that he's doing in the USA. So Cavalieri, while he's not winning world championships, he's still out there relevant in the RC world.
So just a reply to Crunchy in the chat. So he's saying, so they changed the system on you guys. Well, actually, no, we knew from yesterday it was 4 rounds of qualifying. Just to answer your question.
Yeah, actually, so Wayne Adams says he met Marco in USA. So Marco's been has been over to USA a couple of times this year, doing some stuff with over there in Virginia with the WIRC distributor over there and doing some races. So he's a guy like Marco. He's very Italian.
He's quite a cool dude. Nick had a really good chat with him at the E-Buggy Euros a few weeks back, and that will be on the RCGP Inside Track video that we're going to debut on Friday. So make sure and check that out. Subscribe to the RC Racing TV channel to make sure that you catch that. You get notified when that goes live. It's honestly a really good chat and quite fun too, as well as a couple of drivers that we didn't expect drop in. And if you wanted to see what socks he was wearing randomly, check out the RCTV Instagram page, or scroll way back I guess a few weeks back on the RCTV Facebook page. Yeah, he's pretty good. Good sport.
Yep, he is, and his English is very good. I remember when I interviewed him, very good. And WIRC is actually coming out with a new GT8 that looks pretty dialed.
Really?
The guy
That's
was
cool.
showing. Yeah, one of the guys here is a distributor for him here in the DR, and I was looking at it. So, yeah, who knows? Well, I mean, that's where they kind of started in on-road, but more of electric and whatnot. So
yeah,
we shall see how it goes.
I remember when those came out.
Lewis Jones. Sorry. I was just going to say, Lewis Jones takes the win with a 7.531. Not too far behind him, just over 10th is Manuel Iniesta, Mark de Zawart, Gabriel Astaroni, and Ivan Navarro, your top 5. And we have a pump track right now.
I didn't realize that was a pump track. Okay, that's cool.
That is cool.
Nice. Very nice.
We need some of those in the UK. I'm sure there's probably 1 or 2. But we need some of those. Just so I can practice my skateboarding and not kill myself.
Let's see who, who's Adrian Pinnon? Too bad we can't see his number. Come on, Adrian, show us his number. Who are you pinning?
Message him real quick.
He probably would not answer.
A nice covered booster section as well.
Yes, very nice. Yeah. Up next, our top heat, we have our Q1 TQ Iker Teles, followed by David Todd, Hugo Tavaron, Hugo Ibanez, Eric Leik, Eric Bercel, Tristan Reinher, Igo de la Glacia, Nacho Sanchez, Billy Grinley, Matthew Chafaradon, and Paco Flores. So let's go. Lefty, are you going to? Yep, I'll be there, Wayne.
I bet Adrian is pitting for Eric because he was pitting for Holger Likey earlier.
Well, that makes
so before
sense.
the top heat gets out on track, let's just check in with our sponsors. Thank you to all the associate members of EFRA. Thank you to EFRA, of course. Go to efra.ws to find out more about this class of racing and all the others that take place across the year. And of course, thank you to X-Ray Hot Race, Meebo Sport, your all-in-one place eShop, S-Works, T-Works, and Techno. There's our friends from Buggyland.
Very experienced track maintenance crew there.
They know what they're doing.
Cool RC Sachs logo on the back of that shirt. It's quite cool. So Iker Teles, our TQ from the first round, obviously car 1, and we'll be running in this one. So let's see if Matisse, Hugo, Eric, Hugo, Manuel, Luis, David, Iago, Eric, Ulis, or Ivan can take that off him for this, or claim the round 2 TQ.
Awesome, Wayne Adams. I'll see you there. Come up and see me and get some stickers from me, man. I leave next week for the US of A.
Speaking of stickers,
right,
we need to get
see.
you some, Lefty. You seem to be missing a couple of very important stickers on your coffee cup there.
Yes, so I'll see you in Spain. Well, I won't see you in Spain, but I'll see Matrick in Spain. And we are here with Iker in that green and white Techno. Oh no.
Yeah, good recovery.
Good recovery.
Champion's roll.
That was a good recovery.
Uh-oh.
Have they done opening ceremonies yet?
I don't. They may have yesterday. It's after we were on air, but not sure.
Yep, it was last night at 7 p.m.
Right.
Huh?
Okay.
Okay, so
I don't know if you heard, Lefty, but there was whoever was driving for Italy in the last round. Javier was just making a call for the Italian team manager to go to the technical inspection area just about a lap ago, which means someone may be getting a penalty. Usually. Or warning or penalty. Usually it's a penalty if they're calling the team manager over.
So it's going to be some drama. Great.
Possibly.
Alrighty. But Iker is not in front at the moment. Iker is he's our TQ of Q1. He is currently being scored. Let's see, what is Iker? He's down in 11th right now. He's going to finish his second lap there. Let's see what his second lap is to come towards the line.
Make another mistake. Oh, there he goes.
There we go.
Second lap, he fixes it.
47-1. So let's see. David Todd, though, our second fastest guy here. I think in round 1, he is on a 46.2, so he's not going to do a 5 laps, and that's David Todd.
David was 8th fastest actually after in the first round, but
was he? Okay.
46 is a quick time. Yeah,
car number 2. So we're following him right now.
We did have a couple of the drivers do 45-second laps, including Todd, Tavernon, and Tele.
No, he just threw down a 46.2 just now, so he is definitely getting closer to that. He's got to get away from this traffic. These cars are very similar in paint jobs too. Oh wow, that was confusing. Okay,
yeah. The moving cameras are very close in position as well, so it's a bit confusing. Yes.
So it's Todd up front, and who's that right behind him? Car number 4. That is Hugo Atinez. So Hugo is way down the line, but he's kind of racing Todd. Todd needs to get away. He needs to get around this person.
He was calling Stinson was calling for traffic on that car 8, who they just both passed, and they both got hung up on him. But now the 2 and the 4 are away, but they're just nose to tail, aren't they? Oh, Todd under pressure. That was Todd going over in the car 2.
And that's going to allow Hugo by.
Oh, sorry, that was a 4. That was a 4 that just went over. Sorry.
Okay, so that was the car that was harming Todd. And we are back on
that was,
tap. I think this is Eric. Is this Eric? Ooh. They're making somebody come in and put number 15.
That's going to be a very long pit stop for, I think it was 8, I think is what he said. I'm not sure.
The referees laying on the law. This is Billy Grinley we're following right now in that WIRC in this red, yellow, and green paint job. I do like this. And he is currently in 10th. He's on his last lap time was a 48.8, but Hugo Taveron a 46.6. Iker on a 47.2. So Iker a little bit off pace. He has a fast lap of a 46.9. He's going to want to dip back down to those 46-second lap times if he wants to get a TQ. But it looks like Hugo Taveron is going to he's on tap to do very well with 37 seconds left to go. Iker trying to get a Q2 on his belt. We're currently following the car number 10 of Billy Grinley from the UK. And now we're on this all-white car, who I do believe is probably Likey right there.
5.
So car number 5 is Eric Likey. So Adrian Bertine not pitting Eric Likey. I think he might be pitting Billy Grinley. I need to go see who's running Corsa Tech as well, or Matrix tires. But here is Eric Likey in that Agama N1. Let's see where he ends up as we hear the virtual air horn, letting the drivers know that qualifying time is up. And Eric looking pretty solid in that Agama N1. Good to have Mark Rumble and a good bit of team members there to bounce ideas off and get some setup help. I'm sure John Hazelwood is watching like a hawk as well from home.
Iker is actually running the Corsa Tech.
He might have been pitting Iker, but no, it wasn't a green car. It was and it was a tech. Iker runs Techno. That was not Techno Shocks. So let's see. Maybe we'll see.
So, Iker just pit by 2 drivers.
Car number 11. Iago Leglacia, then that's who Bertine is picking. Let's see. I think Hugo and Taveron's going to take the Q. Yep. Taveron going to take the TQ here, followed by David Todd, Eric Likey, and it's still going on. Let's see. It's very close, according to our scoring. Taveron,
I think
Todd,
that's the
Eric.
finish, yeah. That's about an 8-second slower pace.
Mm-hmm.
So you can hear Javier, one of the race referees, making announcements. Racing will commence at 12:45.
Okay, so I guess we can chat to our chat.
Absolutely.
A little bit of a break.
We have a little bit of a break, and we are planning to take another trip down memory lane. And we went to 2012 earlier. And now we're going to go to, you guessed it, 2013, to another B Euros. It's qualifying day, but it's at a very special track, a track that's going to become very important for the next Nitro Buggy racing event. So let's go to Sacile and rewind time to 2013.
Hello there, welcome to the glorious Italian countryside. How fitting that we should be surrounded by young growing crops. For over here, behind me, is qualifying for the EFRA 1/8 Buggy B Euros. Ben, you were probably one of the most exciting things about last year's Euros. Are you having an exciting time this time?
Yeah, exciting, probably not the word to describe my weekend so far. Yeah, we had quite a bad Friday. We had a 133 in the first round and a 97th in the second round, so not quite the pace that we're on in Switzerland. It's a very, very hard track to learn. It's really is local knowledge. You can see that with the times the Italians are all on top.
We'll check in with Ben later as he continues to learn and adjust his setup to the track. But back out again, Ongaro is hard to touch on this track, technically in his own backyard. Though he did get slightly slower, whilst Barafolo flamed and reigning champion Alessandro Maggi caught up to second. A relentless morning with battles both on and off the track. I caught up with the hardest working man in RC, Mr. Neo Buggy, Philip Mortstead, who spent the morning soaking up the atmosphere.
Phil, this is a B Euros that most A Euros would be proud of. I was just thinking, it's quite lucky that you chose to specialise in Nitro buggies, isn't it? Because if that section had died after you set your sight up, things wouldn't be looking so good for you now, would they?
No, that's obviously true. I think we've all played a small part in helping the class, if you will. But yeah, no, it's going well. 10 years on, everything's looking pretty good. 140 entries here from many different countries. It's a good race.
What do you think the general mood's like? I know you talk to all of the drivers and you get a kind of a feeling in the pits. What do you think people are? They seem quite positive, don't they?
Yeah, I'd definitely say so. I think the facility's really good. They've put in a lot of work. The track is pretty special. It's quite similar to the 2011 Euro A track in Germany. But I think most people are pretty happy. It's in Italy, sun's shining for now, and it's pretty well organised.
Not going to get your tip for the top because, well, is it any coincidence that the man or the boy whose name is on this facility is pretty unbeatable so far?
Well, I don't know. It might be coincidence. It's called the Ongaro Ring, and the guy who's the quickest, David Ongaro. I think the other RB runner, Marco Barufalo, he's pretty quick. There's obviously Oscar Baldo from Spain. He's the dark horse for the final. I think he's just, he's got the whole Model X racing team behind him, and they know what it takes to win. And then, there's plenty of Italian guys and foreigners as well. It's difficult to pick one.
Well, after lunch, Barafolo put his problems behind him and rose to the top. RB Engine certainly making a great start. And it just so happened that another RB driver had travelled a considerable distance just to check out this exciting event.
Yuchi-san, welcome to Italy. What brings you to the B Euros?
I'm a help Kyosho driver.
Are you impressed by the drivers here?
Anyway, it is first time for him to come to the Euro B. He want to watch the driver. Also, some driver is very fast and great possibility to win the world in future. Like a young talent driver is a lot of, he want to see this kind of driver.
Your move to RB Engines from Orion, was this a difficult decision? And are you happy with the change?
Of course.
As you know, he got 2000 world champion with RB engine, so he felt return back to home. And he said the performance of the engine is very nice, and also the very reliability. Also the Mr. Eric is a nice person and a nice guy. He's happy to use the RB engine.
There are very few clean laps, actually. Why do you think that is?
It is a very hard track to keep clean on. It is. There's little bits of it that you come into it for one lap perfectly. You come into the same line again on lap 2, and it'll just throw the car off. It's really quite random in places.
Yes, it's hard because the jump is particular. It's not the same jump in Switzerland or in French. It's hard to have speed.
It's not big jumps, are they? It's sort of flat, but it's still deceptively tricky.
Yes, we jump for no mistake and not for a good time.
Is there problems with visibility with the dust?
It's not really the dust. It's the rostrum's a tiny bit low, so you can't really see the far end of the track that much. There's a couple of blind spots over the big jumps. It's just little tiny things that will hinder your confidence really while you're driving around. It'll just make you think that little bit more, and some people just make mistakes from it.
Well, Q4 done, and one thing more predictable than the track is that TQ is David Ongaro.
Sì, sono molto contento, è andato tutto
He is very happy with qualifying. He managed to get 2 TQs in the first 2 rounds, so in the third and in the fourth he went for some testing for the long runs.
How are you going to approach actually racing on the track rather than just going fast?
He's starting with number 1, so it's going to be not easy but easier. Of course, he will need to fight to start with number 1 in the final, but he's prepared to do it.
We're back. It stopped raining and the club have put in a phenomenal effort to get the track back up and running, and finals day is go. As we've just heard, David Ongoring will be on pole in the semi-A, with Alessandro Stocco on pole in semi-B. Alberto Papa qualified in 3rd, Marco Barafolo ended up with 4th, then Phil's pick, Spaniard Oscar Baldo 5th, then last year's TQ Jeremy Pité 6th, and current champion Alessandro Maggi qualified in 7th. But nobody is guaranteed a place in the final. It really is all to play for in those all-important finals and those bump-up positions in the lower finals. So stay tuned to EFRA.ws for the finals roundup and to find out if it started raining again. I think it's looking pretty good.
There you go.
Some history there. Look how young some of those drivers were.
Davide.
Wow.
Wow.
Have 0 English and so young, and now triple world champion.
Yep. Hello.
High five.
High five, Keenan. How
I
you
even
doing,
saw
Lefty?
Max there.
Max?
I saw Max. When he was
Really?
interviewing Phil, he was standing behind him looking at the race, and I sent him a message and said, "Is this you? This looks like you."
Yeah.
He's supposed to be here, but he isn't.
Oh yeah, well, he's because as you explained before, Max has got a girlfriend and a job now, so he's a lot harder to get hold of.
Real life, you know. There's no RC till we go. Isn't RC till we Are we? So we're on a break, right? They're doing lunch right now.
Yes, yes, indeed. Well, it is a break. We are going to have a caller with us fairly soon.
The racers are on a break. Did you see your messages, Lefty?
I think our caller is coming now.
No, that was just me checking.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet.
Barufalo looks kind of like the same.
Yeah.
Just bigger. But how? So I wanted to ask you about that shirt you was wearing, Matt. It says, what did it say? Masami, Lamberto,
Yeah,
Pudge.
Pudge, and one other. Oh, Reinhard. That was a T-shirt from Jason P1. Do you remember P1? He's a designer, does a lot of cool designs, based in California, and he actually designed the original RC Racing TV logo. And the P1, they actually sponsored Hagberg for a while. Made some really cool designs, and that was one of his. So
what did the shirt say?
It was just RC Legends. It was literally just the names of Masami, Pudge, Reinhard, just a collection of RC Legends names. Kalari as well, yes, of course. So yeah, maybe we can get an updated version of that T-shirt. That would be quite cool.
I have suggested that.
Have you?
were like, stupid idea, Frank.
Yeah, but now Lefty suggested it. It's quite cool.
Yeah, I know. I know.
So who else have we got? We've got Rimfire recognises your voice, Lefty. Good morning, RC fans around the world. Rimfire checking in from Indiana, USA. Definitely recognise one of his voices. The excellent Keeney Lefty White. Track looks awesome. Racing looks awesome. It does look awesome, doesn't it? Well, he might have been watching the
top heat.
Yes. Yes. No, I was going to say.
Rimfire is always in the chats of these races, always. So it's a YouTube community of guys that follow the RC racing around the world, and they're always in there. Him, BJ Williams, TQ Chef, Bob's RC. These are guys. I was at Buggy World Cup, and they were in the chat. So nice guys. It's always good to talk to it's always good to interact with the chat. I enjoy it. I really thoroughly do. So go ahead. We have some breaks. So go ahead until we get some interviews going. I see Miguelo and his girlfriend out there blowing the track off. So that's good. I knew that at some point they would blow it off.
Miguelo and Laura keeping a watchful eye over the track as it develops.
I'm very interested to see how the water on the track. I really want to know if the water in the complete track. You guys.
Here we go. Here we go. All right, we have Mr. Mark Rumble from the UK representing Team Agama Nemo, and who have you got with you, Mark? All right, yeah, Hugo, our current overall TQ. So, how's talk us through the you're a bit stuttery, but not sure the connection is 100%. But we'll go with it and see what happens. But if you can just talk us through your weekend so far, Hugo.
No worries. So one thing's for sure, we're going to be testing Hugo's English abilities here, of course. So it might be a little bit brief, but we'll soon find out. Are you enjoying the track?
This track is beautiful. My car is very good. Big thanks to Sebastian Leonard and Céline Leonard for the mechanic, and Mark Rumble, John Hazelwood for the support. Thank you.
Fantastic.
No worries.
Very good.
No worries at all.
Very good.
What's coming through for you guys? We are sat under a tree to get a bit of shade, but hopefully it's not diabolical.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Smoothed out now by the looks of it. Great.
Yes. Yeah, it's looking good. Oh, you actually got the buggy there. Can we have a look?
Yeah, have a look. Sure.
Wow, so that's the N1, right?
That's it. Yeah. Yeah. So you'll see 6-mic tyres, bullet engine.
Bullet engine and servo for HD.
Power HD servos.
6-mic tyres. Option RC project for the bladders.
Is that the new lightweight body shell as well?
No. So this just the standard body at the moment. But clearly it's working all right. So go with the heavy body shell as well. It's all going fine today as well. Obviously, the track conditions are really similar to yesterday. It's interesting, obviously, between Q1 and Q2, when the sun really beats down on the track, there's seconds a lap different for drivers. If you look at the previous TQ's fast lap from Q1 and then this fast lap, it's a big difference. So it's really tricky, kind of like keeping up with the conditions, staying on top of the diffs, going down in the diffs when the track gets a bit slick like this. It's pretty tough. On top of also not cooking here as much as possible.
Hey, Mark.
And have the tire choices changed significantly from yesterday?
No, it's very similar. So for Hugo, it's the same. So it's obviously just been the sort of 6-mic scratch in like a medium sort of compound, which is called their orange or orange red. So Yeah, but that's the same as yesterday. That actually hasn't changed. So it's been pretty consistent, sort of throughout the whole event, really. Like the track isn't really particularly developing. It's staying very consistent. It's just as the heat really starts to beat down on the track, it makes a pretty big difference to the overall traction level.
I have a question, Mark. How are they're now watering, and I see they're blowing off the track now. They're watering. Are they completely watering the whole track, the line included, or just the outside of the track? Okay.
Yeah, so they're pretty. I'm struggling to hear you just a little bit, but they're watering the whole track, and it's pretty liberal watering. I obviously don't have any experience when it comes to how much water you put on tracks, but it's
plenty.
Sort of like
it just comes from the sky.
Level of water is what they're after. That's sort of where we're at. So, one thing that's obviously undisputable is that it is meaning that the track, which I think otherwise would be torn up by 144 drivers going around it, is staying really, really smart. Really flat. Really, there is no character, for want of a better word, developing on the track. It's staying really nice and consistent. So they're definitely doing it right.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, we were saying obviously the club people will know exactly what they're dealing with over the years. The club's been there for 10 years, we were told. You're not foreseeing any sort of danger points on the track developing as the qualifying and the mains go on?
I don't think so. I mean, if sort of, I guess strictly we're kind of at the midpoint-ish of the event. We've done 2 qualifiers, obviously the whole day of practice, whole day of cars running around, control practice, and then 2 of the 4 qualifiers. We're at the midpoint, and there's been like little to no degradation on the track. So unless something changes drastically, it seems unlikely that the track's going to tear up. It might develop, a couple of little bits here and there that the track team's obviously on top of, sort of doing any repairs. Obviously at the end of qualifying rounds they can make repairs. But it's staying really good. There's seemingly no danger zones on the track, which is nice.
I was wondering, this may be a disaster, but I was wondering if it would be possible for you to give us a very, very quick tour of the facility. Do you think that would work? We may lose you.
Yeah. Well, we can certainly try. Well, the only question I do have is probably just how I managed to turn my camera around to see what I'm showing. But I could obviously just try to sort of turn it around the whole way. That is possible. Let's try. We're soon going to find out. So what I'll do then is I will. Thank you very much, Hugo. I'll leave you to it. Good job. See you in a bit. Right. So we're following live. This is. We're all going to find out how this goes. But what I will do is
it's a live pit walk with Mark Rumble.
Yeah. And obviously, so in the background, this is the sort of restaurant area. So you can see the snacks, people getting lunch, people waving, some of the Six Celine and Seb there. And then as you head into the facility, obviously it's a completely gated track facility. The security is, as good. Everybody's got, thousands of pounds of equipment out. So it's sort of like the track entrance.
Wow. That's amazing.
That's the entrance to the track. And then as we sort of head through, you've got some of the sort of manufacturers areas here. You've got some of the sort of on-site shops here. As you sort of head into the main, I don't know how well you can hear me, hopefully well enough.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
As you head into the sort of, again, other sort of manufacturing fitting areas, obviously you've got the Techno tent there. And then you have up the top, you've got the big man himself. So this is a good doorstop, I think.
Yeah.
So we're here live with
Yeah, I know.
TV.
I am following you. I have you there on camera.
He's watching
this. To his WhatsApp, a video of half a minute of how it is done, the watering of the track, because Miguel is watering right now. So if we go to the track, you can show there. Yeah, we can go there.
So now Carlos is directing.
So that was timekeeping over there, just to keep you in the loop, partially, not going completely off track.
The Brussels board is there.
So yeah, this is the results board. And then obviously the track in the background. We obviously have some. And we can head onto the track and we will have
Yeah.
during the watering.
So I think they have had a problem. So let's watch this with the shadows. This is the paddock area.
Good. So here is also the sort of undercover pitting area, which is really amazing pitting. Obviously, undercover pitting for 100 plus drivers. Automatic sunshades provided by a local Spanish company, Saxon.
That's great.
With our big sponsors like the
and then you can see it's got an accessible rostrum, which is great. They've got some local.
That's fantastic.
Racers, so it's great that they can have that inclusivity. And then obviously we'll head underneath the rostrum now, or we can head up onto the top. What do you think?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
we will.
Why not? It's all dynamic here. So there you can see a bit of a view of the pit area. It sounds like I'm falling through the ground, but I'm not. I promise. Here we've got the sort of airline area and warming up to warm your engines up. And then I'm going to try and show you the track from here. Hopefully you can hear me as well.
Picture of the techno drivers in the far corner.
Doing a team photo there. Hopefully you can see me. It's a bit of
the techno one. And Miguelo is watering the center of the track. So this is the amount of water Miguelo is putting on the track.
Yeah, so it's obviously... Yeah.
Except that we haven't had a problem with this curve now. And there's a mud corner from the next...
Oh, wow.
Okay. So just explaining that they're obviously watering the track here. I'm going to go to a spot that hopefully we can see-ish, where you can see that obviously Miguel, who's done the track build from Mr. Buggy Land, you can see he's obviously out there watering the track now. Hopefully you can see that well enough.
Yep.
Rafa, sale una mano a Miguelo con la manguera.
Exactly, Mark. Exactly.
So basically, you can obviously see all of the track in the background here. You see Miguel's going around, and pretty much from what you can see on the dark sections and then not dark sections of track, that it is obviously just a full watering. Obviously heavier on the sort of some of the corners that I think they know might potentially be problematic, but we're midway through the event and it's been completely a non-issue. So. They're definitely doing, it's amazing being on top of it like that. You can see that the material is a sandy style base dirt, so it would really blow out if this was not being done. So it's really important. Also, I have Carlos pointing to something. So this is the media tent. I wonder whether it will go in sort of like a weird loop of media into media into media. It will cause like a break in the matrix or something where I'll show you all of this stuff. It might sort of blow it up or something. So you see, obviously, all the media tent. They have
there's a big screen for commentators. The commentators stand here with the microphone, and they watch the event on the screen down there. That's where the commentators are acting. Your camera is in front there normally, and then the filming cameras are there. Plus the bridge camera on the pit lane, which is Jesus Christ. That's one of the biggest. When it is moving, it is because a car has touched that metal fence.
So when there's
we've
a bit
seen
of
that quite a bit.
nausea, it is because a car has obviously run into it.
You have had questions about the barriers situation. This case is only COVID situation in barriers, but in the end helps that the old cattle is everyone on his place, getting the same underneath for the mechanic.
Also in the pit lane.
On the pit lane is the same, so there's the same space for every team. So that means equal possibility for everyone, and no discussions, no hitting one to each other. So everyone is on their place.
Yeah, it's actually this setup. Obviously, it's a COVID originated thing. It's a COVID originated thing, but it has actually obviously just been kept because there's loads of room in pit lane, loads of room
it's a
on the
smart
rostrum.
idea.
Keeps you nice and separated, cleared. It's great. There's no dispute. You're either on your number or you're not, and that's that. And then we have here just also who will enjoy this. So we have Mark Stitcher,
Hey,
referee,
there he is.
here live.
Keep it clean.
I'm so loving the media attention from him. Thanks, guys.
The Eagle. There he is right there. He's talking to us now.
It's all good. All good for me. It's really a lovely setup, lovely track.
Yeah, and enjoying it.
Yeah, all good.
Not cooking.
Nope, lovely, just nice.
We've had some sort of adjustments being made here. It's
Yes.
not a sale. It is.
I didn't appreciate the sun coming onto my back, so there's a temporary arrangement, which is good.
Yeah. It's better than being cooked. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's a decent little overview. I'm just also showing you something else being pointed to. So I see here
Ambulance,
which is
civil protection,
and there's civil protection, and
the toilets, a big lorry for toilets.
Another thing, which obviously is quite a weird point, and we're going over it whether we like it or not. They have a royal bathroom company that's been hired in to offer like the most luxury, perfect, amazing toilets that are just.
We need photos. We need photos.
Yeah. Is there a sort of a legal question as to whether I can sort of go and film?
Well, just
the toilet? That's probably
make
not
no one in the toilets, no people in the picture, but just we need
how do I
photos.
find that out until I go in?
We have the right to use the swimming pool, the local swimming pool with the wristband.
Yeah, so you have your
goodness.
your access bands, and that is also valid for the local swimming
Wow.
pool in SAT. So yeah, it's a really cool thing. I think it's amazing when you come to these European races. I think it's something that everybody should try to do, or at least this is, I guess, saying this to all the Brits watching at home, is if you can come and do a Euros, race abroad, you should absolutely just endeavour to do that. It's really different. It's just a different vibe. The feeling is great. There's a massively great ambience. It's really, really good. And the support that the tracks receive from the local municipal support, like their respective councils, is just unfathomable. In the UK, it's tough. It's tough for us as track operators. And here, it's great. Everybody gets looked after.
5 minutes, clear to the track. 5 minutes.
5 minutes, in case you can't hear that. I'm sure you probably can. I think it probably might blow my eardrum open.
You were able to talk to your mechanic.
Oh wow, that's great. That's a great idea.
Gaps on the floor. So, what I'm going to do is just get out of the way of that sound, because that is horrifyingly painful. Don't worry, it's coming back. I'm up to another speaker. And then this is obviously the technical inspection area here. It's obviously just right near the track, just obviously underneath the rostrum. You can see some of the guys here. But yes, so that is a bit of an overview of the facility. It's probably a decent time to call it quits, as there looks like they're getting restarted.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's an amazing track, amazing event. It'd be, if you didn't do this at least once in your lifetime, it'd be a shame. For anybody watching at home, you should definitely endeavour to do it. It's a cool event. It's a great thing to do.
Mark, I think you have a future in RC broadcasting ahead of you. I think we're going to need more Mark action.
Yeah. We're waiting for the next Mark Rumble pit walk. Thank you very much, Mark. That's amazing. Thank you. You're a legend.
No worries at all, guys. Thanks very much.
Cheers. Bye. Thank you so much, Mark. Bye.
Good luck.
Our very own Martin Brundle.
Fabulous.
Carlos was on it.
Yes.
Oh, he loves it. He loves it.
He loves it. He loves it. I have a video from Carlos I can share very shortly. We may have another guest. I don't know if we might be able to squeeze another guest in, but I probably need a code for them, James, or maybe they just need to try again now. I'm not sure. But I need to get our final guest of the lunch break in with a new code. So what have we got now? We're exactly halfway through, right? Qualifying?
Yeah. Qualifying round 3 is up as we speak. They're out. Those are the cars that are going to be driving. That was our lunch break. And they are due out on the track in less than 2 minutes. So our track has been watered. new tires, as we can see on that number 12. And that is Peter Perot, one of our junior racers.
Awesome.
So
it's a nice facility. So I'm assuming that it's inside of like a multi-faceted facility. We saw a pump track, a swimming pool.
Yeah, I'm not sure. A lot of the European tracks and some of the British tracks seem to be... Here we go. This is our video from Carlos, sent to Matt. This is just easier than putting it on a...
I'm sure there must be a better way of doing this.
Yeah.
Oh no! No!
Well, no one knows the code.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
No one knows the
wow.
website.
Literally anybody could join the live stream now if they knew what to do, but hopefully they don't.
Yeah. That was a very Ted Kravitz moment there from one of the things. But yes.
Anyway.
But a lot of the European, some of the European and British tracks and clubs are on sort of council grounds where it's like part of a park or a sports complex or something like that, and they get like actual real support from the local councils, which really helps out. So obviously these guys have organized access to a nice toilet area and swimming baths or pool area, like they were saying, and obviously there's it's very sunny in Spain, so they have a local sunshade provider. They look at all the Gaviota sunshade branding on the thing there because they're using Gaviota sunshades on the driver's stand. So it's fantastic stuff. It's a well organized track is a sight to behold. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I was saying yesterday, I'm going to be in Alicante for a day or two. I'm going to definitely go have a visit of it. I think I might stay in Alicante the first night I get to Spain for the World, so it should be interesting. We have a Sealand RC. Hi, I'm from Germany and new to buggy racing. Well, welcome. Nitro is the glory. I hope you run Nitro cars because it's awesome. And Mauro is back. What's up, Mauro? ¿Cómo está? And we are ready for heat number 3. Qualifier number 3, heat 1. We do have 11 heats to go. And this is the 2024 EFRA European. I just like calling this the Euro Bs. Like, I know that they used to have it in IC track before, but this is the Euro Bs.
That's what it is currently. Yeah, it's the current name. Yeah.
I wonder why they're looking at the screen on the ground. That must make it hard to call a race. I don't know. It is kind of weird. Oh, I know that guy.
When's the next podcast out, Lefty?
Next podcast out. One dropped yesterday, which was Max and I. We got in a heated debate as usual about something. Next podcast is actually going to be a good one. I had Elliot Boots on, and we just had a great chat because I think I'll be honest with you. Elliot Boots has probably rejuvenated his career since last year Italian race to now. He just won the Italian race.
I've noticed that
2 weeks ago. And honestly, last year, this time before the Italian race, we had Boots retiring because it was like, what's going on? He's not getting the results that he's getting. And then from the Italian race on to this year, he has just completely rejuvenated his career, winning DNC. He's the first European to win Silver State Nitro Buggy and DNC Nitro Buggy.
So what's the main change that he's had, or do we have to listen to the podcast to find out? The main change in his career?
He said after the World, I should make people go watch this when it drops next week. But he said basically after the Worlds and he didn't make the final, he said, I'm not doing that anymore.
Okay, so it's a mindset.
Yeah, and then he made a little change. He got another mechanic, and he says, I'm kind of just doing my own thing, what's comfortable with me and back to basics. And it obviously has worked because, man, Boots went from where I thought he was going to retire to I think he can win any race that he enters now. And I think he can win a world championship too. So we shall see.
Absolutely.
That's what's I I'm so excited about the World Championships. I just can't express how excited I am. I honestly cannot wait for it. I cannot wait.
Yeah, it will be
But we have a lot
definitely
of
one to
racing
watch.
for that. Yeah. But we have some great racing around the world to go before we get that, with the world being 2 months away. But I can't help but talk about it. The Euro Ace is going to be great. Nobody's going to want to lose that. Everybody's going to want to win that. Just to have that, I beat you at the Euros.
Yeah.
The last race for the Americans before the Worlds is Wicked Weekend at the end of the year, end of the month. They're going to want to, somebody's going to want to go into the Worlds with a win on a high. And it's all leading up, all the storylines are playing out in my head, and it's probably going to come out like verbal, I don't know, like a verbal hurricane when I get to start calling the Worlds with Nick in September. I can't wait.
Yeah.
So it's going to be good.
That will be good. That will be very good.
We won't have Frank to bring us frozen lemonades. So,
No, unfortunately. I think, well, the way things are going, I'll be at another event that we'll be covering for H2GP. So it should be interesting in its own right. And my first visit back to California in over 20 years, so it'll be nice.
Oh wow, Frank! Well, I can't say enough, and I haven't been to Bermuda since 2011. So
you just hop on a boat.
No, you see, that's the misconception that everybody has about Bermuda. They
just
think
swim.
It's in the Caribbean. It is not. Oh yeah. I can swim 1,000 miles across the ocean. Yeah. Bermuda is not in the Caribbean. It's actually almost smack dab in the middle of the Atlantic.
Yeah, it's like due east of Florida, isn't it?
It is actually 750 miles off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina.
Oh, okay. Right.
It's very north.
Yeah, it's a lot farther north than I thought. Because there's
So basically,
it goes Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, then North Carolina, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. So it's basically when the Europeans were coming over to the New World here down in the Caribbean, they knew when they got to Bermuda it was time to start heading south.
Yeah.
But don't worry, you plus many other people have the misconception that Bermuda is actually in.
It's one of those things.
Now,
I mean,
the DR all have flight from Miami, so
yeah, it's one of those things about being an American. You only kind of know like your local area.
Well, it's usually, you're from Bermuda, like the Triangle. Yes, does that really exist? Yeah, something's out there. It's stealing planes. It's eating planes. Do you know what it is? No idea what it is. I'm trying to find out. Alrighty, enough about where we're from. Salan says, I run Nitro on our track, but I'm an electric. Well, electric's good too, but yeah. Chewy RC, we actually have no contact with the Spanish broadcasters whatsoever. Which is like Matt was explaining, this is something new that we're doing. Well, actually, this whole broadcast is spread out between like 4 different countries. We have the Spanish guys, we have you guys in the UK, we have me here in the DR, and we have Stefan in Sweden doing what Ari would do. Ari Bacala, is that his name? What's the Rally B guy that was really famous? The sweet
Rally
Ari
B guy.
something. Stefan was
Ari
telling me
Vatanen.
all about Rally B.
Ari Vatanen.
Vatanen? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Ari Vatanen. Driving around. Hey, he was crazy. He's my RC rally hero.
Full-size RC? Full-size rally or RC?
Yeah, Rally B was like madness. Like Stefan gave me a whole history lesson on
B group.
He was in
Yeah, group B rally. Yes.
We have a guest. We'll bring him on as soon as this race finishes. We'll hope to speak to a very special guest joining us. Oh, actually, I think we can connect him up there. Can we? No.
Yeah, so it looks like Group 1 of Q3 is coming to a finisher. Alexander Mason, one of the juniors, on a 6-lapper. Somebody having a... Somebody going the wrong way. Looks like somebody has lost some sort of steering or whatnot. Had some sort of malfunction with their car, unfortunately.
Hey, Robert. We have Robert.
Oh,
we have.
Yeah.
Hey, Robert, how's it going?
Good. Here in Napoli, in Italy, we have the wedding from Nicola from Hot Race. So we are kind of holidays this weekend.
Has the wedding happened yet, or is it this afternoon?
It's this afternoon at, I think, 4:30 or 5, something like that. I will post some stories or whatever, so you will see.
Oh, yes, please. Yeah.
Yes, we want to see that.
You don't have your suit on yet.
Yeah. Exactly.
No RC t-shirts and caps for the wedding. It's all smart suits.
Yeah, exactly. I feel strange a weekend without a cap or
obviously, we'd love to have you at the B Euros, and I guess you would be here if it wasn't for this important event in Italy.
Yeah. I just said to Nicole about, didn't you have more weekends that you have to put it on the Euro B? So, I mean, it was only 5 hours driving, and I would be there for sure, but I have some guy from 36 Mode and everything, so everybody is happy there.
Yeah. A lot of Spanish drivers, as you'd expect. Any particular drivers that you think we should keep an eye on, that you think are very fast and up and coming?
We made the nationals there, like 1 month or 2 months ago, and Hugo Ibanez, he was really fast at the nationals, really, really fast. I see today he's not really as he was at nationals. But I think if he just focus on what he has to do and he find the right setup, he was really fast. Like he was fighting for the win with Canas. So
really?
I would say if he's on this pace, he would be the winner. But yeah, racing is racing, and once you are on the weekend, maybe you are more nervous or you don't find exactly the right setup. But still, I think it's 2 qualifyings to go, and we have all day tomorrow. So, but yeah, he was really, really fast at nationals. I think he's fast. I see Tellez is also fast yesterday and today. I mean, I'm on holidays, but I'm watching a bit of results. So.
There's no such thing as a holiday.
Yeah, I know about the UAV a bit. But yeah, I think also Ferrier from France, that he's driving the hot race and an X-ray. He's fast, and I saw him at the Eurobe last year, and he was also really, really good, and he's concentrated so much on this kind of races. So yeah, we'll see tomorrow.
The facility looks pretty cool.
What?
Go on, Keenan.
David Todd is doing pretty good as well from Spain.
Yeah, he's really good also.
He looked pretty good yesterday, and he did pretty good at the e-buggy Euros as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, no surprise here. Ibanez did get he had a pretty good Q1, not the best Q2, but he has 2 more Q qualifiers to go, like you said. Beautiful facility, Bobby. I didn't even Matt was talking about. I didn't even know there was a track in Alicante. You never told me that. ¿Qué pasó?
Yeah, we have on that area. That it's really close from Redovan, for example, that track. It's like about 45 minutes or more or less. So it's really close, and they have really good tracks over there. Like in a ratio about 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, they have like 4 tracks that they can do Euros or even Worlds. So yeah, it's really good area. The shame is like 5 hours driving from my place, so it's a bit far. But yeah, I used to go there for test a bit, because in 3-4 days you can test on 3-4 different tracks, and they are quite good.
Wow!
Of course, you won the Neo Buggy race at the at Redovan.
Yeah. when the really good layout was. I like so much old style Redoban, like the old Montpellier, for example. I really would love to have all tracks again, like more driving and less jumps and so on. But it is what it is, so we have to use to that.
Do you have to spend a lot of your time now, because you're in a slightly different role now? Obviously, you're still a top racer, but you spend a lot of your time helping your teammates. You have a kind of a new setup with your team now, right?
Yeah, now it's kind of different way. The thing is, inside myself, I still want to drive well and be competitive. So it means a lot of testing and a lot of hours. But in the other hand, I have all the distributor thing on my Yako and also my 36 mod shop. And it makes a lot of time, because now we have to go to some nationals, also regionals and all this stuff, helping all our customers and also helping people from outside Spain, like, I don't know, South America or US, for example, that we go in September to make a 2-week trip there for club racing and just normal people, not about big races or whatever. So just helping people and helping our distributors and shops. And yeah, and also adding now the baby, it's quite
of course. Congratulations.
yeah.
All these racers having babies.
Now.
Future racers is what you should be calling them.
Yeah, exactly. But he's nice. He's sleeping almost all night, so we are lucky.
Very good.
Very good. Well, we're getting into Heat 2 now out on track. So, Robert, we'll let you go and get ready for the wedding. And thank you so much for tuning in and talking to us.
Thank you. I will show you
Thank
some
you very
stories.
much.
I will tag you.
And say hello to Nicola again for us.
Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye, Robert.
Robert.
Yeah.
Robert, one thing before we go. Entonces, vale. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Está bien. Cuídense.
Wow. There we go. Let's get some.
That's an inside joke.
back.
That's an inside joke. I always, when we was on tour in South America in 2022, you know how like Robert is like Barcelonian and like real Spanish, and he speaks with that lisp. And I'm like, I always tease him like, Robert, entonces? And he's like, I do not speak like that. That's like, yes you do. I just tease him about that. Well, good guy, Robert. Good for him to get a break. He's been very busy with Mayako 36 Moon. He's been doing a lot of content on his Instagram's been banging, and he's got his hands full with Mayako, and of course, of a brand new baby. I know all about that, and I'm sure those who have had kids don't know all about that. So, all right, we are with car number 12, who is Lewis Trafford from the United Kingdom. Driving the Agama. It seems like the UK guys are either on Agamas or WIRCs or some Mayakas. I'm sure there's some other cars there as well, but definitely seems to be Agama seems to be very popular here. Good to see Nemo focusing on the Euro Bs.
Yeah, John Hazelwood, who runs Nemo, he very, very closely aligned with Agama. So, of course, John used to be the top nationals racer for in the UK, and so lots and lots of British racers. He still races it. Obviously, we covered him quite a bit on track at the big Slough GP that we covered a couple months back, and so it leads to that kind of close support. They have a very large team that travels to races every weekend for the British national and regional races, and so really good support. It's that kind of support that you see the same thing from X-Ray, and we saw the techno tents that are there, and obviously S-Works always have their tents at the big races as well. So where you'll find Canas and Boots, you can walk right up to them and go, I'm having trouble in this section, and what tires are you running today, and blah blah blah. You get little tips from the racers that are the pro guys that are running your brand of car. So it's always helpful to have that sort of thing, and basically that's what fosters the big Agama support. And then you have drivers like Billy Grinley, young Billy, who we saw yesterday, thanks to Mark, Rumble, who we were talking with earlier. He's running the WIRC, and I know that there was, I think, was it Bradley Baird? There's some other British racers that were mentioned that are also running WIRC. So,
no, Bradley's running Mayaka Lewis. Jones is running WIRC.
Okay,
yeah. So with Hazelwood, that's actually one guy I've been trying to get to interview on the podcast since I've been doing the podcast. I think he has some great stories, but he's also a 2000 that Worlds that we was talking about in Jakarta, which a lot of the Americans boycotted. He actually was a world finalist at that race in 2006. And Dagani always tells me he could have won that Worlds because Yannick Igon was out front and he lost. He was like killing those guys. He was out front by far, and then he had a DNF. Something went wrong with his car, and then Dagani was in second. And he was like, I was running that Offner 8.5, the Habal, what you guys are saying in the UK, Habal 8.5. And it used to have a spurger that actually threaded onto the center diff. It was the weirdest design ever, and that actually came off. He goes, I got the lead, and I was leading, and I could have got a second world championship. I was like, well, how? It was 20 minutes in. I said, well, Greg, it was 40 minutes left in the race. I could have won it, but Davidis actually won
anyone
that.
could have won it under the right circumstances, but yeah, racers are always like that. It's like fishermen.
Good morning,
the one that got away.
Yeah. Good morning, Bob's RC. How are you? Hope everything's nice, sunny, and warm up there in Canada. Good to see you in the chat. Canada for everybody else. Carlos Fonseca looks like he's going to take the win in this race. Heat 2 of Q3. Is on a 6.501. So Carlos just 1.7 seconds shy of a 1.8 seconds shy of a 7-lapper. And we have Dow Keenan, who's in second. And
are you racing in car 4 there, Keenan? Oh no, it's Cal Keenan.
Yeah, I have 2 E's in my name. But very close. Very close. All's good, Bob. Hope you're doing well. It's been a long time. I haven't called a race in a long time, so it's good to see you in the chat. I'll probably be seeing a lot of you over the next month in the chat. Ooh, man, that pit lane camera is definitely shaky. Looks nice, so at least they have a nice breeze there. I mean, it looks hot, but they have a nice breeze. That's always a good thing.
Yeah.
Until the breeze becomes
dry
hot.
heat is okay.
Yes. Most definitely. He's excited.
Yeah.
He's definitely excited. All right. Up next, Group 3. This is qualifier number 3. We've had 2 different TQs, Iker Tellez and Hugo Tavernon taking Q2. So I hope we got a nice, exciting fight to the end. It's always good. It comes down to a tiebreaker.
2 different round TQs so far. So I think it should be exciting, and I'm hoping David Todd is going to be able to put in a good fight as well. There's some good names. Lewis Jones. Robert was mentioning Hugo Banyath, another junior racer. So there's some really good, at least 4, 5, 6 names that could definitely be contending for a top spot. But it's going to be, at the moment, it's going to be hard to bet against Iker or Hugo. But we'll see what happens in the rest of round 3.
I'm confused. I'm sure we've just seen the same bit of video again. The same guy just walked past.
They must have hit the replay save and then just played out just now. Because it just jumped and then jumped again. Yeah.
If he walks past again, then something's going on.
Glitch in the Matrix. There we go. A little bit engine tuning for the number 11.
I'm really looking forward to seeing some pit stops with this camera.
It'd be great if there was a way to have, like multiple wide-angle GoPros going down the pit lane.
Yeah. Oh look, there's
Philippa
Surfer
Pim's
dude?
mechanic.
Who's that?
That's Philippa Pim mechanic.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but the T-shirt he's wearing.
Well, it matches
No, I
matches
didn't
her. He was wearing that yesterday, I think. Or, the similar shirt. Whoa. Very quick.
All right. Let's see. Philippa had a good run in Q2. She won her heat, came second or won her heat, if I remember correctly. So she'll be happy with that.
Coming in for final pit stops now.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a House of RC T-shirt. But if they're Swedish, that would make sense.
Yep, yep. Connie Svensson.
Yeah, where's Connie? Not heard from Connie in a while.
I'll see him in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, he's
True.
been racing.
Large Skull Off-Road.
Large. Oh, yeah. All right. As drivers go up there, they got, according to our computer, 20 seconds to start. Coming in for a little splash of fuel, last bit of adjustments.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Car 12 starts the heat. Car 8. Car 6. Car 1. Car 9. Car 7.
All right, car number 2. No, car number 12 of Awen Martinez. No, Bob, the barriers are not to prevent, he says, those barriers between the pit guys, that's what Tessman and Mayfield needed. No, actually, that was probably one of the best things I've ever seen in RC. But that's actually, they have that at, ooh, I like that paint on that car. Sorry, squirrel. They actually have the same thing at the Buggy Arena in Portugal. It came from COVID, where they had to separate the drivers, and some of the tracks just never took it out, and they actually have it in the pit lane at this track. So that's what that was for.
There's a Dalek there talking over the PA. Doctor Who fans will relate.
All right, so we are watching Avel to let somebody by, and we are not watching Avel anymore. We have switched to our number 2, who is Juan Antonio Gonzalez, one of our 40-plus racers. So you can see, Frank, the track is definitely drying out a lot faster than it did in that previous round. Obviously, it's hotter. So we're probably going to start seeing that line form up a little bit later, earlier one. So there's definitely automatic watering, Frank, because there's a plethora of sprinklers on the track. They probably just don't water the track as fast or evenly as Megalo wishes. But Avel's still up front, followed by Ivan Tessera. Juan Antonio Gonzalez, who we're currently following, is in fourth. He just threw down a 50.6. which is the fastest lap of this race out of everybody so far. But still kind of off the pace that we saw earlier from some of our fast guys. We didn't see any 45-second laps in this Q2, but they saw some in Q1 earlier on. Let's see if it can happen as the track dries out a little bit more for these guys. And a beautiful facility here. It's like a mix of an American and USA style track with some European size. It's a big track. I didn't realize how big the track was until we saw the video from Mark Rumble up on the driver's end. It's definitely a huge track. I mean, we have 50-second lap times.
Yeah, when you're zoomed in on it like we are now, it's you can see the people in the middle of the track, but when you see it on like a really wide phone camera, like a 0.6 lens or whatever, like if you whip out your smartphone, it you really get a sense of how massive the track is. Really, it's the number 8 going over.
We have an accident.
Bodoque?
Our number 6, Juan Antonio Belmonte. No, car number 8, sorry. That's Adrian Baduque. He's currently being scored on 7th. That lap definitely was something he doesn't want to write home about. This lap, sorry, that he's going to finish up.
30 seconds to go.
That was a 56-second lap for him. Not good at all. Abel Martinez still out front. We do have somebody that dropped on into the 49-second lap time. That was Juan Antonio Gonzalez, who's currently being scored in 6th. The Israeli team manager is being called to.
Oh man!
There's
only 2 drivers that can be about.
Yeah, but I guess I thought Israel would be on the Famar, but I guess they let them race. It should be on the Famar.
What? That's Famar's.
Famar is everything. No. Famar is all of Latin America and South America.
Oh.
Dominican Republic was Famar. Famar. You're thinking of FEMCA.
Literally one letter between them. Palmar and Famar.
Wow, 2. It's FEMCA. No, it's FEMCA.
FEMCA, Far East.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And Famar or Famar is everybody besides Asia, Europe, and North America. So Israel, Dominican Republic, we were part of Famar as well. All of South America, Central America, Israel, all those off countries that just can't. South Africa is a part of Famar. All right. Looks like Philippa Pim gonna finish third. There's our mechanic just taking the body off her car. Well done, Philippa.
.31 degrees locally. They're in Sax, Alicante.
Ah, good. I was just thinking hadn't had a weather report for a while.
No.
What's the air quality like?
Air quality at the moment is
passable.
Yeah, I mean, as
it's
you
a bit
can see,
smoky.
Outside of the pit area, yeah, clear.
Yeah.
Blue skies. Gentle breeze. Quite a high UV index, though. 10 out of 11. So if you are in the sun, make sure and wear some UPF protective clothing or some suitable sunscreen that you regularly refresh. And stay hydrated.
Right. Oh, Juan Antonio takes the win there. 6.503. So he was the fastest guy there, followed by Elliot DeHees and Philippa Pim, Aval Martinez, and Fernando Cabrera. All right, they're moving along at a good clip here. We're on Heat 4 already. almost to the halfway point of the qualifier.
There we go. So Heat 4 next, and it's a good time for us to thank our sponsors, X-Ray, Hot Race Tires, Mebo Sport, your all in one place eShop, S-Works, T-Works, Techno. This is an EFRA event, and do you know why we do this? Do this because RC is our motorsport.
This is my motorsport.
I put everything into this.
It's given me so much more back.
The best friends,
the best moments,
the best skills,
and experiences.
I put hours into tuning the setup of my car.
From camber to tow,
to differential,
the shocks, tires,
body and wing.
Adjusting everything in search of perfection.
Lap after lap after lap.
I practice endlessly on track.
And then it's time to race.
We are in for a barnstormer.
Wants to make the move. He makes a move stick.
Ronald has a look down the inside. Can't find a gap there.
What's it going to be? It's a race to the line, and Skidmore takes it. Killick gets a kick down the straight.
Oh, Walter's going for the lead.
Through for the third spot. It looks like Newman's got it.
Bruno gets the jump off the start, and Ronald Volker. It's all gone wrong for him.
Your European champion, Dario Balestre.
Racing at every level is hard.
And it doesn't always go your way.
Letting Newman. Oh, Newman's had a nightmare.
Oh, and that's Figueiredo rolling.
Spot on the pony. Oh, Garo's over.
Oh, Ballestri's flamed out. Ballestri's flamed out. They can stop. Oh, Krajcik has just gone. He's taken out the fence.
Oh, and he's got the cone of justice.
Oh, he's broken. Valkyrs is broken.
Sometimes you lose, but you'll never forget the important things you win.
I made the best friends through RC.
I joined the team through RC.
I traveled the world through RC.
I have a career through RC.
I have a business through RC.
I have a family through RC.
Together we race, and together we win.
Whoever you are,
you can race with us.
RC is the most accessible motorsport on the planet.
RC is my motorsport.
I put everything in.
It's giving me so much more back.
Thank you.
There you go. RC is our motorsport. Go to EFRA.ws. Why don't you follow EFRA on social media as well? Look for RC Motorsport Europe on Facebook and on Instagram. And follow EFRA and find out about all the great things they do, running events like this all across Europe. National championships, international races, Grand Prix, 40-plus races, whole host of events, and a whole host of national championships that happen below the European Championships. We have national championships taking place in all of the countries that have federations.
Using EFRA rules.
EFRA rules. And, what a great sport we have. And thank you for watching and commenting along. Loads of you in the chat. It's all going off. Oh, thank you. Have a little Fanta Limon and pretend.
I'm trying to hide it, but
pretend I'm in Spain.
All right, we're just going to open them on camera. Lefty's gone.
Lefty's done. Lefty's done. Oh, the track's open. There we go.
Right. That's a very familiar. That looks almost like Lee Martin-esque, doesn't it?
It does. Very Martin-esque.
Is that number 8? I think. Oy. Morales, possibly.
Superstar DJ David Morales back on track.
Is he one of the Chemical Brothers?
No.
That'd
be ridiculous.
Is that the real name of Moby?
No. But you were right. That is car 8. Got better eyes than me.
Years of finely tuned, honed practice. steely eyes of Nick boring into the side of my head when I miss a shot or something. So let's see how what the timing is and the expected lap pace of Mr. Morales is. Just leapt up in the second position with a 49.7 second lap. 47.7 for Leon Zorer from Germany. Not many racers here from Germany, I would guess. Of course, lots from Spain. A good number of British racers. Darren Hayden Ball just popping up into the second spot there. Darren Big Guns, 49.2 second lap. I think it's going to take a little while for someone to get close to that 47.7 of Leon. He just backed it up with, wasn't able to go quite as fast, 48.8. Jonathan Malero, then David Morales popping back up, taking over the top two spots, number 2. No one quite quick enough to. This is it's only Group 4, so Group 11 is where we saw the fastest times earlier today for qualifying. 7 laps in 5 minutes and 20 seconds was the fastest time. That was Iker Teleth. I believe it was a 5:28, I think, for Hugo. Hugo Tavernant running Enagama. We had a very brief word with him. It's not the greatest expanse of English, but I'm sure if he sticks with it, it can be like Ongaro and Barufalo with the very good command of the English language. We saw clips from them earlier where they were basically having to be translated by one of our former colleagues, good mate of Phil Morstead's, Ricky. So it was Ricky's voice over a very young David Ongaro and Marco Barufalo. Now with the car number 4. Here's our German racer, Leon Zorer. Quickest one out there on track, on pace to do 7 laps in 5:44. It's 4 seconds faster than anyone else so far. It's all about getting that 7th lap. And then, like I said, the quickest time that someone has done that is 5 minutes and 20 seconds. I'd be surprised. That was on a cooler track, though. So as the track heats up, I'm not sure that they're actually changing compounds as the day goes on. It is round-by-round qualifying, so it's not just single fastest qualifying time. So it's individual qualifiers. There's 4 rounds of qualifying with 2 to count and 2 to throw out. So if you flame out or break, we haven't really seen anybody break. We've seen a few people flame out and get returned to the pits, and obviously that's, effectively that qualifying run done, but you can still get out there and have some practice. But you do have 4 chances. Yesterday we had 3 rounds of open practice and then a lunch break, and then 2 rounds of timed practice, which is the also known as seeding practice, which basically ranks the drivers using their fastest 3 consecutive laps over 9 minutes. And that set the order for qualifying, so they were split up in various ways that we explained at some attempts at excruciating detail earlier today.
I think we did very well.
I think we did fine, but it's one of these, like, if you're not used to organized RC racing, you just be like, what? But yeah, we never know how much detail exactly to go into, or at least I don't. So I tend to over-explain it, and then it just sounds just more and more complicated the more words come out. But anyway, 2 rounds of 9-minute seeding practice runs yesterday, and the fastest 3 consecutive laps out of those 18 total minutes. led to the qualifying order that we are seeing today. So we're going to have 4 rounds of qualifying, followed by about 45 minutes of a break. And then we're going to go into 2 sets of finals. So the one 256th final and the one 128th final.
Let's just have a quick look in this break at a trailer we made for the Euros last year, but it's Radovan, so we're going to reuse it because that's where the Worlds are coming up in September.
Needs to go for Champagne, and he'll take the win. One more corner, and it's a win for Ronnevold. What a fantastic performance. And Boots is champion. Boots takes it. Wow, what an amazing performance from Elliot Boots. That is remarkable. Turns around, Burton's going to get it. Either me. Burton comes around. Burton is going in. Burton is the European champion. What a result. What a race. He's come back as a new David Ronnevold. He's come back as your new European champion. 3-time winner David Ronnevold takes the Euros in fantastic style.
Yes, I still know how to win, I guess.
Question.
So, yes.
This is obviously a stupid question. Has Ongaro ever won the Euros?
No.
So twice a Worlds winner in this class. Mm-hmm. Won Euros in other classes. He won the Euros in 1/10 off-road. He's won the Euros in e-buggy.
Twice.
Twice. He's definitely in 1/10 off-road because he won it at the that race in Italy that James was at with Dave Church, rest his soul. He won there, and he's won Worlds in other classes, but no Euros in this class. Wow. Maybe this will be the year on his home track, but as we've said before, doesn't tend to have the best luck on his home track.
It's one of those, weird sort of like racing dichotomy sort of like things.
Yep. No home advantage for him. So where are we at in the day now in the running of things? We're at Group 5. We're about halfway through the penultimate qualifying round, aren't we?
Yeah. And in this one, we've got Christoph Bola, one of our 40-plus racers, Adam Jaffer, one of our juniors, Oscar Martinez, Colin Brennan, Felipe Ferreira, Jason Ferguson, Mick Butler, Nicholas Tarallo, Alish Esteve, Elon Fernandez, Nicholas Lenice, Daniel Mateo is car number 12.
Can we follow Mick Butler, please?
You'll have to put that in your requests in with the AE car or iCar channel.
Yeah,
on
Carlos
YouTube.
Was passing them on for us, but he's obviously busy this afternoon.
Yeah,
he's
pretty busy. Follow requests. We're not actually moving the cameras ourselves. It's the AE car crew. So thank you very much for providing the photos. The footage for us, and that's part of it's the commentary team that you could see on the screen there behind us.
Yep.
The other half of our commentary team is here, there. So, although you'll notice that there's just an empty chair there. So, Lefty will be back. Lefty will be back to the left.
Oh, there's your.
There's some.
There's your track.
Yeah.
Imagine if that wasn't being watered constantly. Wow.
Oh, look at that nice big runoff as well for when they do get big rains. You see those massive gutters in the just drainage openings. I thought it was quite interesting at Slough when they had puddles, because Slough is basically just normal dirt that's put on top of a 1960s and 70s era landfill, I believe. It's definitely over a landfill. And then they just put dirt on it. And then they put used cooking oil on top of the dirt to basically sort of turn it into a clay type of dirt. When they have a puddle, they literally just take a 2-foot long drill and just drill into the dirt. So it drains into the landfill. So, yeah, so they'll pull it up and there'll be shoelaces and bra straps and underwear attached to it. So that's one way to do it. The other way is to have drainage openings and all kinds of complex stuff. And we've got Keenan back. So
3 minutes left.
let's make sure. Well, when you're ready, Keenan, just make sure you're unmuted yourself. Hey guys, looking smart in the studio. Great coverage as always. Thank you very much, Connie. We were just talking about you in a very, very nice manner earlier. There's someone wearing, I think it was the Philippa Plim's father, or no, father? Relation. Pit person was wearing a House of RC t-shirt. So, good stuff. We also have Ernesto Mazza saying, I don't understand why something the organizers don't do in Italian. According to me, the mountains. What? Montagna's mountain. Something about the.
You're witnessing Duolingo, the extent of what you can achieve with Duolingo.
480 days of Duolingo.
Has not prepared you for Ernesto Mazza's
comments.
No. But he doesn't understand some things, what you're saying.
He doesn't understand why something about the... I mean, okay, so what I'll do. Here's what I'll do.
Oh, you're cheating now. He's going to cheat.
I'm massively going to cheat.
Oh, dear.
Well, if I can select it. Because for some reason... Oh, there you go. No, I don't want to do that.
Meanwhile, we are following...
Yes.
We're car number 9 of Alex Estevi. Alish?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Estevi.
Although it may depend if he's from the Catalunya area, they speak a bit different than from other areas.
Connie saying, very cool. House of RC sponsors Philippa. She is such a great inspiration for girls in RC. So that will be why they are proudly emblazing the House of RC logo on their t-shirts.
Fantastic stuff. And I don't remember seeing any other females listed in the driver listing. So we'll see.
Yeah, okay, so now car 9, you keep it clean, like car 8.
Car 9, keep it clean, like car 8.
Yeah. Wait, let me just stop and watch car 8 for a second. Let's see how they're doing it.
Wow, the Eagle really taking it up a notch to, okay, driver X, you watch driver Y and see how they drive. See, that's proper driving.
Referee's not supposed to have favourites.
Ooh, someone's running a bit lean there.
Who's this? Car number 3 now. Is that Martina?
Car number 4, put the track. You are finished, please.
Ooh, car number 4, yes. So yeah, he's telling car 4, who has crossed the line for their final lap, their time is complete.
Just get it over and done with.
He's literally saying, cut the track,
and
finish, come into the pits.
There we go. Reverse entry.
So yes, it is specifically something that the referees have told the drivers to do.
It's a time-saving exercise.
Very much so. I mean, every driver wants to have another minute or two on the track when, my batteries can last, 10 minutes. Why am I only getting 6 minutes? So, if everyone had 10 minutes on the race, then the race day would suddenly be 3 hours longer and we could all be going home so much later. So, yeah.
And this is a 12-hour live stream, so thank you for tuning in.
Ooh, yes.
It's going to be great to have you with us for the whole day. We're going to have quite a decent-sized break in between the qualifying and the low finals. So we're going to see if we can get some guests on and have a bit of a chat. It was great to have Robert Battier on with us earlier. Mark Rumble took us on a trip around the pits.
That was an experience.
Yeah,
loved that.
That was good.
That was good.
That was great. Great to see the facility in that way. And what a great presenter Mark is. I think he's great.
Yes, under the direction of Carlos.
Yes.
We're all under the direction of Carlos. So, yeah, it's good.
Frank.
Yes.
Have you figured out the translation of Ernesta's comment there?
I did. You basically just, from what I understand, I'll just read it out because he put it on public anyway. So I don't understand why anyone knows how to organize better than us Italians. For us, apart from the mountain of insulting authorizations and permits, we could never create a rally.
Not sure. Plenty of, there's more EFRA Euros in Italy this year than any other country. I think that's correct in saying that. We've been in Italy twice already this year, and again at the end of the year for the 1/8 track on road. So, and all fantastic events.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. Limoncello.
Jadis Pawar, how to start racing? I am from India. I have won lots of races here. I would like to know which event I shall attend. Pick an event that you want to attend, buy a plane ticket, and go there.
Yeah, it can be as simple as that. It depends. On one side, it sort of depends how much money you have. I mean, you can always just sign up for something like the Dirt or one of the big events if you feel you're prepared for it. On the other side, you can do a sort of a lower budget trip to take a couple of weeks to like Southern California or something like that and attend some of the various races that happen in the parking lots, for touring cars, or the tracks that are there for if you do two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive buggy, or nitro buggy. There's all sorts of things you could do. You could come to Europe and just bounce around.
Go to the Hearts GP.
You could go to Hearts GP, sign up there. I think Nitro might be a bit more difficult because you need a pitman. But if you're a friendly chap and you go, hey, I've just shown up and I really want to race, can someone help me out and mechanic for me? Then someone will raise their hand. So yeah, it all depends what you do and how much experience you have a bit. But yeah,
Oddball photo and video and live streaming results are not on MyRTM. They are on everlaps.com.
Yeah,
you cannot just enter a national Shadish. Shadish. You have to be a member of that association to enter. You have races. You're in India. You have races in Indonesia. You have races in Thailand, Philippines, Australia, Malaysia. You can choose from. We do not have a race of calendars over there. You can check in. Okay, so Ernesto has now changed.
Yeah, he's clarified what he meant. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
There are some good. So he's sorry. He's saying in Italy it would be nice to organize something similar for this racing, but unfortunately it's always difficult to obtain authorization from the huge amount of, and then referring to his previous thing was the mountain of authorization and permits. You you'd never be able to create a race. But there are tracks in the north and south of Italy, and it just depends what you're close to. I'm not sure if there's any in like the Rome or Naples area, but definitely in Sicily, there's a couple of tracks that we've personally been to ourselves this year. There's a 1/8 track in La Cortotondo that we're going to. We've been to the Lamberto Calari track, which is good for probably 1/10 Nitro, 1/8, and obviously large scale touring car because I've been there. There's I won't say all over, but there are tracks in Italy. But to start a club, you'll need some friends in local councils and things like that to get planning permission and stuff. I think that's fairly true basically across, whether you're from the US, UK, anywhere in Europe, you'll need to have someone who can provide the land. And obviously if it depends who you know in many ways, or how much money you have. One of the two, sometimes both.
All right, so we are following this all black car that Frank likes so much. Car number 4.
He was running white wheels, though.
It is. Is this what car number is this? We should know.
I think it's 4.
Right? So that's Holger Light.
Yes.
And yeah, I had Robert invited to India for one of our events in the IIT Bombay Tech Fest. Yes, I get invited to those a lot too, but there's Tech Fests that they have. I actually knew a couple of guys that raced in India. There was one that came to Fairing, his first time ever for RCGP. When I was at Fairing, there was a guy from India that went there. He was running a JQ car.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
back
in 20,
not a Mayako, actual JQ.
Yeah. This is 2019 for the first JQ series. Nope, somebody got to drive through car number 7.
That's a big one.
Try that. You guys can invite, but you got to pay.
Yeah, I mean it's part of the. It's part of event promotions, isn't it? So where you're trying to get, a famous international racer like, I don't know, Masami, Hara, Robert Batlle, Cavalieri, whoever you pick. I'm sure they'd be happy to come, but it's someone's got to pay for them to be there, for the flights and the hotel and provide the accommodation and stuff like that. And then you have to make it big enough for the local RC community to, if you only have like 20 people from the local RC club show up and he's there to do a clinic or race with you guys or whatever, it'd be a lot better if there were 100 or 80 people there,
Oh, this is a tech fest. So it's like all types of stuff. Because I've gotten invites from these guys for this tech fest for years and years and years. And it's not just about RC, it's all types of technology. It sounds cool, but like you said, that has to be all paid for, and time is money with people. So.
Yeah. And these guys have very, very busy schedules. So, we were talking to David at the e-Buggy Euros just to get a sense of his schedule for the next couple of months after that event. And it's literally every weekend. It's a bit like us for the next couple of months. It's every weekend is a race weekend. And, you have to go there, unpack, race, compete, help people, represent your brand, put on a good face and everything, be available for photos. I'm constantly annoying them for photos and videos and stuff. And then pack away. No matter what happens, whether you win or something horrible happens in the final, you have to still have a nice face on, pack away, travel back home, unpack, repair stuff, and it's just a constant grind. But these guys hustle, and like we talked to Batlle before, he's got his own shop brand going. He's got his repping for Mayako. He's at a wedding this week. for one of his sponsors, Hot Race, and so it's ongoing. It's ongoing. Every week there's something.
Oh yeah, I've been steady all year, but really it's going to pick up from September to January for me. So
really, so how much?
Yeah.
How much is it? Is that? I mean, is that a lot of American race series type stuff that you're going to?
Yeah. So obviously I do the Worlds. That's 10 days in Spain. Then I come home for a week, and then I go to another covered race in the Southeast called the Peach State Classic, which I did last year. Then I come home, then I have BHRC's 10 scale race Masters of Dirt, which I do in October. And then so what happens, I also kind of may stay for an extra 2 weeks or whatever if there are events a week away. November,
Right.
I'll probably just be away for like 5 weeks because I have AMS Carpet Championship, which is pretty much the indoor carpet worlds, which is, I call it, the unofficial carpet world championship.
Is that 10th off-road?
10th off-road, yeah. That gets, last year we had Bruno Coello, Ronafal, Alauki, and Coelho came to the shootout last year. Then we have some Florida RC Championship races, which I do with Lance and the guys. And then the final race would be Fall Brawl. Then we have a short Christmas break, and then we have races in January. We might have our own big race in February as well.
What do you mean your own?
So, that's the.
Or is that not not 100% planned yet?
It's planned, but our production crew, which is that I work with in the USA, we're gonna do a indoor rinks in Florida. So
indoor air conditioned?
No.
Because I've been to Florida.
Come on, Frank. Come on, Frank. Here. Florida in February, it's not too bad. Actually, it could be cold. It could be like 40 degrees.
Right.
Where it's
Okay.
going to be, it's going to be more of the north of Florida. Florida's a funny state, man. I'm telling
oh my
you,
gosh, it's such a weird state.
I have flown into Fort Lauderdale, and it's like I usually fly into about. I get there about 6 a.m. and it's less. It's cold. Like it's under 50 degrees outside, 50 degrees Fahrenheit. So, it's a weird state, man. And guess what? Alligators are everywhere. Just by the way, like every piece of what
in the street
available,
and
just
alligators and
there's
cougars.
alligator.
You got
No,
cougars
super
as well,
snake.
don't you?
Panthers.
Yeah,
And
well,
cougars.
panthers and cougars,
Bear.
mountain lions are all kind of the same thing.
Panthers?
Yeah.
Super snakes. No, they have
And
black
snakes, yeah.
panthers.
Yeah.
I prefer New Zealand. Everything's safe there. They just have sheep there, and it's beautiful. I want to go to New Zealand.
Well, it won't be my race, Rory. I'll just be a part of it. But it's the man that's putting it all on. Well, I'll be there. That's for sure, helping out and all that stuff.
That's cool.
What's up, Rory Harlow from Wisconsin? Having his coffee this morning. I think I need another coffee too, but nobody's up at my house. I feel like I've been here since 4. Oh, I have. It feels like I've been here so long. It's only 8 o'clock here for me, so it's time for another coffee. What one? I think we're finished. We got another 4 hours or so.
Oh yeah, it's like 10 to 2 local time.
Lefty's being very 3 or 4 hours, Lefty. We're here for another 6. Aren't we?
Oh
yeah, that's just
people said we finished at 4 something.
Nah, yeah, but there's a misconception now. You look at the timing of qualifying and you think it finishes at 4:58 local time, but then you look at the team manager meeting at 7:15, and then you look below that, and there's 4 finals running from 5:45 local time right the way through till 9 minutes to 7 local time.
Actually, that's when it starts. It's another.
That's when it
minutes.
starts. So yeah, I mean,
it's 20 minutes.
Yeah. So do the math.
So 7 at
Long
11 local time, which is going to be 6:11 our time,
which is going to be brunch time for
1:11 for Lefty. Look at his face.
Look at his face. Look, while we digest that, let me just pay tribute.
I don't have any donuts.
We've got more donuts. We're well stocked.
Do we?
Well stocked.
Oh my goodness.
We just had a pork pie. Do you like pork pies, Lefty?
I mean, I'll eat one right now.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, let's find out everything you can get from our sponsor, Meebo Sport.
Finished it, and I was like, "Oh no, I'll be done early."
And we're back. Hey, if you're looking for RC supplies, if you're in Europe, why don't you go check out Meebo Sport? Maybe you can get some of the other products that you see from our fantastic supporters: Techno RC, T-Works, S-Works, Hot Race Tires, and X-Ray. You can probably find all of their products on Meebo Sport. So go check that out and get yourself fresh stock of racing gear. This is an EFRA event. So thank you to EFRA for putting on this event. Not that they put on the event, but they oversee the event.
They provide the foundation and the rules and,
there you go.
And the organization
there you go.
To put it all together.
Section Chairman Carlos keeps an eagle eye over proceedings. And
even more so than the eagle himself.
Yeah, incredibly knowledgeable. He's not in the chat at the moment, but
No.
he's been there. Oh, we should get back to the racing.
I mean, there could be that, yeah.
Yeah. We didn't miss a timed lap yet.
No one has shouted at us. But,
Not yet.
I do want to just mention in the comments, Connie asking, will you be in Brest, commenting on the LSOR Euros? Yes, I will be in Brest. That is in, a couple of weeks. And then followed very rapidly by the large-scale touring car Euros, which will be kind of doing the same operation that we're doing here.
Next weekend we get a weekend off.
Well, I don't. I'm working with Nick, doing some karting stuff.
RC gets a weekend off next weekend. And then following week it's ETS. And then it's a double header of large-scale off-road and 1/8 off-road. And then the weekend after that, it's large-scale touring car from Switzerland, which we'll be covering from right here, the studio.
Yeah, so be all good stuff.
When is large-scale touring car?
What, 3 weeks, 4 weeks?
Is it in August?
No, it's in July.
It will
End
be.
of July.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
the
think
finals day will be Saturday the 27th. No. It's in August. First weekend of August. 1st to the 3rd.
I might be able to join you, Frank.
There we go.
Yeah, if you like.
Why not? Let's do it.
I did call the Euros in 2022, I do believe, with Nick. I love fifth scale. I love large scale on-road. I love it. It's what I want to race so bad.
Yeah. I mean, I always say this, but it is very true. Every time I go to an event, I'm like, I want to race one of these. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. Yeah.
I really want a large scale touring car. I really. Rory Holler, Left, I heard you got a submarine. No, man, I'm waiting for you to send me one, but one of my RC boats can turn into a submarine pretty quick. Yeah, Rory has some radio-controlled submarines.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I would have to have
How does that work?
A VR thing for it.
They must have a camera feed, otherwise what are you even doing? You can't even see the submarine.
Yeah, once you go into like murky stuff, how do you do it?
I think you just run them in pools. Do you know that they actually have RC battleships that do battle and shoot little press pallets at each other?
I have read, well, not so much about it, but I learned about those years and years ago. I'm like, I want one of these. And there is a club that operates somewhere in the north of England, and a friend of mine was going to. I mean, he's not even into RC, but he's into historical wargaming type stuff. And so he was going to one of these. I didn't even know, and then they canceled the event. I don't know why. I think the waters were too rough. But yeah, the very cool air gun cannons firing
pellets,
50 caliber pellets and into balsa wood sided battleships like World War II style, which is like mega cool. And they like properly sink, and there's all sorts of stuff like that. We should cover something like that.
Sure.
The massive ship is sunk the smaller ship.
Oh yeah, they do sink, and you can patch them up and do it all over again.
Yeah.
Car number 8 belongs to Dario, who we've been following. A one-can baby blue paint job. It looks like it might have a little bit of purple there on the bottom of the paint job, and there we got a nice shot. That's actually probably one of the best shots here. Let's see who our cameraman has picked up one as we see them go through that very strange double section.
Car 10.
Car number 10, that is Harry Waymo from the UK. The young man from Israel, Harold Sandaroff, is leading this race at the moment. He has the fastest lap of the race so far. We are starting to get to some faster laps here as we get up to our upper echelons of top drivers here. So we're going to start seeing these lap times drop, and the track is starting to come to where it's at its best condition as well, in my opinion.
Nice slide into the pits there. Fast and furious
so
stuff.
Harold having a very long lap. That's going to drop him down. Let's see. Oh, no, Harold back on top. Well done, Harold. He's going to finish up his last couple of laps. Homeboy RC, this is weird. I'm here supporting the drivers of the team I'm with until after tomorrow, and also supporting my new teammates as well. It's what I don't know what you're talking about, homeboy.
I assume Homeboy RC is ending his sponsor contract after tomorrow, and then pre-supporting his new team that he's moving to, I think is what I understand.
He's got a foot in both camps.
Yes.
And he's not burning any bridges.
Yes.
I guess.
Might have burnt a bridge with that comment.
Well, he says he's supporting
the
drivers of the team he's with until after tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So and then after tomorrow, he's just going to stick a screwdriver in the side of the wheel and undo some nuts and.
Well, good luck on your new whatever team you're going on, homeboy. Enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Enjoy.
Just to reply to Connie, Connie saying, "Great, then I know it will be solid commentary at the large scale off-road Euros." That's the LSOR is the abbreviation. But Connie's going to the Olympics in Paris.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's gone from competing in large-scale off-road to competing in the Olympics.
Yes.
Is that what's happening here?
You know what, though? There are electric large-scale cars that are used to retrieve javelins and shot puts and stuff like that at the Olympics.
Absolutely.
And big athletic events like that because, you don't want... You'd rather risk a javelin or, a spear-shaped or cannonball-shaped object hitting a model car than a person. So that's pretty cool.
Friend of the show, Lee Martin, professionally drives large-scale vehicles that carry cameras. He's doing it at the rugby. He does it all over. It's one of the things he does.
Pretty
So,
cool.
yeah. RC
know
will
that.
be at the Olympics. I'm not sure if Lee will be there with doing the RC at the Olympics, but it will be there. Homeboy RC, yeah, we basically got it right.
Yeah.
It's about the size of it. Doesn't have a contract there. He's a free agent, which is a good thing to be. We've got Bradley
Absolutely.
Bird
Up
out.
next. We got Bradley Bird, who's from UK according to his flag. But Carlos Martinez, Martin Roca, Zacarias Villalba, Andre Faria Guerrero, Anton Brule, Marco Carantin, Andre Bento, Tony Mida, Luis Mess, Dominic Nunn, and Thomas Cavanato. Is Ongaro pitting Cavanato today as well? Let me see. Did we see him?
I don't know.
I had a brief interaction with Ongaro. In fact, I sent him the photo of him on our stream earlier. Him as a very small young boy, which he didn't enjoy sending to him. But anyway, I sent him that, and he said he doesn't have his AirPods today. They're at the hotel, but he will. Davide Ongaro promises that he will join us on the stream tomorrow from trackside. He'd prefer to do it with his AirPods so he can hear us and walk around the track, which is a good plan. He says he'll bring them tomorrow.
Good stuff.
So world champion action tomorrow on your live stream. What's Connie saying now?
Says he's driven one of those cars.
Oh, wow. Who's driven one of the cars? Forgetting the discus.
Very cool.
Okay, cool. But I'm assuming, jokes aside, that Connie's a spectator at the Olympics. Which particular sports have you chosen to go and watch, Connie?
I don't know how that works. Like, do you
it's
buy,
kind of a
like,
lottery thing, I believe.
Is it?
Well, it was when it was in the UK. I know that. But which is your sport that you favour to go and watch? I'm thinking Greco-Roman wrestling, but it could be, there's
I mean, a lot of RC guys are into cycling because there's loads of like technical, geary. It's a very technical-minded sort of thing.
Yeah.
So maybe.
So your bet is cycling.
I would.
Lefty, what sport do you think Connie's going to go and watch at the Olympics?
Hurling.
Hurling. There you go. Hurling, isn't that
maybe
the Winter Olympics?
No, curling.
Okay.
Is the Winter Olympics.
What's hurling? The Highland Games.
That's the Gaelic.
Hurling.
That's the Gaelic field hockey.
What's hurling?
Handball. He might be into handball.
Curling.
Curling.
Curling is a Winter Olympics.
I know.
Yeah, that's not going to be on.
That is literally one of my favorite ones to watch. Though I do really like curling.
What's up, Lee Grace? He's tuning in from Queensland, Australia. You guys got a big race coming up next weekend. They're in at Pine Hills Dirt for the Asian Buggy Championships. So that should be good. I see everybody getting prepared to go down to that track to race. Let's make RC an Olympic sport. Well, I mean, the Olympics is long enough. We could probably get it in there with the 3 weeks of qualifying and practice that we do. He says, pole vote, and we have Armand Duplantis. Linda is big into it. Linda must be his wife. Big into athletics, so we have 2 days there, and then beach volleyball. Okay.
Oh, good one. Beach volleyball, that'd be good.
Top Gun.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
1980s. Car number 12. This is Thomas Cavanato, the Italian. I think that's car number 12. Yeah, that's him. Remember, we was trying to figure out who Ongaro was pitting, and it was the one Italian in that heat. Well, here we go with 2. But Dominic Nunn is out front. He just threw on a 48.3. Bradley Beard, he's looking promising in practice yesterday. He's struggling a little bit in qualifying, but the beautiful thing about this ladder format is that that marshal is prepped and ready. That is not
poised.
Best mark, poised and ready to pounce like a panther,
tiger
on a capybara in Brazil.
Capybara.
Yes, I saw something that was in Brazil in the wild.
World's largest rodent.
Yeah, so right next to the track where we was in GI, there was a lake, and I saw the capybara swimming there, and then there's Amazon green parrots. There's green parrots that people pay like $1,500 for. There were thousands of them in the trees.
Yeah,
flocks of them flying around.
It's really weird to see them like in the wild, like enjoying actually flying and being with other parrots of their type.
Meanwhile, on track, bit of a battle going on.
We have there's Bradley Beard, who's currently being scored in 5th. And behind, Bradley getting a little bit squarely out there.
It's almost a Bloomfield-esque sort of paint scheme.
It does look very Bloomfield-esque. That's a very good point. He's had that paint job for quite a long time. So
yeah,
since he was a young kid. But it is the colors that Bloomfield used to run. That white and blue.
I've always enjoyed Bloomer's racing style. Just very, very super aggressive. When he's wheel to wheel. Bradley here from
Bradley just picked off a 48.5. Fastest lap there to Carlos Martinez so far, 47.5. You'll see some 46s coming up here in Group 10, I should say, as the track starts to bed in, as my English fellow. Oh,
that's a slow one.
That off. Let's see. He almost pulled that off. He hits that. Doom. Almost, Bradley. He almost got it under control. Almost. Good job.
He didn't lose too much time, though. That lap was a 48.2. Oh, no, sorry. 51. So he lost 3 or 4 seconds.
And we are back on board with Cavanato, the Italian, who has, I believe he's running associated and had Davide Angaro hitting him yesterday. Davide, who I've been trying to get on my podcast for like the last 3 years. You got 14 seconds left in this heat. Let's see what type of replay did we get here. Ooh, Cavanato getting involved.
The champion's roll.
Boy says Olympic is meant to be an amateur event, and there are plenty of amateur drivers, so someone needs to put it forward to the Olympic Committee. It would be epic. I wouldn't even know what goes into all of that to even propose for something like that. And if what classes would it? Ooh, look at that! He almost pulled that off. He almost reversed completely, and then he reversed completely and almost drove right into the pit lane.
Oh, that's an interesting. Look at the tire selection there. Does it have bars going down? Did you see the tires on that? I know it was rotating, but it looked like there were like 3 bars going down the, along the rotational.
3 bars for some pins on the side. I did see that.
Yeah.
Have we said hello to Lee Grace watching from Queensland? Oh, we have. Okay. Well, you got 2 hellos now, Lee. And also, happy birthday for next week. Linda Svensson is going to be 50.
Yeah, join the club.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
I mean, it's weird that she doesn't decide to go to an RC race. But,
yeah. Yeah.
But, it's okay. It's okay.
So.
All right. Almost to our top heats here. Martin Roca, Andre Bento, Carlos Martinez, Mirko Carentin, and Andre Ferreira Guerrero. And Bradley Beard coming in that 6th spot. So, Beard probably going to be in the quarterfinals. Going to have to bump up to the semis. And that's the beautiful thing about ladder racing is that you can still get in there. You have lots of racing to go to get in and opportunities. So let's see. And once you get to the LCQ, once you get to the semi, you have an LCQ as well.
Yeah, there's always a chance.
Yeah, I am a big proponent of the LCQ. Raw has, for the last 2 years, has said no LCQs at the Raw Nationals. And I absolutely am on a mission to reinstate LCQs at the Royal Nationals in America. I think it's the most exciting 10 minutes of RC action you can get. always come back to the 2019 RC2 final LCQ at Thunder Alley, where we had that three-way battle for the lead between Aaron Dexter, Colin Herzog, and Little Bump. Matt, you got to remember this because it was so epic. And on the last jump of the last lap of the last corner, Little Bump kind of went for it, hit Herzog, and then Dexter went by to get the win, and then Herzog finished second. And actually, Aaron Dexter went on to finish third in that race that year. So it was epic. I think almost every LCQ I've watched has been great. We saw Dakota Fenn come from 11th in the LCQ at the Worlds to win it and go to the finals after you had a DNF in the semis. So I think the LCQ, or Last Chance Saloon, as you guys call it, is a great thing for RC.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we were talking about exhibition races, and I was remembering, I think it might have been before you came on this morning, Dash for Cash races. Are they still popular in the US? Do you still get Dash for Cash happen a lot?
No, not so much.
Not so much.
Not really anymore. Yeah.
I mean, you have the one big one. You have the one big one. I don't think I'm not sure if that's on this year. The Live RC one.
Oh, Visions. No, that's
Visions.
Not on this year.
Yeah. That's Dash for Big Cash. But yeah.
But we're starting to see more money races coming up. But it's so much competition for races in America. Like, there's a race every weekend, and then there's then there's always somebody trying to put on a big race, so somebody's going to put up cash to try and attract some of the pro guys to come there. But man, some of the guys are racing 3 weekends out of the month, and then they got to have a weekend off to do something. Especially the guys who are running 10 scale and 8 scale.
We were talking to Scotty about drag racing. It seems to be huge in certain parts of America, and that's a big money. That's a big money thing.
It's kind of died down though. It's not. Not too many people. So King of the Streets, my buddy Tyler Zavadil was the first one to do like the really big money race in Las Vegas with like $20,000 on the line. That was the really first big one. Wow. He stopped doing it. Track racing kind of got too big for its britches. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
It went from taking a Traxxas Slash and having those nice, like making it look all scale, where you had people selling $3,000 sub 2 second cars, right? Like, here's $3,500. You got a car that's supposed to do less than 2 seconds and get you wins. It turned into a big business for a lot of people, and it's kind of shrinking down now. And it's kind of going. It seems to be kind of going back to its roots. Smaller races on streets. It's a lot. Like, the technology went crazy. There were the ESCs and all that type of stuff. And the money, man, that's the big attraction, right? Yeah, you spend $1,000 and you might win two. I'm not saying you obviously they make more money than that, but you might blow up two ESCs and make $1,000. But you got to spend $300 to buy a new ESC. It's exciting, right? There's something on the line besides just trophies. So, but it kind of went away from its roots to those big races. I know Scotty has his big race, but it used to be all on my feed and everybody was talking about it, and it still happens, but kind of going back to just street roots, bets right there. I love the class because it looks scale.
I wouldn't mind giving it a go, but it's not my preferred kind of racing. But the hangout and chill sort of thing of I think if I had my choice of racing, just like enough time to do it, I'd probably do something like a retro touring car or a retro buggy. And I don't know, if I had to pick something that was modern, I might do like GT8, which is I think is quite cool. I like a bit more realism and a bit more laid back.
Well, I think the GT. I like what Bertine said about GT8 on you guys Inside Track from the GT8 Euros, where he thinks that the body styles have to go back to more realistic cars for GT8, and I think that would be great. I would love to see like Old school Audis, Mercedes,
Yeah.
and that type of stuff, or Subaru bodies, because that's kind of like the appeal for fifth scale for me.
Yeah, yeah. And you see a lot of it's non-licensed, but, basically, effectively BMW and Audi and Chevrolet, like real touring car body shells on the large-scale touring car bodies, which is, the drivers that drive these sorts of cars or the foam tire nitro cars, it's too slow for them, but they look real. If you take away maybe one or two of the stickers on the windscreen, they look like the real thing when they're going around. The body roll and everything. They're fantastic to watch.
We just had a great race down here in DR. A great 45-minute fight that almost had two whole teams fighting each other in the pits afterwards. So
really,
it was great. Oh yeah, it was awesome. Car number 7, who is Jose Salas, is just threw on a 48.7. Our fastest lap is going to Peter Harder from
Denmark.
From Denmark, yeah. That's that flag. And we got another Dane in her, Daniel Bubel. So,
are they
race number 9?
Yeah, I know Peter was
really fast coming up.
Yeah. Yeah, Peter's been a quick racer for in Nitro Buggy for quite some time. I think still running X-Ray. He was running X-Ray for a long time.
Let's see who we're following now. Very hard to see.
Car 12. Caroli.
Yep,
this is the one that Ongaro was pitting for yesterday.
Yeah,
that we know for sure.
Yeah, because this looks like an associated too. So, Davide.
Breezed on by Ongaro.
Yep, that is, you are correct, Franklin. That is Carioli, Andrea.
1 minute left.
He almost drives very Ongaro-like to an extent.
Somebody who was just called to I missed the team manager for which country it was.
It's never a good thing, is it?
No.
We just wanted to bring you in and congratulate you on your setup. It never happens.
This is a very clean electrical installation that you have here. You've hidden the wires so well. No, sorry. Psych. No, your wing's illegal, mate. Or something. Your car's too wide.
Fuel tank's capacity's too big.
Oh, that's... When it's hot.
Yeah, I know.
These drivers have such a problem.
So Connie says that Peter and Bubel are part of organizing Danish NXC, which just happened the other day.
Yeah, we were in talks with them, and hopefully we can make something happen.
I think the order is associated now, according to Christian Rasmussen. So. I think Stetson is probably tired because he's had to cost many people for the last 2 days. He looked kind of tired when we had him on there with Rumble. He's like, I'm just over it. I need a frosty beverage. Let's go. All right, so this is coming to an end. Tom Sartell looking very fast out there, but Jose Salas. Oh, sorry, might just take this top spot, and I think he does with a 7.5.42. Followed by Sohail Azore, another junior from France.
Ooh, Sartell just taking it.
Yeah, he did. A 5.40. Ooh.
Oh,
well done.
Well, it's nearly... no, losing out by 2 seconds.
Joshua, where are you going?
Oh my goodness.
There's still cars going around. What are you doing? Why you stood up and walking this way? Put your vest back on.
I like being able to hear Stetson more. I love it.
I think we should give him a mic for our stream.
The amount of snark is like, I love it. It's like the same amount of the same level that I would be dishing out.
And Connie, and they are smart enough to use House of RC to take care of everything for them. NXC, well done. House
Exactly.
of RC.
That's NXC. That's a growing race as well. We hope to get involved with that one day. That would be really cool.
There's
Very
Tom
cool
Robin.
race.
Tom, yeah, it is. It's like on an oil track, if I'm not mistaken, on molasses. So,
NXC
very familiar.
in Hillerud.
Yeah.
Hiller Road. We've been there. We've been to that track. Peter Harder's place.
12-hour race.
12-hour fifth scale off-road race with HBI
Really?
Bajas.
Oil?
Yeah. We had some good times. It was fun, that was. Back in the day.
really, one of my goals in RC is I want to get to Asia.
Have you not been to Asia
Like
yet?
Philippines.
I'm
I
surprised.
have not been to Asia. Been to Middle East.
I've
haven't
never been.
to
You
Asia.
You didn't take me to Thailand or anything like that.
Sorry, I've been
I
to
wanna
Thailand
go
three
to, like-
times now.
Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, and Malaysia, Indonesia. I would like to go visit. And then I would love to go to some more countries in Europe, like Denmark, France, back to Italy. I like to go Germany, Sweden. I like to get up to those type of countries. We'll see. RT has taken me many places. Hopefully, it takes me many more.
Absolutely. You've been to Japan though, haven't you?
Yeah.
So you have been.
HPI Challenge World Finals.
Wow. In Japan. We
That's
have a
back
small...
when HPI.
Yeah. Very good times. We should spend a moment just checking in with our sponsors, as we are very grateful to have them. So we'll be back right after this. All right, well, we are back. We are waiting to go racing again for Group 10, but we're having some issues with the connection, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Remember,
not the top heats are coming up. That's always the case.
That's typical, isn't it?
Remember,
That's
there
typical.
there was a thunderstorm warning, so it could be related to that potentially, maybe.
Could be.
But meanwhile, Connie has offered Keenan a trailer to stay when he visits Sweden. Hello.
Can I run your large scale car too? Can I drive your large scale car as well? Yeah, I would love to go to Sweden. It looks like a beautiful place, man. In the summer, definitely don't want to go.
But in the summer, it doesn't really get dark. Like it's kind of weird. Well,
yeah, well, it's above the Arctic Circle.
Certain parts.
Yeah.
I went to High Level Canada. Was the same way. I was there for a month. Very far
For a
north.
month.
Yeah. I have a buddy
Survival
that lives
training.
there.
Fighting bears.
Chopping up salvaged cars with him, and then I caught a bus from there to Toronto. It took 3 days.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Looks like we're back.
Alrighty, and we are on board with this all yellow car. This has got to be somebody fast. That is Gabriel Astrellano, X-ray driver who has improved quite a lot since I last first saw him at the RCGP in Usago in 2022. He's been very, just as I say that, he has a little wobble.
Commentator's curse.
Yep, the Italians in Spain, man, they are manufacturing very fast, young 1/8 scale nitro drivers. So something is going on. They are doing something great. Must be the weather and the competition level. But up front is Manuel Iniesta, who actually won this race in Q2. I hope we have a different Q3 winner. I would love to see a different. I haven't. It's been a while since I've seen.
I'm going to predict that we will. I'm going to say that we will. I mean, the track conditions seem to be fairly stable. But then Teleth I think he just made one or two mistakes, really. And that just let Hugo just capitalize. But yeah, there's a range of names. I still think there's like 5 or 6 racers that could potentially take the third round TQ.
Absolutely.
Todd he was, I think, at 8th, and now he's currently 3rd. Obviously, that's without any dropouts. Lewis Jones, Manuel Iniesta Hernandez, Matisse Perret is one that Batye mentioned when we chatted with him earlier. Junior racer from France.
Hugo Ibanez, gotta look out for Robert as well. Another technical inspection. Oh. Yeah. I cannot see the number of this car.
I didn't catch the country name there, but yeah, it's it's never good. I mean, it could be a warning, but I don't know where we would see the like technical infringements that would be called. I wonder where that would be.
Yeah,
it could be anything. Remember at the Worlds, the cars were too wide and weren't sliding through the box.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of reasons.
Car number 2. So we are currently watching the car number of Manuel Iniesta, actually, who, according to Frank, finished 3rd last round. So let's see if he can back that up. Right now, that was a 47.2 for him. So it's Iniesta, De Zwart, Navarro, and Astarino. And Iniesta is looking very solid out there. He hasn't made any mistakes so far.
1 minute left.
Looking to cement his position in one of the semis and race his way in to the final, because you have to remember also that even though you may TQ this, you are not guaranteed a spot in the final, I do believe. So, and now we're with this orange and white car. I'll have a look and see which number it is. It looks like it's car number 11.
30 seconds to go.
Well, 1, sorry.
I'm just trying to check the previous round results to see if there are anything on the Everlaps results for the rounds. Yeah, judgments of something where something like race times are deleted or something like that.
Does Everlaps have that information?
Well, that's what I'm checking. I'm just not sure. Here we go. Yes. So if you go on Everlaps, at the bottom of each qualifying round result are the lists of infringements. So,
jail list coming up.
Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. John Dean, M40, so it's a 40-plus group, receives 5 seconds.
For what?
It doesn't say.
Well,
potentially for not listening to the referees, like for I don't know.
There should be a reason.
I mean, I'm sure there is, but the next one you'll see, Gabriel Astorino, sanctioned with loss of this heat, technical inspection, NOK.
Not okay.
yeah, I assume what that means. I don't know. It doesn't say what it was, but technical inspection.
I want more information than this.
Colin Brennan, same thing, technical inspection. The loss of this. So basically, just like the qualifying heat deleted.
Ouch.
And I'll just, yeah, that doesn't sound healthy. Someone's clutch deciding to give up the ghost. So far, no one in this qualifying round has been hit with anything. And in qualifying round 1, oh my goodness!
Oh,
our friend Peter Harder was hit with a technical inspection and okay. Jack Willits, Antoine Brule, Alexander Anapoliotakis, Lefty's best mate, has been also hit with a technical inspection. Virgil Laurent, Jason Ferguson, Leon Zorer,
wow,
Fabrizio Marion, Gal Keenan. That was the, remember I heard the Israel team manager get called. Eduardo Simon Morato, also technical inspection and marshalling. Carlos Martinez Gualda says receives 5 seconds, scope, all caps. So I don't know what that means. Standing casually of partition extension? I don't know. just being a bit too chill.
Just a bit scopish. Just scoping out.
But yeah, so I mean, it's they're right there on the Everlap site.
That's a big hit list of misdemeanors there.
That was round 1, yeah. So a lot less in round 2, and so far none in round 3. So they're learning.
Yep, they are. They are. We heard that we did hear the Israeli team manager be called in this round, so something happened.
Was it this round?
They probably just have an up. Oh, yeah, it was Q3.
Well, we'll remember to check that. But yeah,
there we have our top heat going out. Let's see how this all shakes out. We do have Iker Tellez with a TQ, and from Iker from Spain running the Techno car, and we have Hugo Taveron in the Agama from France who took Q2. Let's hope that we have a different TQ winner. I hope, because I like it exciting. I'm sure Iker or Hugo want to win it themselves. So let's see what happens.
We never want any one individual to run away with it, do we? We always want a battle.
I just do not like it. Yeah. Do not like it.
I mean, effectively, if Iker or Hugo Tavernon TQ this round, they're TQ. But they still have to go through the semis.
Nope, not necessarily.
Yeah, I suppose it goes, yeah.
Because
but it's a very good chance of the TQ.
But so Hugo can TQ.
We'll see.
He can, it all depends.
So, top group about to go out. Thank you to our sponsors, X-Ray, Hot Race, Meebo Sport, your all-in-one place e-shop for all your RC needs, S-Works, T-Works, and of course Techno RC. Just some of the fantastic brands who are supporting what we do, and we're very grateful for that. This is an EFRA sanctioned event. It's the B Euros. Go to EFRA.ws if you want to find out more information about this race and the rest of the races happening this summer. There's so much more racing going on.
That's a lot.
We're knee-deep in the summer season now. I like it that the B Euros always seems to have a good spot in the year. It's not like, we'll do that in March or I will do it in October.
It is actually in the rules. It says preferably the second week of June or July or something like that.
Wow.
It says it in somewhere here in the rules. So yeah, it is fairly specific. Yeah, we just wish the EFRA events wouldn't have clashing events.
Yeah.
So then I'd be able to go to the Angara ring. Well, but as it is, I'll not be seeing Connie Svensson racing his NRP in Brest, but we'll be seeing. I think Who's? I think Pecco is probably the major one from large scale off road that we will miss because he'll be in Chile.
Yeah.
Who else was there?
There was definitely a few.
But yeah, no, Pecco came so close to winning the large scale off road Euros a couple of years ago, and had a drastic moment last year with a wheel coming off in the semis. But Matt and Nick and the crew will be seeing him in action in Chile, running 1/8 buggy. Basically, this class.
So this car, the Eagle has given him a drive-through. He even started his first lap.
Oh my goodness! Wow!
I just heard him. So that is Iago.
But surely a drive-through before he starts his first lap doesn't really affect him because he doesn't start the clock till he goes over the time.
It might be specified that he has to do it when the clock is running, which it is now. So I don't know.
He did something.
Yeah, he's telling the driver again now.
He did something prior to. He might have cut the track or something. I don't know. Did not hear that. All right, so let's see how this is going to shake out with 3 minutes and 48 seconds gone as these guys start getting their first laps in. Iker with a 47.7 right off the bat.
Wow.
Taveron with a 47.8. So those guys are absolutely flying at the moment. Let's see what Ibanez Todd can do. Ibanez for 47.2. Wow.
Oh, 47 flat from Todd.
Wow, these young guys are battling. We're following Iker in that Techno RC green paint job, who is your Q1 TQ, looking to get another Q2. Oh, no, he's not going to do it like that.
Oh, that's
excursion.
Wow, that was a good bounce.
Look, like almost like a pogo stick. But right now, Nacho, let's see who's going to be the fastest after their second laps in. Well, they got their second laps in. Tavernon just threw down a 47.7 on his last lap. So, wow. These guys have come out swinging right off the bat. Here's Teles. Let's see what Iker does after that long lap. That was a 50.5 for him, that lap pass. I think we're on with Mr. Todd. Let's see. Mr. Todd or Hugo.
No, it's a 4. This is Ibanez.
Hugo Ibanez, who Robert said to look out for. So Hugo's last lap was a 47.7. Let's see what he can back this up when we follow him across the line. Hugo is on it. Let's see what Hugo does.
Ibanez and Todd are running very close together on track. So I think Todd is Todd's just about to finish. Oh no, Todd just did. He's on a 7-lap 5:29 pace, so it's 1 and a bit seconds slower than Q2.
And right now, Hugo and Todd are separated by 9/10, just under a second on the qualifying track. We are following Hugo now as he comes around. He's halfway through the track here. He's going to come back around. He's going to be coming around the loop here shortly as scoring upgrades. Taveron throws down a 47.6. So Taveron are slightly off pace to Todd and Hugo Ibanez. Let's see what Ibanez does when he comes across the line. Oh no, we're following Todd now. Sorry, so we switched up. Ibanez and Todd have very similar colors. So Todd just threw down a 46.9.
Yeah.
But Hugo also with a 46.9.
Yeah.
So
they both just done 46. 46 is jeez.
So we might just get a third different TQ like we predicted. Franklin. Oh no!
Oh no! What are you doing to my prediction? Oh, what? That is a really unfortunate hit on that pipe.
Most concrete carbon help you. This concrete carbon destroys you.
it bites. It bites hard.
But it's
Ibanez,
now up Hugo right now. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's all the ball is in his court at the moment.
Yeah.
So
7
he
laps,
has now
5:30 is his predicted time.
Oh yeah, he is. I think he might get this if he keeps on this pace. No mistakes.
Time is finished, so he's on his.
It's not more lap. One more.
Still going to be a lap and a bit for him.
He's flying. Ooh, that was a 47.2 form, so a slight slower lap, but still out front. Ibanez. Hugo Taveron right behind him by 2.7 seconds.
Yeah.
So unless Ibanez makes a big mistake, he should take this TQ.
Yeah.
So, Hugo coming up on his last lap, a junior racer, and he was told to watch out for him because he was very faster, keeping up with JC3 Juan Carlos Canas at the Nationals they held here about 2 months ago.
Goes Tavernon crossing the line.
So Tavernon finishes with a 48.4, so not a very good lap for that last lap for Tavernon.
Yeah. Ibanez taking it.
Mm-hmm. Ibanez will take this. So a third TQ. And it looks like David Todd is actually going to take second.
Yeah,
so
he recovered fairly well, but he still lost 4 seconds on that crash that we watched.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's our.
Yeah, Homeboy RT asks, are the light tees representing Denmark or UK? Representing UK. He's also cheering on Billy Grinley. And my own, can you pick up car number 3? We do not have any communication with the video crew there, so we cannot do it. Oh, it's my friend Litos. So well done to Hugo Ibanez. We have a third TQ in Q3, so it's going to come down to Q4 just like what we wanted, just how Franklin predicted it, and we are ready to go and talk to João Figueiredo.
João, how's it going?
Yeah,
How are you
everything
doing?
good. I'm here taking a sun bath from everyone. Working for the kids, enjoying the good weather in Spain, South Spain. So it's been good.
So you're there helping out Nicola, who's getting married this weekend, representing Hot Race. So what are the? Let's start with that. So what are the tire choices that that the drivers that you've been supporting? What have they been going with?
Most of them, yeah. Nicola is having his wedding, so I took his place, I would say. Most of the kids and the guys are using Miami, either medium or hard. I really just let them choose themselves what they feel more comfortable with. I think the hard tire for us is the one that is working the best. We have the French kid, Matisse Pierre. I think he finished second on the first hit, and now he's been struggling a little bit, but yeah, I think the tires are working okay. I keep telling the kids just to calm down, try and give them some tips, because I've been in their place before, being young and want to be fast. So
yeah. What's it like for you being there but not being allowed to race? Like, what's it like? Do you feel like you want to get up there and have a go?
I'm helping a friend of mine, a Portuguese friend, and I'm always telling him, dude, if you keep going like this, I'm going to go up there myself and do it for you. Yeah, it's nice in a way. It actually makes me more nervous because, I don't feel any control of what they are doing. But yeah, it's nice. It's different. I've been in a Euro B before in 2019, I think. I had the same experience. Not as much RC experience as I have now, I would say. But yeah, it's good. I think the kids enjoy this as well, and they listen. Like there's Yannick here as well, with the French kid, for example, and I think the kids like to listen to people who, let's say, are in this for more time, more than like they listen more to us than their own parents, let's say.
How are the techno cars going there? I see Iker had a Q1. He's making some mistakes. I know they just dropped the preparing. Anybody running any of the new cars that are coming out for techno now, or what's going on with that?
Iker is doing pretty well. I think he just needs to relax. Yeah, I think he's trying too much, pushing too hard. Because his first hit was amazing compared to the other kids. Then I think we have two more techno guys, Iago and Nacho. They are doing pretty well. I think they're inside top 10 or inside semifinal for sure. I don't know what they did on this one because I wasn't checking, but the kids are using basically the new car, the 2.2 NB48 2.2, but just small things different because they don't really have the full upgrade on the car yet, since they are coming up on July 9th, I think. So, it's I think they're doing well. It's fun. I mean, the kids are doing really good, to be honest. I keep thinking if I would do it as good as they are, to be honest. Guess we'll never know.
The kids get faster and faster every year, don't they?
Yeah. Kids are getting faster. We need to take care.
So for yourself now, it's all about preparations for Chile, I guess, for the Euro A in just a couple of weeks. Do you like that track? Do you like the Ongaro ring?
Yeah. I've been I came earlier this week for some laps in Radovan, just to practice as well for the world, and test some different stuff that the guys in America asked us to do. And yeah, I'm preparing myself, like engines, checking like whatever I feel more comfortable with to start. Regarding the track, I mean, we've been there in the warm up, and it was actually pretty cool. The grip, I mean, we had some inconveniences, let's say, with the rain, but it was still like a fun race. I think we have a good pace. We've been having a good pace the whole year so far, so we'll see how it goes there.
Awesome.
So just wondering, have you heard anything from the Baldos about what they might be thinking about changing for the Worlds later this year on their track?
Not really. From what I know, they want to change the whole track, so completely different layout. The dirt preparation should be the same as before, so I guess we can expect a lot of grip on the first days, then probably go lower and lower and lower as the days go by. But yeah, they told me that they want to change everything, so probably they will only keep the concrete parts, I would say, as those are pretty difficult to take out.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I heard. I mean, I'm pretty sure they'll do a good job.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What about the surface there? Because this surface there at this track isn't glued or sealed like Redovan, but it looks very similar to the aggregate, to the surface, to the soil, to the dirt that they have in Redovan. They aren't too far apart. So tell us a little bit about that.
So from what I know, I mean every track I come here south of Spain is part like Redovan, Alicante, Dax, Allaurin or whatever, like all this south of Spain. For some reason, I mean they have a pretty good dirt here, and basically what they do is just keep rolling the track as much as they can before the race, and then a lot of water. So there's not really any products being put into the track. I think the surface is pretty similar to what Redovan has, to be honest. We've been there, and my friend that I'm pitting for, he did some laps there, and here is more or less similar. It's what it tells me. And from my past knowledge on this track, as we did the nationals here, it should be more or less the same thing. But yeah, it's actually super slippery. We don't know why. It just gets the blue groove everywhere, and you see cars wheel spinning and drifting, which is actually fun to watch. I'm pretty sure it's not fun to drive. But yeah, it's from what I know from the guys here, the track crew, they don't really put anything, just water. They've been putting a water schedule though. They do some heavy water in the morning and after the race is finished. and then some light sprays between rounds. So yeah, it's helping the track to maintain quite nice. I think the grip is more or less even throughout the whole run. Yeah, we'll see.
Sweet. Cool. And you guys have a big year for your track there in Barcelos coming up in 2025. You have the European Championships, you have your IBC race, and you have the first ever Buggy World Championships coming up. So lots of work for you and your father and all the association there. We look forward to that. You've had a very great year so far with your move to techno. I was just talking about techno and their Champions of the World coming up. You traveled to the States a lot this year as well. Obviously, we hung out a lot when I was in Portugal as well. So it's been a pretty good year for you, man. And you've been traveling a lot. You haven't really had any weekends off. But just chill and help everybody out.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Joao. It's been amazing to talk to you. Thanks for making us some time in your schedule at the event. Best of luck for your drivers and your team, everyone that you're supporting. And we'll keep in touch. Maybe we'll talk again tomorrow.
All right. Yeah. It was nice
Awesome.
to thank you for calling, and speak soon. And
Awesome.
RC Racing for life.
Thank you so much.
I won't.
Cheers.
Thanks,
Bye.
Adios. All right.
There we go.
I was just looking. So I was looking at some of the results here. I'm sure Frank was on it. So with that round, so Hugo obviously took the round in Q3. Manuel Inesta was second. David Todd ended up finishing third. Hugo Tabaron fourth. Ivan Navarro fifth. Flores in Paco Flores sixth. Our Q1 TQ Iker was way down the line. But overall, it looks like Ibanez is leading the TQ right now. He has a 3 and a 1. But funny enough, the track has slowed down quite a lot because he did a 7-lap 5:30 from Q1 with Iker. He was a 7-lap 5:20. So the track has slowed down roughly by about 20 seconds. Hugo Tabaron is in second. He has a 1 and a 4. He has 2 4s. He has a 5 and a 4. So he has a 1 and a 4. David Todd has a 2 and a 3. Iker has a 1 and a 6. So TQ is still up in the air. It's probably it's definitely yeah. If it comes down to a tiebreaker, it's going to be very interesting to see how it happens.
It definitely will be. I think it's going to be pretty tight. I mean, these young junior racers going to make it very interesting for us. So it bodes really well for the rest of qualifying and for finals day tomorrow. I think is there a semifinal warm up or anything like that? I don't think there is there? If you qualify direct into the semis,
there will be.
Sure
10-minute free practice at 1 o'clock for the semi drivers. So yeah.
So that'll be the first time that these top drivers even get out on the track at all.
And you know what else I've just spotted? It's going to be busier on track because we've been running around 13 drivers a heat. We're running up to 16 drivers a race for the finals.
So the traffic is going to be even more of an issue.
I'm just surprised they've got that many pit spots and driver spots on the driver stand. 16, that's a healthy number to have out there. That's a lot to keep track of. But we'll do our best.
It's going to be tight.
Absolutely. That 16 is too. 16's. I mean, 15 is pretty normal now.
Yeah, true.
It's pretty normal.
Very true. Very true. Thank you to Joao, who just joined us. Joao Figueiredo from Barcelos in Portugal. It's great to have him join along. We've got a few more special guests lined up. I will keep chasing them, keep sliding in their DMs and see if we can get them on. It's great to have that interaction.
Yeah,
either at home.
It's really cool to have that. But people literally at the track. Just giving us the either direct information, whether by text or video chat or whatever, however we can get hold of them. just pester them until they give us the info.
Absolutely, and it sounds like the track is open, so it's the final heat underway. So it's time to go racing.
This is the first heat up. Oh, final qualifying. Sorry, I'm lost.
Yeah, I should say final round. Final round.
All right. All righty then, Frank. You got any predictions? Who's going to take TQ? Are we going to see? Are we going to see another?
2 minutes to start.
High five.
Okay. No, so what's happening is I got this
I know,
screen.
I know what it is, but yeah, it's just funny. I think looking.
I think Abadias is going to do it.
I think he will. It'd be nice to see someone like David Todd take TQ for Q4 and just throw a spanner in the works.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I like a bit of chaos.
I was about to say that.
And
that would be nice.
just okay. Now I've got a 0. What else? What do you guys got? And he was on pace as well. If he hadn't hit that one corner that we were watching. Just the wrong angle, wrong speed, whatever, or just caught on a bit of concrete that was sticking out. Whatever happened, if that hadn't happened, he would be TQ. So
Okay.
Just sorry, we have 1 minute to start, which is great because
yes, we have an announcement.
Hello, testing. Yes, so we have an announcement. Mrs. Young 01 is a hero. Yourself and your husband, Mr. Young, are heroes, and you're in the live stream. And also, did your stickers arrive, Mrs. Young? Just let me know if your hero stickers arrived.
One of our
They're
gold
certainly on the way.
One of our gold members.
One of our gold members.
20 seconds to start.
The pit lane view is awesome. Seeing the cars appear from under the camera is super cool. Sunglasses emoji. There we go.
There we go. Yes, that is in the Bible.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, so that's welcome to our new hero member feature.
Who came up with the megaphone idea?
I don't know. We just bought it.
Matt grabbed it, and I think I said, well, yeah, just whenever a hero talks or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember.
I also have to give you
It
guys
wasn't James. It wasn't James.
I have to give RC Racing TV your props to you guys. Social media, your YouTube has been banging this year. You guys are putting out a lot of content. It's good to see. I'm always a big proponent of the more content we have out there in the algorithm, the more of a chance of somebody seeing what we're doing and getting somebody into it. So you guys have been killing it. It's good to see a lot of it's like the RC industry is just getting hit to. I know you guys obviously do it, but like Instagrams has been really, really banging. TikTok is a big one that a lot of people are using. YouTube Shorts and all that stuff. That short form content is what's catching people's eyes. I've found.
It's a great way for us to promote our longer form stuff like the RC Autopsy and the history of various RC brands and cars and whatnot. So it's and we'll be having more of that come out. So we've got the RCGP Inside Track stuff coming. So this longer form stuff we do love making it. It's not always all that easy, but it's always worth it to have more of that stuff on the channel. So and you have people that have been away from RC since they were maybe in their 20s or something like that, or they went to college and whatever and have their career, and now they made the money and the kids have gone away, and now they've got time and money to get back into the hobby, which is really cool. And they want to go, oh well, what happened to Schumacher when I was racing it? They were doing this, or so we'd have the history of Schumacher video and other brands that are coming. So it's all good stuff. And the cool thing is, if you're a hero, you get to see some of that longer form content literally weeks before the regular Joe public does. So it's a really cool thing. So we make that available only for heroes to see, and then we kind of tease it a bit, and join. And obviously, you get the stickers, you get discount on the merch on rcracingtv.com. We're wearing a couple of the shirts today. Well, I am anyway, and yeah, well, that's not on the site yet. But yeah, we got always coming out with new merch ideas and stuff like that, and yeah, it's it's all good stuff, and yeah. Homeboy RC saying, yeah. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. James wants to know what tire specifically, Jake. I don't know. I don't think there's many J Concepts guys here.
There's not many people running J Concepts, no.
James, the only guy really running J Concepts is Juan Carlos Canas, and this race is not for him. And Homeboy RC, I always heard this statement. It's hard to get new people, and as soon as they find out how much it costs, I do not believe that RC is expensive, but not as expensive as full-scale racing. And guess what? People can get into racing without spending $3,000 on a brand new setup.
Yeah,
or $3,500.
for sure.
You
can get into racing not for free, obviously, but you can get into racing a lot cheaper than you might think. This level of racing, where it's $1,000 or euros or whatever into a car, plus all the accessories and everything. It's you're looking at some money. But if you're just going to go to a club and just enjoy it and learn about how to set up a car and what a shock angle does and what shock pistons and oils do, and then you get into tires and stuff like that, and it's not that expensive, and you can always buy used equipment as well.
This isn't the class that you want to start out in anyway. You have spec slash.
No, I would not suggest Nitro for a first-time racer. No.
E-Buggy. There's always a lot of clubs. I don't know about in Europe, but I know a lot of spec slash is always a class. A lot of tracks in Europe, in the States. E-Buggy is pretty easy to get into. It's plug and play. Nitro is something that you have to graduate to. I know some people that want to go jump right into the deep end and get into Nitro, which is great, but it can also discourage you.
Yeah, you have to be prepared. It's not like you don't go to a track day with a supercar for your very first time on a track. You get in a front wheel drive car, and then you move up and you move up and you move up. It's depends how
much money we spent on our car. We have this setup here. I have $5,000 of 5,000 euros in this setup, and I have all these tires. Now, of course, that's going to scare people away. But
and we joke about it when we joke about it when we post the memes and stuff like that. But it's not a super expensive. It's a lot cheaper, like you say, than running a full size.
There you have Marday. Marday is for beginners. That's that class in the UK. That's like
it's. I was going to say, Marday, obviously there's an oval racing in the UK is a really popular thing. Really? I would say find out oval, what they call stock car racing. It's a very banger race. You like smashing into each other quite a lot. But I would say if you want to get into racing, go to EFRA.ws, find the federation that deals with your area. So for the UK, it would be BRCA. For Germany, it would be DMC. There's AE Car, which is this race is being helped by AE Car, AMSCI in Italy. And so go on there and find out where your local tracks are. And then go to the nearest one and just have a go on a club night and go, okay, these are the kinds of cars that I like to see. And if it's not, then go to a different club or go to a different club. And until you find a different one, the kind of car that you want to run, whether it's off-road, two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, nitro, whatever, and ask around, talk to people. Someone's always going to be selling a car. Someone's always going to be selling something on a Facebook page for that club or for that group of racers in that country or region. I think in the UK there's 8th Nitro on road, 10th Nitro on road, 10th Buggy, electric 8th on road. There's all sorts of, and all of these have their own Facebook groups. or there will be web forums or something like that, and someone will be selling a car in some shape or other, and probably going, I'm either getting out of the hobby, or I'm moving from this brand of car to this brand of car, so I'm selling my old brand of car.
Or to the next level.
Yeah, and there's always someone selling something. And you don't have to buy a brand new car. You don't have to buy even a large-scale car, which is going to be a race prep, ready-to-go large-scale car without servos and motor or engine and tires and body. It's going to be like 1,500 to 2,000 euros. But if you buy one that's a few years old with a body and a beat-up set of tires just to see if you like it, that might be 1,000 euros. So, there's cheap ways to get into anything and any hobby, whether it's guitar or I'm into wargaming or model painting, static models, RC cars, whatever. There's cheap ways to get into any hobby that you want.
Every hobby is expensive.
Yeah, so that's my tech talk. Thank you.
Yeah, that was amazing. So that was Heat 2. Was that Heat 1? And we're going on.
Heat 1.
Yeah, so now we're going on to Heat 2. So we are in Q4 and we are running qualifying all the way up to 5 p.m. local time, 4 p.m. in the UK, and then there will be a break before the final start. But so a round of qualifying goes from like 3 till 5. It's like 2 hours to get through a round of qualifying. That's how many competitors there are.
And that's 5-minute runs as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not long. They could run 10. I mean, they're running 9 minutes yesterday just so that they could do pretty much one tank of fuel per run and not have to refuel.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to you for commenting along. It's so great reading your comments. Like, it fuels our fire. This is a 12-hour stream, so it's driven by.
Don't remind me.
It's driven by what you guys say. So keep interacting and telling us what you think or things, discussion points.
Yeah.
Don't get Lefty onto a rant, but
yes, get him onto a rant.
Yeah, get him onto a kind of mild EFRA-friendly rant. That would be amazing.
I'm pretty. I know how to be PC.
You do, yes.
This is RC, and I think the healthy discussions like about spec tires and all that stuff, this is a platform in between races where we can talk about stuff like that. And that's the interaction with the chat, right? That's whenever I'm calling a race, and I'm usually doing this by myself and on my little dark cave, looking at a screen. These are the people that entertain me. So it's always great interaction with them. And yes, Homeboy RC life period is expensive right now. It's definitely not getting any cheaper, and it's just going to go up and up and up from here on out. So if you have hobbies, it's fun, but they're not necessary in life. As I look around
it's a hobby. It's not. There we are. There's Lee.
Real guy, Lee Carlton,
caretaker of Stephen the Seagull on tour.
Amazing.
Who has made an appearance on track.
Oh, really? But we missed it.
Well, I mean, no, not on camera.
I see.
But on his camera, on his Facebook page for Stephen the Seagull on tour.
Okay. Got you.
TLR Camp asks, are the Euros the same as the Raw Nats? So the Euros, the Raw Nats, which happened 2 weeks ago, yes. It's a claim a European champion, but this is actually the Euro B, which is more for amateurs and younger racers. The Euro A will be at the end of the year, but it's the same thing. It's just that with Europe, it's split into countries, whereas in America, it's more split into teams. I'm sure it's split into teams as well, but with Europe, like anything in Europe, because Europe's made up of different countries, they have opening ceremonies where people represent their countries and all that type of stuff. But yes, exactly like the Raw Nationals.
Yeah, it's effectively like the Raw. Like the top drivers are going to be there, but yeah, within each country, there's also a national series in each country. So for the UK, I'm not sure, there's 5 to 7 races a year. and the same in Germany and Italy, and every class has a series of races, and then they get together at various times, sometime during the summer, and there is a European Championship as well. So, which is not a series; it's a single race event. So it's a very big deal for the European racers. So it's I think Neil Cragg is like a 25-time national winner in the UK in across two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. I don't know how he's even done that, which is just amazing. But he's also won. He's won the Worlds at least once. I'm sure he's won the Euros as well. Yeah,
Who
so
are we
Ashley
talking about,
Pattinson
Frank?
popping in. Neil Cragg. UK,
He has won a Worlds and European Championships.
Well, I was going to say UK top racer, but world top racer. Yeah, Ashley Pattinson popping in that in the UK, the 8th Nitro Buggy has 5 races during the summer. And then, of course, there's regional races as well. So there's like a regional championship that will be just the southern end of the UK. And they operate all their races. And, of course, the clubs have their own championship race series that, mostly club guys. And then, if you do well enough, you try to do the regionals. It's a bit like Karate Kid, I guess. You think you just to compare yourself against everybody else, and then you move up to nationals and eventually internationals.
And most countries in Europe have multiple races for nationals.
Yeah,
which I like, which I agree.
I love it. I think it's a real thing, and I've always thought that Roar needs that. But then you have all the major races that are non-sanctioned events, but use the same rules, and they've kind of filled in that gap. So it's sort of a series, but you're not like obligated to do it, as if it were a national event. But it's just the way things evolved, across the pond, basically. So, and that's where you get crazy things like, 800 race entries or something crazy, insane like that, and custom built tracks that are only used for one weekend or something.
Jason Brawley, no, JQ is not here. There are no. He's not here.
There's no green.
There's no top drivers here racing. I was about to say JQ's not a top racer driver, but there are. No JQ, but there are support guys for support with Mayato here. So Liam Galvin and he's there, and we have a few Mayato drivers there, but no JQ. He is in Finland, probably doing motocross this weekend. That's his thing now.
One sport I saw, it's actually, I think it's either only in Finland or only in Scandinavia, is, I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called folks racing, where people have, it's a full-size racing in real cars, and they have a roll cage, and it's basically rallycross, like British-style rallycross, where it's mixed tarmac and dirt and grass, and basically the maximum you can spend on the car, like if someone wins a race, you can just walk up to them and give them €1,000 and you go, I'm buying your car. So it's I can't remember what that's called, like a motor claim sort of thing, and you just go, I'm going to buy your car now. Yeah, there's a few series that do this sort of thing with like engines and things like that. But you can buy the whole car. So basically the idea is you spend nothing on the car. It's just like held together with duct tape and wood screws. But you race it, and you're like, it's full contact rallycross racing over like little jumps and gravel and tarmac and stuff like that. And it just looks like so much fun. I think it was Top Gear or Fifth Gear in the UK that covered it. And I thought that was quite cool. So I'd much rather do that than motocross, because I'd probably break my neck doing motocross.
Yeah, it's a bit dangerous, isn't it? So Carlos Fonseca
Taking it again.
Taking it again for Heat 4. There we have confirmation
official
on your screen.
Gal Keenan finishing second once again. This is the heat with tons and tons of Spaniards. Wow.
Need to support club racing more, as there are some events being cancelled due to low entries. Well,
absolutely.
That means you need to get more people RC racing. That's what that means, because there can be a thing as too many tracks and not enough racers, and there can be too many tracks in certain areas that splits up. I see this a lot in like the Carolinas, where there's a lot of tracks, Southeast. When there's a good day, so everybody wants a track that's 10 minutes from their house, right? But you can't have a track that's 10 minutes from your house. So the thing is, everybody says build more tracks and we get more races. I think that's poppycock, because I think that you actually need
it doesn't really work now.
You need to have racers to support those tracks. What too many tracks can do is dilute your racer population, and then all tracks suffer, right? So we're kind of putting the egg before the cart before the horse when we say that. You know, we need to get more racers into RC, then we can grow tracks from there. You know, because having a track, say you have 3 tracks that are all within 2 hours of each other, is only going to hurt each track. Because then what's going to happen? Every time it rains, they're going to be affected by rain. When it's a good weekend, everybody's going to try and race on that weekend. So that's just kind of how I look at things. Some tracks have to go away. That's just how it comes down. Like, if you're not got a properly managed track and there are 4 tracks very close to each other, one of them is going to have to go away, or 2 of them is going to have to go away for the other 2 to survive. So the issue isn't having more tracks. The issue is having people that actually race. So we're not focused as an industry on a whole on getting people to races to race. We're just thinking, as racers, we want a track close to us.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And we need to stop being greedy and think about the big picture and getting more people into RC. And building more tracks is not it.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, there's such a thing as expanding too fast, you know. And if the amount of tracks just can't support the amount of racers can't support the number of tracks, then the one or more of them are going to suffer, like badly, as in close.
Homeboy RC makes a good point. It's not just UK level. 5th scale world's cancelled as well for that exact same reason. So we actually, it's not just club races.
Let's talk about that. We're talking. I love, but it's very niche within a niche within a niche. Go into a country that is far away and expensive for everybody to go to, traveling with the biggest cars you can talk about that you're traveling with. You know, let's just fly across the world with 30-pound cars with gasoline engine, multiple gasoline engines. You need multiple engines. You probably got to take 2 cars. So of course that's not it. And I don't know how the 5th scale scene is in Australia, but the 5th scale scene in Europe seems to be very decent compared to the rest of the world. So sense would be, let's put that race in Europe, where the majority of people are racing. I also we had this discussion the other day where we was talking about the 200mm touring car, like firm touring car, right? Because we talked about the Euros that you guys had. I am a big proponent that the world should be GT and firm tires, 10 scale firm tires, and GT firm tires should be one event at a world championship. And I think GT8 should run along with 5th scale, because they can both run rubber tires and they can run on very similar tracks. Because if you're not getting the numbers right, I mean, the last 5th scale on-road worlds in USA, which was 20. So this is 2024, so it would have been 2022. They had 65 entries. 5th scale is kind of non-existent.
It's not a
in
world
America.
championship when there's double-digit numbers. It needs to be more.
I get it that every country has to have a spot. This was the same argument they had with Brazil, but think about it. Like, the GT8 worlds were just in Australia, and that had low numbers last year, you know? So It's
Well,
about traveling to these.
You have to from Europe. You have to fly 24 hours to get there. It's very expensive.
Well,
with all your gear.
Oh, I don't know what it is there, but I know it's decent in Europe. So go where it's decent. I know in Latin America it's good. It's okay too, but I wouldn't suggest going to Latin America. Mind you, I know a very good track that hosts a very good fifth scale worlds, but it got canceled. They probably didn't, and the track has to make money too. So
yeah, definitely, of course. I mean, maybe it's we were with that clip that we saw much earlier in the day where Dallas was talking about he didn't like the particular rules of the Euro B championships at that time. Those rules have evolved and changed that he was complaining about, and so now things are different. So, which like I said, shows that the EFRA rules and voting procedures do evolve and change over time. So this could be a sense where maybe the IFMAR rules go, well, yes, the hosting block of the fifth scale worlds has to be moved from each time, but maybe this is a learning point, and they go, maybe we don't, move it every time because we'll keep it, we'll move it from track to track within the block that has the most fifth scale racers within it. We saw the same thing happen with
manufacturers in Europe anyway. So
yeah. So I mean, it's one of those things. It's just an unfortunate result of geography. I mean, Australia, love Australia, love Australians. We have loads of Australian viewers and fans. But if racers are 10 times more willing to come, if we have a Worlds for 1/5 touring car in Europe, we'll have literally 10 times at least the amount of drivers that we had sign up for the 1/5 touring car Worlds in Australia. That's just
and I think the Worlds in Australia next year will get a great turnout because it's a popular class and it's big around the world, so people will go. But with the fifth scale thing, I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another Worlds canceled this year due to lack of interest, and that's just my thought on that. So I think it's time for IFMAR to start thinking of combining these world championships. Like, especially, it seems to be in the on-road mostly because they have very low turnouts on a worldwide basis. But combine GP, and touring car, make it all, because the same guys are racing them, and then combine fifth scale and GT8. But GT8 is actually growing, so it might be a little bit bigger. But
there's a bit of crossover with the foam tires class, but not a lot.
Oh,
it's growing. It's growing. It depends on the manufacturers, but yeah. But we're in Group 3 now for the final round of qualifying. We've got Philippa Plim way up there in second place at the moment.
Nope, sorry, not sure. Philippa. Nope.
Yeah, we were with her for a little bit, yeah, and she's just topped the timing again. But Rosero, Cabrera, Sanchez, Teleth,
Daniel
a different
Lopez.
Teleth than the previous TQ.
That's his brother.
Yes,
Younger
another
brother.
junior.
Our
Lopez,
number one. Ivan Tesero. Ivan Tesero. And good day, JWRC says he is tuning in from hot Vegas. I bet you not out there in Las Vegas. It's probably similar to what they're feeling here in Spain, I would say.
Yeah. I know Las Vegas has lost wages. Oh, a flame out for... Oh, is that the number one?
That was our leader.
Shame.
Something happened. Oh, man. Well, thank you, Rory Holler. We appreciate it. He is from Wisconsin, so he is a cheesehead.
I literally have a cheesehead thing from when I when I went to Scotty's track for an HPI challenge at the airport. I didn't go for the medium-sized cheesehead foam thing that you see the Green Bay Packer fans wearing. I went for the large size one.
You still have it?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
It's at least 25 years old.
He says it's going to be 118 today, but it's a dry.
Oh my God, that's like 45 degrees.
No, it's less than 45. Now I've been in 45, 46 with humidity in Abu Dhabi. That was horrible.
At least it's dry, but oh man.
Well, I tell you what, I did 46, 47, 48 in Abu Dhabi in 2014, and it was humid, and you just sweat. When you sweat, you just don't stop, and your clothes just stay soaking wet.
You
the
just
entire
need
day.
to keep drinking water. Stay hydrated, always.
But that's still hot, JW. That's still hot.
Yes. Don't knock the 118.
Alrighty. All right. So heat number 3 is in the books here. These drivers just sorry we went off on a tangent about various things. But that's
48 degrees actually centigrade.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Do they get so hot in like Middle East countries that you have to actually summertime you have to take a break, 3-hour break from 12 to 3, like work stops? Yeah.
Blimey.
He says, I'm headed to the track. Where are you going, to the Silver Bowl, or are you going out to Pahrump to the MGP3 facility?
I used to drive through Pahrump many times.
We were in Vegas last year. Me, Matt, Ben, Ash. Yeah, that was it, right?
I can't remember what event it was.
Yeah, Ace 2 GP.
Yeah.
Good times. And David was with us as well.
Yeah, he came, and then, it was fun. Matt took us to like the most posh Mexican restaurant I've ever been to. The last night he was there.
Really?
It was great. It was good food. Good food.
Just muting Frank so he can have some lunch. You have real food as well.
Frank is starting to look fettered. He needs some libation.
Well, if I take us off the screen, then it's just Keenan on his own. Oh, we're about to see something on the live screen. I'm being told.
We're about to see some racing.
What's this?
Okay, so the track isn't ready, JW. I heard it's going to have a roof on it, and it's going to be an oil track, too. So it should be good. Hopefully I get up there at some point. This guy, Mario, is building an RC facility in Pahrump, just about an hour outside of Vegas. And it's going to have multiple different tracks. Yeah.
Cool.
Wow, like a whole facility. And he's supposed to put a roof on it. I don't know when that's going to come, but they're going to make it an oil track. And, yeah, it's supposed to be pretty good. It's like a full-on facility. Not just a track, like a whole facility.
Nice. Very cool. And hopefully, and with all these things, as we were saying in the previous conversation, hopefully it's sustainable and can keep going.
Bom dia from Brazil. Pegos Pro Hobbies. Bom dia, bom dia. What part of Brazil? I love Brazil. I want to go back there so badly.
We almost went to Brazil this year, but sadly it wasn't.
It
wasn't to be. I really wanted to go. Really wanted to go, but flights are slightly cheaper to Spain, so that's good news. Well, for us.
Sao Paulo is all right.
Yeah.
22 million people.
Wow.
Okay, JW. I'll have fun at the Silver Bowl, man. Enjoy it. Is RC Tracks still like so? Last time I went to Vegas, I went to RC Tracks. It's still there and got a track design, and you can drive on it.
But it's just not operational.
Yeah, it's not. It's closed. Like
right,
you can't go in there.
Wow. Did you go? You didn't go to that Worlds. That was the Runnefeld Worlds.
I was supposed to go racing that Worlds.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I qualified for it for the DR here.
Right.
But I couldn't afford it. I probably could have, but I had to let somebody else go.
Shucks. Well, plenty more Worlds in your future. Who's this that they're showing now? They're showing people in the crowd, and the marshal enjoying the sunshine. There we go.
Pro Circuit, a popular tire brand there in Spain due to Model X being the importer. Yeah, that one's closed, JW, but I still think the track is there and it's open and like it's still got piped on, driver stand and all that stuff. Because there's no money in it, BJ Williams. Nobody's going to spend it's not just one little part. It's a whole facility. It's got like a building that goes to it and all that stuff with RC track. It's not just a track. And where it's located, I'm pretty sure that property is millions and millions and millions of dollars. So that's why. And you'll never make that investment back off RC.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
That's why it closed. It wasn't probably making no money. Yeah, but the Silver Bowl has been there forever. I remember going to the Silver Bowl to practice and break in engines for the 2005 Silver State when it was the first time it was being held at Boulder City. All right, so back to the action on the track. And we are picking up this pink and white car. Once I get in and see what number it is, they choose to go with yellow wheels when they probably should have white with that paint job, but oh, Car 12's mechanic needs to find a space. Because renting it out would be expensive too. There's just not enough racers to support that. Okay. Oh, somebody got to drive too. Car number 9. Oh, wow. No, just a drive-through. I think this is car number 7. And the Eagle's now speaking Italian. Car number... I cannot see which car this is, but I think it's car number 3. They aren't getting close enough where I can tell. Yep, looks like car number 3. And that is one of our juniors, Jan Salagarides, who is currently being scored down in 10th, it looks like. Out front is Leon Zocher from Germany, followed by Antoine Billavot. They got 30 minutes to go in this 5-minute qualifier. We are on race number 4 of qualifying 4. This is our last round of qualifying. We've had 3 different GQs. It's going to come down to this last qualifier. We want to thank everybody for joining in. I'm trying to find out Jason too. It's hard. I need my glasses. My monitor's pretty far away from me. Thank you, BJ. Eagle-eyed BJ. And then we will have a small break in between, and they will do some lower finals today, and then all the finals tomorrow, ladder style, IFMAR style, RC racing. As we're still following the young junior, lots of juniors in this race, which is supposed to be a lot about the juniors. Who we have in a Gamma. I believe this is maybe Caden Stenhouse. I think he's a... Nope, not on a Gamma. Can't see. No, I was wrong. As usual. Our cameraman isn't getting as close as he was earlier, so he must have changed cameraman. So it's kind of hard to see which numbers we are running here. As he makes his way, I'll see when he comes across the line here in a minute. That is Veralato, car number 7. Filippo Veralato from Italy, who just threw down a 49.1. That's his fastest lap. And that's going to put him out in front of Leon. Leon is 1/100th of a second back of him, so he doesn't have much margin for error. Does the young not Italian, but his young, but his junior. Darren Hayden Ball now up into third from the UK. As it seems like the track is just the groove is starting to come in a lot faster this time around on Q4. As we heard, just as we turned to this person, they got in an accident. And there's treacherous concrete corners, concrete curbings. Our number 4, that's our leader, Leon Zoher from Germany. He's not going to lead after that mistake. With 30 seconds left to go in this race, we're seeing the lap times drop little by little as we climb the ladder of faster drivers. And our homeboys cheering on Mr. Darren Hayden Bell. All right, so let's see what type of lap time this is for Leon as he comes by. That was a 50.9. He still holds on to that lead. He has a 1.4 second lead of a second. As Leon tries to recuperate from that small mistake he has as the curbing reached out and grabbed him and flipped his car over. You see a divot forming on that 180 where the cars must be getting on acceleration right in that. Oh, he just touches that pipe, but gets a little bit squirrely, little wonky job, but able to pull it back. And Leon, I don't know. That was a really fast lap from Santi Correa. Let's see what Leon does. He finishes up pretty strong with 49.7. And I think that is going to, let's see what Santi does. He's Santi Salagragidis, also still on the clock. He's 0.2 of a second back of Leon, so it's not all over for Leon. But it is. Leon is going to take the TQ this heat, win this heat. Not sure if he's going to take TQ. Followed by Salagragidis, Billabot. Oh, no, Correa. Wow, so Santi Correa takes it on that last lap. Well done to our junior driver. Always great to see the juniors doing well. The big track, homeboy, it's deceiving. It doesn't look big from our camera views, but earlier when Mark Rumble gave us a picture of it, you can see the size. So Correa takes that by just over 2 seconds over Leon. Darren Hayden Bell in third, and John Salagragidis in fourth. Up next is Group 5. We are almost to the halfway point. Well, we're pretty much halfway. We have 11 heats. Matt looks quite refreshed. Or maybe not. I know it's starting to get
absolutely
time for coffee number 2. For me.
For you. We've had some lunch now. Might have some more donuts soon. I think maybe on the menu.
Black wheels.
Yes.
Car number 11.
Black wheels, black wing.
Nice paint job. Basic paint job.
Yeah. Easy to spot from the driver's stand. We have an X-ray.
So we have starting first in this, we have Christophe Bola from France, Adam Dejaffer, a junior from France, Oscar Martinez, Spain, Colin Brennan, the legend, not in fourth, from the UK, Felipe Ferreira from Portugal, Jason Ferguson from Ireland, Mick Butler, who used to work with you guys, from 7, Nicholas Tarallo, who's from Uruguay. When did Uruguay become an EFRA country? But no, he actually lives in Europe. But he's originally from Uruguay. Alex Esteve from Spain. Ilian Fernandez in 10th from Spain. Nicolas Lanis in 11th from France. And Daniel Mateo from Spain. And there's our partners, the AE Car or IA Car video team doing their job. They're actually looking at the screen below them. They have it down on the floor. So interesting concept. Never thought of that. But I also don't like standing up and announcing. We see Stetson taking a little bit of a break. He has been a busy man today.
Yeah, he's been keeping it clean for sure. Let's just take a moment to thank our sponsors. We'll be back right after this. And we're back. Thank you also to Techno RC, T-Works, Meebo Sport, your all-in-one place eShop for all of your RC needs. S-Works, Hot Race Tyres. Congratulations to Mr. Morone getting married today. Thanks for the invite. And X-Ray, of course. Hopefully we'll have a special X-Ray guest coming up before the end of the day. If we can make that happen, that would be very nice. Talking to us from his holiday. This is like going for a meal after an RC race where you look around at all your teammates and around the table and they're all just on their phones. And you're just like...
Car 1 starts the heat. Car 11.
No. Maybe doing some work and trying to get some some additional guests.
Exactly.
Very,
that looks
very...
like Yannick Igon right there.
It probably is.
Yannick?
Yeah. Where? In the black shirt?
No,
that's not him.
Oh, yeah. BJ, I have stood up and announced a whole race. That was Gusago in Gusago and RCGP. SMB, we had to stand up the entire time and call that race. That
Why?
small little...
Didn't David let you have a chair?
We didn't have chairs at SMB, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I remember. They
so
blew
small.
away. Stefan loved it.
Yeah, it was so cold, too. It was windy. And then in Gusago, we didn't have space. We had a little stool, but yeah, most of the time standing up. All right. Car number 6. Jason Ferguson, the Irishman. He got some love on the last qualifier. Hopefully he gets a result that he wants without having the cameras cursed. What's up, Jonathan Wolf? He says he's back. What time does the football game start today, by the way? If anybody can tell me in the chat. EST time would be great. I would have to agree with you, Jonathan Wolf. Janik is the best driver to never win a WC so far. There's a lot of great drivers that haven't won a world championship, and he is one of them. Came very close multiple times. 5 cc of fuel cost him a possible world championship back in 2004 in Sweden. And he was leading in France and Indonesia in 2006 and broke. So not everybody can win a world championship. As we follow Jason Ferguson, Ian Fernandez is out front, followed by Christopher Bola, Nicholas Lanise, and Jason Ferguson currently running in 4th, looking quite solid out there. Gets a little bit squirrely as we switch over to another pink and white car. We'll get the number that is car. Ooh, his stickers are coming off. He's going that fast. His number stickers are starting.
He's going to get called in.
Oh yeah.
He's going to get the meatball flag, maybe.
Because I cannot tell what number that is. 5 p.m. Oh, we'll still be covering the race, I think. Did you get it? I think that's car number 5. Felipe Ferreira. That's the driver. He's the Toyota, right? Thank you, homeboy. I appreciate that. I like this. So the Spanish guys have got picture-in-picture. They got the driver driving his car. If that would be me, my tongue would be hanging out, and I'd be doing all this crazy stuff with my mouth.
I'll tell you, I love those sunshades though. Those are great. You can see the bottom of the sunshade, keeping the direct sunlight out of the driver's faces. That's fabulous.
Emilia Gomez. Morning. Are these concrete curbs? Yes, they are concrete curbs on the track.
Very big concrete curbs.
Yeah, they are like the most deadliest concrete curbs I've ever seen on the track. Usually the concrete curbs help you. No. That is Daniel Mateo. No, he's not a junior. He's got a beard. That can't be him.
Have you seen some kids these days, though?
I mean, that guy's a grown man. Let's see. I'm trying to see what number car is. I still have not been able to see those numbers. I can't see because that number is flying over.
Yeah.
Over.
If that, it's at 8, I think.
Okay, so that is Nicolas Tarallo. He's our Uruguayan. The man from Uruguay. Yeah, I would. I'm going to miss that. I'll have to watch the scores on my phone. But out front is Ilian Fernandez. We got 10 seconds left to go, and somebody going very wide and out in the fluff and roosting everybody. We have some nice dust out there in that corner. Adam Dejay, another Dejaffa, another junior is currently in third. Mick Butler all the way up to fourth. But let's see how it all shakes out when they come across for their last laps. Fernandez just coming across the track, across the line. He's got one more lap to go. That looks like it might be Yannick. Yeah, it looks like Yannick. Oh, I don't know. Is Yannick? No, that's not Yannick. Looks very much like it could be him.
Complain. I was just saying, much arm waving, many complain.
Yeah. It sounded like he was speaking Spanish, so that's also why I don't think he was Yannick.
You can't tell exactly what happened there, but it looked like he was complaining at his driver. Like, why would you hit that and go upside down or something?
Hey, Alan. Hey, Lefty. Are the rules the same as Raw? Similar. 4 qualifiers, 4 rounds of qualifiers, best 2 out of 4. The same ladder style that you see at the Royal Nationals, where they do the odd and even numbers, but it'll be A and B mains. One of the differences is that this race has a LCQ after the semifinals, and unlike the Royal Nationals, where TQ goes directly to the final, the TQ of this event still has to race into the race. Crunchy, we were talking to. Yes, that was the England game, homeboy. Crunchy was talking to Joao, and they said they're still on Miami's in hot race. We've seen some somewhat bar tires, like a detox type of, the bar down the middle, but we have not seen people going. They're still on small pins. It seems like apparently Joao was telling us that even the groove is very slippery. So what I'm thinking is the groove actually has a very fine layer of dust on it. And that's just causing these guys to do some rally drifting and all that type of stuff. So Thornhill used to get like that quite a lot for their national events. So we shall see how it all works out.
There's a hero in the chat.
I hear that there's a hero in the chat.
There's a hero in the chat. Jonathan Wolf is in the chat. Jonathan Wolf says, in 2 hours, 10 minutes time from now is the England game. Thanks to you, Jonathan.
I'll catch the Turkey and Holland game then. I think Matt has found a new toy.
Oh, Lefty, also, I have a present for you. We're eating
mini pork pies.
Pork pies. Do you want a pork pie?
Yeah, send me over with some donuts, please. And a Lucas
With some donuts.
and a crunch.
The weird thing is, though, Lefty, the pork pie will stay fresh longer than a donut.
For a lot longer.
Send me that and some Lucasade, please.
We have
Original
Monster
Lucasade.
Energy. We don't have Lucasade.
No, original Lucasade. The original, not the
original.
flavors ones. The original.
Yeah, the bright orange, orange one. I know what you mean.
Grew up on that.
Did you?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I suppose there's a lot of like sort of weird semi, like British import stuff that is just like kind of taken hold in the Caribbean. That
I am not from the Caribbean.
From the Bahamas.
Bermuda is a British territory, so we had very much British stuff.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's what I'm
we
saying.
are very
That's what I'm
close to
saying.
America, and we have adapted a lot of American culture, but we are still British, and we had crunchy bars, Lucasade, Ribena, Ovaltine, and what are we shaking our heads at?
No, I'm just laughing because Frank keeps putting his foot in it geographically with you, but that's.
But I mean, you're so close to like Nova
New York?
Scotia, right? Yeah.
Nova Scotia is very much north, Frank. We are 700 miles. Bermuda is 700 miles off the coast of North Carolina. Nova
Puget
Scotia
Sound,
is in
right?
Canada.
Puget Sound?
Excuse me?
Puget Sound.
What does that mean?
It's Pacific Northwest.
You know what? Let me bring up. I'm going to show you. There is a computer in front of you. Google Maps. Bermuda
Who's this in the hat?
You would be like, he really is not in the Caribbean. Pecco. Oh no,
that's not
He has a
Pecco.
Pecco
No.
hat.
It's similar. I think it's camo.
That's a cool
No,
hat.
it's straw. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's got a pattern. No, it is. Yeah, it's straw. Maybe he's like a local track announcer. He's got some headphones on.
Racing headphones. Though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
Barbados is what we're talking about.
Barbados.
Yeah.
30 seconds to start.
Indeed.
It's Barbados, Bahamas, Barbuda. I am none of those things. It is BERMUDA. The triangle, like the triangle, Bermuda.
Bermuda.
Here's the easier way. The most expensive country in the world. There you go.
What?
We're
Really?
number one and one. Yes.
How?
The highest cost of living in the world.
Because it's an island. Everything has to be imported. Or it's a series. It's a group of islands. Is it an
20
archipelago?
miles, it's one island. 20 miles long, 1 mile wide.
Wow.
Swimming pigs.
That's
Right,
Bahamas.
Yeah, I knew that.
I don't know what anyone. I've completely lost it now. I'm going to just eat my
It was
pork
a
pie
vacation advertisement way back in the
and
day.
watch the racing.
I just gave up on the other thing. All right, so we're past the halfway mark, and we're starting to get into some of the faster cars here. We're following this lime green car. As soon as I can see the numbers, I'll let you know who it is. And nope, not close enough to see the numbers. We do apologize.
So I have some tire info from our buddy Mark Rumble. I was asking him if anyone is using bar tires. He says no one. At least that he can say. It's too slick / dusty at the moment.
Oh, yes, Jonathan Wolf, go look it up. Sorry, Frank. No bar tires, pin tires.
Yeah. I think, if I remember right, they're not going to be watering. Okay, so they will be watering right after Group 11. And then no more watering for the rest of the day, according to.
Okay, so that's what I want to see. I can't wait to see how the track develops like that.
Yeah.
So, like, if this was a track in the USA, they would blow this track off in between rounds, and then that will get that fine dust level off. Because I'm guaranteeing you that on that line, it's grip, but with that fine layer of dust, it just makes it so slippery.
The knobs have to kind of penetrate the dust and reach the hard pack. That was a good one.
Yeah. I don't think the juniors need to get an A license to compete in the Euros. I think this is just a chance for them to sign. I think a lot of these guys who are racing this class will be racing the Euro A's at the end of the month. And we are on with car number 6, who's Lucas Bartuzo from France. And yes, Jonathan Wolf, Bermuda is really more expensive than Monaco and Switzerland. The cost of living is way more expensive. Not way, but it's very high. Chad Neary, USA is better. Well, great. I love the USA as well. When it comes to 1/8 scale racing, though, at the moment, when it comes to USA versus Europe, Europe is ahead of you guys. So, even this year, we have 2 Euro wins on American soil at 2 of the biggest races in the USA, DNC and Civil State, both won by Europeans this year.
Planting the flag.
And have been won by Europeans previously as well. Because Barufalo won Silver State, Boots has won Silver State. You got to look at CDP, cost of living. You're looking at the wrong website. Or maybe Bermuda lost our number one. Yeah, we're now not number 1. We're a close number 2 by $100. But Singapore would be expensive too. But Bermuda is very expensive. But you make good money there too as well.
Thank you, mate.
1 minute left.
I like the poker runs they do in Bahamas. I love offshore boat racing, period. That's another sport I would love to go watch. I almost got to watch P1 offshore while I was in the USA.
That's some crazy racing.
The last boat racing is insane. I love it.
You know what? I mean, nothing to do with motorsport. Actually, a slight tangent to motorsport because Adrian Newey used to design boats, I think, for Oracle. I can't remember. Anyway, the America's Cup. I love watching that. It's absolutely
we had it in Bermuda,
insane.
2018.
It's just insane how fast those boats can go against the wind, which is just
the catamarans.
Boggles my mind.
It's incredible. So much money put into that thing.
Yes.
The economy in Bermuda.
It's definitely not going to make me buy any Oracle software or Prada clothing or anything like that, but it's fantastic to watch.
Mm-hmm. So, leading this race, we just let the proverbial "the race is over" air horn go.
Finished car 7. Finished car 9.
Is that Billy Tylaska in the chat? Billy T? I think it is Billy T. Williams. What's up, Billy? Car number 6. That's Lucas Bartuzo, who's currently in second. Let's see if he can wrap this up and pit Yvonne Gill. They have 1 second separating them.
Finished car 8. Finished car 5.
I think as my first DNS I remember seeing for today. It's Christopher Ford.
Hello, Victor. Bon dia. Joao is not racing this weekend. This is not the Euro A Championship. This is for Euro B. There are a few Portuguese drivers, Andre Bento, and another Andre as well. There's a couple of Portuguese drivers, but Joao is here, but he's not racing, and we have a traffic jam on pit lane.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked to Hal earlier, so he's got some good insight and info from him.
Absolutely. All right, so who's going to take the... It looks like Bugallo. David Bugallo is going to take the win here with a 7.544. So we're going to see those times drop into... Let's see if Q4 is going to be faster than Q3. I'm very interested to see how this track develops with no watering in the mains. It's going to be... Frank is just teasing me by eating.
He's eating your pork pie. Carlos has been on again. Oh. So, things went wrong last time I did this, but I'm going to do it again. So, if we can get focus.
Oh,
that's the
goodness.
bathroom.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
Look at that. There's a person at my front door. Hang on. Like, it's marble inside.
Is that your front door?
Yeah, I wish. I wish my front door was like the toilet at this event. Seriously. Wow. What? I mean, amazing. I've asked Carlos if they can arrange for this to be at every EFRA event.
Yeah, just have that be an EFRA vehicle and just drive it around and just have it have the banner on the side permanently.
Empty it in between trips. You don't want to be driving around.
Just open the faucet, drive off. Open the dump valve.
The faucet. Great. Wow. How did Eric go in rounds 2 and 3? Putting you on the spot now, but Jonathan Wolf needs to know.
Well,
we can go from the kind
because he's a hero.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm checking for you and not telling you. Just go to everlaps.com.
No. I'll go the extra mile.
In
hold the line.
Round 2.
2 minutes to start.
He came fourth. And
there we go.
Round 1, he came fourth. In round 2,
14th.
Yeah,
in round 2,
14th. And 3. Where did he finish in round 2?
– 10th.
Okay, he needs a good top 5 this run. Bump him up a little bit. So
can we,
Jonathan Wolf? Top 10 most expensive countries to live in per month, US dollars. Numbio, I don't know what that means. Bermuda, number 1, 118.20. Cayman Islands, second. Singapore, third. We're number 1
Cayman
still.
Islands, that expensive. Wow.
What? Yes.
Cayman, that's where you go when you don't want to pay tax, isn't
I know. But
that's what Bermuda is, too.
Wow. So cool. Yeah.
Not so much cool when you live there and you got to pay for everything.
Yeah, exactly. It's not ideal for, Not
That's
ideal
why I've
for
been
the
living
people.
in the Republic.
Happy days. Q7 up next. This is the final round of qualifying.
Yes. Harold Sandaroff. Come on, Harold. Have a good run, good buddy.
Seconds to start.
What are we looking at?
Bermuda.
Me.
20 seconds to start.
See? Nowhere near the Caribbean, right, Frank?
Well, I just, at the moment, it's zoomed in so much, I just see blue all around it. So
surrounded by water.
It's so small, the name is bigger than the actual island.
Yeah, when you zoom, yeah.
Here we go. Race time.
Absolutely crunchy, and I love it here. It's freedom. Real freedom here in this country. Cold beer and I'm not going to say the next word. Everywhere. That's Nicholas Taralo.
Getting his
Uruguayan.
moment in the spotlight.
I'm going to send him a picture of this.
Par 3. Par 6.
I think we should. I'm doing Duolingo. I think we should have the optional sound that we can just bring up and listen to their feed, and myself and Keenan will translate as we both speak Spanish.
How good your Spanish, Matt?
Muy bien.
You definitely speak Spanish like an Englishman.
Well, give me a few beers and I speak it, more accurately.
¿Cuánto pesos per la cerveza? Por favor.
No. ¿Cuánto cuesta una cerveza? Yeah. And you got to use your hands.
Yeah.
You ain't using your hands when you talk Italian or Portuguese or Spanish, then you ain't doing it right. And who are we following right now? It's an all-black car. I bet you that is... you'll know her shortly when they come across the line.
Quartet? No.
That is Parente, car number 11. Yep, that is car number 11, Daniel Parente, not Daniel Parente Jr. Daniel Parente, the senior, I assume, or a Parente, that is senior age of the Parentes. Exactly, Jason Brawley. That's what I was thinking right there. You got it right. This is heat number 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 coming up. Then we have approximately, does anybody know how much of a break we have in between the fun? Oh my good. Why is that marshal so far away?
I think he may have been retrieving something else.
You want to flip.
Yeah.
They need a marshal on that hairpin out there.
It's about 45 minutes, Lefty, between the end of Q4, heat 11, to the start of the 1-256A.
Okay, so I can have a 45-minute podcast live.
We got some guests lined up already. Should be fun.
Sweet. Jason Brawley, you know what's up. Up and over this double, we go around this hairpin chicane. This is like an ongoing chicane, like a snake almost. As this track has all types of turns and thingamajiggies. And there's Harold, who's out there currently in first. Harold having a good run. 15-year-old young man from Israel. So there was somebody was saying that this track is going to bid for a Euros at some point. I think somebody was saying, and I think it would be a good bid because we're kind of seeing the European Championships go back to the same tracks over and over. So it'd be good to have some new tracks come in and bid on it, and get some more going.
Yeah, they do move around. There's obviously Radovan is the standout one in recent years. It's it feels like we've been there quite a lot. But there are tracks. I think Montpellier, obviously they bid for the e-buggy Euros and obviously had it earlier this year. This track obviously has it for the B. And generally they'll try to do some sort of a smaller race or something like that. But if Matt will correct me, but I believe the way it works is the various country representatives for a particular category of racing, whether it's large-scale off-road or 1/8 buggy, they will, be approached by a track who will say, hey, we want to host a track, a Euros, and I think the federations will pick the best ones that have the most likely to get the votes, because it's all by votes, and they'll say, yeah, here's our information pack, and all the, we have hotels in this area, and it's near this city, and it's there's tourism, if people want to stay for a week after or come the week before or whatever. And here's the size of the track and the amenities that we have. And there are certain things that are kind of expected at a European Championship race, like an air compressor station, warm-up tables that are either concrete or metal or plastic or something like that.
Royal toilets.
Royal toilets now, yeah.
That's what I try to tell people. They think it's just about the track. It's not just the track. It's a whole facility that's needed.
Facility. That's the word. Things like this track obviously can hold 16 drivers on a rostrum and the mechanics. So that's 32 people down below and 16 people up top. How many tracks can hold even 12 or 15? So, and obviously you have to have space for referees. You have to have space for the media. You have to have broadband. Cafe with espresso, very important.
Free food for the media.
Free food for the media.
Aircon for the media.
Hugely important.
Yeah.
And yeah, obviously parking, camping on site if possible. And we've been to some events that are been lacking in those areas, and some events that have been spectacular in all areas. So it all varies, but it's voted in. So it's not like the group of representatives of all the various federations that gather at the AGM and go, we want Radovan to host the track. Radovan has to approach them and say, we are prepared to host the event, and here's our proposal package.
They rock up at the EFRA AGM and do a PowerPoint presentation. We've sat and watched I was in a meeting and I watched 3 competing PowerPoint presentations for the same event, and it goes to votes, and then and it's blind votes, so you don't know who voted it in, and one of the 3 tracks wins. It could be that the other track gets, you can have it in the following year, etc., but it can be quite competitive.
Yeah, but like you said, it takes the tracks to bid on it, and the tracks have to want to bid on it for that. I get that. Same in the USA, no different, and same for the World Championships. So it's not I know in the USA it's not easy to make money off of World Nationals, and the best one is usually the 1/8 scale one. I don't know how EFRA does their payout to the tracks. I kind of know how Raw does. So I think there has to be a little bit more incentive for these tracks to want to hold this race besides just being prestigious. So we'll see. And Jonathan Wolf, cajones is drawers or like boxes as well. We don't use that word here in the DR, but I think in Mexican it means something else. Spanish. And Scotty Too Hottie Walker, who isn't at the Euro B because he's a supervisor now, he has a real job, and he says Euro B was at Hearts in 2016. He's traveling all over the world learning all this stuff for his job, and he thinks 40 plus will be there the next year. Yes. And it's good to see Liam in his natural habitat of being a pit guy there as well. Scott, he looks so natural there, pitting Bradley Baird and the Mayako guys. Like that. That's what Liam was born to do, is be a mechanic. Speaking of Liam, we should probably see him here shortly because Bradley Baird's up, followed by Carlos Martinez and Zachary I want to say Villa Alba. That's what it is.
Villalba.
Because the L is pronounced like different.
Yeah.
Villa.
A Y.
And
is there a double L?
Yeah.
Is a Y,
like Batier.
Yeah. Villalba.
Villalba. Maybe says he can let us know. He's our Spanish corrector in the chat. But Antonio Alfonso Sousa, we cannot take requests because we're not in charge of the cameras. But he wants to see Andre Bento, who's actually a very fast Portuguese driver. We have two Portuguese drivers. Andre Ferreira, who's the friend of João Figueiredo, I believe, and Andre Bento. Okay. And Dominic Nunn, Bradley Beard, Antoine Boulet from Switzerland. Scott Walker. Are you going to be doing some RC this summer, Scott? We shall see. Group 8. All right, let's get on with the action. Who have we decided to follow in this round? Guess the car.
I think it's
Try to make out the number. If that's a 4, Frank, you figured that out pretty. You should be up there fixing. Frank, how did you see a 4? Oh, it is a 4, Frank. Excellent. You are now the Hawk. We should call you the Hawk.
It's years of camera work following these things around. It's getting harder and harder the older I get.
That is actually the person's name that we was trying to pronounce. Zacarias Villalba. He is a junior. No, he is not. He is definitely not a junior. He is a 40-plus driver. And he's actually flying out there right now. His last lap was a 48.1. We see Martin Roca dipping down into that 47 seconds, or 47.4. You might see some 46s up next, the way things are going. Oh, yeah, Scott's going to the Euro 8. Are you going to race, or are you going to hold JQ's hand? We have no control over the cameraman, Antonio, so we cannot do it. We are not there. We do not have boots on the ground. And Carlos has left the chat, so he's not here to purvey your message to the cameraman. Euros at Harper Adams, where the Neo race would be amazing, but it probably would not be feasible due to financial reasons to do it there. That's another thing that I heard is we should put the Nationals in a covered arena. Well, yeah, those covered arenas cost money to rent.
Yeah, they're not.
That's why those covered arenas have.
I think that's why it stopped. Yeah, I mean, money is a reasonable reason if you don't know the exact reason. It's a reasonable reason to assume why an event isn't happening anymore.
Mm-hmm. And we are now following car number 3. That is Roca Martin. The reason I answer that is because he says holiday race and ignore Joseph. Perfect. That's a perfect way to handle that. Enjoy your time. I assume Alice is going with you. And I assume that Alice is going to bake like a biscuit in the sun there. She is not. You and Alice are not made for the sun. That is for sure.
Yeah, I was going to ask where Scott is from, but he says he's from the UK.
Yeah, he's from. He's not too far from Nino Raceway.
Which one?
When my lottery numbers come up, I'll make it happen. Absolutely, Jonathan Wolf. If you want to spend a whole bunch of money and never make it back, RC is the perfect place for that.
What, start a company or start racing?
He'll put on the Harper Adams race.
Right.
Because that's what it comes down to, right? A lot of these things are done by people who have money who are passionate about RC, but that's not sustainable. So it gives the illusion of sustainability, but it really isn't. The car number 3 is currently up top. Bradley Beard throws on a 47.3, so Bradley finding some pace out there. Scott must have given him a pep talk as he tuned in. And I pretty know what Scott's pep talk would be. It would just be 2 words or 3 words.
Go kick ass?
Nope. Wow. It definitely involves a word that I can't say.
Martin Roca laying down a sub 57.
He got a 56. He got a 46. So the track seems to be getting faster. We're going to have a fast qualifier. I think we're going to have a very fast group 9, 10, and 11. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah. Bradley Baird predicted 7 laps in 5:36. That's only 6 seconds off of course, that's predicted.
Absolutely.
Anything can happen, but that's only 6 seconds off the Q3 TQ time.
And here's Roca Martin. Martin Roca, sorry. Who just threw on a 47.4. He has the fastest lap of this race so far.
Less than a minute and a half remaining now.
Finished car 7. Finished car 1.
That's exactly what you would tell them, Scott, but it would be an E on the end of the last word there. That's your pep talk.
Finished car 4.
JQ's pep talk would be yes, no. All right, I think, let's see. Is Bradley going to take this? Right now, he's in position to take it.
7.5.
No, because
he's finished.
the track has definitely gotten faster. The track has definitely gotten faster because Martin Roca just threw on a 7.532. Ooh, we're in for some good racing coming up here, I think, boys. I think we're good. Oh, get ready, boys. We're in tune for some great racing coming up here shortly.
Bradley, in the last round, did a 7 laps in 5:44, so yes.
Oh. Water is slower. Well done to Martin Roca.
So we're now on to Group 9, which in many ways is the penultimate group, because as we learned earlier, the top drivers are split across 10 and 11. So the top drivers are in both 10 and 11. So we have 2 top heats to come after this, the penultimate heat, which is Heat 9. But there are 11 heats, if you see what I mean. How's your feta? How's your feta salad, Frank?
It's interesting.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Good.
Couscous, spinach, and feta.
There you go.
I think.
There you go. It's been a long day. Please excuse us eating. We are nowhere near finishing today. We have loads more fantastic action. Maybe just 3 more heats of qualifying to go. But after that, we have a break where we're going to get some guests on. And during that break, we're going to get some guests on. Lefty's going to do a live impromptu podcast, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. We're going to talk to whoever we can get on the stream. And we have another trip down memory lane video to play you, which will be finals day from Chile 2013.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So that will be good to watch that. So we have loads more to come. So please don't go anywhere. It's been awesome having you all with us so far. It's been great to see various commenters drifting in and out throughout the day. I guess you get busy and go and do other stuff, and then you come back again, and that's wonderful. It's great to see you. I'm going to hide Lefty for 1 second so you can see the QR code to the left of us now. Get that QR code on your phone, join the EFRA 1/8 broadcast channel, and be updated as soon as we have the results from the next round of qualifying, the final round of qualifying, and the overall results of qualifying. They'll ping straight into your phone via the technology that is Facebook Messenger.
And the finals?
And the finals. Finals results will come to you after every race. So it's a great way to be kept up to date and kept informed. with this event and all of the events in this class. If you join today, it's free obviously, but if you join today, you'll get up to date with the racing in Chile as well. So a great place to get your info from. Bring Lefty back now.
Absolutely. 141 Marios, he asked, when will the A final? It will be, I'm sure,
tomorrow.
Timetable guys, Franklin, will let us know that sometime tomorrow. Is that your full name? Is it Franklin?
4:20 Central European time.
It's Francis.
It's Francis, and I'm owning it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
With an I.
Francis.
Okay. Yeah. Francisco when he's in Italy.
Francesco.
Oh, sorry, Francesco when you're in Italy.
When I'm in Spain, it's Francisco.
So,
and when I'm in France, it's Frank with a C, a CK at the end.
See, it's good to be multi-identical, multi-something or other.
Multi-identical.
The opposite of identical.
Yes.
You know. That's how it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jonathan Wolf main final will be tomorrow. It will be at 4:20 local time.
So that's 11:20 EST if you are.
There you go.
In the US.
You are you. Yes.
We're only on EST. We're only on EST for one part of the year, though, because we don't do daylight saving time, so we go 1 hour ahead of the US.
Very good.
And everybody, yeah.
Why is that so good?
That's a waste of time.
Daylight saving time is a joke.
The farmers need to know when to bring the livestock out, or something about something to do. With farming,
yeah. We change time by changing an hour back and forth.
Anyway, who are we following on track?
Holger Like.
Oh yeah, you know that body show, and it's
pretty easy, right? And it's a Lagama, and he's in this heat. So Holger Likey, the younger Likey, running the Agama N1. And I am telling you, this track is getting faster by the round. What? Ooh, car number 10.
Busted.
Oh, has a drive. He got a scolding. Like, that was like what my principal would say to me. I'm surprised Stitson came out ready to.
He actually said it in I think in Spanish as well. Car number 10.
Yeah. Oh, French, because he's French.
Oh, okay.
Guys, 10 is French. 10 is Spanish. Daniel Bubel threw down a 48.6. So let's see if these guys are going to throw down some 46ers like we saw earlier. Jack Willits, who throws down the fastest lap, 48.1.
Jonathan Wolf in our one of our heroes just correcting us. That's not Holger Likey. That's
it is
Corentin Richards.
Jack. I do apologize.
Yeah, car number 1.
I was wrong.
I saw the number,
wrong.
but I assumed we were giving the correct information out.
I thought so too. I think Holger's in the group. Maybe he's in the next group, or he's already won. That's called lack of coffee, John, right now. And being up at 3 a.m. Without getting actually, it was up at about 2:30 and waiting for 3 a.m.
Because you were hiding RC boats from your wife?
No, because I had to look after my children until all night last night.
Your children being your RC boats?
No, my children, my son and daughter. I just let them go, and I just fell asleep. I woke up about 1:30.
You let them go? Well,
yeah.
They're just running up and down the beach.
No, just running up and down the house. It's just all right, let's see if we can pick this green car out.
Is it just me? Is the light really changed in here just now? I suppose. I'm not used to seeing it. so much. Yeah, apparently the sun has come out, and it's so bizarre to see that just thrown off.
We are following car number 8 of Tom Sartell, who just threw on a 47.5, but he has the best lap so far, a 47.2. So we are slowly climbing to those 46-second laps from these guys. We saw them come later on in the previous heat. So maybe the tires are coming in. All good knowledge for the upcoming drivers in groups 10 and 11, who will probably change their tire setup. So with that sun coming out, I'm assuming that it's just heating up the track a little bit more, making it faster. Let's see if these guys can put on a faster time than our previous heat. Hello, Mel Marks. Actually, Jerome Sartell, Tom Sartell is his nephew?
Yes.
Yes.
And Jean Perrick is his nephew as well.
Yes, so Tom Sartell and Jean Perrick Sartell are nephews to Jerome Sartell.
Yes.
We got that figured out yesterday.
Yeah. Thank you to asking Jerome directly, because I'm sure he's told us. I know for a fact actually that he's told us before, but just every time we see him, and it's like, okay, hang on, you're related how? Oh, hello to Colorado.
So yes, Colorado in the house. I just saw that. Hello, Mel. How are you? Car number 9, Jack Willits from the UK. Does Jonathan, what type of car does Jack Willits drive? Do you know? Might be a WIRC.
Yeah, I guess it's either going to be that or an Agama.
No, it's not an Agama.
Yeah.
It'd be an S-Works.
I mean, if it, well, I don't know how.
Okay, so it doesn't look like anybody's going to go faster than.
Yeah, 7 and 5:37 is where we're at. When last,
so who
no,
got the
7:532?
Yeah, who got 7:532 last time by last year? Frank, that's all. Where do we see the current TQ, Frank?
If you go to the Everlaps and click into the results, you can go to qualifying, all the specific rounds of qualifying, but there's just a summary drop-down link, and that will give you basically overall of all of qualifying, and then you can click into the individual practice rounds, the reseeding rounds, and the qualifying rounds. So that's where you can see who got
Martin Rocca. He's currently got it. Martin Rocca for 7:532. So that is the time to beat coming up right now.
There we go. We need to take care of some business, and we need to say a big thank you to one of our key sponsors, Meebo Sport, your all-in-one place e-shop for all of your RC needs. Let's find out a bit more about that. Go. We are back,
but Lefty is not
back. Lefty's. Let's hang on.
That's a QR code in there.
Let's see what we can. What can we see?
What can we decipher from his?
Let's see what we can learn from.
Well, I mean, again, there's no RCTV stickers.
Yeah, which is a problem.
That's a major.
Who's this? Who is this?
Who's this character?
Illustration of
wearing what looks like a Hurley hat.
A Hurley hat. It's like a camo hat. Yeah.
But
true.
Hurley,
oh, here he
Hurley
comes. Here he comes. He's back.
Quiet.
He's back. Oh, he's still muted. He's still high five.
Hey, high five.
Oh, he's still muted.
Oh, it's still out of focus. Oh, no, it just came back just before you did that.
Oh, do you know what?
Oh, cold-blooded.
2 minutes to start.
Where is he? There he is.
There he is. You're still muted.
You muted.
Muted.
You muted.
I had me muted on my mixer. Professional podcast. I think I would know that.
We're doing it live. We're doing it live. We're not. Oh man, it's been a long day.
Top 2 heats now. As we pointed out earlier, well, as we were reminded, the top drivers are split over heats 10 and 11. So the fastest seeding driver, the TQ of seeding, T seeded, it's probably in heat 11, but the second is in heat 10, and they
so they
dovetail.
So it's
across
like a
the two
semi.
groups.
It's like a semi.
Yeah,
exactly. So this, in theory, there's no reason why this group would not be just as fast as the next group, which is the top group. Traditionally the top group, but they're both top groups. So
Gotcha.
We do use the term regularly top heats.
Yeah.
So for the Euro A championships, they're spread across 3. Usually, isn't it?
Maybe. Check
You
the
shall
rules.
see. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mel Mark says, doing well. Thank you. Excellent coverage. Well, it's not just us. This is a multi-country, multinational broadcast being brought to you. So we have the Spanish organization. They're doing the filming. You have these 2 gentlemen in their studio in the UK.
Hi.
You have me in my studio in the Dominican Republic, and you have Stefan, who's probably, if I wouldn't be surprised if Stefan's there listening to the beat on the make sure the timing is going right. But he's doing the overlays and all that type of stuff. So Stefan takes that time to take stuff serious.
So yeah, just looking up for the rule of splitting the seeded drivers across for the Euro A finals. It's the same rule. It's over 2 heats. So the top 24 place in the final 2 heats.
All right.
And also,
so we
there's
have car number 12. I think that's 12.
Yes.
Yep. I got it. Let's see who that is. That is Axel Constantine from France with a 47.8 right out of the bat. So he comes out flying.
That's a good one to start with. So we've got
barn burners in this one.
Yeah.
Ooh.
3 Spaniards, 4 Frenchmen, 3 Austrians, and an Italian and a Brit, who may or may not want the racing to be finished by 6 p.m. local time, so you can catch the England game.
Ooh. There we go. The deadly concrete curbs. Oh yeah, you can see the track starting to really dry out, Frank, because you can start seeing cracks in certain areas.
Yeah.
But
remember, we are
going
to get another heavy watering after after heat 11, like immediately after heat 11. So Miguel, the designer of the track, and I'm assuming is running the maintenance crew as well. Going to be watering the whole track basically.
Ooh, that's right. BJ Iniesta just threw down a 46.7. He came second in Q3, so he's looking to get a top 3 or top 5 run as well. Somebody flaming out right there. So I think we're going to see 45s, no problem, out of the next heat. Maybe one out of this heat, a high 45. So let's see if it can be done, because we are currently following, I think this is Iniesta we're following right now. I could be wrong. Yep, it's him. And he just threw on a 46.9, so he's throwing on consistent 46s. And he is absolutely on it with 2 minutes and 13 seconds left to go.
Oh, what's happening?
Not so much now. I wonder if they're using Starlink there.
I don't know. I'm just checking the weather again just to see what the situation is with the possible thunderstorms, but I'm not seeing anything.
No, but Iniesta isn't worried about thunderstorms right now.
He's his own thunderstorm.
Is he? I like that. A haymaker lap, BJ. I like that. I'm putting that into the vocabulary. Oh, wow. We're having some issues here. We do apologize. I'm sure they'll work on it here in a second. Think of it as slow motion. Stop and go. All right. We are back. And Iniesta fast forward. We went forward in time. 1 minute left to go. Ivan Navarro with a 46.8. Still the fastest lap going to the young Frenchman Peter Perot with a 46.69. So nobody getting on into those low 46ers, high 45s as of yet. But we expect this heat to be very fast, and the heat coming up next even faster. It seems to be that way. But Iniesta is on a good run right now. Back down into 46 as he goes, about 46.8.
Predicted for a 5:28, 7 laps.
Ooh, that will be very good. That's faster than Q3 by far. Yeah. And faster than
Matisse Perret is predicted for a 5:30, which will match the last heat's TQ. Or last round's TQ, sorry. He's just dropped a bit by 1 second, but still.
Yeah, he did. He just dropped. Iniesta is still on that. Oh, Iniesta throwing on a fast 46.4 just now. Wow. So it's showing that these cars are getting faster as the race goes on, throwing on their faster laps. So that's going to be good. That's going to be interesting to see if Iniesta can take pull from this heat. He was second last time around, so it is possible.
And he's finished on a 5:28 flat.
Ooh, still not as fast as
Q1.
Great
pace.
Yeah. He saw the fastest in Q1 with Iker Tellez doing a 7.520.
Yeah.
But faster than the previous rounds for sure. So here's Tom Robin.
So
recognize Mr. Tom.
So Dan must be his brother.
Yeah, because
relation
his
of some
father was taking him earlier. So Dan is his brother, I assume, or relative.
Yeah, car 11 just coming in, Dan.
The heat is finished.
46.4, best lap. 5:28 is time to beat going into the next round, and a 46.4 hot lap. Can somebody from this group do this? Can we see these guys drop down into those 45-second lap times? We shall see as we're having a discussion in pits. So somebody's looking at pits just now. And it's almost frosty beverage time in summer.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
So why do you think it's getting faster?
I think it's
grooving up more. The heat.
Yeah, I think it's getting hotter. I truly, in my opinion, if they just blew this track and watered the fluff, this track would have had lots of traction from yesterday.
Right.
But that's just my opinion. They obviously know what they're doing, and it's working. It seems to be going well. There's car number 11. You know what? Is that the guy we thought that was? No, that's not him.
That's the guy who looks very much like Berton, but it's not.
But it's not, yeah. Similar T-shirt.
So,
yeah.
But he's actually bigger than Berton, but
yeah.
I haven't seen him in minutes, so... He is pitting
Adrian's doppelganger.
Chaperodon.
Sorry, again?
He is pitting a Frenchman. A French
racer. I was going to point that out
too. Mathieu. Ooh, right. Let's see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, this could be a really good run. It'll be very interesting.
The pressure's really on, isn't it? Now it's still all to play for.
Yes, it is. Francis, got any predictions?
I don't know. I don't. I would still like to see maybe David Todd pop up in there, and because he was on the TQ run last round and had that just a small mistake, but it turned into a huge error. So I think, I don't know. I'm just going to say David Todd.
And you, Metric?
I'm since watching David Todd in RCGP's Inside Track, which is going live on Friday. Since watching him, I've become a David Todd fan. So cool guy, and he's very fast, and I think he's going to do very well. He's got a bright future ahead of him. So we always want more possible protagonists to every race. We always want more possible people who it could be. We don't want it to go down to one person, two people, three people. We want this to go multiple different ways. Bob's RC's tuned in from Ontario, Canada. People watching from all around the world, which is so cool.
But check what he says. He says you'll probably be hit with an entertainment tax for watching this.
What does that mean?
Like Canada taxes everything. Double.
Okay. Maybe.
So just keep in mind, Manuel Iniesta Hernandez did 7 laps in 5 minutes and 28 flat. If you want to be super correct, it's 0.068. So 5:28
and a 46.4 hot lap.
Yeah. So that's the time for these guys to aim for. Obviously, they're not going to be. I'm sure their mechanics aren't going to be going. Okay, you need to drop down a couple of tenths or something like that. You don't want to be distractible like that. Got the old Kimi Räikkönen, don't talk to me, I know what to do sort of attitude. But I'm sure these guys are just basically just going to go as fast as they can without needing any coaching.
That's going to be interesting. Iker Tellez got some. He wants to get up there after a Q1 TQ. So it's going to be interesting. Let's see who the cameraman chooses to follow. And I would say that this is Eric Lau. Okay,
yeah.
See,
so
I
we
have
thought
reason
the last...
to get confused.
Yeah. No, that's what I was going to say. You're completely justified. Oh, he's made a mistake now. But so he's on that's on a live lap, a live 5-minute clock. But the car that we thought was Holger Likey was actually Konstantin. I can't remember the last name. But looks exactly the same as this car, just a different number. It was car number 1.
All right, so everybody is on their first lap right now. Eric will be the first one to come by. That bobble going to cost him. Let's see when he comes across. A 49.9. That is not the fast way around the track. 47.1 for Paco Flores. Tristan Rayner with a 47.2. Iker with a 46.9 for Iker.
Woo-hoo! Straight out of the board. And
a 46.8 for Ibanez.
Wow. We still have yet to see Tavernon, 47.1. Todd still about to come by. There he goes. Wow, 46.7.
There you go. But it takes more than a hot lap, so
for sure.
It takes consistency. And I think this is Todd right here, to be honest. That looks like his driving style. And his car. I could be wrong because Ibanez's colors is very similar. And we are looking for who will be car number. Ooh, we are 2. He's all over the place.
3 minutes left.
That is car number 2. That is Todd.
Definitely one of our protagonists, and crosses. Ooh,
46.
Very, very early on, but of course the computer is predicting 7 laps 5:26 for him, 5:28 for Telef, and 5:29 for Ibanez. So, of course, that's maintained. That's only over 2 laps, so still plenty of time to go. 2.5 minutes or more, depending on when they cross the timing loop remaining in this one for everybody.
All right, so let's see. We are now on board with Iker, who just came by. His last lap was a 47.3. Hugo Ibanez also have a 47 flat. But David Todd, a 46.6. He is throwing consistent 46. You might get your wish, Frank. You might get your wish. That's going to scramble up the standings as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. If this stays like this.
He had 3 points from the first round, I believe.
We are currently following our Q1 TQ, Iker Tellez, in that Techno car, young racer from Spain. Very nice young man. He's on a quite solid run. Hugo Ibanez throws down the fastest lap, so he pips David Todd. He's on a 46.4. Oh my goodness. And then David Todd just throws down a 46 flat. So David Todd is knocking on the door at 45-second lap.
Amazing.
You must have given the pep talk, Frank.
If David Todd TQs this, he will have 2 points in total. If I'm reading his results correct. Q1 he finished second.
Flat 2. Ooh, so these guys are flying. No. We're going to see some 45-second laps coming up real soon. Iker just threw down a flying 46-second flat. And back. Oh, just as we go. Oh, my goodness.
Who's that? Was that Todd?
Todd? I'm pretty sure it was Todd. As soon as the camera gets on it might not have been though. It might not have been. Good one. Yeah, that was him. Attention
to individual finishing.
Ooh.
So time
that might cause Todd to you.
Yeah. Again.
Let's see.
That's time is finished. So that's not a quick line around that. Yeah,
that was
still a 46.4.
That wasn't him then. That must have been Ibanez. Todd's on a 5.25.
Yeah.
You were confused.
51.8 for Ibanez at that time. Wow.
But that was Ibanez. Sorry. See, the cars are very similar. Very similar. David Todd looks like he might get it, Franklin.
Yeah.
He might get it. Will that be enough to take a TQ, though?
Yeah. It'll be
Hugo Taveron for 46 flat 05. So Hugo got the fastest lap. Ooh, really interesting.
Hmm. 7 laps, 5:25 for Todd. Telef finishing second. And I think Marco getting third overall, and then Tavernon with 5:31. Ibanez finishing on 7 laps, 5:35. So a clap on the back from everybody for that one. So let's see here. So David Todd finishing with a 1 and a 2, but Igor Teleth finishing with a faster 1 and a 2. So Igor Teleth taking that one.
Yeah, so it came down to the tiebreaker of their rounds, and Iker had a 520, a 7-lap 520 with that Q1, so he will take TQ. David Todd needed to put on some. He needed a really good run. He got a good run. He got a win, but not enough to take the TQ's 5 seconds off. Hugo Ibanez brings it back. Has a bad 17, but has a 1 and a 3. Hugo Taveron has a TQ and a 4. Puts him in 4th. Manuel Iniesta, a 3 and a 2. So some good qualifying. We had some good qualifying. Matisse Perret with a 4 and a 2. Very nice. Eric Rodriguez, Luis Jones, Paco Gonzalez, Eric Likey finds himself in the semis. Very good. Ivan Navarro, Julius Scolodi, Martin Roca Calvo, Mark Deswart, Nacho Sanchez Jimenez, and Tristan Rayner. Looks like that will be your final move into the semis. 16 if they're doing 8 and 8. So what would they do? 8 into each semi.
Well, the
maybe
even
more.
numbers. Yeah, the even numbers will go into one, and the odd numbers will go into the other, I believe.
Well, are we doing 16 car finals as well?
16 to well, it's on the schedule. Let me see. Yes, tonight we're doing 16 car finals and then 4 bump up. So 12.
So they must be doing.
Top 24 are split across the semis.
Right,
And then
so
it's sorted down from that.
Oh, okay. So it's more than top 16. So it's 12 and 12, and then 4 bump up
4
from
bump
the
up from
quarters.
the lower. Yeah.
So how are they going to do the semis? Are they going to do? I mean, oh,
Nope.
Hello. Let me see what's.
No.
Maybe.
Other
Well, here we go. For those of you who haven't guessed, we have a new guest on the stream.
Probably
He is,
you want me to try on the computer?
You could do, yeah, if you wish, if you're able to.
I'll come back, yeah. I'll come back.
Okay, all right. We'll see you shortly.
you guys have got some pull. You got Coelho on her.
Hey, yeah. I mean,
Ooh,
come on.
that's one
Come
in.
on. Look at who you're talking
Was that
to.
all
Look at who
you?
you're talking to.
Oh, I have underestimated your status, Frank. I do apologize. I thought Matt had all the pull, but obviously it's you, Frank.
Oh no, Matt was messaging him. I'm not taking credit. I'm just saying
He's coming back, hopefully, unless he just saw who it was and he's like, all right, I'm out of here.
Nah.
I'm out of here.
He's actually on holiday. He told me he was on the beach. I was
Really?
expecting to see him actually on the beach, but maybe he's retired from the beach for today. But hopefully Bruno Coelho will be back with us very shortly. Just to summarise, who is our top qualifier?
Igor Teleth. Yeah.
There we go.
Very
Fantastic.
exciting 4 rounds of qualifying, in my opinion. 4 different TQs. Comes down to a tiebreaker. You can't ask for better qualifying. I hope we see this type of qualifying at the Euros and the Worlds.
Oh yes, absolutely.
These young racers are like, this is our time to shine. We ain't take it. We're gonna make it the best out of what we can do. You guys, David Todd's been fast all week. Iker as well. So it's always good to see. And the amount of juniors just coming in that are fast. I love it.
Maybe I rotate this way. Maybe it's better.
Okay.
Hello.
He's a pro. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Bom dia.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
All good, and you? And you guys?
We're having a great day.
Good.
12 hours of racing today from Spain.
We're still not done.
Okay.
We're still not done.
Okay. I'm in holiday, so I think I'm a little bit better.
Yeah. Where are you? You in Portugal on holiday or elsewhere?
Yeah, I'm in Portugal, in south of Portugal, in Algarve. That is our holidays area in Portugal. So yeah,
Nice.
enjoying a little bit like this week. That normally is like my mid-season break, let's say. So I'm enjoying this from Monday until now. So I come straight from the warm-up European Championship 110 touring in Belgium. Straight from there. Now tomorrow I'm gonna go back to Lisbon. And then Monday, I'm going to drive to Radovan to test for the Worlds.
Wow. So it's like electric touring car and then Nitro Buggy. And it's you are the hardest working man in RC, I think.
Well, one of, yes, for sure. I cannot say I'm the hardest one, but one of for sure.
Yeah. So Radovan, again. How did you get on in Radovan last time for the Worlds?
The Worlds was not really good for me last time. Like the pace was not really good. I was fighting with the guys on the bottom of the final. So I would say like 9, 10. My pace at the Worlds wasn't that good, but actually at the Euros last year was pretty good. I mean, I was behind Canas in the semi, following him after like 8 minutes or 9 minutes. But then I broke one of the pinions from the diff, and then I end up on the last chance. And on the last chance with 14 guys fighting for the bump up, it's kind of difficult.
You really put yourself on the map in every class you put your mind to. You put yourself on the map, but obviously in Nitro Buggy you kind of did that by winning the Euros in Portugal a few years back, and it was kind of a surprise when you won. I think obviously it was. I don't know if it was a home track or at least it was home country, but you put in an amazing performance, and it was like, oh, he can do Nitro Buggy as well.
Yeah, it was a really, really good race. From the semi to the final, I wasn't really expecting to fight for the win. But then we did some small changes for the final, which improved the car really good. Ongaro in that time was super fast, but he had some problem in semi, and he ended up on the last chance, which made him start from the back of the field. So he started last in the final, which gave us like space for me for Canas to fight and pull a little bit away. And then I made the 45 minutes without any mistake. I was refueling one less time than everyone else, and the car was really on rails. So yeah, it was a perfect European Championship for me, for sure.
How do you decide what race? When you look at the season, it must be crazy. I can only imagine how you sit down and look at the season of events that are happening ahead of you and decide, is it dictated by like which products, X-Ray? I mean, there's got to be some part of it to do with like X-Ray want to like push this model here or this vehicle, or is it like you think I can win here, so I want to go to this one, or you just, I love this race, I'm going to this race? Like, how do you decide where to put your time?
Yeah, it's normally like a touring car is the most important. So I'm always all in touring car. That is the most important also for X-Ray, is the biggest market for X-Ray. So I'm always all in touring car. It doesn't matter if there is a Worlds or not. But then 110 off-road and 18 off-road is dictated by the World Championship. So if there is a World Championship that year, I'll be focusing more on that classes. So this year there will be the 18 off-road Worlds in Radovan, which means I will do more races. And I did already more races like a Montpellier 180 electric. I did the warm-up in Sacil in Ongaro track. I'm going to make the Euros in Ongaro track. Now I'm going 1 full week for Radovan to test. But next year I will focus more in 110 off-road, because that's the Worlds, I believe, in Australia. So yeah, it's basically dictated by the World Championship. But 110 touring is always my main class, I would say.
Got you. Hand over to these two guys if you guys have any questions. I don't want to steal all of Bruno's time.
No, go ahead, Lefty, if you got something.
Bon dia.
Bon dia.
I kind of want to ask you, what is probably the class that is most challenging for you to adapt? Because you do race a lot of classes. What class do you find that you have to put a little bit more extra time in to get back up to speed?
Yeah, it's for sure 1.8 Nitro, I would say, because even electric for me, it's a bit easier because of the electronic and all the stuff that I do understand really a lot, and I'm really comfortable to work with electronic settings and getting everything set on. With Nitro, I'm also quite okay with tuning the engine and everything, but clutch settings and off-road and dirt and all these kind of things make me struggle a little bit. So I need more time to get used to it normally. So I would need, I would say it's the most difficult class for me and also the most competitive, because there are so many young and talented drivers at the moment in 1.8 off-road. That is very difficult to be competitive out there. So you need to practice really a lot to be, let's say, on the point to fight.
Okay. You got a new teammate this year with David Ronnefeldt. How has it been working with him?
It has been very good. We don't really have a very similar setup, I would say, because he has a different way to drive than me. I like more like a calm car, an easier car to drive. He likes more a kind of car that is aggressive. It's more driving like in the first 10% of the steering, I would say. I like more a calm car. But other else, I mean, we have been working very, very well together. We are sharing like everything we learn on the track, that I think is the most important when you have a new teammate, is like to be able to share everything you learn. That's what makes a team stronger, is that you can work together. When you are on the track, you find new things, you share, and then like you can grow as a team and in hand to make the best results as possible for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I got the privilege of I've seen you run 8 scale. I got to see you do that at Redavon. I saw you do carpet last year at the carpet championships. Will we see you coming back to the carpet championships this year?
Yeah, probably we are coming back. I think we did not decide yet. It depends like on the races in the end of the year. If we have some space over there, if there are not many European races in that time, for sure we are going to come, because the race was really, really nice.
Yes, it was a great race. Now I just need to see you run touring car on. I've never seen you do that in person. Thoughts on the 10 scale worlds being on an outdoor track? It's we've seen some video. It's still going to be high traction, but a little bit loose, kind of old school. Have you done any 10 scale on any tracks like that at all?
Yeah, on that, normally we don't really used to drive on the asphalt small trucks. We used to drive on a big asphalt trucks. So when there is asphalt track, normally is much bigger than what is what is going to be the world in America. But yeah, the track and the facilities were pretty nice. The asphalt was completely flat, looked like brand new. The traction was pretty nice. Also, the tires were working pretty good there. So I mean, I think it will be a very close world, because the track is not that difficult. It's all about like small details on the setup. So I believe it's going to be a very, very tight world championship between many drivers. So that I don't think there is many, we cannot say this is a perfect track for this kind of driver, So I think it will be a very, very close worlds and a very interesting worlds to watch, and for me to race for sure.
Absolutely. Frank, you got any questions for Prince of Portugal?
Yeah, first one. Prince of Portugal, that's great. I was just wondering, with GT8 kind of maybe emerging as a popular class, do you think you see yourself running that maybe?
The GT class, you mean?
GT8, yeah.
GT8,
yeah. I mean, it's I raced one of the biggest races they had in the beginning when they started to race with it. In Vallalunga, they made the race with like 100 people, which was very nice. I see the class is like it's growing in some countries, in some other is not really getting popular. Like I see in Portugal, it started well, but now like nobody's driving it. But I see other countries that is still growing a lot. But I mean, I think for me, when I was driving it, for me, it's one of the best class to drive together. Like to drive with like to fight. I remember to drive with Alessio Mazzeo and also Martin Bayer and everything on the track. And we were like touching each other and nothing was really happening, like people really fight and fight hard, like there are no, because like in touring car, 110 touring, you cannot touch, if you touch immediately you get body tuck or the car get like tweaked or something, and on that class is like it's an off-road, 1.8 off-road car, but just made for like on-road. So the car everything is like very solid, very hard. So you can really fight hard and nothing happens. So I really like it that part. So the race was very intense, and also it's very difficult to make the difference with the setup. You can change whatever you want. You will not get like half second faster per lap because the car is heavy, is everything. So it was nice fights all the time. So I really like the class, and I hope it grows in the future.
Yeah, me too. I
like it too.
Yeah, I think if there was a modern racing class that I would jump into, it would definitely be GT8. So the second question I have for you is, some months ago, I posted on the RCTV Facebook page about just to get a general idea of who people think the most versatile driver is, and a lot of people commented and tagged you. And if you remember, Michael Olowski said, "Hey, let's race in 112th, man. What do you think?" And you said, "I don't really like that class, but I'm waiting for you in 1/8 Nitro off-road."
Yeah, because I also think he doesn't like 1/8 off-road Nitro. That's why I told him.
But
yeah,
you
I mean,
guys are, you guys are.
Yeah, I mean,
you guys are.
We have a very good relation with Michael, and we have been fighting together on the track for a long time now. So yeah, I mean, he always tell me, you should drive 112, and I'm like, okay, you should drive 1/8 off-road, Nitro. But I don't know, I don't really like 112. I tried, but I don't really think it's the class for me, because I don't know, it's more about like a full reaction than really having the flow of driving it, It's more about like you arrive to the corner, you need to like almost full steer, but in that millisecond, and not really about flowing, about understanding the setup, and then everything needs to be 110% every round. It's different, Sometimes you go to the track, and because you don't put a little bit more glue on the tire, the car will be completely different to drive. And I'm the kind of person that I like to work, And then when I go to a race, I know exactly what I do is going to happen. I don't like things that can go out of your control without you expect. I like to work on the things, and I know what things do. So and when things get out of your control and you cannot really be 100% sure of what you are doing, I don't really like that thing.
Got you. I mean, it's easy to understand these rivalries you have with drivers on other teams, but obviously X-Rays is a very big team, or it's a growing team now. You obviously Hagberg. I was thinking, as you're talking about 12 scale, you probably like leave that to Alex. Alex can do 12 scale.
Yeah.
He can have that.
Yeah, he loves it. The most favorite class of Alex is 12 scale.
Yeah, and nobody's won more Euros than him in that particular class. I don't think. We'll check that, but no, seven or eight. Yeah, wow.
Too many.
But the thing I was thinking about with your teammates, for instance, we have Ronnefeld now. When you get to the Euros, you're talking about sharing information and helping each other go faster. But when it gets to a semi-final, the main final, and you're on the same lap, and there's everything to play for, and maybe it's you or David. What's in your mind then? Are you thinking about the team, or are you thinking about Bruno? Or I'm not saying, do we have team orders? Like, what's the plan? What do you think?
Yeah, there are never team orders about that. And I mean, I have been fighting, especially in 1/8 off-road. I have been fighting many times with other X-Ray team drivers on the track. There are not really anything. So and even at the final or something, if we are both fighting for world champion or European championship, we are doing that. I mean, we are in hand. We are fighting for the team. Even if we want to be a little bit more selfish and we want to win ourselves, in hand, what matters is the team to win. And we need to make everything, for the team to win and to make the best for our customers. So I mean, it's of course we are not going to fight maybe as hard as if we will fight against another team driver. Let's say we'll probably have more cautious about not touching, not being so aggressive. But yeah, in the end, I think the most important is the result for the team.
Yeah, I suppose the worst is that you fight each other and then you take both of you out, and then you have neither driver for the team in the final.
That's for sure.
I'll let you into a secret. When I messaged Bruno earlier, I said 5 minutes max. So
don't you worry, guys. Don't you worry. It's too hot now outside, so I'm just chilling a little bit.
What does your day look like today? You've been on the beach, right?
Yeah, I've been on the beach in the morning, so I wake up like 9 something, breakfast, then go on the beach a little bit until lunchtime, then lunch outside, enjoying a little bit, then coming here for a little nap, and then back to the beach.
It's a hard life.
I mean, it's just 1 week. It's just 1 week. The first week of this year. It was amazing, but it's the first week of this year.
Yeah. Do you do like bodyboarding or swimming or snorkeling or surfing or anything like that out in the when you're
I like
on the beach?
snorkeling and like swimming and everything. I like also jet ski, so all kind of sports, not so risky sports, but like so I like some adrenaline for sure.
That's cool.
Do you have your fingers insured for your career?
Yeah, I try to do everything that doesn't really hurt me.
Yeah,
for sure.
Awesome.
Amazing. Well, I don't know. You may not have been watching the B Euros. It's obviously a really important event. I guess you've got it in the back of your mind. There's plenty of X-Ray drivers. There's plenty of Portuguese drivers there. You thinking a bit about the B Euros going on? Did you ever race the B Euros? I don't know if you did.
No, I don't really remember if I did in the past when I was very young, and if my father took me to any Euros B. I don't believe so. I think I went all the time for A Euros. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean the Euros B. I mean it's super strong. I mean I remember to see Canas winning the Euros B in Freixedas, and in the same year he was fighting with me for the Euros A. That same year. And I mean, and in Euros B, it's like, and he was fighting with other guys, So and then in Euros A, he was fighting with me for the winning, and then I ended up winning. Ongar was second. I think he was third in the end. But I mean, it's Euros B is super strong at the moment. There, as I said in the beginning of this conversation, there are a lot of young drivers, which is super nice to see. A lot of young drivers, super talented. They work pretty hard. They are ready to win. Things are not like in the past where like the material was doing a lot of difference and was difficult to get that sponsored material. Let's say in those days, like everybody gets exactly the same thing. There is nothing new. The only thing new we have is just because we work so hard that we know what to do in exact moment. That's the main difference today. And in the past, even I had one time a conversation with Hara, and it was super nice to hear from him that he told me like, to win in those days is so much more difficult than in the past. Because in the past, drivers like Masami, Hara, and everything, they had the full support from the factories where they have different materials than everyone else. So they could go to a race, they could have that special tire, that special motor, that special battery, and in those days doesn't really exist that, I mean, I'm using the hot race tire, let's say, that comes from the same bag as the customer buys. I have the engine that is exactly the same as the customer buys. I have the fuel that is exactly the same, So all is about the same. So the only thing you can make the difference is to work hard to know exactly the thing you need to do in that moment on the car to make it ready to win, That's the major difference. So to win in those days is so much harder than in the past. And it's not me telling this. It was Hara telling me this, and it makes sense. So I mean, it's you see the kids are ready. They have a lot of talents, and I mean, this is a Euros B, and I think it's just the name because the speed's still there, and and for sure they are super fast.
Any young drivers you think
just going to ask?
Yeah, have you got any young drivers that you think we should watch out for? Maybe not necessarily at the B Euros, but the ones that are coming up through the ranks that you've spotted.
Well, there are many. I mean, of course, I will cheer all the time for the X-Ray team, but we have some young drivers. We have the Bento, his driver over there that I really like. I have a very good relation with him. Unfortunately, he's driving S-Works, but I have a very good relation with him. With his dad, they have a very nice track in Portugal, in Sesimbra, close to the beach. So it's like a super nice area. And they are very close friends, so of course I'm going to cheer for them for the whole relationship and everything, and of course you guys should cheer for them as well.
Absolutely, fantastic, absolutely. Thank you so much for giving us your time. One final question from me. Were you testing in Eigen recently? Was that Alex? Was that you? Yes.
Yeah, I was there testing for the ETS.
Okay, so that was leading to that question. I didn't want to ask it in case the answer was no, but you're going to ETS.
Yeah, right? The thing was, since One Up race like 2 months ago and something like that, I wasn't driving a touring car anymore. And this year we have the World Championship, and we have not many races until the World Championship. Let's say we have only European Championship, which is pretty late in the season. So if I will not make ETS or any other races, I will be from one-up race until the Euros without any race of touring. Not racing anything else until there, it will be a little bit not. I will not be prepared for Euros and then for the World Championship. So we took the chance, and I was so much time at home, or a little bit of time at home, let's say, to take the chance to practice in Eigen and then go to ETS as well to test. So we were more ready for the warm-up of European Championship and then also the European Championship.
That's cool. I think Hara's going to be there as well, so it will be a fun event for sure. Frank will be there, so yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah. Watching you and Hara together on track, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
for sure, he's a super nice.
Yeah, I don't know if Hara made the A, but anyway, they're kind of together in spirit. Let's just say that. Maybe not in class anymore. Anyway, no disrespect to Hara. He's still a legend, an absolute legend. Yeah. You're a legend as well, Bruno. It's been amazing to have an A-lister on. Thank you for giving us your time. Enjoy the rest of the day and the holiday.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
And,
not much left.
Yeah. Mind your fingers.
Just 1 day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, well, we'll see you soon, and enjoy the rest of your holiday, and we'll speak in the coming weeks.
All right.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a nice work, nice weekend, and we see you soon. See you guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you. Bye, Bruno.
Obrigado.
Yeah.
So there we have it. Fantastic times. And what we'll do is we'll take a very quick break and say thank you to some of our sponsors.
Champagne, and he'll take the win. One more corner, and it's a win for Ronnevold. What a fantastic performance. And Boots is champion. Boots takes it. Wow, what an amazing performance from Elliot Boots. That is remarkable. Turns around, Burton's going to get it. Aim me. Burton comes around. Burton is good in. Burton is the European champion. What a result. What a race. He's come back as a new David Ronnevold. He's come back as your new European champion. Three-time winner, David Ronnevold takes the Euros in fantastic style.
Yes, I still know how to win, I guess.
Well, that was a lot of fun. That was amazing. Thank you so much, Bruno, for giving us your time on your holiday as well.
Yeah.
They do work hard, don't they, these professional RC races?
Yeah, I mean, obviously joking, but to have a week off in the middle of a very busy spring-summer race calendar is a pretty good thing. I mean, the F1 racers get, what, 3 weeks off? Something like that?
Absolutely. Oh, it's going to... Oh, I can hear some sounds.
I think we have a new guest.
Let me just see.
Please.
Here we go.
Oh, here we are. So we've got, hello, Peter.
Peter on here.
Our favorite Danish racer.
Hello.
Hello.
The speaker is really bad.
Okay. No problem. How's the weekend been going for you, Peter? He's frozen.
What?
How is your weekend going so far?
How has your weekend been going?
I need better sound. One moment, I will connect again.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll get Peter back when he has maybe some. This is the thing. You need the AirPods. You need the AirPods. Yeah, this is fun actually. Talking to people from all around the world. Portugal. Now we've got Peter back trackside again, and there we go. Where's Lefty? Lefty's having a spot of lunch, I think. Where is he?
Oh, I could do with some food. Ooh.
You've had nothing but food.
What are you talking about? Literally. Yeah, I think I've just asked him to hold it sideways as well if he can. I don't know if he's seen that message. Hopefully it's popped up.
There we go. We will... what we're going to do. Do you know what we're going to do?
He has seen it.
We're going to say a very quick thank you to Meebo Sport. And we're back. Carlos was talking to us whilst we were in there. So within the top 10, we have 7 juniors in the top 10.
Wow.
So that's
fabulous.
That's 70% by my maths.
Well, yeah, 7 out of 10.
Yeah, that's not bad, is it?
That's handy.
That isn't bad. 2 ex-juniors like Hugo Tavernon and Lewis Jones also. Oh, okay, so 9 are young, very young. 2 of them are ex-juniors. I mean, everyone's an ex-junior.
Yeah,
really.
Well, I was going to say, I'm an ex-junior.
Yeah.
But junior in this case means, what, under 16, under 17? I can't remember what the cutoff age is.
And Iniesta is the old one at 24 years old.
Oh, my goodness.
24.
Wow.
Blimey.
Okay, we've got Peter back. There we are.
Here he is.
There's the young man.
Let's put him on there.
How are you, Peter?
I'm fine, thank you.
That's great. So you are the one of the 2 Danish racers there. Is that right?
Yes. Actually, there are four. The Erik, Leik, and Holger. They are actually from Denmark.
Okay, but they're racing under the BRCA banner.
Yes, and living in London.
Right. Okay. Well, so that half and half. I know the feeling as a transplant myself. But are you still? I haven't actually looked but you were for a while the top 40 plus racer.
Yeah.
Is that you were the top seeded one? Are you still the top ranked?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I had the first round of qualification this morning. I made a 20 in the round, but then the fuel tank was too big, so I was disqualified.
We saw that. Yeah. So we didn't know why. It just says on the Everlamp's page. It just says not okay and time disqualified for a lot of people.
There's been a lot of people getting penalties.
Yeah.
Is it all fuel tank related? Is that a popular issue that people are having?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a usual thing in when it's hot, isn't it?
Yeah, but they checked it yesterday, and it was also hot yesterday. So and my passed through. so I didn't even think about doing anything about it. So yeah, I was really surprised when I took my car and saw that it was disqualified. It had a note on it.
I wonder. I mean, there must be a way to. I don't know. I don't know what would be apart from having a metal or a glass fuel tank. I don't know what the situation would be. But other than that, how's the qualifying been? I mean, the race organization looks like it's really, really well done. The facilities look really nice. I mean, what's your take on the facilities and the organization there in general?
If you have interviewed other people before me and they haven't mentioned the toilets and the van, have you heard about that one?
Yeah,
someone has told us. Yes.
Yeah, we've had photos sent
It's
through.
crazy. It's like going on a nightclub.
Is there a man inside?
Eating quite often.
Is there a man inside passing out cologne and stuff? Oh
It's
my
crazy.
goodness.
Other than that, I would say the organization, the track, the facility, and everything is top notch. It's really a lot of people were talking about the track before the race, and not much information came out. But it's they all said it was like driving on ice, and it is difficult. But I think it's a very funny layout, and it's really a fun track to drive. Different from what we are used to in Denmark.
Yeah. And it's it's the same conditions for everybody, and you have to get used to it, and that's just how it is, isn't it?
Yes.
And so how is the rest of the one other driver officially from Team Denmark? How's the rest of Team Denmark doing?
He has been struggling. He normally he's faster than me, but this weekend he's struggling a bit. So he's not satisfied, and yeah. and of course not when a 53-year-old guy is beating him.
Have you had to do a lot of experimenting with tires, or did you find the right tire fairly quickly?
Yeah, I know the Model X guys, Ultimate Racing, from past on, and they are from Spain and used to the facility, the kind of track and grip, and I just stick to what they say with tires and race that all weekend.
And what particular ones have you gravitated to?
Their latest thread is Trigon, called Trigon, and we are driving it in a super soft compound. But this race, all 140 drivers driving on a lot of different things. Someone driving really super hard, kind of big tires, big pin tires, and others are driving super soft. And it's and no one is driving a bar tire, even though the track is pretty much with a clean surface.
Right. That was going to be my next question. Was the bar tire seems to be when the traction really comes up. That's what people move to, but obviously no one is using that so far.
It's because it's really low grip, this track.
Yeah.
And even though I would imagine that the bar tire would be better, but it isn't. So there's in hot race there's a thread pattern called Miami, which is normally for a really loose dirt. And some of the fast guys are driving that in hard compound on this kind of track with no dust.
Wow.
Wow.
And in 6 week, they also have this Bandit tire, which is really looking odd. And also some of the fast guys are on that tire, which is,
It's really odd. Usually at a race, all the racers tend to gravitate to whatever brand they're running. They tend to gravitate towards the same type of tire, don't they? So it's really interesting. Is it maybe a matter because they're not sweeping after every run like we usually see it at these sort of hard pack dirt races?
No, it's not. It's not because the driving line is there. It's clean. So if you put it in the right lane, it's 1 meter wide or 1.5. It's really clean with no dust. But even there, it's not good with a bar tire or a normal kind of tire. So I don't know. They say it's because the kind of clay they have in this area, together with the sun and the heat, it makes it polished. It's kind of a polished surface, and by that low grip. But it's good. It's really funny. I like it. It's And I look very much forward to the plus 40 euros, which is control tire this year. Much better for old guys.
Yeah, we had a big talk about that yesterday on the broadcast about the spec, and obviously there was a lot of discussion when that rule was announced last year after the AGM. But so the really narrow driving line that should mean that the heads up racing for the finals should be very, very interesting indeed.
Yes, and it's very difficult to pass on this track. It's also in the heats. If you have a driver in front of you which is a bit slower, it's almost impossible to pass. And if you go a bit too wide in the normal driving line, you just lose a second. And the second here is 10 to 20 spots on the qualifying.
That's tough. That's really tough. So I mean, it's deceptively difficult, really. I mean, we're watching. So obviously, we just got finished watching some of the future fastest racers in the world, doing some really fast lap times. But you're saying it's obviously not going to be anything like that in the finals, and just extremely difficult.
Yeah, but I mean, there are also many good drivers here. I know it's a B Euros, but there are so many talented, skilled, really young, under 18 years old drivers from Spain and Italy and France and UK, and those drivers don't care about the driving line if it's 1 meter wide or whatever it is. And you see the top heat, they just full throttle and send it, and it's amazing to watch.
That's great. That's great. And so you just finished your was it the NXC race? Is that the correct name for it? And how did that go for you guys up in Denmark?
It went very well. We had I think 150 drivers registered for the race.
Wow!
But the weather forecast for some reason was against us. But so some drivers didn't show up. But we had only rain on Saturday afternoon, so all the race was driven in dry conditions. And Friday we drove to the 8 or 9 in the evening, and it was a really good race. So I think we were 120 drivers, and it was really good and tough competition.
That's
it's
great.
a high grip track, but and we like the people like Ronnefalk, Hambusberg, Markus Kerup, and those guys coming for that race every year.
That's
last
great.
year Ricardo Berton also.
Cool.
Very, very cool. So what final are you in?
Next year we plan on RC Racing TV as well.
Let's do it.
We got to do that. We got to do that.
What final are you in then, Peter? When do you race next?
1/8 final.
Wow.
40 after the qualifying, and starting 4th in the plus 40 final tomorrow. So
you have
I had that stupid thing in the first round with the tank, and then in the second round I lost my head, and in the third round I made one mistake, which was it was 5 seconds, which was 24 spots. Otherwise it would have been the top 20 run.
Wow.
So, and in the last run I did 24 in the round, I think. So the whole weekend I've been about 20, 25 in that area, but I ended up 40. That's how racing is.
Yeah, that's fabulous. So you still have plenty more racing to do tomorrow. So are you going to be?
Finals.
Yeah, are you going to be busy tonight rebuilding and prepping diffs and shocks and things like that, or just going to take it easy?
I think there's 15 minutes until there is a football game, and then after that there's another one. So
yeah,
no, I'm not going to do anything else than watching football this evening.
Excellent,
amazing.
All right, well, thank you very much, Peter. It's been fantastic to catch up with you.
We will cheer on for the British guy, even though we don't like their referee.
We need all the help we can get. Yeah, the referee. You keep it clean.
All right, take care, Peter, and enjoy the football, and good luck racing tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
And good luck with the England soccer team this season.
We need all the help we can get.
I know.
See you later. Bye.
Oh, and he's flipped. Oh, my God. Lots of pit lane. Oh, crashes in the pit lane. Crashes in the pit lane.
The purple, who I think are, yes, well, it's an accident. That's always useful. The blue car we have. Oh, what's happening there? Gun goes in. Oh, that was on the edge of unsafe release, wasn't it? the Huddy corner. Oh, and you didn't want to do that. He's got on the inside. He's going to get him in corner to go.
You don't want to do that. You're trying to catch the car.
3, 4, and 5 are right together. And 3 and 4, that's an accident and a half. And, now you're going to have to wait. Oh, and then there's a huge error off the side of the track there. Oh. It's an accident. The old bloke deserves a bit of... perhaps not that then. Oh, there we are. He's made a mistake just for us. He's got 2 corners to go. He's got to go over the one more odd section across the finishing line. And Juan Carlos Canas is your European champion with a superb performance.
Couple of impromptu highlights there from the last European Championship in Radovan. As we build to the European Championship in Chile, Keenan's back, which is fantastic news. He's revitalised. He's had a smoothie. He is drinking a coffee from the No Name RC podcast Chalice. Keenan, you're the guest now. I have questions for you.
I'm right now.
Is that possible?
I don't know. Can you asked me for somebody to be a pundit, and I was like, "What is the word pundit?"
What's a pundit? No, I have a question for you though. I have a question. Obviously, you do a podcast, and on your podcast, you have featured some quite fundamental, some quite big moments have happened on your podcast. The current president of Raw was on your podcast
many times.
That was a big moment, but that was kind of a turning point before he was president. That when that happened, you obviously had Tessman on your podcast, which I never expected that would happen. Having Tessman after he's retired talking about his career and everything. Amazing podcast to go and listen to. But what has been the key moments for you that you've had? I mean, is it one of those two, or have there been others where you're like, this is the one, this is the one?
Ryan Mayfield, that I did an interview with Ryan Mayfield about.
Of course.
But it was before I started doing video, and I'm actually talking to him now to get him back on now. We want to talk about the new car. Believe it or not, one of the funnest interviews that I actually had was not you or Nick, even though it was good interviews, was actually with Jason Snyder of Raw Speed.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, because I thought he was going to be super PC and super. He is nerdy because he is into that stuff. But I was pleasantly surprised at his candidness with the industry and stuff like that. So I thought it was a good interview. A lot of people really liked the Testament interview, but I thought it was a little bit clunky.
Really?
For me, because I'm trying to, whenever I interview these guys, I kind of want to bring them out of that PC shell and bring them. I want to see the real person come out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was able to do that with Mayfield back in when I interviewed him. I just saw an interview with Brent's podcast, Wheel and Trigger, and it was great. It was a great interview they had together. They did it live. He does his interviews live.
Was that Mayfield? Was that Mayfield interview? Was that just after the Visions race and all of that controversy?
No.
Was I thought, yeah.
No. It was before that. He had just. This was just after the Worlds, I would say.
Right.
In 2018.
Okay.
So
wow, long way back.
Probably 2019, maybe. Yeah, it was in 2019 that it happened. So it has been a long time. Ooh, 5 years. Ooh.
Suddenly people remember how old they are.
But I just was talking to the Techno team manager. He was asking me if I wanted to get Ryan on, and I said, yeah, absolutely. So hopefully I get him on. He was a good interview. Who else has been? It's weird. Oh, Ryan Styles Harris has probably been also the most popular YouTube interview, which was good. I can
see why. I mean, he's a YouTuber, right? So yeah.
Racer, and it was a great chat because I got to know him, and I could see where he's coming from on a lot of things. And then I've seen him as I've gone to Florida, and we've become friends. It's 297. It's 290 episodes, right? So it's hard to pick. I do have people that I want to interview. I really want to get Drake on there, but he's refused.
Really? This was my next question. Who you wanted to get on? Who your like dream guests were?
Adam Drake, Jeremy Quartz. I would love to talk to Yannick Igon, John Hazelwood. Hara was a good interview too. I liked talking to Hara. I learned a lot about him. We did it with Zach Ryan and Ben Panic. I would love to talk to Masami. I don't know how good his English is. It seems pretty good, but I would love. I would love to have him on. Cliff Lett is another one. One of my favorite guests to have on there, though, honestly, is Barry Baker. I love having Barry Baker on there because we have great banter. I think so. Here's one of the craziest things to me was I used to read about guys like Barry Baker and all that stuff in the magazines, and all that type of stuff. And his messaging me on Facebook while listening to. I know when somebody's listening to the podcast and then messaging me, right? Sometimes people message me, they're triggered. They're like, and then I figure it out that I try not to answer them because I want them to listen to the whole podcast. They'll hear a comment and then they'll message me. But I think one of the coolest things was for a time, I don't know if he's listened lately because he's busy. He's been busy racing, but I think I will consider Barry a friend. I like his candidness. He does not hold back, and I like the way he thinks. I think his probably one of them races. I don't know. Did he win a world championship? I don't think he did.
He did not.
But
he came very close in South Africa, but Surakarn won.
He's one of them guys that I would like to talk to. Reinhardt as well. I would love to get on. I'm just a fan of RC, so like,
would you consider any more? Because you've had Ryan Stiles Harris, so would you any more YouTubers? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to get Kevin Talbot on there. I tried to get Kevin Talbot on.
Yeah.
I tried to get RC Sparks on.
Yep.
I've had Mark Santamaria on a few times. I was just at an event, bashing event with him. I've tried to get Ben Wallace on, who is I don't know if you know who Ben Wallace is, but he's a former NBA basketball player.
Oh yes, of course. He has his own brand, doesn't he? He has a shop, I think, as well.
Well, yeah, he's an on-road racer, and I was messaging him, and I was set all up and ready to interview him, and he ghosted me. But he's kind of not introverted, but kind of to himself. Who else? Oh man. I've tried to get I would love to interview like one of these motocross guys or full scale guys that have dabble in RC, I would love to talk to one of these guys. But yeah, Adam Drake's one I want to talk to, but I want to get the Adam. I don't want the everything's great Adam Drake. I want I'm talking to you after hours and you telling me what's going on and you're cursing Adam Drake.
Did he say why? Did he say why he would refuse?
Well, I almost got him on. Him and JQ seem to be cool, but him and JQ had a long-standing rift, and
I don't really think it was Adam. I don't really think it was Adam Drake's fault. To be fair,
yeah. And then I think I probably have to have Rhonda on, but I think my relationship with the Drake has gotten a lot better. Rhonda and JQ seem to be really good friends. They like teasing each other. So maybe I have to have her on, and then I don't want the PC. That's the thing. On the podcast, you could come, and that's a place for you to talk. I mean, obviously you can't get too crazy, but talk about stuff that you want things to change and all that type of stuff.
Louis Theroux, the documentary maker. Have you heard of Louis Theroux?
I have not.
He's a legend.
Okay, this won't land then, but I could really imagine Lefty being Louis Theroux, staying for the weekend with the Drakes and just sort of following them around, asking them questions.
Yeah.
It would be amazing. But you could go and stay with them for the weekend. It would be cool.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
I
you'd have
want
to ask. It's not just like show up.
Yeah,
Just, oh, no, it's cool. It's cool. I'm staying.
But Davide Angaro is another person I really want to get on the podcast. I'm trying to work on Davide Angaro.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Juan Carlos Canas, but Canas is more worried. He wants to do it in Spanish, and I said that's fine. We can do it in Spanish because I have done whole podcast in Spanish too. And I would bring like Robert on to help as well. But like his English is very good. Like, you know, so his Angaro's, his English is very good. Juan Carlos is still learning, but he's practicing and is getting good at it. If I could go back in time, I would love to have Kinwald on. I would have loved to have Kinwald on, and I would have loved to have Ernie Prevetti on from Trinity. If I could go back in time and get those two guys on, I would love to have heard what they had to say. But I like to do one of my dream podcasts is like I call it the Attitude Era of RC. It's like the Gunn, Cork, Steve Dunn, Chad Bradley, Jason Ashton, but that podcast would be probably have to be a patron-only podcast. Yes, I think they're not.
Yeah.
We're about to go racing.
Oh, yes, we are. Our first 120. Oh, so our first our first race of the day. We've been qualifying and practicing. Now it's time for some heads-up racing.
Yeah, he's saying, look at this mechanic. He's saying, think. to his driver.
Lopez.
6, 5, 4.
Release the cars! Release the cars! Release the cars!
They weren't releasing the cars, really, but yeah.
It should be down and quiet.
Yeah.
All right. So it looks like our TQ is Sergio Sanchez. I don't think you could get. Oh, then Sergio gets it wrong, and he's going to lose 1, 2. Oh, what is up with that Marshall?
I was just screaming, pick him up, pick him up.
If I'm on that driver's stand, I'm really mad at that Marshall right now.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see how it all shakes out when they come across the loop. And that's car number 3 of Daniel Lopez. Yep, Daniel Lopez is in front. And right behind him is the Adrian Bodeke. And we have a good battle on our hands right now. That is car number 3 and the 2 car of Adrian. Our number 1 guy, our pole setter, has dropped all the way down to 6, unfortunately, after that mishap. Oh, man. As Daniel Lopez.
It'll clear itself up.
Yep. We hope.
Yeah, but we do have the caretaker of Stephen the Seagull on tour out there in 11th place at the moment. Lee Carlton from the UK. Several juniors in this one as well.
All right, so your running order is Daniel Lopez, Adrian Bodeke, Martin Cervante, Amir Tellez, and Hugo Glusser. Sergio Sanchez clawing his way back up to 4th now. And we are currently following our leader, car number 3, that is Daniel Lopez. So there, I can hear them talking about their starting procedures in the background. That sounds like Stetson. Alrighty, so Daniel Lopez has got himself out to a decent lead here. Let's see how much he's got over second place. 1.5 seconds over Adrian Baduque. But remember, it's 1, 2. The top 4 will bump up to the next final. It doesn't really matter if you finish 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. You just want to be in that top 4. Don't take each other out as he comes across the line. Again, that's a 50.7 for Daniel. Adrian right behind him for 50.1. They are separated by 1 second on the track, on the clock. Sorry, but very close on the track as you see. Adrian just coming into the shot, and we have a little bit of freezing going on. So these two have actually pulled away from the rest of the track, rest of the racers, it looks like. So
yeah,
Adrian's going to try to chase down Danielle.
Got a 3-second gap to the rest of the field. Third on back.
Right, so Danielle looks very comfortable. He's going to come by, and that's going to be a 50.6 for him. 52-second lap. Adrian loses a bit of space. Just drops off. Oh, looks like he's having a very long lap compared to Danielle. Danielle about to get into some lap traffic. This is where we're going to see how good these guys are with this lap traffic. Oh, and he just jumps over him. Well done, Danielle. And that traffic actually pulls over, but he jumps completely over him. Danielle is pulled quite a ways away from Adrian.
11 minutes left.
He also doesn't want to damage his car. He wants to save it. He's probably going to have to race again today if it stays like this. 10 minutes and 50 seconds left in this race. This is a 15-minute race, but he's getting one fuel stop today. These guys are all below or main 15 minutes.
Yeah, these two sets of races are 15 minutes each, and there's 4 of them because there's a 256A and a 256B. Tomorrow's races are all 20 minutes except for the last chance qualifier, which is 15, and the main final, which is 45 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry?
Even the semis are 20 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going to see probably 3 fuel stops for everybody, depending on the heat. So maybe the early ones, maybe if they really chance it, maybe just go for one stop.
I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest, if this was the USA, I've seen those guys do the 10 minutes. We'll see if they can do it here.
Yeah. Oh, just a correction. Last chance qualifier is 10 minutes. But
he's coming in early.
That is... Yeah, but you get it done now, and then you don't have to... You're running light.
He's got to go 9:40.
It's maybe a lap or two early. But don't know.
Somebody seems to be doing construction, cutting tile of some sort outside my office window. Timing. But Danielle coming in quite early, if you ask me, with 9 minutes. I guess we'll see. I guess he can go almost 10 minutes.
Yeah, there's quite a way. We can't hear the cutting, by the way, unless we've got we've got what 10 Nitro engines screaming away on the broadcast, so helps to cover up the external noise.
Sergio Sanchez moves up to that top spot after that pit by Daniel Lopez. Somebody is screaming down there. It was an English person, that's for sure.
Yeah. Wow. Well, the important sort of place to watch here is actually not the number 1 and 5 cars. It's actually the 3 and the 2, who are just 1 second apart, because that's our 3rd and 4th place cars. They're actually 5.3 seconds ahead at the moment of 5th place, the number 4 car of Ainara Almenara. And they are pretty much on their own because they are 9.5 seconds ahead of Francisco Fernandez. So that's kind of the important group to watch. Although, I mean, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all pretty much running within a second of each other.
Right, because it's only 11 people here in this main, so 5 are going to bump up to the...
4 will bump up.
To the 4. So it's only going to be 15 cars?
No, the bottom, the very first finals usually have an odd number of, like they're not full because there'll be racers who didn't show up at the last minute.
All right, so there will be 12 cars right through 4 bump up.
There's space for 16, but there's only 11 on the track.
Gotcha. But I thought, right. So then sorry. Yeah. Not thinking, Nefty.
I know. My brain is mush as well, so don't worry.
or overthinking things. That's what it was. Alrighty then. So let's see. Who are we following? Who is our cameraman chose to follow now? Hopefully it's a good battle. They did water the track, didn't they? Yes, they did.
Yeah. Just after the basically while we were talking to Bruno. And then,
all right, so we're following car number 9, who is Francisco Fernandez, currently scored in 7th. So,
yeah.
And we're back on car number 3, which is Daniel Lopez, who took that very early pit stop. I am very curious to see if he's going to go 9 minutes and 40 seconds on a tank.
I think our car number 1 is just pitted because they've dropped 2 positions.
Sergio?
So, yeah. They're still 7 seconds ahead of Hugo Klusser in 4th place.
And there's car number 1 right here in that LA Laker themed colored car, yellow and purple.
I'm conditioned to not like the LA Lakers in any way because they were always
really?
a thorn in the San Antonio Spurs side. Because they shared the same division or whatever. They always met in the finals, and the Lakers would usually
you're
knock
from
them
California,
out.
but you're from California, but
I was raised in San Antonio, and then I moved on my own to work for HPI in California.
Okay. So
Where obviously I was surrounded by Lakers fans. So,
gotcha.
Always a problem.
All right. So Sergio.
But
go ahead, Frank.
No, I was just going to say the number 5 car, 4th place car of Klusser is 10 seconds ahead of Almanara. Or now, actually, someone is pitted. I think it was Klusser that pitted, so now just 1.8 seconds between them. But of course, we're not following that. I mean, normally we would be following strictly just the 3rd and 4th place battle, or the 4th and 5th battle, actually. And the referee counting out the. You can hear the Stetson counting out the race order. It's for the benefit of the racers. But
that's third place car, Sanchez.
Third place,
He is now 1.3 seconds back of 2nd place. So actually, the gap between first and second is now 1.4. We have a 1.3 second gap between second and third, and then we have a 17.5 second gap between 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
So big difference right there.
Cushion.
So nothing really exciting going on right now.
I think that's about a fuel stop, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
But 4th and 5th place, somewhat. I mean, that's one mistake between them. Like you tip over or land back on your wheels. That's a second gone. Oh, someone's just flamed out and been run back to the pits. We don't know who that was. We'll find out in about a lap's time. See who is dropped massively down the order.
Well, we got 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to go. And we are back on board with car number 2. That is Daniel Lopez, who came in early to pit. I hope they stay on this car because I'm very interested to see if they're going to come in again, actually, for fuel. Which would mean that they have very bad fuel mileage. If they do, if they don't, that means they have excellent fuel mileage.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be like 8 minutes on a tank was the maximum you could get. And nowadays, it's, 9, 10.
Dude, Drake's so at the Nationals last year, I was like, dude, how are you getting Drake, because they have 10-minute qualifiers.
Yeah.
And he was doing 10 minutes each time, and he goes, I could go 12.
Jeez. It's like Klusser
But that's not just motor. That's the whole package plus his throttle thing.
Yeah. It's knowing where to lift off and when and that sort of thing, and when to use 100% throttle. Probably don't need to on on something that's a 10-minute, because especially if you're going to save 10 seconds over the course of a 10-minute run.
We are
depends
currently
how the
following car
pit
number
lane's laid out
5,
as well.
who's in that 4th spot. Yeah. So this is Hugo Kluser, who's our 4th and last bumper upper, if this stays like this.
So this should be the car that we stay with, if we were choosing exactly who to stay with. But smart choice. Oh, I think the next car behind.
He only has a 3.9 second lead over Almeida.
Yeah, I was just looking at the time gap. It's the next car behind is not the 5th place car, so because there's such a big gap.
All right. 1 minute and 18 seconds left to go. And our first final of the weekend here in RC Saxon. Is it actually in Alicante? Is it the province of Alicante?
I think it's the province or county of Alicante, and then it's the city or town or something of Sax. That's why there's Radovan Alicante and then Sax Alicante.
We are back on board with our pole sitter, who's currently now in first. Sergio Sanchez is out in front by 4 points.
Somehow worked himself back into the top spot.
I'm trying to. Scoring is iffy on my side, kind of laggy, but nonetheless, we will do the best we can. Sergio Sanchez, probably the most Spanish name you can think of besides Juan, and one of my favorite footballers of all time is named Sergio. Sergio Con Aguero, probably the most underrated striker in all the world.
Who did they play for?
He played for Manchester City.
Oh, really?
Look, it's a car. Look, there's a car outside the fence. He's trying to cross the fence.
Oh, man.
He was doing like backflips on the fence. That was they honestly, I think the marshal positions are not well marked.
4th and 5th place cars have finished. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd yet to finish. So we're not sure who that was that tried to exit the track by the least viable method.
We have a runaway.
Oh, man.
We have a runaway. We saw some mechanic running over there to save the car.
Finished. So we're just waiting for Bordeauxque to finish, and that is our bump up positions decided. Lopez, Sanchez, Bordeauxque, and Kluser.
So I guess Lopez is really getting good fuel mileage.
Yeah, just about 10 minutes. It's pretty good. Cannot complain.
I don't understand why some flame out in the middle of a race. Don't they change their glow plug? No, I never change my glow plugs. It could be anything. A flame out could be caused where the car bottoms out and the chassis touches, or they're going up a jump and a pebble gets in it. It can happen if anything. The idle could be too low. They come around a corner and that happened to JQ at Silver State this year. Went around for a slow corner at 180 in the lead, flamed out because his idle was too low. So it's not about the glow plug; it's about tune and rocks and bottoming out and freaks. I've seen people land on pipes and hit a nail and shut the car off. I've seen Mars shut cars off by mistake. So.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Like their hand over the pipe, or they touch the flywheel by mistake.
Yeah.
What's up, X-Tech? How you doing? It's a long time. You must have been racing today. Must be a good day up there in Sweden. It is, because my buddy Magnus Berglund was sending me some reels of some GP racing going on there.
All right, we've got a few minutes before the next heat is out, or the next race is out, so we will just have a moment for our sponsors. And we're back. Thank you to all of our sponsors. They were the associate members of EFRA that you just saw in that nifty little montage with logos on screen and action in background. They are the associate members of EFRA because this is an EFRA event. But of course, we also have our event sponsors, and we have with us X-Ray, Hot Race Tyres, Mebo Sport, S-Works, T-Works, and Techno RC. It's been great to talk to drivers from a variety of those companies have joined us today, and that's been fantastic, and we hope to get some more on the stream tomorrow as well. We have a few minutes still, I believe.
All right. Quick question, gentlemen.
Go for it.
What race are we going to today?
What race are we? What? Sorry.
What is the final race for the day? What number?
128. So we have 3 races left.
Okay,
yep.
So not too
3 15-minute races.
We are running slightly behind schedule because, according to mine, we should be starting at 7 minutes past 6 local time. It's now 13 minutes past 6. So running a little bit behind schedule. No worries. But yeah, so 45 minutes of racing left today, and then a whole day of it tomorrow to look forward to. But yeah, it's going to be good actually when we get into the thick of it tomorrow.
Yeah, I think with the heads-up racing, the narrow racing line, the the really dusty surface off the racing line, it'll be pretty good, pretty intense, I think.
Absolutely.
Peter was telling us that the passing is very, very difficult on this track. So maybe we need some Herman Tilke sort of long straights with a hairpin sort of thing, F1 style. But yeah, it should be pretty good seeing these cars go head to head for position.
Lefty, I keep meaning to ask, who is the dude on your laptop, the sticker with the cap? The gentleman.
This guy?
Yeah, who's that?
Okay. He is named Justice Corey. He is a YouTuber, like, because that's my hobby is like action figures. And I used to watch a lot. He used to go around and buy like big lots of old vintage GI. He has his house is just full of toys and stuff. And it was just, I bought something from him. Like he buys big lots of vintage toys and sells them. And I bought something from him and he sent it to me. He actually made a movie about toy, a documentary called Plastic Crack. It's on Amazon. Yeah. So that's my vice, as I would say. Collecting action figures.
Not hiding RC boats from your wife and collecting RC stuff is your actual vice is action figures.
I got some big RC boats here.
There's Javier.
Hey, it's Javier.
10, 9.
I like Javier. It's nice stuff.
7, 6, 5, 4,
All right.
3.
There we go.
So
that
one was done more correctly.
Alrighty, that looks like a pretty decent start. Oh, look at these guys going right at
pass for position there between second and third.
Just keep it clean, guys, on the back jump. Give yourself some room.
But there is a gaggle of cars. It's all single file.
Ooh, third and fourth battles really close.
No relaxation for these guys. All right, so I believe, like Frank said, that is actually still car number 1. So our pole sitter,
yeah, it's 132.
will lead the first lap, and that is Fernando Cabrera, one of our 40 Masters drivers, 40 plus. Behind him is Emilio Jose, Juan Antonio Belmonte, a good friend of mine, and Ivan Pesero.
Keep it clean at the front, guys. Keep it clean.
Yeah, this guy's like, I just want to get away from all of you guys, and I just want to win this.
Ooh,
so the
battle
front
for second, third, fourth is heating up.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's going to bring him close. He's able to pull away very easily, though. Maybe just maintaining the lead.
I think this is second. following. Oh, wow, it is a good battle. And fifth is not too far behind. He's waiting to pounce in case anything happens. He's hoping that these guys get into each other so he can take advantage of that. Fifth place would be Jonathan Molero.
Oh, who was that? What number was that just flipped over? I think that was the 1. Because this is the 2 and the 3, I think.
No, that's 1 right there.
Okay.
That was, might have been, I don't know who that was, to be honest. It might have been number
one of our leaders, though, because we're down from a group of 4, now it's a group of 3.
No, is that our leader? You'll know in a minute. You'll know in a few seconds. No, there's number 1, I think.
So I think it was 4 that flipped over.
Yeah, Belmonte is going to fold on. It looks like, too bad. Juan Antonio.
That was a very expensive mistake. So out of the bump up positions and dropping, and now he's crossed over. So he's got 2 places to make up to get back up into there. Fazzolari doing really well, moving from 10th into 7th, but still, again, has a few places to make up to guarantee another race today.
There was a pass for the lead just now in the back section as that blue car, which belonged to Jose Emilio, jumped past car number 1. Let's see if he can fend them off, because car number 1 seems to be very fast in these parts of the track. As we drop back to 3rd, who is Jonathan Ivan Tesero right now. Jonathan Molero, we'll know when it all updates. Jose Tensa, Fernando Carrera, Ivan Tercero, and Jonathan Molero. And 2.9 seconds back of 4th place is Javier Suarez.
This battle for 2nd is very tight.
That I think we're going to see some last lap kamikaze moves on that back section, because that jump has proven that you can do some jump passes there. So it should be good.
Not coming a little bit too early on that one, but very quickly making up the gap. The number 6 car of Tercero.
And Jose Tensa is loving this because he's pulling away slightly. He's got a 1.9 second lead over a second, but these two are separated by 0.3 of a second, as you can see how close it is on the track.
It's like a rubber band just keeps pulling. Ooh, yes. That was an easy one.
Got out there, lost some traction, got out in the marbles, and he paid for it. But no harm, no foul. He's still in 3rd. He's still in a bumper upper position.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. There's a good sized gap. So I mean, all you have to do is just stay in 3rd, and you still have a buffer for 4th can hold off 5th, maybe, and slow each other down. So yeah, it's all good. It's a bit of tactical thinking sometimes that's involved with these bump up races. You don't have to be fighting for the lead and try and stress yourself out and break the car or go off track and lose a lot more than just 2nd or 1st place.
You also don't want to break your car either, because if you do bump up, you don't have that much time to get it ready for the next race.
No. I think if I just look at the lap, the start times, there's about 45 minutes-ish, but actually, I mean, usually at the end of the events, the time schedule goes a little bit off. Things start running a little bit later and later. But there's about 45 minutes minimum that you're going to have to work on your car. But that you also have to do not just the race, but you have to marshal the race after you. So it's not 45 minutes. It's more like 30 minutes, and actually a little bit less than that, because you have to walk back to your pits, get a drink or whatever. So there's not a lot of time. So if you think you have a good chance, you might prepare I don't know, a set of tires or shock springs or whatever you think you might want to change.
All right. So we have a good battle for 2nd right now. The blue car is the car of Emilio Jose, and right behind him I want to say it looks like car number 1, but it's also 8 minutes and 20 seconds in, so we are going to start seeing some pits here shortly. I'm sure most will come in at 7.5, so hopefully our cameramen stay on these 2 guys.
They haven't pitted, have they?
No, so it's Emilio and Ivan right behind them, and they are separated by 0.4 of a second. 5 seconds back is Fernando. Jonathan Molero, 1.6 back. And Francisco Suarez has dropped down to 5th. So I have a feeling that these guys might... And he just gets into the rear end of our
leader. Was
leader.
at the 6. They just went off.
Yeah, and he's been told to give that position back by our referee. So eagle-eyed Stetson isn't going to allow that to happen. So we should be seeing fuel here. Hopefully we get some good shots of their. Here we go.
Yep, one's coming in.
And 6 is staying out. Oof.
Good camera change there. Ooh,
okay.
They're really coming in hot on that one.
That camera is going to be worse for wear at the end of this race.
Yeah, full of dust and just smashed with
nitro fumes and smoke.
Yeah. Oh man,
that camera's hating life right now.
Can always tell when I come back from a nitro event because it just smells like nitro,
it's just
nitro oil fuel.
I know. I don't know. Your clothes are just ingrained in it.
Yeah. I don't mind it so much when I'm actually at the event. It's when you open up your bag, your suitcase, whatever, and it's like, whew, there we go.
Well, here's our leader. Nope, sorry, that's our second place driver. And he's right behind our leader now.
Yeah, so
that's our leader.
Yeah, they didn't really change any positions, so no change in the fuel stop cycle.
Not at all. But we have a good race. There's 5 minutes and 58 seconds left to go.
Yeah, I wonder what happened with number 7 has lost position. Okay, so number 4 has moved up into 5th place, but 11 seconds behind our 4th place car of Suarez. So there's a big gap between 4th and 5th, and that's the reason why I keep mentioning that is because the 4th is our final bump up position. And this is actually our 4th place car right here, the number 3 of Suarez.
What's up, Dizzy Chizzy? What's up, Tony Schumacher? How you doing, man? You guys out at the track this afternoon today in Arizona? How AJ said, what's up? He has a beautiful track in the Nitro compound there in Arizona, right out in the desert. And it is huge. We are following car number 7, like you said, Jonathan Molero, who's currently scored in 6th, but I have a feeling the other drivers pitted or didn't pit, and he has pitted, I assume.
4, 7, 8, 5, 10, and 9. 7. So 6, 2, 1, 3, followed by 4 and 7.
Oh, that's an expensive mistake there. But Marshall's able to, and doesn't lose his spot.
That's going to cost him some time. He only has 4 minutes and 20 seconds left to get up into that 4th spot.
No, this is the car number 3. He is in 4th.
Oh, we switched to 3. Sorry, I thought we was following car number 7. I apologize. So that's Javier Suarez. Sorry.
Yeah, he still has a 7-second buffer to the 5th place car. So that's, even though that was quite a long time upside down. Luckily, 1, he didn't flame out, and 2, there was no one behind him to get in the way, to pass him while he was upside down. Is this our leader?
Did Emilio
no, this is 2nd place car.
Second.
Number 2.
Well, where's our leader? Is he that far in front of him? He's 4.5 seconds ahead.
Yeah,
so.
He is. Very far.
Emilio Jose has just decided, I'll settle for 2nd, and yeah, that's good enough for me. I'll start 13th instead of 12th. Racing indoors today. Oh, you must be at Hobby Action with AC. I don't blame you.
We just had a major swap around in the top 4. So number 1 is now running 4th, but only half a second ahead of the 5th place car, Malero.
Mm-hmm.
So they are super
That's
close on track.
Fernando Cabrera.
Ideally, we'd be focusing on them. Let's see who. Oh, this might be them. See if this is. Yes, this is the 1 and 7. This is the battle for 4th right here. This is the final bump up spot. It's about to cross the finish line in just a few seconds.
Exactly. So he's going to try to fend this guy, this car with the white wheels is trying to fend off yellow wheeled pink car for the next 2 minutes and 38 seconds. And this pink car that is Jonathan Malero, I assume, is absolutely pressuring him. They are separated by 0.3 of a second. And Malero is on it. He has some pace, and Fernando Cabrera is just trying.
No, they're both over.
Oh, no. Oh, that was bad.
Yeah. Just sideways.
And
I don't know if that was an attempted block or just still moving forward just at an angle. But, and one of them is flamed out. Is that the 7?
That's Jonathan Malero. That's who we heard cry out and say, oh, no, that was him. So I guess that,
move up, Belmonte. That still could mean that even with that crash, Cabrera could be in striking distance of Belmonte, though. So just keep an eye on the timing screen. I think they're together. Or did they? Oh no, Cabrera's just passed, and Belmonte is just crossed.
So Cabrera's Belmonte is 4.3 back, and unless Cabrera makes some big mistakes, how about
exactly happen again? The exact same thing. What was that? Oh, they showed their own replay.
That was deja vu.
Yeah, they don't have a little bumper thing. We saw that before. Remember the guy pumping his arm? Mm-hmm. It just plays. There's no like, oh, this is a replay.
Here is car number 2. I
was like, I'm not that tired that I'm hallucinating, am I?
This is our second place driver. There's our
7
car
again.
number 7.
Really unfortunate. Running in 9th now.
He had a 1 minute and 37. That flame out cost him 1 minute and 37.
We do have a battle for 4th again, though. If you look at the timing,
Belmonte is in 4th.
0.8 seconds now. So yeah, Suarez and Belmonte have swapped places. So hopefully the director or commentators pick up on that, and we swap to the 4 and the 3, who should be very close together on track.
But not this guy. He's got 4. He's pretty much checked his ticket into the next final. That was second place. This might be our battle
this
for...
This is number 3.
4th.
So the car ahead is 4th place.
4th place is not going to make it. Oh, no. Suarez did go by Belmonte. He did. In the end. So, unfortunate for Belmonte. He almost made it back.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds between them that time. And you can see the tire choices of, at least of the car number 4 there, of Belmonte.
And there's Belmonte. I think his pitman even doesn't exist anymore.
Just abandoned him.
What's going on?
That's a great feeling.
Like, where's my pitman? Probably madder than me. There is Ivan Tercero. So Ivan Tercero, Emilio Jose, Fernando Cabrera, and Francisco Javier Suarez will be your 4 bumper uppers. Unfortunate for Juan Antonio Belmonte, as well as Jonathan Malero, who was in a very good position, but had an unfortunate flame out after a crash with battling it out for that bump position.
Just 2 more finals to go today, which will feature the first of our bump-ups.
Yeah, starting 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th.
You don't get a long time, do you, to prepare your car?
No. We were discussing that a few minutes ago. There's 45 minutes between the races. It's a 15-minute race. You have to marshal the race after you, unless you can get a friend in the pits to cover for you. But usually you can't, unless you're like Ongaro or someone like that.
Yeah. You have minions.
Yeah. But to be fair, usually those guys do go out and marshal.
Yeah.
But you don't have as much time as you might think. So you have to be prepared, and obviously you're going from maybe relief or frustration, where you could have finished first, but you finished fourth, but you're still bumping up, and then it's like, okay, now I have to get in the game after marshalling for everyone. It's like, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on, and by my reckoning, we are slightly behind schedule. The next race should start at 29 minutes past 6 local time.
Yeah, and with a 3 or 5 minute warm up, depending what they do, the marshals are still kind of languidly heading out to the track. So no cars on track. So it's still going to be at least 5 minutes before we get started for the next one.
Okay, so with that, we will take a moment to say thank you to our wonderful, wonderful, wonderful sponsors. There you go. Thank you once again to our fantastic associate members. They are the associate members of EFRA. They support EFRA. They are a fantastic group of companies, and another fantastic group of companies, some of whom are also associate members, but also support our live streams. So thank you to X-Ray, Hot Race Tyres, Mebo Sport, the all-in-one place eShop for all of your RC needs, S-Works, T-Works, and Techno RC.
There's a lot of Spanish racers in the next race.
There is.
Out of 12 racers, 9 are Spanish. Why are there only 12?
Well,
I thought it was
I'm
going to be
confused.
16 on the thing.
No. Oh, yeah, no. True. It does say 16 drivers.
Yeah. Maybe that's, I don't know. Again, maybe that's just the maximum. I don't know. But first place is going to be Fabrizio Marion, one of our junior racers. Alexander Meisner from Germany. Another junior, Loic Reguillon in third, starting third. And then we have all from Spain. We have Antonio Puerto, Manuel Rueda, Raul Infante, Miguel Clement. I say Miguel instead of Miguel. In Mexico, well, Hispanic Texas, I would say Miguel. But I assume...
I would say Miguel, but...
No, I don't know. Maybe I've been hanging around Brits too much.
Yeah.
Roberto Campo, Daniel Lopez, Sergio Sanchez, Adrian Boduque, and Hugo Kluser, which is more German sounding. Maybe it's just the way I say it.
Yeah. Hugo Kluser.
Kluser, right?
Lots of 40 pluses and a smattering of juniors.
A smattering being exactly 3.
Yeah, and 3 normals.
3 normos.
Normos, just in between. Under 40, over something teen.
16, 18, 6, 18.
17. I'm going with 17. I don't know.
Well, David Todd's only 15.
Okay.
Really?
So, he might be 16 now. He was 15 at the Euro Buggy warm-ups, E-Buggy World Cup.
I'm sure I asked
Coco
someone at the E-Buggy Euros how old he is, but I cannot
It's
remember
15.
for the life of me. Wow.
Got lots of comments coming in.
Toco
I don't know how
Loco,
many-
what's up, Tamika? How you doing? No, I have not got a truggy yet. That's probably planned for next year. I work in RC. Can't afford to buy one. I have plenty behind me, but I can't afford to buy an e-truggy at the moment.
Little money, big bills.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Or little cars, big bills.
There we go. Yeah, I guess maybe they don't have but they had 16 drivers. Did they not in qualifying?
No, 12 was the max.
Yeah, it's just in the timing. It says 16 drivers.
Yeah.
So, who knows? Maybe tomorrow. Maybe.
So I'm highly confused.
You're not the only one. It's okay.
So I guess you was right, Alfred, because he sent me a message. So yeah, I thought it was 16 drivers.
I did too, because it says 16 on the drivers column.
Yeah.
But regardless, next group.
Could that refer to anything else? I can't think what else it could refer to.
I'm highly confused. We need Where's Carlos when we need him?
He's getting interviewed by the presenters.
I think that's
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Yeah, is that Ungaro?
Yeah,
is.
yeah. Pitting for the number one car.
Has he gotten taller since the last time I saw him?
Since the last time you saw him on screen when he was about 8, yeah.
He looked taller than the last time I saw him. Which would have been.
I'm kidding, obviously.
All right. So Fabrizio Marion, who is having Ungaro pit him. No,
yeah, you can't be doing too bad if you've got a double world champion in this class pitting for you. It looks like the top 4 are spread out nicely. As long as they keep it rubber side down, they'll be okay. But of course, there's 14 minutes left in this one.
Oh, it looks like the big move and shaker is Sergio Sanchez, who's all the way up to 5th from 10th. I'm still confused on how many bump up. I'm confused.
4 bumped up. We don't know at the moment. We assumed that there would be 12 to start the race, like that didn't have to bump up. You watch the race. I'll see if I can figure out what the finals are.
Okay, so we are currently following. I think this is our leader, Fabrizio Marion, who has number 2, Antonio Porto, right behind him. And Fabrizio is a junior, and he's kind of just out there cruising along. But he does have some company. He has second, third, fourth coming right behind him, so he does have to pick up his pace. 12 minutes and 55 seconds. There's second and third get into each other. Fourth looking to benefit from that. We are trying to confirm if it's 4 bump ups. I do believe. I know somebody's probably sent me a message saying that they are. Cannot check my phone at the moment. But young Fabrizio Marion is still out in the lead, taking that lead with 2-time world champion Davide Ungaro pitting him. But second and third are right there as they come across the line. Second is 7/10 back, and third is 7/10 back of him. 1.1 seconds is Daniel Lopez in fourth, and Sergio Sanchez, our bumper or upper, is 1.7 seconds back. The gap from first to fourth is 4.4 seconds, so not much space between these guys. Doesn't look like young Fabrizio is going to get a chance to relax as we drop back, and we have picked up on our third place car number 4. Sorry, that's car number 4. I'll have to see when they come around again. But that's one. Yep, that's car number 4, who's currently in 3rd. So he lost a position. And right behind him is 4th. Oh, that's 4th. That's 5th. Sorry, I do a mistake. It's hard to see with not all the cars in shot. First. Yep. Oh, 2nd gets it wrong. Coming to the straightaway. He's going to drop down. Lopez drops all the way down to 5th with that mistake. And we see, a mistake for that purple and yellow car. All types of kerfuffleage going on there. That's going to cost him big time. Oh, and he's off the track. Luckily, there's a turn marshal right there to help him back on. And there's our replay. I'm surprised. Stetson didn't call that back. He must have missed it. Let's see how it all sorts out here. So here's 1st and 2nd. This car number 1, Fabrizio, who's still in the lead. But right behind him is not Alexander Messner from Germany. So we have the Italian and the German battling it out there, separated by 8 seconds. 2 juniors, too. Always good to see the young guns battling it out. Oh, and Alexander tries to go on the inside, and the curbs of doom catch him. But not young Fabrizio. He's looking very solid out there in that number 1. I assume it's an associated car with Ongaro pitting him. But right behind him is the young German Alexander trying to pressure him. They need to just work together. They have put a gap of 5.6 seconds between them and the 3rd place position. And 4th is now Sergio Sanchez, who went from 10th, who's now all the way up to 4th. He's looking to bump up again. And we will have pit stops coming up in about 2 minutes' time. These guys have pulled out to a nice lead. And I think this is car number 10, which is Sergio Sanchez, who is now up to 3rd. So Sergio using that 125, that previous main and that track time to his best advantage. It's coming all the way from 10th, now in 3rd. Needs to keep this up with 9 minutes left to go, and he will bump to live to fight and race tomorrow. You want to make the Sunday show, just like in Supercross, you want to make the night show. Well, in RC, you want to make the next day show. Ooh, Sanchez going to do a four-wheel drift action as he gets up into the marbles. That was a 49.8, fastest lap of the race so far, thrown down by Sergio Sanchez. Manuel Rueda is now up into 4th as Daniel Lopez drops down to 5th. While our leaders are kind of checking out from Sanchez, who's now 6.4 seconds back of our leaders, but that's fine. He's in a bump-up position. So, looks very good out there. Here's our leaders, 1st and 2nd, 2 young juniors. Always good to see the juniors doing well. There's Sanchez just coming into shot. So, Sanchez is starting to put on the afterburners and the nitrics and catch them up. But just as I say that, he might have made a mistake. So Fabrizio in this blue and white car number 1, that's our leader, junior from Italy. And then we have a young racer from Germany, that is Alexander Messner. And they are very close to each other. What they don't want to do is take each other out and then lose those positions. Or have a very fast Sergio Sanchez, who is a master and 40 plus driver, who has some experience. But smart driving by young racers, as the German looks to be a little bit faster in some parts of the track, with the Italian able to just pull away in various areas, saving their cars for the next final. 7 minutes and 26 seconds. I assume they will both come in for fuel this time. Let's see. That blue and white car is going to have Ongaro. Yep, both coming in for fuel at the same time. Ooh. I think is that Tom Robin doing the catching? Oh, that's Mr. Robin doing the catching. So he's there with Ongaro pitting this young man, it looks like.
7 minutes left.
Tom Robin's father and Ongaro's father becoming very good friends on the RCGP tours. They raced against it. They were teammates in racing against other drivers in the 2022 season of RCGP. We'll see, Tamika, how it goes. I'm just looking forward to getting back to some races in vivo starting next weekend for me. But yes, very well done by this young driver. Looks like our second place driver had some trouble coming out of the pit lane because he is now way behind our leader. Let's see what happened to Alexander. Oh no, he's not showing that he's going. So he might have had a problem altogether. And this might be him right now. Car number 2. Let's see. It is Alexander. Okay, so he's still in second. He's 4.4 seconds back. This is him. 5 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in this race. And our 2 top spots have pulled away. And Sergio Sanchez came in for fuel, and he has dropped down to 5th position. Can he make it up? He does have 5 minutes and 30 seconds to make that time. Time up.
Just take care, please. Okay, continue.
First. Second.
Alexander throws on a 51 flat. 2.7 seconds back of our leader. He is going to catch him up. Our leader just threw on a 52.7 just now. So, and I believe this is our leader here. Let's see. Yep, that is. Oh,
5 minutes left.
Lucky. That could have been very bad. All right, so it's Fabricio, Alexander, Daniel Lopez, Manuel Rueda, Sergio Suarez, who's now 0.4 of a second back from that bump spot. Antonio Porta is 6.2 seconds back, kind of out of the fight for now. And that is second. I heard Sanchez. Oh, wow, just as I say that, he gets a lucky bounce as he goes underneath that car. And I think that's going to put Sanchez into 4th now. Let's see when he comes across the line. Yep. Sergio back up to 4th and absolutely flying. 4 minutes left to go. 4 minutes, 5 seconds left to go. Can Sergio bump up and get 15 minutes of much needed track time today and go into the Sunday show as he flies it over that triple out the back? Into that 180. Down the hill he goes. On the Dragon's back over that double. Into this little rolling single through the snake section of the track. And we are back on board with our leaders. Just first and second as the German Alexander has now pulled up to the rear wing of the young racer from Italy. That is Fabricio, who's in front. That blue car with the white wing is our leader. And right behind him is Alexander, chasing him down. So this young man, Fabricio, has led this race so far from the start. Let's see if he can finish it to the end of the race. Lights to flags, as they say, or flag to flag in RC. So Fabricio seems to be just a little bit faster than Alexander in this part of the track, but it seems like Alexander's able to make up some time once they get on the straightaway and that part from the rest of the track. But still, like I said, the only difference is starting position in tomorrow's next final. They just want to make it to that day. And smart driving by these young racers, not getting in each other's way, giving each other space. I'm sure Alexander's just waiting for a mistake, and he makes a mistake as he goes wide. That's going to cost him a couple of tenths. And Fabricio just keeping calm. Maybe he's got Ongaro talking to him in his ear, coaching him along. He is Italian, so that would make sense. He's driving very, very mature, not really pushing the issue, hitting his lines, hitting his points, braking when necessary, not going wide. And the Alexander is making those little mistakes. As Alexander darts to the outside, tries to cut in, had a run, but had to get on the brakes with that dog leg. So So now Fabrizio able to just go a little bit fast. This is where we've seen Alexander make up a lot of time as he has a look on the inside but decides not to. 1 minute, 45 seconds left to go. This is a great race for first and second. Our running orders, Fabrizio, Alexander, Daniel Lopez, Sergio Sanchez still in fourth. Got a 3-second lead over Manuel Rueda in fifth. 1.5 second now. But he's also 1.8 seconds back of Daniel Lopez. Daniel Lopez is 13.6 seconds back of this battle. So there is a battle brewing with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go for our bump-up spot between third, fourth, and fifth. And I think we're back with our battle. And there's Sanchez in that yellow and purple car. And, oh, wow. I think that might have been second just now, or third. I believe that Sanchez will be in third now. And yes, he is, as Lopez drops. Let's see where Manuel Rueda is. He's dropped. He's going to take some time. But now Sanchez, our bumper-upper from the previous final, is now in great position with 40 seconds left to go. Manuel Rueda has also put himself in position to take that bump spot from Daniel Lopez, as they are now, he is now 8/10 of a second back. But here's our first and second drivers with young Fabrizio still in the lead. This will give him some confidence going into his final tomorrow, and hopefully he can bump up. Sanchez will be full of confidence as he's now had 30 minutes on this track. Valuable track time needed. There's Sanchez just coming into the track. He's over 14 seconds back of these guys. And Lopez and Rueda are really battling it out. I think Rueda, no, I thought he got by him. Separated by 4/10 of a second. They're going to have one more lap to go. No, they're done. So, looks like it's going to be Lopez, your final bump spot. Followed by Sergio Sanchez, Alexander Messina, and Fabrizio Marion. Fabrizio really slowed it down a lot. And just saving his car, driving calm. And Alexander is frantically trying to get by him. And he's going to have to just settle for second. And well done to these young juniors beating the masters. That's what we want to see. We want to see the young racers taking it to the 40-plus drivers, and they just did. So well done. Oh, my goodness, Frank, do you see what I see?
That sky.
I see great sky.
Oh, goodness me.
Frank has been saying the R word. Oh, he has been saying, wow, the thunderstorm warning word. And now it looks like he's about to get it switched.
Oof. There's 15 minutes of racing left today.
I think we'll make it.
I think we'll make it too. I think we'll make it. I think there's a good chance. I believe, for anyone that's interested, I believe it's 0-0, England, Switzerland, I believe. But the person in my ear will tell me if there's anything different. James,
I didn't know what you were
James
talking about.
Parry is 0-0 for the purposes of research, so that we can inform the viewers.
So they don't have to break away from.
So they have to break away. James is watching it, so they don't have to, which is great.
Well, somebody has to do the dirty work. Thank you,
Somebody
James.
has to.
Yeah.
Thank you, James. Thank you for your service.
I hope you're drinking a frosty beverage while you do that.
I have a few pictures of him from earlier that I could share, but I don't think I will. But somebody had to do that as well. We could have all done with it, but anyway. Yes. So one race left. So did we have a double bump up already, or did it not work out?
Yes, Sergio Sanchez has bumped up.
Fabulous.
Twice.
That's a really good result.
Yes. On the first lap, he went from 10th to 5th. He had a great start. Very great.
You got to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
You got to drive.
You got to be lucky in racing too.
Either that, or just have a really durable car and just drive through everybody. That's what I used to do.
It's not robots. Wow. It's been a day. It's been an awesome day, and one that we couldn't have done without our supporters. Let's check in with Meebo Sport. There you go. There's us. I just take this opportunity. I've been having pings of information straight into my watch all day, and it's really useful. And that's because I scan the QR code to the left of Lefty. To the left of Lefty on your screen, go to that up runway. Yeah, that's the way. That's the one. Scan that, join the broadcast channel, and it's like the results just pop in. You might be watching the football, you know, not ideal, but we understand that people might want to watch the football, but at the same time, look, it's cool. It's just like this. Just like, there we go. Beep, 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 beep. Oh. It's my wife and kids. But anyway, and there's a message from James. But anyway, see what I mean? It just pops in. EFRA 1/8 Buggy, and there's the results from the 256 final, and I think there's results from the finals that have come after that as well. Great racing so far.
Good race. Great battle between the juniors there for first and second. They drove very smart and held on to those positions.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm being told in my ear to tell people that it's a messenger broadcast channel. So it's a Facebook Messenger service. It's nothing strange. It's just Messenger. And yeah, it's a great service. Sorry. Keenan, you were saying, great racing.
Yeah, good to see the youngsters overcoming the 40-plus guys. I heard this constantly how RC, the 40-plus guys keep RC alive. And I agree because they spend a lot of money and that the children don't spend money, but the children are the future and the youth are the future. And when us 40-plus guys eventually go the way of the dinosaurs, what's going to happen to the RC behind us? So we have to encourage the youth. We have to push them, you know? So, good stuff.
Absolutely.
EFRA is doing a very good job of that. Very good job.
Yes, I do agree. A great job. And as Carlos said to us earlier, 7 of the top 10 are youth drivers. 7 of the top 10.
That is. I mean, you can just look at the amount of fast guys that are coming out of Europe, both in 10 scale and, I mean, I'm not too familiar with the on-road scene, but look at the 10 scale scene and look at the 8 scale scene, and you can see what you guys are doing in Europe is definitely encouraging these young drivers to stay in it. And I think it comes down to, as well, racing pretty much one class. Nitro Buggy, a little e-buggy there in 10 scale, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive on big events. And it is looking ominous right now. It is good. The heavens are going to open and douse this track. They will not have to water the track today. Today. It will be watered for them. But up in this heat, we have Philippa Pim from Sweden, Daniel Matteo from Spain, Peter Perot from Austria, Jan Ribaga from Spain, Alvel Martinez, Ivan Ozuna, Jacqueline Balestreros from Spain, Deves Lisandro from Italy, Ivan Tessero, our bumper upper, Emilio Jose Tensa, our second bumper upper, Fernando Cabrera, and Francisco Javier Suarez. And there we see Philippa's husband with his House of RC shirt on, getting ready to start. I think Philippa is like my Whip It Wednesday big RC car tail whips post picture. I used her car doing a whip to make a post about that.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
I have a Whip It Wednesday competition. And she cannot relax because right behind her is Daniel Matteo, and he gets by her, but she doesn't let it. Oh, that's what I like. Elbows out, Philippa. Elbows out. Don't let him by. And she let him by, but he went for a cartwheel. So there's Philippa Pim, and now that's first, second, third, and fourth. They have pulled away slightly from the rest of the group. Philippa's still out front. Alrighty. So we have a replay of the start. And Philippa coming by for her first lap of 51.4. Daniel Avel Martinez from 5th to 2nd. Daniel Matteo from 2nd to 3rd. Javier Suarez from 12th to 4th. I wonder if Javier and Sergio are related.
Yeah. Jackrabbit start.
Philippa still out front. Let's see what her lead is when she comes across the loop. Driving very smart and calm as Philippa in that white, pink, and purple Blackwing Kyosho. Or is it Kyosho as some people call it? I say Kyosho. Let's see what Philippa does. She looks very solid out there. And that is a 51.8 for her. And right behind her, Avel with a 51.7. Daniel with a 51.4. They are separated by 1.9 seconds. And Javier Suarez has dropped out of 4th to 5th. As Ivan Tesoro from 9th is now all the way up to 4th. I think Ivan, no, he was not one of our bumper uppers. But there's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and I believe that's 4th just coming into the shot. And that would be 4th, I believe. Once I get to see the number, that should be Ivan Tesoro or Francisco Suarez, maybe? Oh, that is closer than I thought. Yep, there's Ivan. That's car number 9. So that's Ivan Tesoro, and we just saw Javier not too far back of him. As Ivan is trying to catch up to that pack, and he is. He's going to catch up to number 3, which is Daniel Mateo. And Avel cannot relax too much either because looks like somebody got it wrong. Francisco Javier Suarez is now 3 seconds back, 3.2 seconds back of Ivan Tesoro.
Keep it clean at the front, please. And then you guys top left,
So,
keep it clean.
something that Stetson has seen in the front he's not liking, so he can't see what's going on with Philippa. Still out front, 1.5 seconds. Let's see how far she is in front now. Well done, Philippa. As my scoring just updates. She's 1.3 seconds up. So here's a good battle. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Oh, and 4th just gets a little bump as 3rd went a little wide and he went on the inside. Oh, there's 2nd that had a problem. So now our 4th place driver in less than half a lap has moved from 4th all the way to 2nd. And chasing down Philippa Pim. This guy has some pace. 10 minutes and 55 seconds. There we go. There was the replay. And Fernando Ivan Tessera up 2 seconds. So it's Philippa Pim, Ivan Tessera, Daniel Mateo, Avel Martinez, Fernando Cabrera for Cabrera is 0.8 of a second back of Avel. And I think Javier might have come in for fuel. Or he had a very long lap. Well, right now we are following our leader, who is Philippa Pim from Sweden. 10 minutes and 16 seconds left to go in this race. Philippa driving a very smart race. She's got some clear air in front of her, and she's put some space between her and Ivan. So Philippa driving very well, representing for all the female racers out there. Ivan, though, just coming into shot. So Ivan, last time around, Ivan did a 49.8. He is the only driver to drop down to the sub below the 50-second lap times. Sorry, this is Avel. Self-marshalling Avel Martinez, who is currently scored in 4th, if that is car number 5. It's getting rough in some spots of this track, too. They might do some patching tonight. Maybe not with that rain coming, though.
I might wash all the patches away.
Yep, that's Avel Martinez. Currently in 4th. Fernando Cabrera is 5.4 seconds back of this. This is our last bumping up position.
7, 8, 9.
He is 5.7 seconds back of third. There's a good battle for first and second going on between Philippa and this guy. Just as I said, it's like, wow. That was great. That was great.
We're 1.1 seconds apart. Now it's a lot closer.
Oh, yeah. Ivan is pushing, and Philippa's just out there calmly driving. Kind of like the previous final where we saw the young Fabricio just driving calm and second, just trying to get around them. She's making that car as wide as possible.
Yeah, this could be that factor that Peter was telling us, that the track is very difficult to pass on because of the narrow racing lines. So she's not doing fast laps. She's certainly the car behind her. Its fastest lap, Yvonne, is 49.8. Her fastest lap 50.7, and her last lap was 51.4, which is and Tercero's last lap was 51.2. So all she has to do is just stay where she is. I mean, obviously,
pretty much.
You know, I mean, she doesn't have to run defensive lines or anything because he can. She just has to not make a mistake.
She should be coming.
Both coming in for pits.
Oh.
Yeah, with 7.25 minutes left. See how quick the lap time. And she got past in the pits.
Yep.
Now she's under pressure. If she wants to keep the lead, she doesn't have. Ooh, and they crashed, and one of them flamed out. That's Philippa flamed out.
No. Wow. Let's see. Ooh, she's going to lose. But the thing is, the other guys have to come in too, so maybe it will work out for her.
Yeah.
But maybe not.
That's a
Probably
big
not.
shame. That's going to be a very long lap time. Well over a minute, but sure.
Ivan has now got some serious breathing room out the front. Like I said, coming all the way from 9th position, now up to the lead. This is what happens when you get the heads-up racing. None of that racing the clock. It's all about racing each other.
There's Tercero coming across to take the lead. See where Philippa crosses.
Second.
So she's lost a spot to Matteo. And two more
What's up,
spots.
Segretti? What's up? We have the infamous Salty Joe in the house. The saltiest of salt, Salty Joe. And Segretti RC in. Oh, man, it is going to rain. Here's our pit stop. There's Ivan getting in front of her, and then Philippa must have crashed. I know what happened. She saw him get in front of him. She got nervous. She crashed, and then flamed out.
Just a
Not
little
enough
bit
time
too
to
much.
clear your car out.
Yeah.
But she is currently in 6th. But I mean, it's
7 seconds, 7.5 seconds out of the bump up position. So, but I think she can do it.
She needs some help. She needs these guys to make some mistakes. And she just needs to drive cleanly.
No, this is number 9.
That's
our leader
Ivan. Yvonne.
5 minutes left.
Even.
Philippa running faster laps than everybody in front of her except for Ivan. So, it was 4 3/4 minutes left. It's time to do it. The gap between 4th and 5th is less than not even a half a tenth. So is this our 4th and 5th place cars, 5 and 10?
No, that's our leader, I think.
Ideally, we'd be
That's
on
our
5 and
leader.
10.
That's Yvonne. No, sorry. I'm wrong. That was, you were right, Frank. I was wrong. That's Martinez, Abel. And Philippa is 3.6 seconds back of him, but she isn't coming. Oh, there she is. She just gave it a shot. So that's 4th right there.
The blue car and then the pink and green car are the ones who were 4th and 5th, I think. And this is our final bump-up position. Philippa should be coming in the shot. Not quite just yet. So there she is.
Ooh,
Three.
white car is
No,
taking him.
she's. I think that was our number 5 car, who's fallen way back now, almost in the clutches of Philippa. This is our number 4, 4th place car, not number 4, but. So it was the number 10 that flipped over. Let's see here.
That was
Yes, so you have a position change between the 10 and the 5. 10 slipped back to, and Philippa has passed as well. So,
5?
yeah, so she's a little bit closer to the bump up position.
4.1 seconds.
3 minutes left.
Can she do it? She can do it. She has time. And here's our
Philippa's
leader.
been to a
making
lot
the
of these Euro level races, so she knows the the mental attitude it takes to just steady, not super fast laps.
I think this is her right here.
Yeah, that's her.
I think she might have got
ahead
across
of the
him.
number 10. Yeah, she got ahead of the 10, but she needs to catch the number 5 in 4th place to be in the final bump up spot. So our Spanish director knows the cars to catch up with at the sharp end of the race.
3 points.
You see the
3.6. She's chipping away at that lead.
Yeah.
She needs him to make a mistake.
A little bit faster, though.
Yeah.
She needs a jackhammer instead of a chisel.
I mean, that might be them right in front of her, to be honest.
It is.
Let's
It
see.
is. The pair of cars, but just ahead of her. If they start tangling and slowing each other down or anything like that, Philippa will be within striking distance. So yes, the camera operators know to follow and keep these guys in shot. Oh, and that number 10 car of Tenza really wanting to get past as well. Obviously not going to make it easy. It's a race for everybody to try and bump up.
Mm-hmm. And she's very close now.
She is. She's a lot closer now. What's the gap? 1.3.
1.3. Well done, Philippa. 1 minute and 26 seconds left to go.
She's got plenty of time now. Just driving steady. And still, again,
That
she's
drives
still
like
doing... Oh, no. Big mistake. Hitting the pipe. So is that going to be it? He's certainly lost position, and obviously all the work to catch up to that 4th place driver of Cabrera. Still, once and that is and that's the 10 and the 2 hitting each other. So that is 2nd place and what was 6th place, but we'll see what happens when they cross the line here. What their order is. So 10 moves up. So Philippa is still okay. So this is now the battle between 4th and 5th.
Yeah, because Philippa is 0.2 of a second back. We're going to get one more. He might get one more lap in. He might. It's going to be tight.
Not with that, though. Not with that.
It's going to be come down to the line.
Big jump.
He needs him to make
half a lap.
She's so close.
Making it tense. Well, final lap of the race of the day.
Yep.
Here in Sachs, Alicante.
This track is huge.
Yeah. You think you're at the end, and then nope, you're just going into the infield. Yeah, that's time. Close. So this is last gasp, and just missing out. Oh no! Wait, no, she's counted in 4th.
Huh?
What happened? Someone fell off. She's counted in 4th. She made it. How did that happen?
That was weird.
What? How many eyeballs were just watching it? It's not me, right?
We need a replay.
What happened?
Wow. I'm confused.
Yeah.
Oh, well done.
You were not the only one. Yeah, well, there we go.
Oh, so somebody dropped out. Somebody dropped out at the end.
Yeah. Oh, it was the number 2 car, Mateo. Must have flamed out on the... probably ran out of fuel on the last lap or something, as a guess. Because look, you counted 14 laps. Somewhere, either a lap and a half to go or something like that, flamed out or broke or something. We don't know. But
let's see if I can see. I still have
nail biter.
Good. The scoring's still going there on my scoring, so let's see.
Yeah, it's because the computer's expecting everyone who's finished the race. And there's Philippa.
There she
They're
is.
already talking to her.
Well done, Philippa.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was... Man, that was weird.
That's crazy. So we're just going to put that into the EFRA Messenger broadcast channel.
Fantastic. Well, if tomorrow is anything like that, we'll be in for a great day.
Hopefully.
We'll be in for a fantastic day. We've had a lot of fun today.
40 plus. Oh,
40 plus. There you go. There you go.
All right.
It's been an awesome day. Thank you to Lefty.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for entertaining me in the chat.
You got up in the middle of the night to begin this. What time is it now?
It is 1:18.
So now it's lunchtime.
Yeah.
And we're going to do it all over again. All over again tomorrow, 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. local time in Spain, 7 a.m. UK time. Lefty will join us when he can. Possibly not for the first couple of finals, but we'll get him when we can get him. It's been an awesome day. Thank you so much to iCar and the Spanish crew on the ground providing the pictures. They've been seamless. The organisers at Sachs have done a fantastic job. All of our guests today, Bruno Coello, Robert Battier. I expect Nicola Marone's married now. Hey, congratulations to Nicola. Voice in my ear, is it still 1-1 England, Switzerland? 0-0. It's not even 1-1. It's 0-0. I don't know. I knew it was a draw.
It's 0-all.
It's 0-all England, Sweden. First substitution.
Sweet.
2 subs.
Well, it was great hanging out with you guys.
Yes, thank you so much, Keenan. And we will see you tomorrow. Thank you to EFRA. It's been an EFRA event. X-Ray, Hot Race, Meebo Sport, S-Works, T-Works, and Techno RC. We will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early. See you later, Frank. See you guys.